1:1 With the help of God I commenced to write this my book without interruption. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created on the day when the Lord God made heaven and earth. Eleazar, son of Hyrcanus, began his homily thus: Who can express all the mighty acts of God? Is there anybody who can possibly give utterance to the mighty deeds of God and proclaim all his praise? Not even the ministering angels can do this. It is only possible to recount part of his mighty deeds, to explain what he has done and what he in future will do, so that his great name may be exalted among the creatures whom he has created from one end of the world to the other, as it is said, Every generation shall praise thy works. Before the world was created, God and his name alone existed. When it entered his mind to create the world, he drew the plan of a world, but it would not stand. This may be compared to the action of a man who wishes to build a palace. Unless he plans out its foundations, its exits and its entrances, he cannot commence to build. Thus God planned a world before him, but it would not stand until he created repentance. 7 things were created prior to the creation of the world, viz. The law, repentance, the throne of glory, the Garden of Eden, Gehinnom, the site of the temple, and the name of the Messiah, and for all these things proof is to be found in the Scriptures. 8 things were created on the first day, viz. Heaven and earth, light and darkness, that which was without form and void, tohu v'ebohu, air and water, and the Spirit of God hovered over the surface of the waters. Some say day and night were also included in the first day of the creation, as it is said, and it was evening, and it was morning, one day. 8 things were also created on the second day: the well of Miriam, manna, the rod of Moses, the rainbow, the letters and the writing, the clothes of Adam and Eve, and demons, Mezikim. 10 things were paramount in the thought of God at the creation, viz. Jerusalem, the spirits of the patriarchs, the ways of the righteous, Gehinnom, the flood, the double tables of stone, the Sabbath, the temple, the ark, and the light of the future world. 5 Wherefrom were the heavens created? From the brilliancy of God's covering which he took up and spread as a garment, and the heavens went on extending until he said unto them, Be stayed, and they stopped. 6 Whence was the earth created? From the snow beneath the throne of glory. God took it up and scattered it upon the waters, then the waters were congealed and became the dust of the earth, as it is said, For he says unto the snow, Become earth. The boundaries of the heavens touch the waters of the ocean, for the waters of the ocean, okeanos, flow round the extremities of the heavens and the earth, and the extremities of the heavens are spread upon the waters of the ocean, as it is said, Who layeth the foundation of his upper chambers in the waters? The heavens rise to an immense height in the form of a tent that is spread out, and mortals stand beneath it. Its extremity is below, and its center is above. This is the form of the heavens, their extremity is below and their center above, so that all God's creatures, as it were, sit beneath it as in a tent, as it is said, He spread them out as a tent for dwelling therein. 7 4 winds were created in the world, viz. The winds coming from the east, south, north, and west. From the eastern corner the light of the world goeth forth, from the south, the dews of blessing descend upon the world, from the west emanate the stores of snow, hail, cold and heat, and rains for the benefit of the world. The north corner of the world he created, but did not complete, for he said, Whoever declares himself to be God, let him come and finish this corner which I have left, and then shall all know that he is a God. There the demons, earthquakes, evil spirits, and Shittim dwell, and from there they come forth to the world, as it is said, Out of the north evil shall break forth at Jeremiah 14. 8 On the second day he created the firmament, the angels, the heat of the living bodies, and the heat of Gehinnom. But were not the heavens created on the first day? As it is said, In the beginning God created the heavens. What, then, is this heaven which was created on the second day? Eleazar says, that firmament which is above the heads of the 4 holy creatures, as it is said, in the likeness of a firmament above the holy creatures. It appears like unto hoarfrost, consisting of precious stones and pearls. It lights up the whole heavens as the light which lights up the house, and as the sun which lights up the world at noon, as it is said, and light dwells with him. Similarly the righteous are destined in the future to enlighten the world, as it is said, and the wise will shine as the brightness of the firmament. And if the firmament had not been created on the second day, the whole world would have been drowned by the waters from above, but the firmament now separates the upper from the lower waters. These angels, which were created on the second day, when sent by God, become winds, as it is said, He made His angels winds. When they minister before Him, they become like fire, as it is said, His ministering angels are a flaming fire. 9. 4 bands of angels minister unto God, the first band under Michael on his right, the second under Gabriel in front of him, the third under Eric on his left, and the fourth under Raphael behind him. The divine presence of God sits in the center on a high and exalted throne, which is exceedingly majestic, and is suspended above in the air, and the appearance of its glory is like unto a carbuncle, one half is as fire, and the other half is as snow. A resplendent crown of glory rests upon his head, and upon his forehead is written the ineffable name of God. His eyes overlook the whole earth, on his right is life, on his left death, a scepter of fire is in his hand, a curtain is spread out before him. 10. And the 7 angels which were created first minister before him within the curtain. His footstool is like fire and hail, and beneath the throne of glory, it has the appearance of sapphires, fire plays round about it, righteousness and justice are the supports of his throne, clouds of glory surround it, and the wheel, the ophon, the cherub, and the holy creatures sing praises unto him. The throne is like sapphire, it stands upon 4 legs, and 4 holy creatures are attached to it, on each side are 4 faces and 4 wings, as it is said, there were 4 faces, which were 4 angels. 11. When he speaks from the east, from between the 2 cherubim, he speaks in the direction of the face of man. When he speaks from the south, he speaks in the direction of the face of the lion. When from the west, he speaks in the direction of the oxen. When from the north, in the direction of the eagle, and opposite him are the Aphanim and the wheels of the chariot. When he sits upon the throne, high and exalted, and looks round the earth, his chariot being upon wheels, through the noise caused by the wheels of the chariot, lightnings and earthquakes are caused in the world. But when he traverses the heavens, he rides upon a swift cherub, as it is said, and he rode upon a swift cherub. When he hastens to do a thing, he flies upon the wings of the wind, as it is said, and he flew upon the wings of the wind. 12. 2 seraphim stand near him, one on his right side and another on his left, each of which has 6 wings, with 2 each of them covers his face to prevent them gazing upon the Shekinah, and with 2 they each hide their legs so as not to remember the sin of the golden calf, and with 2 they fly, exalting in, and sanctifying, his great name. One answers while another proclaims, and one proclaims while the other answers, and they say, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. 13. The holy creatures stand with reverence and awe, with trembling and quaking, lest they be consumed by the fire of the angels, and from their faces streams down a fiery river, as it is said, and a river of fire flows before him, and the holy creatures do not know the place of his glory, but answer and exclaim wherever his glory be, blessed is the glory of the Lord in his place. 2. 1. On the 3rd day the earth was like a plain, and the waters covered the face of the whole earth. When the word of God went forth, saying, Let the waters be gathered together, the mountains were lifted up and scattered over the earth, and deep valleys were dug down in the bowels of the earth, into which the waters rolled and were gathered, as it is said, the gathering of waters he called seas. The waters then immediately rose tumultuously to a great height and covered the face of the earth as at first, until God rebuked them and subdued them, and placed them under the hollow of his feet, and measured them in his palm, so that they could neither diminish nor increase. He surrounded the sea with sand as a fence, just as a man makes a fence for his vineyard. So that when the waters approach and see the fence before them they recede, as it is said, Will they not fear my signs, says the Lord. 2. Before the waters were finally gathered together, the rivers and the fountains of the deep were created, for the earth was stretched over the waters just as a ship floating in the midst of the sea, as it is said, to spread out the earth over the waters. 3. And God opened a gate in the Garden of Eden and brought forth all kinds of plants, every kind of tree yielding fruit after its kind, and every kind of grass. He took their seeds and planted them upon the earth, as it is said, whose seed is within itself upon the earth. He prepared food for his creatures before they were created, as it is said, Thou preparest a table before me. 4. All the fountains of waters rise from the depths. Joshua said that the depth of the earth would take 60 years to walk through. There is one fountain close to Gehinnom which receives and gives out hot waters that delight man. 5. Jehudah says, Once every month rivulets ascend from the depths and water the face of the whole earth, as it is said, and a spray went up from the earth to water the garden. The thick clouds pass on the sound of the watercourses to the seas, and the seas to the depths, and the depths to each other, and finally rise and give moisture to the clouds, as it is said, who causes the vapors to ascend at the end of the earth. 6. The rains descend upon every place bidden them by the king, so that the earth immediately flourishes and becomes fertile. But when God wishes to bless the land and make it fertile and prosperous, so as to feed his creatures, he then opens his storehouse of good contained in the heavens and rains upon the earth, so that it immediately becomes fertile and produces the seed of blessing, as it is said, The Lord will open for thee his treasure of good. 3. 1. On the fourth day he formed two lights, one not larger than the other, they were identical both in their form and their light, as it is said, and God made the two lights. A quarrel ensued between them, one said to the other, I am greater than thou. Therefore God, in order to make peace between them, enlarged the one and diminished the other, as it is said, and the greater to rule by day. 2. Eleazar said that God uttered one word and the heavens were created to become the dwelling place of the throne of the glory of his kingdom, as it is said, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, but for the numerous host of heaven God exerted himself more, he blew with the breath of his mouth, and all the host of the heavens were created, as it is said, and with the breath of his mouth all their host. 3. All the stars and planets and the two lights were created at the beginning of the fourth night. One did not precede the other except by 1 minute particle of time, therefore, all the work of the sun is done slowly, while that of the moon is done quickly. What the sun takes 12 days to do the moon can do in 1 day, what the sun does during the whole year the moon does in 30 days, as it is explained in the chapters of Eleazar. 4. 3 letters of the ineffable name of God are written upon the heart of the sun, and angels lead it. Those that lead it in the day do not lead it in the night, and those that lead it in the night do not lead it in the day. The sun rises in a chariot, and rides forth crowned as a bridegroom, as it is said, and he goeth forth from his canopy as a bridegroom. The horns, the rays, and the fiery face of the sun look upon the earth in the summer, they would consume it with fire if the ice above would not temper the heat, as it is said, nothing is hidden from his heat. In the winter-time the sun turns his icy face to the earth, and were it not for the fire which warms the cold, the world would not be able to endure it, as it is said, who can stand before his cold? 5. The sun rises in the east and sets opposite in the west. The Shekinah always resides in the west, and the sun enters in its presence, and, bowing down before the King of Kings, says, O Lord of the universe, I have fulfilled all thy commands. These are some of the ways of the sun. 6. The habitation of the moon is placed between the clouds and the thick darkness, which are like two dishes one above the other, within them the moon travels. These two clouds turn themselves towards the west, and the moon peeps out from between the two in the form of a little horn. On the first night of the new month one part is visible, on the second night a second portion, and so on until the middle of the month, when it is full moon. From the middle of the month onwards these two clouds turn themselves eastwards, and that part of the moon which appeared first is the first to be covered by the two clouds, on the first night one part, on the second night a second part, until the end of the month, when it is entirely covered. Whence do we know that the moon is between two clouds? Because it is said, the cloud is its clothing, and clouds of darkness its covering. 4. 1. The following 7 planets God created and placed in order in the firmament for the benefit of the world, for by means of them people calculate the signs, seasons, and astronomical computations, the time of summer, the number of the hours, days and months, periods and festivals, appointed times, as it is said, they shall be for signs, for seasons, for days and for years. 2. The 7 days of the week are called after the 7 planets, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. On the first day Sol, i.e. the Sun, rules, and this day is called Zondak. On the second day the Moon serves, it is called Lunar, therefore the second day is called Lunardi, i.e. Mundak. On the third day Mars serves, it is called Ma, hence Mardi, i.e. Dinsdak. On the fourth day Mercury, or Mercurios, serves, therefore it is called Markuzdi, i.e. Godensdak. On the fifth day Jupiter serves, it is called Iovis, hence Ivisti, i.e. Donnersdak. On the sixth day Venus, i.e. Veneri, serves, therefore the day is called Vendradi, that is Vredic. On the seventh day Saturna serves, therefore the day is called Sabati, i.e. Saddledak. 3. In what order are they placed in heaven? They are distributed there as sun and moon and the 5 planets. The firmament is divided into 7 degrees, one above the other. There are 7 distinct places for these 7 planets, and this is their order. 4. The first degree is near the earth, and this lowest degree is the habitation of the moon, in which the moon makes a circuit round the firmament. The second degree is the habitation of Mercury, in which it describes its circuit in the firmament. The third degree is the habitation of Venus, in which it also describes its circuit in the firmament. The fourth degree is the middle of them, viz. the habitation of the Sun, which completes its circuit of the heaven in 12 months. The fifth degree is the habitation of Mars, which makes its circuit in the firmament. 3. The seventh degree is the highest of all, viz. the habitation of Saturn, which completes its circuit in 3 years. 5. This is the order of their work. Saturn is appointed over the poor and needy women, over faintness and sickness, diseases of the body, and over death. His appearance is like that of an old man with a sickle in his hand. 6. Mars is appointed over war, bloodshed and the sword, over the wicked, over slander, over strife, battle, hatred, jealousy, quarrels, over warriors, wounds, injuries, bruises, over fire, water, and destruction. His appearance is like that of an armed warrior with a sword in his right hand, and he appears like a man of wrath and a stirrer-up of strife. Wherever he turns wickedness ensues, he looks terrible in his coat of mail, and with the spear which he bears in his left hand. 7. Jupiter is appointed over life, peace and good, over prosperity, tranquility, joy, pleasant conversation, rejoicings, riches, greatness, sovereignty and majesty. His appearance is like that of a valiant and noble-looking man, and his head is that of a ram. 8. Venus is appointed over kindness, favor, love, lust, passion, desire, marriage, the birth of man and animals, the fruits of the earth and the fruits of the tree. Its form is that of a young girl beautifully adorned, and swaying a branch of a tree in her hand. Mercury is appointed over wisdom, discretion, understanding, knowledge, and the active intellect, enabling one to unravel mysteries, to devise plans in every branch of work, and in the writings of any language. Its form is that of an old man with thin lips, he possesses wings, and the lower part of the body is like a dragon. 9. The sun is appointed over light, to separate light from darkness, and through it to enable us to calculate the days, months and years, and to do every kind of work, to make any cunning work, to walk any distance, and to migrate from city to city and from town to town. The moon holds the key of heaven and earth, and is appointed over morning and evening. She is set over all creatures, to lead them in the right or wrong way, although she has no power in herself either to do good or evil. But everything is done by order and command. Everything was created by means of the word of God. 10. Hence the rabbis have said that the orbit of the sun and the circuit of the moon, the order of the stars, the arrangement of the planets, the calculation of the circuits, the lengths of the days and the division of the hours, which are at first long and then become gradually shorter, are all the work of God. 5. On the 5th day he brought forth from the waters all manner of winged birds, male and female, all manner of locusts, and also the Leviathan, a serpent which holds all the dwellers of the lower waters between his two fins. The center of the earth rests upon the huge serpents, which form food for the Leviathan. Every day he opens his mouth, and a huge serpent comes every day to feed him. It flies and flutters and enters the mouth of Leviathan, while God sports with it, as it is said, Thou hast created this Leviathan to sport with it. 6. 1. On the 6th day he brought forth from the earth all kinds of animals, male and female, and the behemoth that lies on 1,000 hills, from which it obtains its food every day. In the night time the food grows again as if the hills had not been touched, as it is said, its food is from the produce of the mountains, and it drinks from the waters of the Jordan, for the waters of the Jordan encompass all the land of Israel, one half of which is above, and the other of which is below the earth, as it is said, for he can draw up the Jordan in his mouth. The behemoth is preserved for the day on which it is to be brought as a sacrifice on the occasion of the great banquet of the righteous, as it is said, its maker will approach it with his sword. 2. Everything in the world was originally created before Adam, who was created last, on the 6th day, on the eve of Sabbath, lest people might say that God had a helper in the work of the creation. 3. When God wished to create the world he called the company of angels commanded by the archangel Michael, and said unto them, Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Whereupon they replied, What is man, that thou shouldst remember him, and the Son of Man, that thou shouldst think of him? At this God immediately stretched forth his little finger among them and destroyed them, so that Michael alone was left. He then called the company of angels commanded by Gabriel, and said, Let us make man in our image. They also replied, What is man, that thou shouldst remember him? God again stretched forth his finger and destroyed them. 4. He then called Boel and his company, and said to them, Let us make man in our own image. At which Boel said to his associates, See what has happened to those who said, What is man that thou shouldst remember him? They were all destroyed. If we repeat what they have said, he will do the same to us, and in the end he will perform his will. It is therefore better that we comply with his wish. They therefore immediately answered, and said, Lord of the world, it is well that thou hast thought to create man, do thou create him according to thy will, and we shall act as attendants and servants upon him, and reveal unto him all our secrets. 5. God then said to Boel, From this day henceforth thy name shall not be called Boel, but Raphael, because, through thy counsel, thou hast saved all thy host, so that they were not consumed like the other companies. 6. God then called Gabriel, and said unto him, Go and bring me dust from the four corners of the earth, and I will create man out of it. Gabriel then went to gather dust from the earth, but the earth drove him away and would not allow him to take dust from it. Gabriel thereupon said, Why, O earth, dost thou not hearken to the voice of thy Lord, who founded thee upon the waters without props and without pillars? The earth replied and said, I am destined to become a curse and to be cursed through man, and if God himself does not take the dust from me, no one else shall ever do so. 7. When God saw this, he stretched forth his hand, took of the dust, and created therewith the first man on the 6th day. God created the matter of man in 4 colors, white, black, red and green. The bones and the sinews are white, the intestines black, the blood red, and the skin of the body green, livid. When the soul departs from the body immediately becomes livid. 8. The Torah, law, then said to God, O Lord of the universe, this man whom thou hast created will be short-lived, and he will sin before thee, what will become of him? God replied, Is it to no purpose that I am called slow to anger, of abundant mercy and truth? He who returns to me in repentance, I will pardon. The Torah said, If so, do thy will. 9. But why did God create man from the 4 corners of the earth, and not from the dust of one single spot? Because man goeth to the 4 corners of the earth, and when he dies, the earth shall not be able to say, Thou wast not created from me, therefore thou shalt not be buried in me, go to the place whence thou wast created, and there be buried. Thus, wherever a man ends his days, there shall he rest. God created man poor and from dust, and to dust shall he return, therefore has the dust been taken from the 4 corners of the earth. 10. There are 12 hours in the day, in the first hour he gathered the dust for man, in the second he hardened it, in the third he shaped it in the form of man, in the fourth the soul was thrust into it, in the fifth man stood on his legs, in the sixth he gave names to all the birds and animals, in the seventh Eve was joined to him, in the eighth they produced 2 children, in the ninth they were commanded concerning the fruits of the trees, in the 10th he transgressed the command, in the 11th he was judged, in the 12th hour he was driven out, as it is said, and he drove Adam out of the Garden of Eden. 11. God kneaded and molded the dust for the first man in a pure place, he covered him with skin and sinews and gave to it a human shape, but there was not yet any breath or soul in it. What did God do? He breathed with the breath of his mouth and thrust the soul into him, as it is said, and he breathed in his nostrils the breath of life. Adam then stood up and gazed above and below, saw all the creatures which God had created, and was amazed with wonderment, and he began to extol and praise his Creator, and said, How great are thy works, O Lord! 12. He stood upon his feet, and was in the likeness of God, his height extended from the east to the west, as it is said, Behind and in front thou hast formed me. Behind, that is the west, and in front, that is the east. All the creatures saw him and were afraid of him, they thought he was their Creator, and prostrated themselves before him. Adam then said to the animals, Why do you come and prostrate yourselves before me? Come, let us all go and invest him who created us with majesty and strength, and crown him king over us. If the people do not show allegiance to the king claims it by himself, and if the people do not praise the king causes himself to be praised. As soon as Adam had spoken, all the creatures assented and invested their Creator with majesty and strength, and proclaimed him king over them, and said, The Lord the King is clothed with majesty. 13. Now, Adam walked about the Garden of Eden like one of the ministering angels. God said, Just as I am alone in my world, so is Adam, just as I have no companion, neither has Adam. Tomorrow the creatures will say, He does not propagate, he is surely our Creator. It is not good for man to be alone, I will make a helpmeet for him. 14. When the earth heard the word helpmeet, it shook and trembled, and said to its Creator, O Lord of the world, I am not able to provide for the whole of mankind. To which God replied, I will feed the whole of mankind. And God made a compact with the earth, and God created the sleep of life, so that when man lies down and goes to sleep, he is fed, strengthened and refreshed, and this is the healing and the feeding which God provides, as it is said, Then I slept, then I felt refreshed. God moreover assists the earth and waters it, so that it yields its fruits as food for all the creatures, but, in spite of all this, man obtains his food in toil and trouble. 15. God had pity upon Adam, in order not to give him pain he caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, during which time he took the bone of one of his ribs and flesh from his heart and made of it a helpmeet for him, and placed her before him. When he awoke from his sleep and saw her standing before him, he said, This is woman, bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh. 16. While he was yet alone, he was called Adam. Joshua b. Korah said that his name was Adam on account of the flesh and blood of which he was composed. God said to him, Thou art Adam. But when a helpmeet was made for him he was called living being, i.e. fiery being, Heb ###. God then added 2 letters of his name to it and made the name of man to be ####, and the name of woman ####, saying, if they walk in my ways and observe my commandments, behold, my name will abide with them and deliver them from all trouble, but if not, behold, I will take away my name from them, so that their names will become again ####. Fire-consuming fire. 7:1 God created 10 canopies for Adam in the Garden of Eden, and all of them were made of precious stones, of pearls and of gold. Each bridegroom has as a rule but 1 canopy, a king has 3, but in order to show great honor to the first man he made 10 canopies for him in the Garden of Eden, as it is said, Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God, every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, the topaz and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald and the carbuncle and gold, the workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes, was prepared for thee on the day when thou wast created. These represent the 10 canopies. The angels were beating their timbrels and dancing to the pipes, as it is said, the workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes. 2 On the day when the first man was created, God said to the ministering angels, Come, let us descend and show kindness to man and his helper, for upon kindness the world rests. He further said, Kindness is much more acceptable to me than the sacrifices of burnt offerings which the Israelites are destined in the future to offer to me upon the altar, as it is said, For kindness do I desire and not sacrifices. The ministering angels walked before Adam like shepherds who watch the flocks of birds, as it is said, For he commanded his angels to watch over thee in all thy ways. They were like unto a bridal pair, and God may be compared to a precentor, for just as the precentor in the midst of the congregation blesses the bridal pair under the canopy, so did God bless man and his helpmeet, as it is said, And God blessed them, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply. And they did so, as it is said, and Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore him Cain, and said, I have begotten a man of the Lord. Why was Cain thus called? Because he was formed from Adam and his wife and from God. Chapter 8 was not translated by Gaster. 9. The formation of the child. I will now add here the description of the formation of a child by these 3 agencies, as it is contained in the book called ####, Yerath Havilad, which is as follows. 1. I will now proceed to explain the formation of the fetus which God created when man approaches his wife. God indicates it to the angel appointed over conception, whose name is Layla. God says, Know that this night a woman will conceive. Take this sperm, place it in thy hand, and break it on the threshing floor into 365 particles. He does so. He then takes the sperm in his hand, brings it to God, and says, O Lord of the world, I have done as thou hast commanded me, and now decree what is to become of it. God then decrees that it will be either strong or weak, male or female, rich or poor, beautiful or ugly, long or short, wicked or righteous. 2. God then makes a sign to the angel appointed over spirits, and says, Bring me a certain spirit which is hidden in the Garden of Eden, whose name is so-and-so, and whose form is so-and-so. This applies to all the spirits which are destined to be created, for from the very moment when the world was created all these spirits were prepared for men, as it is said, What has already been has been called by name. The angel brings the said spirit, which, when it comes before God, bows down and prostrates itself before him. 3. At that moment God says to the spirit, Enter thou this sperm. The spirit then opens its mouth, and says, O Lord of the universe, I am satisfied with the world in which I have lived from the day on which thou didst create me. If it please thee, do not suffer me to enter this impure being, for I am holy and pure. God replies, The world which I will cause thee to enter is better than the world in which thou hast lived, and when I created thee only for this purpose. 4. God then causes it to enter this new being against its will. The angel then returns and causes it to enter the womb of its mother. 2 angels are prepared to watch the embryo during pregnancy. A light shines upon the head of the child, by which it sees from one end of the world to the other. 5. In the morning the angel takes it, carries it into the Garden of Eden and shows it the righteous men who sit there in glory with crowns on their heads. The angel then says to the soul, My child, dost thou know who these are? No, it replies. The angel then says, These people whom thou sawest here were formed like thee in the womb of their mother. They went forth into the world and observed God's statutes, therefore they became worthy of this bliss. Know also that thou wilt at the end of thy days depart from the world. And if thou wilt be thought worthy to hearken unto the law and the commandments, then thou wilt be likewise worthy of sitting with these in the place where I showed thee. 6. In the evening he carries it into Gehinnom, and shows it the sinners, whom the wicked angels beat with fiery staves. They cry woe, woe, but no mercy is shown them. The angel then says to the soul, Dost thou know, my child, who these are that burn? No, it replies. The angel answers, These were of the same mean origin as thou art. They went forth to the world and did not observe the commandments and judgments of God. Therefore they have come to this place of punishment. Know also, child, that thou must ultimately quit this world. 7. The angel walks about with it from morning until evening, and shows it every place which it is destined to tread, and the place where it will be buried. After this he shows it the world of the good and the world of the wicked, and in the evening he places it back again in the womb of its mother. God then encloses it within folded doors, as it is said, and he shut in the sea with doors, until it burst forth from the womb and became free. It is further said, I will lay my words in thy mouth, and I will protect thee in the shadow of my hand. God then said, Thus far shalt thou go, and no further, and he sustains the child in the womb of its mother for 9 months. 8. At the end of that time the same angel comes and says to it, Come forth, for the time has come for thee to go forth into the world. It replies, Have I not already told God that I am satisfied to remain in the place where I was accustomed to dwell? And he replied, The place I will cause thee to enter is better than that world from which thou hast come. Now that it pleases me to remain here, why dost thou wish to remove me hence? The angel replies, Thou must know that thou wast formed in the womb of thy mother against thy will, and now know that against thy will thou wilt be born, and wilt come forth into the world. He then immediately strikes it, extinguishes the light, and brings it forth against its will. It then forgets whatever it had seen. As soon as it comes forth unto the world, it cries. 9. And why does it cry? Because of the world it has left behind. For at that moment 7 new worlds are awaiting it. In the first world it is like unto a king after whose welfare all people ask, all desire to see it and embrace it, and kiss it, because it is in the first year. In the second world it is like unto a swine which wallows in mire, a child does the same until it reaches 2 years. In the third world it is like unto a kid that skips and gambols about on the meadows. Thus, a child skips about here and there until it is 5 years of age. In the fourth world it is like unto a horse which strides along haughtily. In the same way does a child walk along proud of his youth until he is 18 years old. In the fifth world he is like unto an ass upon whose shoulders burdens are placed. In the same manner burdens are heaped upon man's shoulders, he is given a wife by whom he begets children. He must wander to and fro in order to obtain food for them until he is about 40 years old. In the sixth stage he is like unto a dog, insolent and wandering about in all places for food, stealing and robbing in one place and enjoying it in another. In the seventh stage he is like unto an ape, whose appearance is changed in every respect. All the household curse him and desire his death. Even the young children make fun of him, and even the smallest bird wakes him from his sleep. 10. Finally, the time arrives for him to quit this world. When that time arrives the same angel comes beside him and says to him, What is thy name? To which he replies, So-and-so, and why dost thou come to me today? To take thee away from this world. When he hears this he weeps, and his voice reaches from one end of the world to the other, but no creature hears his voice except the cock. Have I not already told thee, he says, not to bring me forth from the world in which I have lived? But the angel replies, Have I not already told thee that against thy will thou wast created, against thy will thou wast born, against thy will thou livest, and against thy will thou shalt die, also against thy will thou art bound to render account and reckoning before him who said, And the world was made. 11. Behold, these are the 4 divine hosts which God showed to Elijah the prophet, as it is said, and he said, Go out and stand upon the mountain before God. God then said to Elijah, Behold, these are the 4 worlds through which man must pass. The great and strong wind is this world. After the wind comes the earthquake, i.e., after this world comes death, which causes the whole body of man to quake. After the earthquake comes the fire, i.e., after death there follows the judgment of Gehinnom, which is fire, and after the judgment of Gehinnom there follows a voice, as it is said, a still, soft voice, which is the voice of the last judgment. After this follows the judgment of the spirits that flit about in the air, and no one is left except God, as it is said, God alone shall be exalted on that day. All this is included in the words of holy tradition spoken by David, king of Israel, who said, I was made in secret, I was formed in the nethermost parts of the earth. 10:1 The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Happy is the man in whom there is wisdom combined with fear, one may be doing more, another less, provided that his heart is turned to heaven. 2. Woe to him whom this world leads astray, woe unto him who does not walk in the ways of God, woe unto him who hearkens to his evil inclination, or who does not listen to his Creator, woe to him whose pleader becomes his accuser, woe unto him who does not devote his heart to his Father in heaven, woe to him whose will of life has turned, woe unto the man who has been righteous and has turned wicked, woe to him who loses his life's work in a rash moment, or causes the profanation of God's name. 3. Certain punishments follow immediately upon the committal of sin, others come after a time. There are punishments which come one after the other, others simultaneously. Some punishments come upon man while he is asleep, others while he is awake, some come upon him heavily, others lightly, some affect part of the body, others the whole body, some, again, come upon one in his youth, while others come in his old age, some which he anticipates, others which he does not anticipate, some are open and some are hidden, others, again, are revealed to the whole world. And all the trouble, misery, and shame come upon man in consequence of sin and transgression. 4. Some bear their punishments with love, some worship God for fear of suffering in their sustenance or in their livelihood, or through the ill health of their children, or through the punishment of Gehinnom. Some worship him in simplicity, in purity, in joy, and some in the hope that they may make others worthy of reward. Some, again, worship him to guard themselves against punishments, as it is said, when they are in trouble, they seek me early. Every one is judged while he is in full consciousness, and this applies to the living and the dead alike. 5. When man is about to quit this world, the angel appointed over him says, "Pity this body that goes out of this world without having performed any good actions." He looks at his 2 legs and says, "Woe unto those legs which have not walked in the ways of the Lord. Woe unto those thighs which have not been eager to run after God's commandments. Woe unto the bowels which have enjoyed stolen property. Woe unto those hands which have occupied themselves with sin. Woe unto the mouth which has consumed the property of others. Woe unto the eyes which have desired the property of strangers. Woe unto those ears which have not hearkened to reproof. Woe to that proud stature that has not bent in repentance. Woe unto the spirit that has not humbled itself before its Creator." 6. The angel in anger bids him stand up for judgment to relate his deeds. He says, "Know whence thou hast come, and whither thou art going, to a place of dust and worms. Who is the judge, and before whom art thou to give account and reckoning? If thou art able to answer, then answer, for no one else can answer for thee. There is no remedy except good deeds, as it is written, thy righteousness shall go before thee." 7. What enjoyment can it be for man to look upon sin, since it is like fire to stubble, and like a sword to the neck, as an arrow to the liver, as chains to the feet, as darkness to the eyes, as gall to the mouth, and as chastisement to the body? Whoever induces another to swerve from the good path is cut off in the midst of his days, and whoever flatters a sinner, his days shall be shortened in this world. Whoever scoffs at the commandments will have no mercy shown to him from heaven. 8. Whoever causes another to blush in public will cause the book in which the sins of man are inscribed to be opened. Whoever scoffs at the poverty of the poor, behold, he shall be brought low, he will be a-hungered while others shall eat before him. Whoever commits fraudulent transactions shall have no rest on the eve of the Sabbath, behold, all the joys which gladden his heart will be turned into mourning. He will be visited on the day of reckoning with terrible judgment and with much shame by relentless angels in the world to come. Therefore it is said, "And what wilt thou do on the day of visitation?" 9. He who sins with his eyes, those eyes shall become dim. He who sins with his mouth, behold, his words shall not be heard. He who sins by giving false advice, behold, his own prosperity shall vanish. He who sins in his thoughts, his days shall be a constant vexation. He who sins with his tongue, behold, chastisement will overtake him. He who sins with his hand shall lose his honor. He who sins with his legs, the years of his life shall be shortened. Whoever sins in his heart shall die of grief. Whoever sins with his inclination, this very inclination shall turn his accuser. He who sins and causes others to sin shall bury his wife and his children during his lifetime. He who sins purposely, the decree of divine judgment will be sealed against him. He who sins unwittingly is not in a good moral condition. 10. What benefit has a man by sinning? His ultimate end is to quit this world for another, to go from light to darkness, from life to death, from sleep which is sweet to a sleep that is troubled. He is a prey for the worms. He passes from sweet dainties to the taste of dust, from beautiful garments to the shroud in the grave. But this is not all, he moreover loses his soul. Many rich men have lost their souls through their riches, such as Dathan and Abiram, and the wisdom of many a wise man has caused him to come to grief, as, for instance, Ahithophel, Doeg the Edomite, and Balaam, the wicked one. Likewise many mighty men have existed whose power has been the cause of their fall, as Samson, Abner, Osoel, and Joab. Many also have reared sons, but have had no joy from them, as Aaron, the high priest, who had no joy from Nadab and Abihu. All this applies equally to the righteous as well as the wicked. Death overtakes them all. There were also many beautiful ones, whose beauty was the cause of their downfall, such as Absalom and Adonijah ben Haggith. There have been many elders of the community who have departed this life without honor, such as the great Sanhedrin in the time of Zedekiah, who were slain by Nebuchadnezzar. And again, how many young people have been snatched away from their bridal canopy? 11. Thus, what advantage can possibly accrue to man by robbing and stealing? For, although he may thereby derive some temporal comfort, he must nevertheless render account and reckoning before God. What benefit can man's joy be to him when it brings sorrow and grief upon him? What benefit is it for a man to inspire fear, since punishment will overtake him? What benefit is proud strut if it brings pains upon him? What benefit is evil meditation, which brings in its train many kinds of death? What benefit is deception, which dashes his prosperity to the ground? On account of this the righteous and the pious have no desire whatever for this world which is fleeting. But how do we know that this world is fleeting? Because it is said, for a wind has passed over it, and it is no more. 12. On the other hand, he is heir to the future world who keeps aloof from strife, from evil talk, from causeless hatred, from inciting quarrels, who is truly modest, who is devout in his prayer, and confesses his sins before God. He it is who is loved by God. Therefore the righteous have resolved to claim no honors and to refrain from pleasure. They have therefore placed a check upon their eyes, their mouths, their hands, and their feet, to prevent them from doing evil. The eye which does not sin is worthy to behold the face of the divine glory, as it is said, thine eyes shall behold the King in his beauty. The heart that does not sin shall be worthy to see the divine glory with abundant joy. The hand that does not sin will be worthy of receiving every reward, as it is said, behold the Lord God shall come with strength, and give him mastery in his arm. The mouth that does not sin will be worthy of singing praises before God, as it is written, and thou shalt say, on that day I will praise thee, O God. 11:1. Abihu told the parable of 3 different men. One tills the ground, another works in silver and gold, and the third studies the law. When the time approaches for him who tills the ground to die, he says to his household, give me some of my work, so that I do not go to the next world empty-handed. To which they reply, thou art foolish. Hast thou not worked the field? And Scripture has already said, the earth and its fullness belong to God, therefore thou hast nothing of thine own to bring. 2. When the end of him who works in silver and gold arrives, he says to his household, give me some of my labor, work, that I may not go to the next world empty-handed. But they reply, thou art foolish. Thou hast worked in this world in silver and gold. Scripture has already said, mine is the silver, and mine is the gold, saith the Lord, therefore thou hast nothing of thine own to bring. 3. When the time arrives for him who studies the law, Torah, to quit this world, he says to his household, give me of my labor, that I may not go to the next world empty-handed. To him they say, O thou pious and righteous man, how can we give thee the fruits of thy labor? Hast thou not constantly occupied thyself with the law? But God will grant thee the reward of thy work, and shall receive thee with good grace. The ministering angels shall go forth to meet thee and exclaim, come thou in peace, and concerning thee Scripture says, then shall thy light break forth as the morning. 4. Rabbi Hosea says, if thou desirest to know the reward of the righteous in the world to come, come hither and learn it from what has befallen Adam. He was commanded to perform an easy precept, and because he transgressed it, God punished him and all subsequent generations with many kinds of death. Therefore the sages have said that, on the contrary, whoever studies and observes the law and performs good deeds shall be delivered from the punishment of Gehinnom and the sorrows of the grave. Abihu mentions one of the proverbial sayings of Rabbi Isaac that the end of man is death, the end of animals is slaughter, and all are destined to die. 5. Hosea says, come hither and see the difference existing between man and animals, the latter are slain and flayed, and are not subjected to any judgment, whilst with reference to man, how many chastisements and troubles does he bear in this world, and after his death, if he is a righteous man, his judgment is delayed, but if he is wicked, he is brought before the tribunal every year between Passover and Pentecost, as it is said, and they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men, and it shall be at every new moon. 6. After man's death he is seen by all the other dead, and he appears to each just as they last saw him alive. Some see him as a youth, others as an old man, just as each saw him before his own death, so that they should not think that any man lives forever, and say when we were among the living we saw this or that man, and now how many hundreds of years have passed since we have seen them alive. 7. Therefore, when one dies the angel who guards the dead makes his soul assume various forms, so that all shall recognize him by seeing him just as they saw him in life. Then, in the event of one being condemned afterwards to Gehinnom, he is enveloped with smoke and brimstone, so that one should not see the punishment of the other, and none should be put to shame before the other, except those who have publicly put others to shame. 8. Every man after death is brought to judgment, even if he should belong to the section of the righteous. Still, after a time his sins are visited. Thus Samuel said to Saul, "Tomorrow thou shalt be in my division." Was not Samuel in Ramah, and Saul in another place? The explanation is that he, Samuel, referred to the Saul when he said, "Thou wilt be with me in my division." And we see that after a long lapse of time the house of Saul was judged on account of Saul and on account of the house of blood. Thus the house of Saul was visited. Although he was called the chosen of the Lord, yet his seed was judged. 12:1 Isaac ben Parnak has said that all man's iniquities are engraved upon his bones, as it is said, their iniquities shall be upon their bones, and all his merits shall be engraved upon his right hand, as it is said, the Lord is thy guard and thy protection on thy right hand. 2 Joshua ben Levi says that man's merits and sins are not testified to until the day of his death. Even frivolous conversation, which is not accounted as a sin, is mentioned only at the time of his death, as it is said, "For behold, he who has formed the mountains and created the wind will tell man what his conversation hath been." 3 Thus at his death 3 ministering angels come to him, one the angel of death, one a scribe, and a third who is appointed to accompany them. They say to him, "Arise, for thy end has come." To which he replies, "I shall not rise, for my end has not yet arrived." 4 Then the scribe proceeds to number his days and years. At that moment the man opens his eyes and sees the angel of death, whose length extends from one end of the world to the other. He quakes exceedingly and falls upon his face. 5 From the sole of the angel's foot to the crown of his head he is full of eyes, his clothing is of fire, his covering of fire, he is surrounded by fire, he is all fire. In his hand he carries a fiery blade, from which hangs a bitter drop. This drop causes first death, then decomposition and the lividness of appearance, but man does not die until he has seen God, as it is said, "For no man shall see me and live, but when he dies he shall see him," as it is said, "Before him there shall bend all those who go down to the dust when he ceases to live." 6 Then the man confesses everything he has done in the world. His mouth bears witness, and the Lord writes it down. "By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, that from my mouth shall go forth righteousness." 7 If he is a man of perfect righteousness his soul is handed over to its owner. But if a man of consummate wickedness, he stiffens his neck and allows his evil inclination to prevail over him. Hence the sages have said that a wicked man's evil inclination prevails over him even at his death. 8 Eleazar has said that just as he is stiff-necked in this world so is he at the day of judgment, as it is said, "The wicked shall see and be angry." 9 At the death of the righteous man 3 companies of ministering angels come to him. The first company says, "A righteous man has perished from the earth." The second company says, "Let him in peace come and rest upon their couches." The third company says, "He goeth the straight path." 10 But at the death of the wicked 5 angels of destruction come to him and say, "The wicked shall return to Sheol." 13 The beating of the grave. 1 Eleazar's pupils asked him, "What judgment is there in the grave?" He replied, "When a man quits this world, the angel of death comes to him and sits by his grave, and beating it with his hands, says, 'Tell me thy name.' Flesh and blood is my name. It is revealed and known to him who said, and the world was. But I do not know what my name is." Then immediately the soul re-enters his body. He stands up and is brought to judgment. 2 Joshua ben Levi says, "They bring a chain of iron, half of it burning like fire, half as cold as ice, and they beat him with it. At the first stroke his limbs get separated, at the second, his bones are scattered. Then the ministering angels gather them together, and restoring him, beat him a third time, and demand of him an account and reckoning, and judge him measure for measure. 3 On the second day they judge him in the same manner. 4 On the third day they judge him further, and they punish his 2 eyes, his 2 hands, his 2 feet and his 2 ears, his mouth and his tongue. Why are his eyes punished? Because he looked with them upon transgression. Why his ears? Because he heard sinful utterances with them. Why his lips? Because he uttered with them words of foolishness. And why his tongue? Because he has testified falsely with it. Why his 2 hands? He committed violence and robbery with them. Why his 2 legs? Because he hastened with them to transgression. Jehudah says, whoever has gone to a married woman shall hang ignominiously in Gehinnom, and whoever slanders his neighbor shall be suspended by his tongue. 5 Mir, in the name of Joshua, says, the judgment in the grave is more severe than that in Gehinnom, for in Gehinnom only they are judged who are 13 years old and upwards, but in the grave, stillborn children and perfectly righteous men, and even sucklings, are brought to judgment. Hence the sages have said, he who dwells in the land of Israel and dies on Sabbath eve at the time of the blowing of the shofar, as long as the sun shines he shall not see the judgment in the grave, whilst he who loves righteousness and chastisement, charitable deeds and hospitality to strangers, although not living in the land of Israel, shall see neither the judgment of the grave nor that in Gehinnom, as it is said, from the midst of trouble I called to God, and he answered me. From my trouble refers to the beating in the grave. From the depth of Sheol I cried. This refers to the punishment in Gehinnom. 6 Benazai says, there are 3 kinds of punishments, one more severe than the other, moreover, they are all inflicted in the presence of God. But, asks Akaba, are they all in God's presence? Verily the angels inflict the punishment in the grave and also that in Gehinnom, but only the punishment of heaven alone is inflicted in the presence of God. 3 days are given over to the punishment in the grave, 3 days to that in Gehinnom, and 3 days to the punishment in heaven. If there is no charge against a man, he is not brought up for judgment, but if there are charges against him, the judgment may last long. 7 The punishment of transgressing Israelites is 12 months in Gehinnom, as it is said, and it shall come to pass at the renewal of the new moon and at the renewal of the Sabbath. Just as the weeks form a cycle, so the months form an annual cycle, and then shall all flesh prostrate themselves before God. Johanan ben Nuri says, the time extends from Passover until Pentecost, as it is said, and from one festival to the other, during which the Sabbaths are counted. Some sinners are judged in Gehinnom from Passover until Pentecost, after which time they are acquitted. Others, again, such as the consummately wicked of Israel, obtain no rest for the whole 12 months. 8 While others who have violated the whole of the law and the precepts and have sinned against the law of God, going the idolatrous way of the nations, shall have their bodies and souls burnt. Gehinnom vomits them out, and the north wind scatters them, so that they become ashes under the soles of the feet of the righteous, as it is said, and on account of the doings of the wicked, behold they shall become ashes beneath your feet on the day when I execute judgment. 9 Further, those who leave the community, the apostates, traitors, renegades, scoffers, those who despise the festivals, deny the resurrection of the dead and the divinity of the law, are swallowed up by Gehinnom, the doors are locked upon them, and there they are left a prey to eternal punishment, as it is said, and they go forth and look upon the carcasses of those that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. 14 This is the description of Gehinnom, hell. 1 Who can stand before its might, who can withstand the fury of its wrath? Abahu opened his homily with the verse, Aluka has 2 daughters called Hab. Eleazar says that these are the 2 bands of angels that stand at the gates of Gehinnom and say, Come. Come. Why is it called Gehinnom, Valley of Wailing? Because the voice of its wailing traverses the world from one end to the other. And why is it called Tofta Enticer? Because all enter therein enticed by their evil inclination. 2 Yohanan began his homily with the verse, passing through the valley of weeping, they make it a valley of springs. This means to say that the sinner confesses, just as the leper confesses, and he says, I have committed such and such a transgression in that place, on that day, in the presence of so-and-so, in that society. 3 Hell has 3 gates, one at the sea, the other in the wilderness, and the third in the inhabited part of the world. That at the sea is alluded to in Jonah, out of the belly of Sheol cried I, and thou heardest my voice. That of the wilderness is alluded to in Numbers, so they and all that appertained to them went down alive unto Sheol. And that in the inhabited portion of the world in Isaiah, saith the Lord, whose fire is in Zion and his furnace in Jerusalem. 4 5 different kinds of fires are in hell, one devours and absorbs, another absorbs and does not devour, while another, again, neither devours nor absorbs. There is further fire devouring fire. 5 There are coals big as mountains, and coals big as hills, and coals huge like unto the Dead Sea, and coals like huge stones. There are rivers of pitch and sulphur flowing and fuming and seething. 6. The punishment of the sinner is thus: the angels of destruction throw him to the flame of hell. This opens its mouth wide and swallows him, as it is said, therefore Sheol hath enlarged her desire and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoices among them descends into it. This all happens to him who has not done one single pious act which would incline the balance towards mercy. 7. Whilst that man who possesses many virtues and good actions and learning, and who has suffered much, he is saved from hell, as it is said, Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff shall comfort me. Thy rod means the suffering, and thy staff signifies the law. 8. Yohanan began, the eyes of the wicked shall fail, and refuge is perished from them, and their hope shall be the giving up of the ghost. That means, a body which is never destroyed, and whose soul enters a fire which is never extinguished. Of these speaks also the verse, For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. 15:1. Joshua, son of Levi, said, Once upon a time I was walking on my way, when I met the prophet Elijah. He said to me, Would you like to be brought to the gate of hell? I answered, Yes. So he showed me men hanging by their hair, and he said to me, These were the men that let their hair grow to adorn themselves for sin. Others were hanging by their eyes, these were they that followed their eyes to sin, and did not set God before them. Others were hanging by their noses, these were they that perfumed themselves to sin. Others were hanging by their tongues, these were they that had slandered. Others were hanging by their hands, these were they that had stolen and robbed. Others were hanging ignominiously, these were they that had committed adultery. Others were hanging by their feet, these were they that had run to sin. He showed me women hanging by their breasts, these were they that uncovered their breasts before men, to make them sin. 2. He showed me further men that were fed on fiery coals, these were they who had blasphemed. Others were forced to eat bitter gall, these were they that ate on fast days. 3. He showed me further men eating fine sand, they are forced to eat it, and their teeth are broken, and the Almighty says to them, O ye sinners! When you used to eat that which you stole and robbed it was sweet in your mouth, now you are not able to eat even this, as it is said, Thou hast broken the teeth of the wicked. 4. He showed me further men who are thrown from fire to snow, and from snow to fire, these were they that abused the poor who came to them for assistance, therefore are they thus punished, as it is said, Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads, we went through fire and through water. He showed me others who were driven from mountain to mountain, as a shepherd leads the flock from one mountain to another. Of these speaks the verse, They are appointed as a flock for Sheol. Death shall be their shepherd, and the upright shall have the dominion over them in the morning, and their form shall be for Sheol to consume, that there be no habitation for it. 5. Yohanan said, For every sin there is an angel appointed to obtain the expiation thereof, one comes first and obtains his expiation, then follows another, and so on until all the sins are expiated. As with a debtor who has many creditors and who come before the king to claim their debts, and the king delivers him to them, and says, Take him and divide him between yourselves, so also is the soul delivered in hell to cruel angels, and they divide it among themselves. 6. 3. Descend to hell forever, and do not ascend any more, the man who commits adultery, who blames his neighbor in public, and who is guilty of perjury. Others say, those who seek honor for themselves by slandering their neighbors, and those who make intrigues between man and wife in order to create strife among them. 7. On the eve of the Sabbath the sinners are led to 2 mountains of snow, where they are left until the end of the Sabbath, when they are taken back from there and brought again to their former places. An angel comes and thrusts them back to their former place in hell. Some of them take, however, snow and hide it in their armpits to cool them during the 6 days of the week, but the Almighty says unto them, Woe unto you who steal even in hell, as it is said, Draught and heat consume the snow waters, in Sheol they sin. That means to say, they sin even in Sheol. 8. Every 12-month the sinners are burnt to ashes, and the wind disperses them and carries those ashes under the feet of the just, as it is said, And ye shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the sole of your feet. Afterwards, the soul is returned to them, and they come out black as the blackness of a pot, and they acknowledge the justice of their punishment, and say, Thou hast rightly sentenced us and rightly judged us. With thee is righteousness and with us shame, as it is with us today. 16:1. There are 5 kinds of punishment in hell, and Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw them all. He entered the first compartment and saw there 2 men carrying pails full of water on their shoulders, and they pour that water into a pit, which, however, never fills. Isaiah said to God, O thou who unveilest all that is hidden, unveil to me the secret of this. And the Spirit of the Lord answered, These are the men who coveted the property of their neighbors, and this is their punishment. 2. He entered the second compartment, and he saw two men hanging by their tongues, and he said, O thou who unveilest the hidden, reveal to me the secret of this. He answered, These are the men who slandered, therefore they are thus punished. 3. He entered the third compartment, and he saw their men hanging by their organs. He said, O thou who unveilest the hidden, reveal to me the secret of this. And he answered, These are the men who neglected their own wives, and committed adultery with the daughters of Israel. 4. He entered the fourth compartment and saw their women hanging by their breasts, and he said, O thou who unveilest the hidden, reveal to me the secret of this. And he answered, These are the women who uncovered their hair and rent their veil, and sat in the open marketplace to suckle their children, in order to attract the gaze of men and to make them sin, therefore they are punished thus. 5. He entered the fifth compartment, and found it full of smoke. There were all the princes, chiefs, and great men, and Pharaoh, the wicked, presides over them and watches at the gate of hell, and he saith unto them, Why did you not learn from me when I was in Egypt? Thus he sits there and watches at the gates of hell. 6. There are 7 compartments in hell, and in each of them are 7,000 rooms, in each room 7,000 windows, in each window, recess, there are 7,000 vessels filled with venom, all destined for slanderous riders and iniquitous judges. It is to that Solomon alludes when he says, And thou mournest at thy ladder, and when thy flesh and thy body are consumed. 7. The other nations, however, and the idolaters are punished in the 7 compartments of hell, in each compartment for a 12-month. And the river Dinor floweth from beneath the throne of glory and falleth over the heads of the sinners, and the sound travels from one end of the world to the other. 8. All these punishments are prepared for the apostates, for those who deny the resurrection of the dead, for the renegades, slanderers, and traitors. Of these King Solomon said, Their end shall be as bitter as wormwood. None of these are saved unless they repent, acquire learning, and perform pious deeds. But at the end the Almighty will have pity on all his creatures, as it is said, For I will not contend for ever, neither will I be always wroth, for the Spirit shall pass before me and the souls which I have made. 17.1 There are besides in every compartment 7,000 holes, crevices, and in every hole there are 7,000 scorpions. Every scorpion has 300 slits, cavities, in every slit are 7,000 pouches of venom, and from each of these flow 6 rivers of deadly poison. When a man touches it, he immediately bursts, every limb is torn from him, his body is cleft asunder, and he falls dead upon his face. The angels of destruction collect his limbs, set them aright, and revive the man and place him upon his feet, and take their revenge upon him anew. This takes place in the uppermost compartment, which is called Sheol. The height thereof is 300 years' journey, the width 300 years' journey, and its length the same. 2. The second compartment is Beershat, of the same height, width, and length. The third is ha-Levi, of equal size. The fourth is Shelomoh, of the same size. The fifth, Abaddon, of the same size. The sixth, ha-Levi, of the same size. The seventh, Gehinnom, of the same size. Thus the length of hell is altogether 6,300 years' journey. We read further that the fire of Gehinnom is 1/60th of the fire of Shelomoh, and so of every consecutive compartment till the fire of Sheol. Sheol consists half of fire and half of hail, ice, and when the sinners contained therein emerge from the fire they are tortured by the hail, ice, and when they emerge from the hail, ice, the fire burns them, and the angels who preside over them keep their souls within their bodies. As it is said, For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. 3. Every day the angel of death comes and drives them on like cattle from mountain to valley and from valley to mountain, as it is said, They are sent down to Sheol like sheep, death acts like a shepherd unto them. The angels of destruction punish the sinners for 12 months in Gehinnom. After 12 months they revive their bodies and lower them to Shelomoh, where they are again punished for 12 months. Thence they are lowered into Shelomoh, and after 12 months' punishment they are lowered into ha-Levi, and again after 12 months' punishment they are lowered into Beershat. Thence, after the same lapse of time, to Abaddon, and finally, after 12 months' punishment, they are lowered thence into Sheol, where they are seen by the righteous, who say, O Lord, who art merciful to all thy creatures, let it be enough for them. But God answers, It is not yet enough, for they have destroyed my temple, and have sold my children as slaves among the nations. Thence they are lowered to Akka, and placed beneath the river of fire that flows from beneath the heavenly throne, and he who is lowered into Akka ascends no more. 4. Above Akka is Tehom, and above Tehom is Tohu. Above this is Bohu, and above Bohu is the sea, and above the bottom of the sea are the waters. Above the waters is the inhabited world, on the surface of which rise the mountains and dales. This earth is inhabited by man and beasts, by the birds of the air and the fish of the sea. Therein is law, charity, and piety, and the fear of the Lord. 5. At the time of judgment 6,000 angels of trembling surround man and lead him to the place of judgment, where they weigh his merit and his guilt in the balance. Then if his guilt turns the scale they lead him to Gehinnom and hand him over to the angels of terror, and these again to the angels of anguish, and these to the angels of trembling, the angels of trembling then to the angels of destruction, who hand him over to the angel of death. He throws him into the depth of Gehinnom, as it is said, and the of the Lord pushes him. 6. If, however, his merits turn the scale, they lead him to the gates of paradise and hand him over to the ministering angels, who hand him over to the angels of peace, and these to the angels of mercy, who bestow great honor upon hire in the Garden of Eden. 18. Paradise 1. Joshua, son of Levi, tells, Paradise has 2 gates of carbuncle, and 60 myriads of ministering angels keep watch over them. Each of these angels shines with the luster of the heavens. When the just man approaches them they divest him of the clothes in which he had been buried, and clothe him with 8 cloths, woven out of clouds of glory, and place upon his head 2 crowns, one of precious stones and pearls, and the other of gold, and they place 8 myrtles in his hand and praise him, and say to him, Go and eat thy bread with joy. And they lead him to a place full of rivers, waters, surrounded by 800 species of roses and myrtles. Each one has a canopy according to his merits, as it is said, For over all the glory shall be spread a canopy. 2. And through it flow 4 rivers, one of oil, the other of balsam, the third of wine, and the fourth of honey. Every canopy is overgrown by a vine of gold, and 30 pearls hang down from it, each of them shining like the morning star. 3. In every canopy there is a table of precious stones and pearls, and 60 angels stand at the head of every just man, saying unto him, Go and eat with joy of the honey, for thou hast worked assiduously in the law, of which it is said, And it is sweeter than honey, and drink of the wine preserved from the 6 days of creation, for thou hast worked in the law which is compared with the wine, as it is said, I would cause thee to drink of spiced wine. The least fair of them is as beautiful as Joseph and Johanan, and as the grains of the pomegranate lit up by the rays of the sun. There is no night, as it is said, and the light of the righteous is as the shining light. 4. And they undergo 4 transformations according to the 4 watches of the day. In the first watch the just is changed into a child, and he enters the compartment of children and tastes the joys of childhood. In the second watch he is changed into a youth, and there he enjoys the delights of youth. In the third watch he becomes a middle-aged man and rejoices accordingly. In the fourth watch he is changed into an old man, he enters the compartment of the old and enjoys the pleasures of mature age. 5. In paradise there are 80 myriads of trees in every corner, the meanest among them choicer than a garden of spices. In every corner there are 60 myriads of angels singing with sweet voices, and the tree of life stands in the middle and overshadoweth the whole of paradise, and it has 500 tastes, each different from the others, and the perfumes thereof vary likewise. 6. Over it hang 7 clouds of glory, and the winds blow from all the 4 corners and waft its many odors from one end of the world to the other. Underneath sit the scholars and explain the law. These have each 2 canopies, one of stars and the other of sun and moon, and clouds of glory separate one from the other. Within this is the Eden containing 310 worlds, as it is said, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance. Prov 8. 21. The numerical value of the Hebrew word ### of substance is equivalent to 310. 7. Here are the 7 compartments of the just. In the first are the martyrs, as, for instance, are Akiba and his companions. In the second, those who were drowned. In the third, are Yohanan ben Zakkai and his disciples. The fourth group consists of those who were covered by the cloud of glory. The fifth group is that of the penitents, for the place occupied by a penitent not even a perfectly just man can occupy. The sixth group is that of children who have not yet tasted sin in their lives. The seventh group is that of the poor, who, notwithstanding their poverty, studied the law and the Talmud and had followed a moral life. Of these speaks the verse, For all that put their trust in thee rejoice, and they shout for ever for joy. 8. And God Almighty sitteth in their midst, and expounds to them the law, as it is said, Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. And God hath not yet fully unveiled the glory which awaiteth the pious in the world to come, as it is said, The eye hath not seen, O God, beside thee, that which thou workest for him that waiteth for him. 19.1. The sages tell that the dead have a large habitation, in front of which there flows a brook from the Garden of Eden, and by the side of this brook is a field. On every Sabbath eve between the afternoon and evening services the souls of the dead go forth from their secret abode and eat on this field and drink from this brook. 2. And every Israelite who drinks water between the afternoon and evening services of the Sabbath robs the dead. When the congregation on Sabbath eve exclaim, "Bless the Lord, who is blessed," they return to their graves, and God revives them and causes them to stand upon their feet alive. 3. And all the dead of Israel rest on the Sabbath, and all stand up alive from their graves, and great multitudes come before God and sing praises unto him upon their graves, and going to the synagogues, prostrate themselves before him, as it is said, "The pious exult in honor," and they sing upon their resting places. 4. Every Sabbath and every new moon they rise from their graves, and coming before the divine presence, prostrate themselves before him, as it is said, "And the people of the earth shall worship me," on Sabbaths and on the new moons. What is meant by the people of the earth? Those who are hidden in the earth, as it is written, "And it shall come to pass that on each new moon and upon each Sabbath all flesh shall come to worship me." 21. There are 9 palaces in the Garden of Eden, and all of them consist of well-built houses with upper chambers, and the length of the houses is 60 myriads of miles. Each one of them is presided over by 60 myriads of ministering angels, and in each of these houses there are well-arranged canopies made of species of rose and myrtle trees. Every pious man has his place allotted to him according to his deeds, and to their appointed places the ministering angels lead them. There the angels of mercy dance and sing praises before him, as it is mentioned above. 2. In the midst of the Garden of Eden there are 60 myriads of species of trees, the fruit of which the pupils of the sages eat. There the light of the righteous is as the light of the sun, and 60 myriads of ministering angels attend them and feed them, while 60 myriads of angels of mercy sing and dance before them, and they bring spiced wine and the juice of the pomegranates, which they drink with delight. 3. Joshua ben Levi said, "I saw in the Garden of Eden 10 companies and well-built houses, each one of which was 12 myriads of miles in length, 110 myriads of miles in breadth, and 100 myriads of miles in height." 4. The first house was opposite the first entrance of the Garden of Eden, wherein there dwelt those proselytes who had converted themselves to the Jewish religion from love. The beams thereof were of white glass, and the walls thereof of cedar wood. When I went to measure it, all the proselytes stood up and tried to prevent me, when Obadiah immediately rose and said to them, "Happy would ye be if you should be deemed worthy to dwell with such a righteous man." They thereupon allowed me to measure it. 5. The second house, corresponding with the second gate, is built of silver and its walls of cedar, therein do the penitent dwell, presided over by Manasseh. 6. The third house is built of gold and silver, wherein are to be found all the good things of heaven and earth, and wherein every kind of food and drink is arranged. In this house Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob dwell, as well as those who died in the wilderness, the generation of the wilderness, all the sons of Jacob, and the 12 tribes, with Moses and Aaron presiding over all of them. There also are David and Solomon and Caleb, who is alive, and every generation except those of Absalom and Korah. 7. I saw their precious stones, beds of gold and of precious stones, and couches and prepared lights. David exclaimed, "These are prepared for my children, who dwell in the world from which I have come." I then said to him, "Are not all the Israelites here?" At this our ancestor Jacob interposed and said, "All Israel are my children, and they are not like the other nations of the world, nor are they like the children of Abraham, my grandfather, nor like the children of Esau, my brother, for whosoever of these performs good deeds in the world from which thou comest is rewarded there, and afterwards descends to Gehinnom, but my children, even the wicked among them, though they are punished, it is only during their lifetime, but after death they inherit the Garden of Eden." 8. The fourth house is built corresponding to the first man, Adam. Its walls are of olive wood, and those who dwell there are those who, though they have been punished in this world, have not rebelled against providence. Why is this house built of olive wood? Because their life had been bitter to them as olive wood. 9. The fifth house is built of onyx stones and of precious stones. Its walls are of gold, and of fine gold, and it is perfumed with balsam. Thence the river Gihon flows forth and illumines the upper world, a fragrance breathes through it, which is more exquisite than the perfume of Lebanon. There are couches of gold and silver, covered with blue, purple, and vermilion covers woven together. In this place dwells the Messiah, the son of David and Elijah the Tishbite, and there is a palanquin of the wood of Lebanon, which Moses made in the wilderness, i.e., the tabernacle, covered, overlaid, with silver. Its floor is of gold and its seat of purple, and in the midst of this palanquin sits the Messiah, the son of David, the beloved one of the daughters of Jerusalem. Elijah takes him by his head, and placing him in his bosom, holds him and says, "Bear the judgment, O my master, for the end is near." 10 And every Monday and Thursday and every Sabbath and holy day the patriarchs and the pious and the tribes, Moses and Aaron, David and Solomon, and all the kings of the house of David, come to him, and, weeping, take hold of him and say, O, bear thou the judgment of thy master, for the end is near. Korah and his company and Absalom come also to him every Thursday, and ask, When is the end to come? When wilt thou return and bring us to life? To which he replies, Go ye to your ancestors and ask them. They are then abashed, and do not go to ask them. When I came before the Messiah, the son of David, he asked and said, What are my children doing in the captivity? And I answered, Every day they await thee in their captivity among the nations of the world, which oppress them. He then lifted up his voice and wept. 21:1 After this I implored him and said, Do thou show me Gehinnom, which I desire to behold. But he would not allow me. And I said unto him, Why wilt thou not let me see it? To which the Messiah answered and said, It is not meet for the righteous to see it, for there are no righteous people in hell. 2 I then forthwith sent to the angel Qpd that he might measure hell from beginning to end, but he was not able to do so, because at that time Ishmael, Shimon, son of Gamliel, and 10 other pious men were put to death. I tried, but could not succeed. 3 After this, I went to the angel Qpd, who went with me until I came before the fire at the gates of hell. The Messiah also went with me, and when the wicked in hell saw the light of the Messiah, they rejoiced and said, This one will bring us forth from this fire. They showed me then a compartment in hell, which I entered, and, going round it, I measured it. 4 Joshua said, When I measured the first compartment of hell, I found it to be 1 mile in length and breadth, and behold, there were many open pits in which were lions, and the lions were of fire. There were also 2 brooks, and when the wicked people fall therein, they are swallowed up, and lions of fire standing above cast them into the fire. 5 When I measured the second, I found it as the first, and I asked the same questions as I asked about the first, and they made the same reply. There were in it some of the nations of the world, presided over by Absalom, and one nation says to the other, If we have sinned, it is because we did not wish to accept the law, but you, what sin have you committed? And they reply, We have committed the same sin as you. And they say to Absalom, If thou hast not listened, thy ancestors have done so. And why hast thou then been punished in such a manner? Because, he replied, I did not listen to the exhortations of my father. 6 An angel stands with a rod of fire, and this angel that smites them is named Cushal. He orders the other angels to throw them down and to burn them, and one by one they are brought in, and after smiting them, they are cast upon the fire and burned until all the people have been consumed. After this, Absalom is brought in to be smitten, when a voice is heard to say, Do not smite him nor burn him, because he is one of the sons of those whom I love, who said on Mount Sinai, We shall do, and we shall hear. After they have finished smiting and burning the wicked, these emerge from the fire just as if they had not been burnt. They are then smitten again, and again thrust into the fire, and this is repeated 7 times every day and 3 times every night. But Absalom is saved from all this because he is one of the sons of David. 7 The third compartment contains 7 nations of the world, who are judged in the same manner, and Borah and his company are with them. The name of him who smites them is Shabeel, ####. But Korah and his company are saved from all this, because they exclaimed on Mount Sinai, We shall do, and we shall hear. 8 The fourth compartment contains 4 nations of the world, with Jeroboam to preside over them, and the one who smites them is named Mactiel. But Jeroboam is delivered from all these punishments, because he descended from those who exclaimed, We shall do, and we shall hearken. 9 In the 5th house they are judged likewise. It contains 7 nations, with Aab among them, and he who smites them is named Ushiel. But Aab is delivered from all this, because his ancestors said on Mount Sinai, We shall do, and we shall hearken. 10 The 6th house, containing 10 nations of the world, is judged likewise, and Micah is among them, and the angel who smites them is named Pariel, ####. But Micah is rescued from all this, because his ancestors also exclaimed on Mount Sinai, We shall do, and we shall hear. 11 The 7th compartment contains 6 nations of the world, which are judged in the same manner, and among them is Elisha ben Abuya, and so in all the compartments. But one cannot see the other on account of the darkness, for the darkness that existed before the creation of the world is now there. 22:1 Before Adam gave the animals their names, God brought them before the angels, and said to them, Give names to every one, but they could not. God thereupon brought them before Adam, and he gave them the names by which they were ever afterwards known. Then God said to the angels, Were you not saying, What is man, that thou shouldst remember him? Now his wisdom is greater than yours. The angels then began to envy him, saying, Indeed, God will now love him more than he does us. If we can entice him to sin, he will be destroyed from the earth. 2. Forthwith Samael, the angel of death, descended and looked at every creature, but he could find none as cunning and malignant as the serpent. The serpent then went to Eve and began to speak of various things until he broached the tree. Is it true, he said, that God commanded you not to eat of any tree in the garden? No, he only forbade us the one tree which stands in the midst of the garden. We are not allowed to eat of its fruit, nor touch it, for on the day that we touch it we shall die. 3. The serpent laughed at her, saying, It is only out of jealousy that God has said this, for he well knows that if you eat thereof your eyes will be opened, and you will know how to create the world just as he. Indeed, who can believe that for that thou shouldst die? Forsooth, I shall go and gather some fruit. The serpent accordingly stood on his feet and shook the tree, so that some of the fruit fell upon the ground, and the tree cried, O wicked one, do not touch me. For when Eve saw the serpent touch the tree and not die, she said to herself, that the words of her husband were false. Therefore, on seeing that the fruit was beautiful, she desired it and ate of it. As soon as she had eaten thereof, her teeth were set on edge, and she saw the angel of death with drawn sword standing before her. She then said in her heart, Woe unto me that I have eaten of this death, for now I will die, and Adam, my husband, who has not eaten of it will live forever, and God will couple him with another woman. It is better that we die together, for God has created us together even unto death. So when her husband came she gave him some of the fruit to taste. 5. As soon as he had eaten thereof his teeth were set on edge, and he saw the angel of death standing before him with drawn sword. What is this evil food, he said to Eve, which thou hast given me to eat? Perchance thou hast given me to eat of the tree of which I was forbidden to eat. He was then exceedingly grieved. Why art thou so troubled, she said, since what has happened was destined to happen? She then thought, I and my husband are to die for having eaten of the fruit, whilst all the other creatures which have not eaten thereof will live on for ever in joy. It is better that we either die together or live together, since our Creator formed us together. She therefore forthwith fed all the creatures of the world with the fruit, beasts, animals, and birds alike, until she came to a certain bird named or, as some say, Melam, so called because it had pity upon itself, and refused, in spite of her exceedingly strong persuasions, to eat of the fruit or to listen to her voice. Eve said, Eat of this fruit, just as thy fellows have done. But it replied, Woe unto thee, thou afflicted one, who hast brought death upon thyself, upon thy husband, and upon all the creatures of the world. I alone remain to be killed by thee, but I swear that I shall never eat of that fruit. 6. According to another tradition, the bird Melam said to Adam and his wife, You have sinned, and have caused many others to sin. You are not satisfied with having brought death upon all the creatures of the world, but you wish me also to sin against God. Indeed, I shall not listen to you. 7. At that moment a voice was heard saying to Adam, Thee I have commanded not to eat of the fruit, and thou hast not obeyed my commands, but Melam the bird I did not command to keep my ordinances and my decrees, yet he has fulfilled what I commanded thee. Behold, I will establish him and his descendants for all generations to be an everlasting witness for Israel. And therefore they live forever, and exist in that city which the angel of death built, and they increase and multiply as all other creatures. 8. The sages say that these birds live forever, and that during the space of 1,000 years they become smaller and smaller, until they are like very young chickens, so that their feathers fall off, and their limbs are divided. Then God sends 2 angels, who restore them to their eggs as at first, and they feed them until they are grown up again. This is their natural change from 1,000 years to another, so that they become revivified like the eagle. 23. 1. Know and understand that, when Adam was separated for 130 years from Eve, he slept alone, and the first Eve, that is, Lilith, found him, and being charmed with his beauty, went and lay by his side, and there were begotten from her demons, spirits, and imps in thousands and myriads, and whomever they lighted upon they injured and killed outright, until Methuselah appeared and besought the mercy of God. 2. After fasting for 3 clays, God gave him permission to write the ineffable name of God upon his sword, through which he slew 94 myriads of them in a minute. 3. Until Agramus, the firstborn of Adam, came to him and entreated him to stop, he then handed over to him the names of the demons and imps. And so he placed their kings in iron fetters, while the remainder fled away and hid themselves in the innermost chambers and recesses of the ocean. 4. Hanok called his son Methuselah, and said to him, All the men died, and they came into the power, of the angel of death. When Methuselah died, his missile weapon, died with him, and they buried his sword with him. 5. It is said of Methuselah that out of every word uttered by the mouth of God he used to make 230 parables in praise of God, and he studied 900 sections of the Mishnah, traditional law. When he died, a voice of thunder was heard in the heavens, where the angels made a funeral oration, and they took him up, and the people saw 900 rows of mourners corresponding with the 900 sections of the Mishnah, and the tears flowed from the eyes of the holy creatures onto the place where he died. 6. Enosh, the son of Seth, was asked, "Who was thy father?" Seth, he replied. Who was the father of Seth? Adam. And who was Adam's father? He had neither father nor mother, but God formed him, shaped him from the dust of the earth. But man has not the appearance of dust. After death man returns to dust, as it is said, he will return to his dust, but on the day of his creation man was made in the image of God. How was the woman created? He said, male and female he created them. But how, asked they, his questioners? He answered, God took water and earth and molded it together in the form of man. They asked, but how? 7. Enosh then took 6 clods of earth, mixed them, and molded them and formed an image of dust and clay. But, said they, this image does not walk, nor does it possess any breath of life. He then showed them how God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. But when he began to breathe into it, Satan entered the image so that it walked, and they went astray after it, saying, What is the difference between the bowing down before this image and before man? That is what is meant when it is said, then they began to apply the name of the Lord, that is, they gave this name to other gods. On this account Enosh is mentioned in Scripture immediately before the word his image. 24:1 And Cain knew Calmanna, his wife, and Enoch was born, and he built a city and called it Enoch, after the name of his son, and he used to entice the people, and to rob and plunder them. He built that city, and surrounded it with a wall and dug trenches. 2. He was the first to surround a city with a wall, for he was afraid of his enemies. And this city, called by the name Enoch, is the first of all cities. He was, moreover, the counterpart of Enoch the righteous whom God took to himself and trained for the day which is entirely Sabbath. 3. Cain dedicated the city to his son's name. When the city called Enoch was finished, it was inhabited by his children, who were about double the number of those who went forth from Egypt. Now the city became very corrupt until the other Enoch will arise, the 7th from Adam, and dedicate it anew with a holy dedication, together with the sons of Lamech, who slew Cain in the 7th generation, after Cain had confessed his sin, repented, and his punishment had been suspended until the 7th generation. 4. And Enoch begat Irad, and Irad Mehuel, and Mehuel Metashal, and Metashal Lamech, the 7th from Adam. They were all wicked, for all the descendants of Cain were called the seed of evildoers, and all his descendants were swallowed up by the flood. 5. The wicked Lamech had 2 wives, Ada and Illa, and Ada bare Jabal. He was the father of such as live in tents and feed the cattle. He discovered the work appertaining to shepherds, and made tents and pens for the cattle, one for the sheep, and another for the oxen, distinct from each other. He also invented the locks which are made to prevent thieves entering the house, which are like unto this, Kai. And the name of his brother was Jubal, the father of all who play on the harp and the reed pipe. 6. At this time the inhabitants of the earth began to commit violence, to defile each other, and kindle the anger of the Lord. They began to sing with the harp and the reed pipe, and to sport with all kinds of song corrupting the earth. This Jubal discovered the science of music, whence arose all the tunes for the above 2 instruments. This art is very great. 7. And it came to pass, when he heard of the judgments which Adam prophesied concerning the 2 trials to come upon his descendants by the flood, the dispersion and fire, he wrote down the science of music upon 2 pillars, one of white marble and the other of brick, so that if one would melt and crumble away on account of the water, the other would be saved. 8. And Silla bare Tubal Cain, who forged all the iron implements of war, and was an artificer in all kinds of ironwork. He also discovered the art of joining lead and iron together, in order to temper the iron and to make the blade sharper. He also invented the pincers, the hammer, and the axe, and other instruments of iron. Tubal was a worker in all kinds of tin and lead, iron and copper, silver and gold. Then men began to make graven images for worship. The sister of Tubal Cain was called Naamah. It was she who invented all kinds of instruments used for weaving and sewing silk, wool and flax, and the entire art of the fancy worker and the weaver. 9. In the days of Enosh men began to be designated by the names of princes and judges, to be made gods, applying to them the name of the Lord. They also erected temples for them, but in the time of Reu they were all overthrown. 10. It came to pass when man began to multiply upon the face of the earth, that the children of Elohim, that is, the seed of Seth, looked upon the daughters of man, that is, the seed of Cain, and they took them wives of all which they chose, and begat those giants that peopled the earth in the days of Noah. 11. During the whole lifetime of Adam the sons of Seth had not intermarried with the seed of Cain, but when Adam died they intermarried. The sons of Seth dwelt in the mountains by the Garden of Eden, while Cain dwelt in the fields of Damascus, where Abel was killed. For 7 generations the descendants of Seth kept righteous, but thenceforward they became wicked. It was for this reason that God repented that he had made man. 12. From the seed of Seth and Cain there came forth the giants, who, from their haughtiness of spirit, fell and became corrupt, and were therefore swept away by the waters of the flood, and therefore they were called Nephilim, the fallen. They claimed the same pedigree as the descendants of Seth, and compared themselves to princes and to men of noble descent, sons of Elohim, lords and judges. Concerning them it is said, Therefore like unto man ye shall die, and as like unto princes ye shall fall. 25. The Midrash of Shemazai and Azael. 1. Joseph was once asked what was the story of Shemazai and Azael, and he replied, When the generation of Enosh arose and worshipped idols, and when the generation of the flood arose and went astray, God was grieved that he had created man, as it is said, and the Lord repented that he had made man, and he was grieved at heart. 2. Then 2 angels, whose names were Shemazai and Azael, appeared before God, and said, O Lord of the universe, did we not say unto thee when thou didst create thy world, Do not create man, as it is said, What is man, that thou shouldst remember him? Then what shall become of the world, said God? They replied, We will occupy ourselves with it. 3. God said, It is revealed and well known to me that if peradventure you had lived in that earthly world, the evil inclination would have swayed you just as much as it rules over the sons of man, but you would be more stubborn than they. Give us thy sanction, then, and let us descend among the creatures, and then thou shalt see how we shall sanctify thy name. Descend, spake the Lord, and dwell ye among them. Forthwith he allowed the evil inclination to sway them. 4. As soon as they descended and beheld the daughters of man that they were beautiful, they began to disport themselves with them, as it is said, When the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of man, they could not restrain their inclination. 5. Shemazai beheld a girl whose name was Asirah, ####. When he beheld her, he said, Listen to my request. But she replied, I will not listen to thee until thou teachest me the name by the mention of which thou art enabled to ascend to heaven. He forthwith taught her the ineffable name. 6. She then uttered the ineffable name and thereby ascended to heaven. God said, Since she has departed from sin, go and set her among the stars, it is she who shines brightly in the midst of the 7 stars of Pleiades, for that she may always be remembered God fixed her among the Pleiades. 7. When Shemazai and Azael saw this they took to them wives, and begat children. The former begat 2 children, whose names were Haya, ###, and Ahaya, ###. And Azael was appointed chief over all the dyes, and over all kinds of ornaments by which women entice men to thoughts of sin. 8. God then sent Meron a messenger to Shemazai, and said to him, God will destroy his world, and bring upon it a flood. Shemazai then raised his voice and wept aloud, for he was sorely troubled about his sons and his own iniquity. How shall my children live, and what shall they eat? And if the world is destroyed, what shall become of my children? For each one of them eats 1,000 camels, 1,000 horses, and 1,000 oxen daily. 9. One night the sons of Shemazai, Haya and Ahaya, dreamt dreams. One dreamt that he saw a great stone spread over the earth like a table, the whole of which was covered with writing. An angel descended from heaven with a knife in his hand and obliterated all the lines, save one line only with 4 words upon it. 10. The other dreamt that he saw a lovely garden, planted with all kinds of trees and beautiful things. An angel descended from heaven with an axe in his hand, and cut down all the trees, so that there remained only one tree containing 3 branches. 11. When they awoke from their sleep they were much confused, and, going to their father, they related their dreams. He said to them, God is about to bring a flood upon the world, to destroy it, so that there will remain but one man and his 3 sons. They thereupon cried in anguish, and wept, saying, What shall become of us, and how shall our names be perpetuated? Do not trouble yourselves about your names. Haya and Ahaya will never cease from the mouths of creatures, because every time that men raise heavy stones, or ships, or any heavy load or burden, they will sigh and call your names. With this his sons were satisfied, quieted. 12. Shemazai repented and suspended himself between heaven and earth, head downwards, because he durst not appear before God, and he still hangs between heaven and earth. 13. Azael, however, did not repent. He is appointed over all kinds of dyes which entice man to commit sin, and he still continues to sin. Therefore, when the Israelites used to bring sacrifices on the Day of Atonement, they cast one lot for the Lord that it might atone for the iniquities of the Israelites, and one lot for Azael that he might bear the burden of Israel's iniquity. This is the Azazel that is mentioned in the Scripture. 26. 1. Adam begat 3 sons and 3 daughters, Cain and his twin wife Calmanna, Abel and his twin wife Deborah, and Seth and his twin wife Nba. 2. And Adam, after he had begotten Seth, lived 700 years, and there were 11 sons and 8 daughters born to him. These are the names of his sons: Eli, Shl, Uri, Almiel, Berak, Kel, Nath, Zarama, Isha, Emtel, and Ernot, ####, and the names of his daughters are Ava, Gish, Ha, Beka, Ziphath, Hkia, Shaba, and Azin. 3. And Seth lived 105 years and begat Enosh. After he begat Enosh, Seth lived 707 years and begat 3 sons and 2 daughters. The names of his sons were Elidah, Phunah, and Maddith, and the names of his daughters were Melillah and Tla. 4. And Enosh lived 180 years and begat Canaan, and after Enosh had begotten Canaan he lived 715 years, and begat 2 sons, Aa and Ael, and 1 daughter, Katnath. 5. And Canaan begat, after Mahalalel, 3 sons, Hadok, Emcro, and Lupa, and 2 daughters, Hannah and Labah. 6. And after Yurt, Mahalalel begat 7 sons, viz., Qa, Maya, Enkar, Mli, Ish, Uriel, Lurian, and 5 daughters, Ada, Enar, Yebel, Maada, and Illa. 7. After Enoch, Yurt begat 4 sons, viz., Eliad, Anak, Suk, Yeda, and 2 daughters, Zetzko and Lzkh. 8. After Methuselah, Enoch begat 5 sons, viz., Anaz, Elon, Achaon, Pldi, and Eld, and 3 daughters, viz., Tid, Lfd, Lad. Then God desired Enoch and took him away. 9. After Lamech, Methuselah begat 2 sons and 2 daughters, viz., Enab, Rapo, Aluma, and Remuga. And Lamech begat Noah, and said, This one will comfort us and give rest to the earth and all its inhabitants when God will visit the earth with evil on account of the wickedness of the evildoers. 10. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. 11. Cain and his wife Temed dwelt in the land of Nod. And Cain knew his wife Tmd when he was 15 years old, and she bore him Enoch, and he built 7 cities and called the first Enoch, after the name of his son. The names of the remaining 6 were Mal, Led, Gay, Yishba, Quield, and Ebab. 12. And after Enoch, Cain begat 3 sons, Ulaph, Elzeph, and Fusel, and 2 daughters, A and Mart. 13. And Enoch took Nba, the daughter of Shem, to wife, and she bore him Zerah, Chuith, and Maddaph. And Zerah begat Methushael, and Methushael, Lamech. 14. And Lamech took 2 wives. Ada bore Jabal, the father of all those who dwell in tents, and Jubal, the father of all who play upon the harp and the reed pipe. 15. Then the inhabitants of the land began to commit violence and to defile the wives of their neighbors, thus kindling the anger of the Lord. And they then began to play upon the harp and the reed pipe, and to sport with every kind of song, corrupting the earth. This same Jubal discovered the science of music, whence arose all the melodies for the 2 above-named instruments. This is a great science, as I have explained in its proper place above. 16. And it came to pass, when Jubal heard the prophecy of Adam concerning the 2 judgments about to come upon the world by means of the flood, the dispersion and fire, that he wrote down the science of music upon 2 pillars, one of fine white marble and the other of brick, so that in the event of the one melting and being destroyed by the waters, the other would be saved. 17. And Silla bore Tubal-Cain, who used to sharpen all instruments of iron for war, and worked in all manner of iron. He also invented the art of alloying lead and iron together, so as to temper the iron and to make the blade sharper. He also invented the pincers, the hammer, and the axe, and all instruments of iron. 18. The sister of Tubal-Cain was Enaama. It was she who invented the art of weaving and sewing silk, wool, and flax, and the whole art of the fancy worker and the weaver. Illa also bore Mizah and Tippa. Tubal was a worker in tin, lead, iron, copper, silver, and gold. Then men began to make graven images for their worship. 19. Adar also bore Jabal, who was the father of those who dwell in tents and attend to the flock. He discovered the work appertaining to shepherds and made tents and pens for the cattle, one for the sheep and another for the oxen, distinct from each other. He also invented the locks as a safeguard to prevent robbers entering the house, like this. Chi 20. In the time of Enosh men were called princes, judges, and made gods, applying to them the name of God, and temples were made for them, but they were overthrown in the time of Reu. And Enoch, who was the author of many writings, walked with God, and was no more, for God had taken him away and placed him in the Garden of Eden, where he will remain until Elijah shall appear and restore the hearts of the fathers to the children. 21. And the flood took place, and Noah went forth from the ark and offered sacrifices, and the Lord, smelling the sweet savour, said, I shall no more curse the earth and smite every living being, but if they sin against me, I shall judge them by famine, sword, fire, pestilence, and earthquake, and I shall scatter them hither and thither. And I shall remember this for the inhabitants of the earth until the end. And it shall come to pass, when the end of the world shall have arrived, that the light shall cease and the darkness shall weep, and I shall revive the dead and awaken those who slumber in the dust, and Sheol will repay its debt, and Abaddon return its portion, and I shall requite the wicked according to their deeds and judge between the flesh and the soul. And the world shall rest in quietness, peace, and I shall destroy death forever. The grave shall close its mouth, and the earth shall no longer be without produce, nor shall its inhabitants be rooted out nor be defiled by iniquitous judgments, for there shall be a new earth and new heavens for an everlasting habitation. 27. 1. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras, and the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Rippeth, and Togarmah, and the sons of Yavan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. 2. The sons of Gomer were Aled, Lud, Deba, and Led. The sons of Magog, Cash, Pa, Parua, Amiel, Penaz, Galaza, and Salmunk. The sons of Dedan, Shalom, Philog, and Uphlia. The children of Tubal, Fantonia and Ipa. The children of Tiras, Mark, Abel, Baalana, Shampla, Ma, and Lash. The children of Melech, Aberdad, Horad, and Bora. The children of Ashkenaz were Vekel, Sadona, and Anak. The children of Hri, Udad, Duath, Deepasat, and Anok. The children of Togarmah, Abihud, Shphar, and Yaphtiah. The children of Elisha, Zach, Kenneth, and Mastisrada. The children of Ziptai, Mafshil, Ena, Avla, and Jinan. The children of Tisai were Mikol, Luon, Elictaba. The children of Dodanim, Iteb, Bath, and Phaneg. And of these the inhabitants of the land of Persia, Media, and those of the isles of the sea were divided. 3. And Phaneg, son of Dodanim, was the first to ride the ships of the sea. At that time a third part of the land of Romadath was flooded. And his sons subdued Yedid, and the sons of Magog subdued Dgl, and the sons of Madai subdued Bio, the sons of Yavan, El, the sons of Tubal, Path, the sons of Meshech, Neph, the sons of Tiras, Ru, the sons of Dinim, Guda. And Rippeth without his sons conquered Godo, and the sons of Rippeth, Bora, and the sons of Targoma, Phut, the sons of Elisha, Ablo, the sons of Tarshish, Meribah, and the sons of Kittim. And the sons of Dodanim, Kedubah. Then did men begin to till the ground, and when the land was parched, they cried to God, and he caused a fructifying rain to descend. And it came to pass, when the rain descended, the bow was seen in the clouds. When the inhabitants perceived the sign of the covenant, they blessed the Lord. 4. The children of Ham were Cush, Misraim, Put, and Canaan, and these are the children of Cush, Sheba, Tudun, Vabni, Mippon, Tinos, Silio, Iliph, Gilug, Lepuk. The children of Canaan were Idon, Andam, Rain, Simim, Oroan, Nimijim, Amadim, Nippim, Elas, Elag, and Cushan. Cush begat Nimrod, who was the first giant in pride before God. Misraim begat Ludim, Anamim, Lahabim, Naphtuim, Pathrasim, Casluim, and Caphtorim. These began to build the following cities: Sidon and its villages, Risson, Kizah, Masgah, Ashkelon, Debir, Camo, Tylan, Lachish, Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Aboim. 5. The children of Shem were Elam, Asher, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aran. The sons of Asher were Gezron, Ishai, and Arpachshad begat Shelah, and Shelah begat Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and the name of his brother, Yoktan, who begat Almadad, Shalaphtra, Musam, Readurah, Uzim, Dicalbal, Mimoel, Shebethvin, Havilah, Yobab. And the children of Peleg were Reu, Rifid, Shaphrah, Akalon, Zakar, Zift, Jebi, Shuri, Shzedar, Palabas, Rapha, Palia, Shaphtafal, Shaish, Harman, Eliphaz. These are the children of Peleg, and these are their names. They took to them wives of the daughters of Yoktan, by whom were born sons and daughters, so that the whole earth was filled with them. 6. And Reu took to him Malchah, the daughter of Ruth, to wife, and begat Serug. When the days of her pregnancy were drawing to an end, Reu said, From this one will issue a child, in the 4th generation, whose throne will be established on high. He will be called a perfect righteous man, the father of a multitude of nations. His testimonies will not be forsaken, and his seed shall fill the world. And Reu begat after Serug 7 sons, Abil, Obed, Shalma, Dedazel, Nezer, Akkah, Nephesh, and 5 daughters, Cardamah, Derepha, Shepha, Phiriah, and Tehillah. 7. After Neah, Serug begat 4 sons, Ilah, Digah, Soba, and Porah, and 3 daughters, Gizlah, Hoglah, and Shalipha. And after Terah, Neah begat 6 sons, viz. Rechab, Dariab, Berekab, Shibbleshaph, Nadab, and Kemuel, and 8 daughters, Yiscah, Tippah, Berona, Carnia. He took to wife Anthology, the daughter of Carnabo. 8. And Ter lived 70 years, and begat Abram, Neah, and Haran begat Lo. 9. Then the inhabitants of the land began to prognosticate by the planets and to become astrologers and to practice divination. They also passed their sons and daughters through fire, but Serug and his sons did not walk in their ways. 28. 1. These are the generations of Noah in their lands, according to their families, and according to their tongues. After the flood they were spread over the earth according to their nations. The children of Ham then went and appointed Nimrod to be a prince and a chief over them, while the children of Japheth appointed Penas to be a prince and a chief over them. And the children of Ham appointed for themselves Yoktan as their prince and chief. 2. These 3 chiefs came and took counsel together to assemble all their people while Noah their father was yet alive. And all the people accordingly drew near to them, and were as one body, and peace reigned in the land. 3. It came to pass, 640 years after Noah went out of the ark, that each chief numbered his people. Penas numbered the children of Japheth and the children of Gomer, and the total number of those which Penas numbered was 5,800, that of the children of Magog under him, 6,200, that of Madai under him, 5,700, that of the children of Tubal, 9,400, and the children of Meshech, 7,200, the children of Rippeth numbered 11,500. Those of Togarmah, 14,400, those of Elisha, 14,900, of Tarshish, 12,100, of Kittim, 18,300, of Dodanim, 17,700. The number of the children of Japheth, the men of war and the armor-bearers, as Penas their prince had numbered them was 142,000, besides women and children. 4. Nimrod the chief numbered the children of Ham under his sway, and found them to be 12,600. The children of Misraim under him were 24,900. The children of Phut, 27,700. Of Canaan, 32,900. Of Sheba, 4,300. Of Avila, 24,300. Of Sapta, 25,300. Of Raamah, 30,600. Of Sabtecha, 46,400. And the number of the children of Ham, according to the numbering of Nimrod the prince, was 492,000 valiant men who went out to war, besides the women and children. 4. 5. And the number of the children of Noah was 714,100. All these were numbered during the lifetime of Noah, and Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. 29. 1. Now it came to pass, when the inhabitants of the land were already spread abroad, that they gathered together, and journeyed from the east, and arrived at a valley in the land of Babylon, where they stayed. Then each man said to his neighbor, Behold, the time is coming when at the end of days man will be separated from his neighbor, and brother from brother, and there will be war between us. Come, therefore, and let us build a city and a tower, the top of which is to reach heaven, and let us make for us a great name upon the earth. 2. And each one said to his neighbor, Come, and let us make bricks, and let each one write his name upon his brick, and let us burn them, and each brick will be to us as a stone and the pitch for mortar. Each one made his brick and wrote his name upon it, with the exception of 12 men, who did not wish to be with them. 3. These are the names of the men who were not in their council: Abram, Neah, Lot, Reu, Tenudo, Eba, Almadad, Jobab, Obermoel, Sheba, and Ophi. The people of the land seized these, and, bringing them to their princes, said, These are the men who have transgressed the counsel we have advised, and they do not wish to tread in our paths. 4. The princes then said to them, Why did you refuse to make bricks, the same as the other people of the land? And they answered, We shall not make bricks nor remain with you, for we know but one God, and him we serve. Even if you burn us in the fire together with the bricks, we shall not walk in your ways. 5. The princes were very wroth thereat, and said, As they have spoken, so shall we do, for unless they act as we do, you shall cast them in the fire together with the bricks. 6 And Yoktan, the head of the princes, answered and said, We shall not do this, but we will grant them 7 days, and then, if they desire to make the bricks with us, they shall live, but if they refuse, they shall die by the fire. For he sought to save them from their hands, as he was the head of the house of their fathers, notwithstanding that they served the Lord. So the people did, and placed the transgressors in the prison, in the house of Yoktan. 7 And it came to pass in the evening that Yoktan the prince called 50 men of valor, and commanded them, saying, Gird yourselves, and this very night take these men that are imprisoned in my house, place them upon 10-12 mules, and, providing both the men and the animals with food, bring them to the mountains, and there remain with them. But if you betray this thing to anyone, you shall die by fire. 8 The men accordingly went forth to do as they were commanded. In the night they took them and brought them before Yoktan the prince. He said to them, Ye who remain steadfast in God, trust in him forever, for he shall deliver you and save you. Therefore behold, I have commanded these 50 men to take you to the mountains with provender and food, and there do you conceal yourselves in the valleys, for in the valleys there is sufficient water, and stay there for 30 days, for by that time either the thoughts of the people will have passed from you, or the anger of the Lord will be kindled against them so that he shall destroy them, for I know that they will not abide by their wicked counsel which they devised, for their plan will be frustrated. 9 And at the end of the 7 days, when they seek you, I will say to them, They have broken the door of the prison and fled during the night, and I sent 100 men to pursue and seek them. I shall do all this to appease their wrath. And 11 men answered him, saying, Behold, we have found favor in thine eyes, for thou hast delivered our lives from the hands of our enemies. 10 Abram alone was silent, and Yoktan the prince said to him, Why dost thou not answer together with thy friends? And Abram replied, Behold, today we flee to the mountains to escape from the fire, but if wild beasts rush out of the mountains and devour us, or if food is lacking so that we die by famine, we shall be found fleeing before the people of the land and dying by our sins. Now, as the Lord in whom I trust liveth, I shall not depart from this place, wherein they have imprisoned me, and if I am to die through any iniquity, then I shall die by the will of God according to his desire. 11 Thy blood be upon thine own head, said the prince, if thou wilt not flee with these men, for if thou wilt flee thou art sure to be saved. Abram replied, I shall not flee, but remain. He was accordingly put into prison again, and the prince sent the 11 men away in charge of 50 others, whom he commanded to remain with them for 15 days, and to return and say, We have not been able to find them. If you do not do this, I shall have you burnt to death. 12 At the end of 7 days all the people assembled and said to their princes, Give us the men who refuse to abide by our counsel, and let us burn them in the fire. They thereupon sent for them, but found only Abram. Where are those men who were bound in the prison of thy house? Asked the chiefs, Penaz and Nimrod. Yoktan replied, They broke away in the middle of the night and escaped, and I have sent 100 men after them to discover and to slay them. And the people exclaimed, Since we have only found Abram, let us burn him in the fire. 13 And they took Abram and brought him before the princes, who asked him, saying, Where are the men whom we imprisoned with thee? I do not know, for I slept all the night, and when I awoke I did not find them. So they made a brick kiln, and heated it until the bricks in it glowed fiercely. They then placed Abram in the furnace of fire, and Yoktan appeased the wrath of the people by the burning of Abram. 14 The Lord at that moment caused a great earthquake throughout the land, so that the fire leaped from the furnace and became a huge blaze, which devoured all the men that surrounded it, and the number of men burnt on that day was 84,500. But Abram was not burnt, and he came forth from the furnace of the Chaldees, i.e., the fire of the Chaldees, and, having escaped, he went to his friends upon the mountains and related all that had befallen him. They thereupon returned with him from the mountains, happy and rejoicing in the name of the Lord, nor did the people speak against them any longer. They thenceforward called the name of that place, the God of Abraham. 31 It came to pass, after these things, that the people did not turn from their evil counsels, but coming to their princes, they said, Behold, will not man be able to conquer the world? Come and let us build for ourselves a city and tower, the top of which shall reach heaven, so that it shall stand forever. 2 And it happened, when they began to build, that God saw the city and the tower, and said, Behold, this people is of one speech, now the earth will not bear them, neither will the heaven support them. 3 Therefore I shall scatter them over the whole earth, and shall confuse their tongue, so that one shall neither be able to recognize his brother nor understand the speech of his neighbor. 3 And I will order them to the clefts, and they shall prepare for themselves dwellings made of reeds and straw, and they shall dig for themselves caves and holes in the dust, and the beasts of the field shall dwell among them. There they shall remain all their days, and shall not again counsel such a deed. And I will fight, or I will draw near unto them with shields, or thorns, and I shall destroy one portion by water and another by fire, and I shall destroy them with thirst. But Abram, my servant, I shall select, I shall bring him out of their land to the land upon which my eyes have long dwelt. 4. And when the people sinned and I brought a flood upon them, this land was not destroyed, for I did not cause the flood to descend upon it in my wrath, and I shall bring thither Abram, my servant, and shall make a covenant with him and his seed forever, and I shall bless him and be to him a God forever. 5. And it came to pass, when they commenced to build the tower, that God confused their tongue and changed their form into that of monkeys, so that one could not recognize his own brother nor could one man understand the language of his neighbor, so that when the builders ordered the people to bring stones they brought water, and when they told them to bring water they brought stubble. In this way their evil intentions were frustrated, and they ceased building the tower, and the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. 6. For they had said, Come and let us build for ourselves a city, and let us take axes and break open the firmament so that the water flow from there and descend below, that he may not do unto us as he did to the generation of the flood. And let us wage war with those in heaven and establish ourselves there as gods. 7. But how could they build the city, since they had no stones? They made bricks from clay and pitch, and burnt them as a potter burns his pots in the oven and hardens them. In this way they made the bricks and built the city and the tower exceedingly high, with 70 steps. The ascent was made from the east and the descent was from the west. If a man fell therefrom they did not heed it much, whereas if a brick fell, they wept bitterly and said, When, oh when, will another be brought up? 8. When Abram saw their wicked ways he cursed them in the name of the Lord, but they did not pay attention to his words. The Lord then descended with the 70,000 angels that surround his throne, and at that time of the dispersion he confounded their tongue into 70 different languages. 31:1 These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Children were born to them after the flood, for from Noah there came forth 72 families, from Japheth, 15, from Ham, 30, and from Shem, 27. And these 72 families were separated each according to his lineage in his own land, with their several nations, into 72 languages, the Hebrew language in Eber, the Egyptian in Egypt, the Greek in Greece, Latin in Rome, the Aramean in Syria, the Chaldean in Chaldea, etc. The nations which descended from Shem were 406, Briannia, Calabria, Toscana, Lucca, Pike, Nsa, etc. The whole earth was divided into 3 parts. 2. Shem, the eldest, chose his portion in the land of Ossia, that is, the land of Persia, from Barkris to Indiana, from the Persian River until the ocean in the west and the whole Rhines. They numbered 27 languages and 406 peoples. Ham took his portion in the land of Africa, which comprises Aram, Hamath, and the mountain of Lebanon, in a well-watered land, until the Red Sea and the Sea of Philistia, from Ins as far as Gadara. The number of their languages was 22, and that of the peoples 394. 3. Japheth chose his portion in the land of Europa, that is, in the south from Media to Bod, and their boundaries extended from the mountains of Aoro, and Mano, in Syria and Celia, until the river Anais, until Gadara, that is, the land of Europa, Europe. The number of their languages was 23, and that of their peoples 300. The land of Shem contained the river Euphrates, Ham, Ion, which is called the Nile, Japheth, Hiddekel, Tigris, in Media and Babylon. 4. The children of Japheth are Gomer, i.e. Gavadi, or Gelther, and Reginai, Magog, i.e. Skit, Sides, from whom arose Gog and Magog. These were the peoples which Alexander of Macedon enclosed in the Caspian Mountains, and from them arose the Gudi, Goths, Piri, Nordmani, Bavri, Langobardi, Saxoni, Gazgoni. Mardia, Mdi, Yavangray, Armani, and Frani, The river of the Grey, is called Yoni. Tubal are Ibri and Espamia, Mesek are the Cappados, The name of the city was formerly Meseka, and the royal city was Cappadocia, now called Caesarea, Caesarea, in the land of Kafta, Tiras Atres, The children of Gomer were Ashkenaz in the land of the Greeks, or Grey, ###Riphath, ###, is Paphlagonas, Paphlagonians, ###. Togarmah are the Phrizes, Phrygians, ###. The children of Yavan were Eleazar, ###, i.e. Elides, ###, and they are 1/5 of the Greek tongue. Tarshish is SLA, ###, this is the Tarshish in the book of Jonah, Kittim Akipers, ###, Dodanim Arodi, ###. All these live from the mountain Ammon, ###, and Auro, ###, in Britannia, as far as the Sea Okeanos. Eleazar the Levite thought fit to add here the chapter, from the beginning of Yosippon the Great's work, because it is similar to the above, and this is the very beginning of the book of Yosippon. 6. And the children of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Mesech, and Tiras, and these are the names of the countries of the children of Japheth who were scattered at the time of the dispersion. The children of Gomer were the Francos, ###, who inhabited the country of the Francos, ###, in the land of Francelni, ###, on the river Segna, ###. Riphath are the Britanos, ###, who inhabit the land of Raphtania, ###, on the river Lyra, ###. The Segna and Lyra both flow into the ocean. Togarmah branched into 10 families, who are the Cusa, ###, Pinak, ###, Alan, ###, Bulgar, ###, Canbina, ###, Turk, ###, Buzz, ###, Zakuk, ###, Yuga, ###, and Tulmi, ###. All of these dwell in the north, and the names of their lands are taken from their own names, and they live by the river Hedel, ###, but Yuga, Bulgar, and Pinak live by the great river called Danube, ###, i.e. the Dunai, ###. 8. The children of Jovan are the Greeks, who dwell in the land of Nsa with Macron, ###, 1-2 and Macedonia. 9. Madai, that is, Edilus, ###, dwell in the land of Turkan, ###, or Kurasan, ###. 5. 10. Tubal are the Tuscans, ###, who dwell in the land of Tuscania, by the river Pisa, ###, Mesech, i.e. the Saxoni, ###. 11. Tyrus, i.e. the Rossi, ###, the Saxony, ###, and the Iglasusi, ###, dwell by the river of the Great Sea. The Rossi dwell by the river Kao or Kiva, ###, which flows into the Jurgen, ###, 12. Eleazar, i.e. Alamania, ###, inhabit the mountains of Iov and Septimo, ###, and from them arose the Longobardi, ###, who came from the other side of the mountains of Iov and Septimo, ###, and having conquered Italia, dwelt in it until this very day on the river Pau, ###, and Tio. And from them again arose the Borgonia, ###, who dwell by the river Rodano, ###, and the Bidria, ###, dwelling by the river Rhinos, ###, which flows into the Great Sea. And the rivers Tio and Pio, ###, flow into the Sea Veneticia, ###. 13. Tarshish, i.e. the Trachisiani, ###, who accepted the law of the Macedonians, and from them come Trasos, ###. And it came to pass, when the Ishmaelites captured the land of Trasos, that its inhabitants fled to the land of Greece, and fought hence with the Ishmaelites in Trasos. 14. Kittim, i.e. the Romans, who dwell in the valley Campania, ###, by the river Tiberio. Dodanim, ###, these are the Daniski, ###, who dwell in the midst of the tongues of the sea, in the land of Danimarca, ###, and Adania, ###, in the Great Sea, who swore not to serve the Romans, and they hid themselves in the midst of the waves of the sea, but they could not withstand them, for the power of Rome extended as far as the end of the isles of the sea. 15. And thus the Morai, ###, Brudi, ###, Sorban, ###, Lucinin, ###, Leumine, ###, Karkar, ###, and Bazamin, ###, are reckoned among the descendants of the Dodanim. They dwell by the seashore, from the border of Bulgar, until Veneticia, on the sea, and from there they spread as far as the border of Saxony, to the Great Sea. They are called Esclavi, Some say they are descendants of Canaan, but they trace their descent to the Dodanim, Thus far the Hebrew of Yosippon, from the next sentence beginning, and it came to pass when the Lord scattered, etc., I shall copy in connection with Esau and the kings of Edom later on. Let us now return to the narrative of Jerahmeel. 16. The children of Shem were Elam, Elamite, Asher, Assyria, Arpachshad, i.e. Chaldea, Lud, i.e. Lydia, and Aram, i.e. Syria. 17. The children of Aram were where Job was born, Gedor, Karnani, Menes, These dwell from the Persian Gulf until the ocean. 17. The children of Hol were Cush, Misraim, Phut, and Canaan. Cush is called Ethiopia, Meraim, Egypta, Phut, Libya, and Canaan the land of Israel. The children of Cush were Saba, Havilah, Septa, Raamah, and Septecha. The children of Raamah were Sheba and Dedan. Sheba comprises the Sabaeans, Arabians, and Indians, Havilah, i.e. Gedali, Septa, i.e. Asabari, Septecha, and Raamah I have not been able to find. From the children of Raamah, the queen of Sheba, and Dedan is a nation to the east of Cush. 18. And Cush begat Nimrod. The beginning of his kingdom was Babylon and Erech, i.e. Edessa, Akkad, i.e. the city of Nisibis, Calneh. Seleucus gave to the city of Calneh the name of Seleucia, From this land came Asher, i.e. Bel, the son of Nimrod. And Bel begat Ninus, who built the great city of Nineveh, and Rehoboth, i.e. the wide city, and Misraim begat Ludim, and Anaman, and Lahabin, and the rest I do not know, for a war broke out between Ethiopia and Egypt, and all these nations were ultimately merged into one, so that they could no longer be distinguished. And I, Eleazar, the scribe, have heard that the Lahabin are the flaminga, and their appearance is like blazing fire, as it is said, and their faces are the faces of torches. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, by whose name the city of Sidon is called, it is in the land of Phnai, The Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, and Girgashites and Hivites were destroyed by the Israelites. Archi, the city of Arcs, near Tripolis, Arvadi is the name of an island, Arvodios, Emari, i.e. Edessa, in the land of Syria, Amathai built Amath, i.e. Antiochia. And the Canaanite boundary extended from Sidon, reaching as far as Azar and as far as Lisha, i.e. Caliron, Its waters are warm and flow into the Salt Sea. These are the sons of Ham, according to their families, their tongues, in their countries and provinces. 20. And Cush, the son of Ham, begat Nimrod, who was a mighty hunter in the land before the Lord. He caught men through his strength and forced them to bow down to him, to make him a god, and to worship him. He therefore counseled the people to erect the city and the Tower of Babel, where he established his kingdom, in order to rebel against God, and therefore, according to an ancient proverb, whosoever rebelled against the Lord was compared to Nimrod, the mighty hunter before God. 32. 1. I, Jerahmeel, have found in the book of Strabon of Kafta that Nimrod was the son of Shem, and when Noah was 100 years old a son was born to him in his form and his image, and he called his name Jonithus, His father, Noah, gave him gifts and sent him to the land of Iden, of which he took possession as far as the sea of Eliakorah, And Nimrod the wicked went to Jonithus to learn of his wisdom, for the Spirit of the Lord was with him. But Jonithus foresaw by means of astrology that the wicked Nimrod would come to him to take counsel with him how he could obtain sovereignty. He gave him the explanation of the 4 kings whom Daniel saw. And Jonithus said to Nimrod that the descendants of Asher would reign first, i.e. the children of Shem, as it is said, and the sons of Shem were Elam and Asher. 2. The beginning of Nimrod's reign was in Babylon, and then Nimrod begat Bel. At the time of the dispersion Nimrod departed thence, and allied himself with the children of Ham, therefore it is said, and Cush begat Nimrod. 3. After Nimrod, Bel, his son, succeeded to the kingdom in Babylon in the days of Serach. And Bel went to the land of Asher, but did not capture it. When Bel died, Ninus, his son, succeeded him, and, capturing the land of Assur, reigned over it, and built Nineveh and Rehoboth, and the length of the city was a distance of 30 days' walk. It became the royal residence of Assur. From this land Assur, that is, Ninus, the son of Bel, the son of Nimrod, went forth. 4. Ninus vanquished Zoroaster's the wise, who discovered the art of nigromantia, i.e. in Nagia, ####. He reigned in Bactria, and had written down the 7 sciences, or arts, on 14 pillars, 7 of brass and 7 of brick, so that they should be proof against the water, of the flood, and against the fire, of the day of judgment. But Ninus vanquished him, and burnt the books of wisdom. 5. And Ninus wrote another book of wisdom. When Bel, his father, died, he, Ninus, made an image in the likeness and form of his father, and called it Bel, after the name of his father, and he was always grieving at the loss of his father. He called all the gods Bel, after his name, as it is said, Nebo bowed, Bel bent down. Whosoever Ninus hated was pardoned when he came in the name of Bel and supplicated him for mercy. Thus, all the world honored and worshipped the god Bel, and made obeisance to him. Some gods were called Baal, and there is a Baal-Peor and a Baal-Zebub. 6. In the 43rd year of the reign of Ninus, Abraham was born, and on that very day the first king Pharaoh began to reign in Egypt, who was called Tobay, ####, and after him all the kings of Egypt were called Pharaoh until the reign of Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, in Egypt, after whom all the kings of Egypt were called Ptolemy, ####. All the kings of Assyria were called Antiochus, and all the kings of Rome were called Caesar, after the name of Julius Caesar, until this very day. 7. When Abraham was 10 years of age, Ninus, the son of Bel, died, and his wife, Semramit, reigned after him in Assyria 42 years. After her there reigned Shimei, ###, the son of Ninus, who built the city of Babylon. At that time all the kings were under the king of Assyria, i.e. under Shimei, the son of Ninus, and whoever had greater power than his fellow man forced the other to serve him, Shimei. 33. 1. As this is simply to be taken as a legend, we do not care to reconcile it with the other, which makes Abraham live in the time of Nimrod the wicked. According to the latter we find that Nimrod acted as judge over him, since it is related that the whole household of Abraham's father were idol worshippers, moreover they made idols and sold them in the streets. But when a man approached Abraham to sell him an idol, he would ask him, "How much is this image?" 3 manas, he would reply. "How old art thou?" Abraham would add, 30 years. "Thou art 30 years of age, and yet worshippest this idol which we made but today." The man would depart and go his way. Again, another would come to Abraham and ask, "How much is this idol?" 5 manas, he would say. "How old art thou?" would Abraham continue. 50 years. "And dost thou, who art 50 years of age, bow down to this idol which we made but today?" With this the man would depart and go his way. 2. When Nimrod heard of Abraham's utterances, he ordered him to be brought before him, and said, "Thou son of Tuah, make me a beautiful god." Abraham then entered his father's house and said, "Make a beautiful image for me." They accordingly made it, finished it, and painted it with many colors. He went and brought it to Nimrod. Here probably a lacuna in Mesa. 3. And on that day Abraham's righteousness shone forth. It was a cloudy day, and rain fell. Therefore, when they were about to thrust him into the burning furnace, Nimrod sat down, and all the people of the dispersion did likewise. Abraham then entered, and standing in the center, he pleaded his cause. After which Nimrod asked, "If not the gods, whom shall I serve?" Abraham replied, "The God of gods and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is everlasting in heaven and on earth, and in the heavens of the high heavens." "I shall worship," said Nimrod, "the god of fire, and, behold, I shall cast thee therein. Let, then, the God to whom thou testifiest deliver thee from the burning furnace." 4. They then immediately bound him strongly and tightly, and placed him on the ground. They then surrounded him with wood on the 4 sides, 500 cubits thickness to the north, 500 cubits to the south, 500 to the west, and 500 to the east. They then set the pile on fire. 5. The whole house of Tuah were worshippers of idols, and until that moment had not recognized their Creator. Their neighbors and fellow citizens assembled, and, beating their heads, said to Tuah, "O shame, great shame! Thy son, of whom thou didst say that he will inherit this world and the world to come, has Nimrod burnt in the fire." Immediately then God's mercy was moved, so that he descended from the habitation of his glory, his greatness, his majesty, and the holiness of his great name, and delivered Abraham, our ancestor, from that shame, from that reproach, and from the burning furnace, as it is said, I am the Lord who brought thee out of the fire of the Chaldeans. And since a miracle was wrought for our forefather Abraham, he and Terah were able to refute the generation of the dispersion, as it is said, Be wise, O my son, and let my heart rejoice, and then I shall be able to answer those who reproach me. 34:1 The sages tell that when our forefather Abraham was born, a star appeared, which swallowed up 4 other stars from the 4 sides of the heavens. When the astrologers of Nimrod saw this, they forthwith went to Nimrod and said, Nimrod, of a certainty there is born today a lad who is destined to inherit both this world and the world to come. Now, if it is thy wish, let us give his father and mother a large sum of money, and then kill him. Whatever his father and mother wish shall be given to them. What kind of child is he whom ye seek to kill? Asked Nimrod. A boy, said they, was born today, and a star appeared which swallowed up 4 stars of the heavens, and he is destined to inherit this world and the world to come. 2 Then said Terah, for Terah, the father of Abraham, was present there, this thing which you suggest is to be compared to a mule, to which man says, I will give thee a quantity of barley, as much as a houseful, on condition that I cut off thy head. The mule replies, Fool that thou art, if thou cuttest off my head, of what use will the barley be to me, and who will eat it when thou givest it to me? Thus I say unto you, if ye slay the son, who will inherit the goods and the money which ye give to his parents? To this they answered, From thy words we perceive that a son has been born to thee. A son has been born to me, but he is now dead. But we speak of a living son, and not of one dead, added they. 3 When Terah heard their words, he immediately went home, and hid his son Abraham in a cave for 3 years. After that time he brought him forth. As soon as Abraham saw the rising sun in the east, he said to himself, Of a certainty this is the Lord of the whole world, and to him I pray, he created me and the whole world. When he saw the moon, he said, This is the Lord of the whole world, and to him I shall supplicate, he created me and the whole world. Thus when evening came, and the sun had set and the moon had risen, he prayed to the moon the whole night. When, however, the morning came, the moon set and the sun rose. As soon as he saw the sun on the morrow, Abraham said, Now do I know that neither the one nor the other is Lord of the world, but that both of them are servants of another master, and that is Lord who created the heavens and the earth and the whole world. 4 Then Abraham forthwith asked his father, Who created this world, the heavens and the earth? And Terah, his father, replied, This great image is our God. If this is true, said Abraham, I shall bring a sacrifice to him, and he will be pleased with me, as he is with other people. He thereupon went to his father, and said, Make for me a cake of fine flour that I may offer it to him. His father, complying with his request, made him a cake of fine flour, which Abraham took and offered before the great idol, saying, Accept this offering from me, but he neither took it nor ate it nor drank it. 6 When Abraham saw this, he went to his mother, and said, Make me a meal offering better than this, that I may offer it to the God of my father. When she made it, Abraham took the meal offering to the little image, saying, Accept thou this meal offering from my hand, and be pleased with me as thou art with other men. Seeing that he did not reply, Abraham said, This offering has not been made to his liking. 7 Then going once more to his mother, he said, Prepare a meal offering better still than this. She did so, and Abraham presented the offering to the image. When he perceived that it neither ate nor drank nor answered him a word, he went once more to the large image, and said, I entreat thee to receive this offering from me, do thou eat and drink and be pleased with me as thou art with other men. But as neither of them replied to him, Abraham waxed very angry, and the spirit of prophecy rested upon him, and he said, They have eyes, but see not, ears, but hear not, they have hands, but do not move them, and feet, but do not walk, nor do their throats give utterance. Like them are their makers and all those who trust in them. He then kindled a fire and burned them. 9 When Terah arrived home and found his idols burnt, he went to Abraham and said, Who has burnt my gods? And Abraham replied, The large one picked a quarrel with the little ones, and burnt them because he was angry with them. Fool that thou art, said his father, how canst thou say that he who cannot see nor hear nor walk, that he who has no power could burn them? Then said Abraham to his father, O my father, hear what thy mouth utters, why dost thou forsake the living God who created the heavens and the earth, and servest gods that neither see nor hear? 10 Thereupon Terah took Abraham, our ancestor, and went with him to Nimrod. And Terah said to Nimrod, O my lord the king, judge this my son who has burned my gods, and find out who is the god which he makes for himself. Who is this man? Said Nimrod. My son. Then added Nimrod, Why hast thou acted thus and burned the idols? I did not do this, nor did I burn them, said Abraham. Who, then, did act thus and burn them? The great idol burnt them, said he. Fool that thou art, replied Nimrod. How canst thou say that that which cannot stand by itself, cannot hear nor see, nor with any power could burn them? Hear thou, my lord, what thy mouth utters. Why dost thou forsake the living God, who created the heavens and the earth and who created thee, and in whose hand is the spirit of all living, and worshippest other gods of wood and stone, which do not hear nor see nor speak? 11 Who, then, said Nimrod, created the heavens and the earth, if not I? Art thou he? Queried Abraham. I am, replied he. Then by this I shall know that thou art the creator of everything. Behold, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. If thou canst by thy command cause the sun to rise in the west and to set in the east, I shall then know and believe that thou didst create all. When Nimrod heard Abraham's words he was dumbfounded, he put his hand to his beard and was wonder-struck at his words. 12 As soon as the astrologers saw Abraham they recognized him at once, and said to Nimrod, O Lord the king, this is the child of whom we spoke on the day of his birth, and whom thou didst desire to slay. If it be thy will, we shall bring thee wood and burn him to death, and then compensate his parents with a large sum of money. Now, O Lord, since he has come into our hands, let us burn him in the fire. Do then your will, said Nimrod. They forthwith went away, and having heated the furnace for 7 whole days, cast him into it. 13 Then spake the angels to God, saying, O Lord of the universe, let us go and deliver this man from the fiery furnace. At that moment a dispute arose among the angels who said, Let us descend and deliver this man from the furnace. One said, I shall go down to deliver him, and another said, I shall go down to deliver him. Michael said, I shall go down, and Gabriel said, I shall go down. Then spake God himself to Gabriel, and said, I am one in my world, and so is this man, who was the first to declare the unity of my name in the world. It is, therefore, meet that I the one should go down and rescue him who is also one in his generation. It is pleasing to me to descend and rescue him from the fiery furnace. At that moment God descended in his glory and in his strength, and delivered him from the furnace of fire. He brought him forth without a blemish. When all the nations saw that Abraham was thus delivered from the burning furnace, they forthwith sanctified the name of God, and some of them were made proselytes through the means of Abraham our ancestor. 35 These are the generations of Terah, etc. Haran, the firstborn, begat Lot and Yiscah, i.e. Sarai and Milcah. And Haran died in the presence of his father Terah in Ur of the Chaldees. On account of the idols of Terah he died in the fire of the Chaldeans, for the Chaldeans worshipped the fire. Terah used to make the idols of their gods, and Haran, his eldest son, used to sell them. But Abram did not worship them. The Chaldeans came to dip both Haran and Abram in the fire, for they were accustomed to dip them in the fire, just as some nations dip their sons in the water. Abram, who did not worship, and who did not bow down to the idol, was saved from the fire of the Chaldeans and was not burnt, but Haran, who feared the idols, who honored them and sold them for worship, was burnt in the fire of the Chaldeans and died. When Terah saw that God delivered Abram, he deserted his former faith, and went forth with him, Abram, to dwell in a foreign country, and he gave Milcah, the daughter of Haran, to Nahor, his son, to wife, and Yiscah, that is Sarai, he gave to Abram, his youngest son, after he had weaned her and brought her up in his own house on the death of her father Haran. And he gave Lot, the son of Haran, to Abram as an adopted son, for Sarai was barren. And they went forth towards the land of Canaan. 2 Now it came to pass, when Abram came from Babylon, i.e. Ur of the Chaldees, he betook himself to Damascus, he and his household, and was made king over that city, for Eleazar was then the ruler of Damascus. But when he saw that the Lord was with Abram he presented him with the kingdom and surrendered himself to his service. And I, Jerahmeel, have discovered in the book of Nicholas of Damascus that there existed a certain neighborhood in Damascus called the dwelling place of Abram. This they honored exceedingly. 3 And the Lord said to him, Abram, I am the Lord, who brought thee forth from the fire of the Chaldeans. The sages say that when Nimrod the wicked cast Abram into the fiery furnace, Gabriel said to God, I shall go down and cool the furnace, and deliver this righteous man. But God replied, I am one in my world, and he is one in this world, it is therefore proper for the one to deliver the other one. But since God does not withhold reward from any creature, he added to Gabriel, Thou shalt deliver 3 of his posterity. For when Nebuchadnezzar cast Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah into the burning furnace Lakme, the angel who rules over hail spake to God, and said, I shall go down and cool the furnace, and thus deliver the righteous men. But Gabriel interposed, and said, The greatness of God would not be shown in this manner, for thou art the ruler over hail, and all people know that water quenches fire, but I who am the ruler over fire shall go down and cool the inside while I am at the same time heating the outside of the furnace. Thus I shall perform a double miracle. Then spake God to Gabriel, Descend. And Gabriel at once exclaimed, The truth of God is everlasting. 4 And Abram was rich in cattle, silver, gold, and in all the wisdom of Hermetica and astrology which he had acquired in Egypt from Pharaoh's magicians, so that there was none so wise as he. From Egypt these sciences spread over Greece. And Abram was able to foretell the future by the observance of the stars, and was very wise in astrology. He taught his magic science to Zoroaster, the philosopher, and he saw from the planets that the order of the world was not as before, for the order of creation was changed on account of the flood and the dispersion. Rabbi Eleazar of Modian asserted that Abraham was exceedingly great in magic, so much so that all the kings of the east and west waited upon him. 5 And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre. Yosippon relates that Abram used to sit in an oak tree, and that oak lasted until the reign of Theodosius in Rome, when it withered, and despite the fact that it had dried up, yet its wood was excellent for medicinal purposes, for whoever took of its wood, whether animal or man, did not experience any illness to the day of his death. 6 Then supervened the destruction of the cities of the plain. And Lot said, I am not able to flee to the mountain, for I am an old man, and the cold will kill me, and my soul is also weary. Behold, there is a little city near to flee to, I pray thee let me escape thither, for the way is short, and my soul shall live. And the name of the city had formerly been Bela. Now there was a great earthquake, and Lot went and dwelt in a cave, for he feared the earthquake. And the Lord rained brimstone and fire from heaven upon Sodom, so that on the third day all the plain was filled with water. This they now call the Salt Sea, or Liber Mea, ###. Neither fish nor fowl are found there. It separates the land of Israel from Arabia. During the whole of the 40 years the Israelites were in the wilderness they travelled round this sea. No ships are able to travel thereon, because the sea is like pitch, so that nothing can sink in it, but remains on the surface on account of the pitch, and if one places a burning torch upon the pitch, all the while it floats it burns, but as soon as it is extinguished it sinks to the bottom. And the sea vomits a kind of black pitch with which the things are joined together, for it is good for sticking. Yosippon relates that he saw Vespasian cast a man into that sea, and that he hurled him with great force into it so that he should sink, but the sea brought him up again. The sand on the shores of the sea is salty, and one finds there the salty stones of Sodom, looking like pieces of marble. 7 When Jacob was born, Anachus was then the first king of Argos, and reigned for 50 years, and in the 3rd year of his reign a daughter was born to Anachus whose name was Io, and the Egyptians gave her a surname and called her Asides, ###, and worshipped her as a god. 8 And in the 19th year of Jacob's life the Egyptians made Apis king of Egypt, they made him a god and called his name Serapis. And Apis made for himself a calf by means of the magic of his magicians. On the right eye of the calf there was a white mark in the likeness of the moon, and once every day at the 4th hour it used to rise up from the river and fly in the air. And the Egyptians used to worship and pray and sing praises to it with all kinds of instruments and prostrate themselves before it. And in a moment the calf vanished and was no more, and it was hidden and concealed as before in the river, so that the Egyptians could not see it until the morrow at the 4th hour. This the calf repeated every day. The Egyptians called it Serapis, and for this idol worship the Egyptians were punished by water when they perished in the Red Sea. 9 In the 92nd year of Jacob's life Joseph was born, and at that time there was a flood in the land of Achai, ###, which was a very large kingdom. There reigned in it a king whose name was Ojages, ###. This king built anew the city Acta, ###, and called its name Eleozin, ###, Eleusis. At that time there arose a virgin, whose name was Tidonide, ###. She was versed in all the 7 sciences. They called her Pallas, because she killed a giant called Palanti, ###. At that place the city of Palini, ###, was built. 36:1 And a great terror was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob, for they said, If 2 sons of Jacob were able to do this thing, namely, to exterminate a whole town, how much more would they exterminate the whole world if all the sons of Jacob gathered together? This terror of them fell upon the cities, for the Lord let the terror fall upon all the nations, and they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. The sages say, they did not pursue them during that same year, but after 7 years they pursued them, for they came back and settled there again. The kings of the Amorites assembled themselves, when they heard that Jacob and his sons had again settled in Shechem. They came to slay them, saying, It is not enough for them to have killed all the men of Shechem, now they come also to take possession of their land. 2 When Judah beheld them coming, he was the first to spring in the midst of their ranks, and was soon engaged in fight with Ishab, king of Tappuah, who was covered with iron and brass from head to foot, standing in the middle of his lines of soldiers. He rode a powerful steed, and he could throw his javelins with both hands from horseback, in front and behind, and never missed his aim even to a hair's breadth, for he was a mighty and powerful man, and could manage his spear with either hand. Judah was not at all frightened when he saw him, despite his strength, but he picked up a heavy stone from the ground, weighing about 60 shekels, and threw it at him at a distance of 2 parts of a furlong, i.e., 170 cubits and 1/3 of a cubit. Whilst the king was advancing against Judah, dressed in iron armor and throwing his spears, Judah struck him with the stone upon his shield and rolled him off his horse. 3 Judah hastened to approach him, in order to kill him before he could get up again from the ground, but the king rallied quickly and sprang upon his feet. Now he began to fight with Judah, shield against shield. He drew his sword and tried to smite the head of Judah, but Judah lifted up his shield and received the blow aimed at him, the shield broke into 2 pieces. Judah thereupon ducked and slashed with his sword at the feet of the king and cut them off from the ankles. The king fell to the ground and his sword slipped out of his hands. Judah sprang upon him and cut off his head. 4 Whilst he was busy stripping him of his armor, 9 comrades of the dead man attacked him. Judah broke the head of the first who approached him with a stone, and killed him on the spot. He let his shield drop out of his hand, which Judah seized, and defended himself with it against the other 8. His brother Levi came to his rescue and shot the king of Gaish with an arrow. Judah succeeded then in killing the 8. Jacob then killed Zerori, king of Shiloh, with an arrow, and they could not stand against the children of Jacob, but all turned and fled, and the sons of Jacob pursued them. And Judah killed on that day 1,000 men before sunset. 5 The remaining sons of Jacob came out from Shechem, from the side where they had been standing, and pursued them among the mountains, until they came to Aor. There, before the town of Aor, they had to fight more than they had fought in the vale of Shechem. 6 Jacob shot with his arrows and killed Piathaho, king of Aor, and Suzi, king of Sartan, and Laban, king of Horan or Eldon, and Shakir or Shikar, king of Manaim. Judah was the first to climb up the wall of Aor. 4 warriors attacked Judah and fought with him, till Naphtali came to his rescue, for he followed Judah upon the wall, but before he came up, Judah had killed the 4 warriors. Judah stood now on the right side of the wall, and Naphtali on the left, and they killed all the people that were there. The other sons of Jacob jumped upon the wall after them, and destroyed it, and on that same day they took the town of Aor, and killed all the warriors, and they did not leave one single man. After that they carried away the booty. 7 The following day they went to Sartan. There was a great multitude of people, and the fight was a very heavy one, for it was a town built upon a height, with high walls, and it was difficulty to approach in consequence of these walls, yet they subdued it on that same clay, and got upon the walls. The first to climb them was Judah, on the east, after him came Gad on the west, Simeon and Levi climbed up on the north, and Reuben and Dan on the south, whilst Naphtali and Issachar put fire to the gates of the town. The fight was very fierce upon the walls, and their remaining comrades went up to their assistance. They all stood now against a huge tower, wherein the inhabitants had fled, defying from there the assailants. That was before Judah had taken the tower. But he soon went up to the top of the tower and killed 200 men on the roof, and the other sons of Israel killed the rest, not leaving one single man, for these were all powerful and valiant warriors. They carried away the whole booty and returned to their places. 8 Now they went against Tappuah, for its inhabitants had tried to rob them of their spoil. First they killed all the men who had come out for the purpose of robbing them of the booty. Afterwards they rested on the waters of Jishub, north of Tappuah. Early in the morning of the 3rd day they marched towards Tappuah. Whilst they were gathering their booty, the inhabitants of Shiloh came out and attacked them. But they were all beaten and killed before noon, and they entered with the fugitives into Shiloh, and did not allow them to stand up against the sons of Jacob. On that same day they occupied the town and carried away the spoil thereof. The troop of their company which they had left against Tappuah came now to meet them with the booty from Tappuah. 9. On the fourth day they marched against the camp of Shecher, ####. Some of the camp came out to rob them of the booty. They, the sons of Jacob, had gone down into the valley, and the men from Shecher ran after them, but when they tried to ascend again they were killed. After that the men from the camp of Shecher threw stones upon them, but the sons of Jacob occupied the town, and killed all the warriors, and added the booty from this town to the booty they had formerly collected. 10. On the fifth day they went to Mount Gaash. There lived a great multitude of the Amorites. Gaash was a fortified town of the Amorites. They fought against it, but could not well subdue it because it had 3 walls, one wall inside the other. And the inhabitants began to defy and to reproach the sons of Jacob. 11. Judah waxed wroth, and he was the first to jump upon the wall. He would have met his death there had not his father Jacob come to his rescue. He first bent his bow and shot his arrows with his right hand, then he drew his sword and killed right and left, until Dan sprang upon the wall and assisted Judah. From the right-hand side the inhabitants threw stones at him, and from inside they fought him, and they all tried to push him down the wall. Dan drove them away from the wall. After Dan, Simeon, Levi and Naphtali came up, and they killed so many of the inhabitants that the blood flowed like a river. And when the sun was near its setting they had taken the town and killed all the warriors, and they carried away the booty. 12. On the sixth day all the Amorites came without arms and promised to keep peace and friendship, and they gave unto Jacob Timnah and the whole land of Hararea. Then made Jacob peace with them, and the sons of Jacob restored them all the sheep they had captured from them, and in returning them gave double, 2 for 1. And Jacob built Timnah, ####, and Judah built Zabel, ####. And from that time on they lived in peace with the Amorites. This it was that Jacob said to Joseph, I have given thee a portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. 37. 1. And Esau went into a land away from his brother Jacob. He made a contract with him. Some say he went out of shame. The sages say Esau went away because he had moved his property away, and not because his hatred had subsided, for his anger did he bear perpetually and he kept his wrath forever. Although he went away at that time, he came again to fight Jacob afterwards. Leah had just died, and Jacob and his sons were sitting in mourning, and some of his children had come to comfort him. At that time Esau came against him with a mighty host, all clad in iron and brass coats of mail, all armed with shields and bows and lances. They were altogether 4,000 men, and they surrounded the fortress. Jacob, his sons, his servants, and his cattle, and all that belonged to them, were gathered, for they had all congregated to comfort Jacob during his mourning. 2. So they were all sitting peacefully, and never thought of any attack from any side whatsoever, until that host approached the place where Jacob and his sons were dwelling. There were with them in all 200 servants. 3. When Jacob saw that Esau dared to war with him, and that he had come to take the fortress and to slay them, and that he shot arrows against them, Jacob stood upon the wall of the tower and spoke to Esau words of peace, friendship and brotherhood. But Esau did not heed them. 4. After that, Judah spoke to his father Jacob, and said to him, How long wilt thou speak unto him words of friendship and love, whilst he comes against us like an armed enemy, with coats of mail and with bows to slay us? And immediately Jacob bent the bow, and killed Aduram the Edomite. 5. And again he drew his bow, sent forth his arrow, and hit Esau on the right shoulder. Esau became weak from the wound, and so his sons took him up and placed him upon a white mule, and they carried him to Aduram, where he died. Others say he did not die there. 6. And then came Judah, and Gad and Naphtali with him, out of the south side of the fortress, and 50 young men servants of their father. And Levi and Dan and Asher came out from the east side of the fortress, and 50 servants with them. And Reuben, Issachar and Zebulun came out from the north of the fortress, and with them 50 servants. And Simeon and Benjamin and Enoch, the son of Reuben, came out from the west side of the fortress, and 50 servants with them. Joseph was not with them at that time, for he had already been sold. 7. Judah strengthened himself for the battle, and he, Naphtali and Gad first rushed against the host. And they captured the iron tower and caught on their shields the stones which were hurled at them. The sun was darkened through the stones, and through the arrows which were shot at them, and through the missiles which the catapults hurled at them. And Judah rushed first against the enemy and killed 60 men. Naphtali and Gad went with him, one kept watch over him to the right and the other to the left, guarding him lest he should be slain by the enemy. They also slew 2 men each, and the 50 servants who were with them helped them, and each of them slew his man, 50 in all. 8 And yet Judah, Naphtali and Gad could not drive away the host from the north side of the fortress, nor even move them from their position. Again they strengthened themselves for the battle, and each of them slew 2 of his adversaries. 9 And when Judah saw that they still kept their ground and that they could not move them from their place, his wrath was kindled, and he clothed himself with strength, and he slew 20 men, whilst Naphtali and Gad slew 10 men. And when the servants saw that Judah, Naphtali and Gad were standing in the midst of the battle, they came to their assistance and fought together with them. Judah was slain to the right and left, and Naphtali and Gad slew behind him. 10 At that time they drove the army away from the north side of the city, a distance of a furlong, rs ###. And they wanted to bury their dead, but could not do it. When the enemy saw that those who had fought against Judah had been dispersed by Judah and his brothers, they gathered together and strengthened themselves to fight with Judah and his brothers, and they arrayed their ranks to fight with strength and might. In the same manner Levi and those with him, and Simeon and those with him, prepared themselves for battle with those arrayed against them, and they were ready to fight for life or death. 11 When Judah beheld that the whole army of the enemy had gathered against him, and that all would fight at one time, and that they stood in battle array, he lifted up his eyes to God, imploringly, that he might help them, for they were very fatigued from the heavy fight, and they could not by any means fight any longer. 12 At that moment God accepted Judah's prayer. He saw their trouble, and he helped them, for he sent forth a storm from his treasuries, which blew in the faces of the army and filled their eyes with darkness and obscurity, so that they could not see how to fight, whilst the eyes of Judah and his brothers were clear, as the wind came from behind them. So Judah, Naphtali and Gad began to slay them, and they felled them to the ground, like the harvest cut by the reaper, who binds it into sheaves and heaps them up into stacks. So did they do until they had destroyed the whole army which stood against them on the north side of the fortress. 13 Reuben, Simeon and Levi fought on their side with another portion of the army. And after Judah, Naphtali and Gad had slain those who fought with them, they went to the assistance of their brothers. The storm was still blowing, filling the eyes of the enemies with darkness and obscurity. Thereupon Reuben, Simeon and Levi, and those with them, fell upon the enemies and felled them to the ground in heaps, whilst Judah, Naphtali and Gad were driving them before them, until all those were destroyed who fought against Levi and Reuben, and out of those who fought against Simeon 400 were slain. The remaining 600 ran away, with them were the 4 sons of Esau, Royal, Ush, Yaelam and Borah. Eliphaz did not accompany them in the war, for Jacob had been his teacher. 14 The sons of Jacob pursued them up to the city Merodio, Herodia. There in the citadel of Merodio they left the body of Esau lying on the ground, and they ran away to Mount Seir, to the place leading up to Akrabim. The sons of Jacob entered Merodio and encamped there overnight. Finding there the body of Esau, they buried him out of respect for their father, Jacob. Some say he did not die there, but left Merodio, though ill, and went with his children to Mount Seir. The sons of Jacob armed themselves and pursued them the way leading to Akrabim, where they found the children of Esau, and all those that had fled with them. They all came out, prostrated themselves before the sons of Jacob, and sued for peace. The children of Jacob made peace with them, and made them tributary forever. 38 1 When Naphtali grew old and came to an old age, and had completed his years of strength, and fulfilled the duty of the earthborn man, he began to command his children, and he said unto them, My children, come and draw near and receive the command of your father. They answered and said, Lo, we hearken to fulfill all that thou wilt command us. And he said unto them, I do not command you concerning my silver, nor concerning my gold, nor concerning all my substance that I leave unto you here under the sun, nor do I command you any difficult thing which you may not be able to accomplish, but I speak to you about a very easy matter, which you can easily fulfill. 2 His sons answered, and said a second time, Speak, O Father, for we listen. Then he said unto them, I leave you no command save concerning the fear of God, him ye shall serve, to him ye shall cling. They said unto him, What needeth he of our service? And he answered, It is not that God hath need of any creature, but that all the creatures need him. Neither hath he created the world for naught, but that his creatures should fear him, and that none should do to his neighbour what he would not have done to himself. They then said, Our Father, hast thou, forsooth, seen us departing from thy ways, or from the ways of our fathers, either to the right or to the left? And he answered, God and I are witnesses that it is even as ye say, but I dread only the future, that ye may not err after the gods of strange nations, that ye should not go in the ways of the peoples of the lands, and that ye should not join the children of Joseph, only the children of Levi and the children of Judah shall ye join. 3. They said to him, What dost thou see that thou commandest us concerning it? He answered, Because I see that in the future the children of Joseph will depart from the Lord, the God of their fathers, and induce the children of Israel to sin, and will cause them to be banished from the good land into another that is not ours, as we have been exiled through him to the bondage of Egypt. I will also tell you the vision I have seen. When I was pasturing the flock I saw my 12 brothers feeding with me in the field, and lo, our father came, and said to us, My children, go, run, and let every one lay hold here before me on anything that he can get. And we answered and said, What shall we take possession of, as we do not see anything else but the sun, the moon, and the stars? And he said, Take hold of them. When Levi heard it, he took a staff, rod in his hands, and jumped upon the sun and rode on it. When Judah saw it, he did in likewise, he also took a rod and jumped upon the moon, and rode on it. So also every one of the 9 tribes rode upon his star and his planet in the heavens, Joseph alone remained upon the earth. 4. Jacob, our father, said to him, My son, why hast thou not done as thy brothers? He answered, What availeth the woman born in heaven, as in the end he must needs stand upon the earth? Whilst Joseph was speaking, behold, there stood near by him a mighty bull with wings like the wings of a stork, and his horns were like unto the horns of the ram. And Jacob said to him, Get up, my son Joseph, and ride upon him. And Joseph got up and mounted upon the bull. And Jacob left us. For about 4 hours Joseph gloried in the bull, now he walked and ran, anon he flew up with him, till he came near to Judah, and with the staff he had in his hands he began to beat his brother Judah. Judah said to him, My brother, why dost thou beat me? He answered, Because thou holdest in thy hands 12 rods, and I have only one, give them unto me, and then there will be peace. 5. But Judah refused to give them to him, and Joseph beat him till he had taken from him 10 against his will, and had left only 2 with him. Joseph then said to his 10 brothers, Wherefore run ye after Judah and Levi? Depart from them at once. When the brothers of Joseph heard his words, they departed from Judah and Levi like one man, and followed Joseph, and there remained with Judah only Benjamin and Levi. When Levi beheld this, he descended from the sun full of anger, sadness. And Joseph said unto Benjamin, Benjamin, my brother, art thou not my brother? Come thou also with me. But Benjamin refused to go with Joseph. When the day drew to an end, there arose a mighty storm, which separated Joseph from his brothers, so that no 2 were left together. When I beheld this vision, I related it unto my father Jacob, and he said unto me, My son, it is only a dream, which will not come to pass, will neither ascend nor descend, for it hath not been repeated. 6. Not a long period, however, elapsed after that before I saw another vision. We were standing all together with our father Jacob at the shore of the great sea. And, behold, there was a ship sailing in the middle of the sea without a sailor and a man, pilot. Our father said to us, Do ye see what I am seeing? We answered, We see it. He then said to us, Look what I am doing, and do the same. He took off his clothes, threw himself into the sea, and we all followed him. The first were Levi and Judah, and they jumped into the ship, and Jacob with them. In that ship there was all the goodness of the world. Jacob said, Look at the mast and see what is written on it, for there is no ship on which the name of the master should not be written on the mast. 7. Levi and Judah looked up, and they saw there was written, This ship and all the good therein belongs to the son of Berachel, the one whom God had blessed. When Jacob heard that, he rejoiced very much, bowed down and thanked God, and said, Not only hast thou blessed me on earth, but thou hast blessed me on the sea too. He then said, My children, be men, and whatever each one of you will seize, that shall be his share. Thereupon Levi ascended the big mast and sat upon it, the second after him to ascend the other mast was Judah, and he sat upon it. My other brothers then took each his oar, and Jacob our father grasped the 2 rudders to steer the ship by then. Joseph alone was left, and Jacob said unto him, My son Joseph, take thou also thine oar. But Joseph refused. When my father saw that Joseph refused to take his oar, he said unto him, Come here, my son, and grasp one of the rudders which I hold in my hands, and steer the ship, whilst thy brothers row with the oars until ye reach land. And he taught each one of us, and he said to us, Thus ye shall steer the ship, and ye will not be afraid of the waves of the sea, nor of the blast of the wind when it shall rise against you. 8. When he had made an end of speaking, he disappeared from us. Joseph grasped both the rudders, one with the right hand and one with the left, and my other brothers were rowing, and the ship sailed on and floated over the waters. Levi and Judah sat upon the mast to look out for the course the ship was to take. As long as Joseph and Judah were of one mind, so that when Judah showed to Joseph which was the right way, Joseph accordingly directed thither the ship sailed on peaceably without hindrance. After a while, however, a quarrel arose between Joseph and Judah, and Joseph did not steer any longer the ship according to the words of his father and to the teaching of Judah, and the ship went wrong, and the waves of the sea dashed it on a rock, so that the ship foundered. 9. Levi and Judah then descended from the mast to save their lives, and every one of the brothers went to the shore to save himself. Behold, there came our father, Jacob, and found us cast about, one here and the other there. He said to us, What is the matter with you, my sons? Have you not steered the ship as it ought to be steered, and as I had taught you? We answered, By the life of thy servants, we did not depart from anything that thou hast commanded us, but Joseph transgressed the word, sinned in the affair, for he did not keep the ship right according to thy command, and as he was taught by Judah and Levi, for he was jealous of them. And he, Jacob, said unto us, Show me the place of the ship. And he saw, and only the tops of the masts were visible. But lo, the ship floated on the surface of the water. My father whistled, and we gathered round him. He again threw himself into the sea as before, and he healed, repaired the ship, and entered it, and he reproved Joseph, and said, My son, thou shalt no more deceive and be jealous of thy brothers, for they were nearly lost through thee. 10. When I had told this vision to my father, Lai clapped his hands, and he sighed, and his eyes shed tears. I waited for a while, but he did not answer. So I took the hand of my father to embrace it, and to kiss it, and I said to him, O servant of the Lord, why do thine eyes shed tears? He answered, My son, the repetition of thy vision hath made my heart sink within me, and my body is shaken with tremor by reason of my son Joseph, for I loved him above you all, and for the wickedness of my son Joseph you will be sent into captivity, and you will be scattered among the nations. For thy first and second visions are both but one. I therefore command you not to combine with the sons of Joseph, but only with Levi and Judah. I further tell you that my lot will be in the best of the middle of the land, and ye shall eat and be satisfied with the choice of its products. But I warn you not to kick in your fatness, and not to rebel, and not to oppose the will of God, who satisfies you with the best of his earth, and not to forget the Lord your God, the God of your fathers, who was chosen by our father Abraham when the nations of the earth were divided in the time of Phaleg. 11. At that time the Lord, blessed be he, came down from his high heavens, and brought down with him 70 ministering angels, Michael being the first among them. He commanded them to teach the 70 descendants of Noah 70 languages. The angels descended immediately and fulfilled the command of their Creator. The holy language, the Hebrew, remained only in the house of Sem and Eber, and in the house of our father Abraham, who is one of their descendants. 12. On that day the angel Michael took a message from the Lord, and said to each of the 70 nations separately, You know the rebellion you undertook and the treacherous confederacy into which you entered against the Lord of heaven and earth. Now choose today whom you will worship and who shall be your protector in heaven. Nimrod, the wicked, answered, I do not know anyone greater than those who taught me and my nation the languages of Cush. In like manner answered also Put, and Mizraim, and Tubal, and Jovan, and Meshech, and Tiras, and every nation chose its own angel, and none of them mentioned the name of the Lord, blessed be he. 13. But when Michael said unto our father Abraham, Abram, whom dost thou choose, and whom wilt thou worship? Abram answered, I choose and I will worship only him who said and the world was created, him who has created me in the womb of my mother, body within body, him who has given unto me spirit and soul, him I choose and to him will I cling, I and my seed after me, all the days of the world. Then he divided the nations and apportioned to every nation its lot and share, and from that time all the nations separated themselves from the Lord, blessed be he. Only Abraham and his house remained with his Creator to worship him, and after him Isaac and Jacob and myself. I therefore conjure you not to err and not to worship any other God than that one chosen by your fathers. 14. For ye shall know there is no other God like unto him, and no other who can do like his works in heaven and on earth, and there is none to do such wondrous and mighty deeds like unto him. A portion only of his power you can see in the creation of man, how many remarkable wonders are there not in him? He created him perfect from head to foot, to listen with the ears, to see with the eyes, to understand with his brains, to smell with his nose, to bring forth the voice with his windpipe, to eat and drink with his gullet, to speak with his tongue, to pronounce with his mouth, to do work with his hands, to think with his heart, to laugh with his spleen, to be angry with his liver, to digest with his belly, stomach, to walk with his feet, to breathe with his lungs, to be counselled by his kidneys, and none of his members changes its function, but every one remains at its own. 15. It is therefore proper for man to bear in mind all these things, to remember who hath created him, and who it is that hath wrought him out of a drop in the womb of the woman, and who it is that bringeth him out into the light of the world, and who hath given him the sight of the eyes and the walking of the feet, and who standeth him upright, and hath given him intelligence for doing good deeds, and hath breathed into him a living soul and the spirit of purity. Blessed is the man who does not defile the divine Spirit which hath been put and breathed into him, and blessed is he who returns it as pure as it was on the day when it was entrusted to him by his Creator. These are the words of Naphtali, the son of Israel, which he commended to his sons. They are sweeter than honey to the palate. 39:1. After these things the wife of his master raised her eyes unto Joseph. Potiphar's wife, his mistress, used to entice him every day by her conversation, and used to bedeck herself with all kinds of ornaments and array herself in many dresses in order to find favor in his eyes. But he prevailed over his inclination. It was for this strength of mind that he became worthy of being made king and ruler over Egypt. 2. One day all the Egyptian women assembled together to see Joseph's beauty. When Joseph was brought before them to wait upon them, his mistress offered each of them an apple and knife to peel it, but when they started peeling their apples they all cut their hands, since they were so much captivated with Joseph's beauty that they could not take their eyes from him. She, Potiphar's wife, then said, If you do this after seeing him but for 1 hour, how much more should I be captivated who see him continually? Here I think it right to return to the book of Yosippon at the place where we left, viz., the generations of Noah's sons. Yosippon commenced to enumerate the generations of Adam, Seth, and Enosh, and gave a list of the names of the families of the children of Japheth, and the boundaries of their lands until Kittim and Dudanim, as I have written above, among the generations of Noah's sons. Afterwards he wrote the following, which are right down here, as it seems to belong to this portion. 41. It came to pass when the Lord scattered the sons of man all over the surface of the earth that they became separated into different companies. The Kittim formed one company, and encamping in the plain of Campania, they dwelt there by the river Tiberio, while the children of Tubal encamped in Toscana, and their frontier was the river Tiberio. They built a city and called it Sabino, after the name of its builders. And the Kittim also built a city for themselves, and called its name Pumanga, Now the children of Tubal were overbearing to the Kittim, and said, They shall not intermarry among us. But it happened at the harvest time, when the children of Tubal had gone to their fields, that the young men of the Kittim gathered together, and, going to Sabino, they took their daughters captives, and then climbed the mountain of Capario, As soon as the children of Tubal heard of this they arrayed themselves in battle against them, but could not prevail over them on account of the height of the mountain, so they gathered all the young warriors to the mountain. 2. In the next year the children of Tubal went out again to battle, but the Kittim brought up all the children that were born of their Tubal's daughters upon the wall which they had built, and said, You have come to fight against your own sons and daughters, are we not now your own bone and flesh? At this they ceased fighting, and the Kittim gathered together, and built a city by the sea which they called Porto, and another which they called Albano, and yet another which they named Ara, 3. In those days Epho, the son of Eliphaz, fled from Egypt. Joseph had captured him when he went up to Hebron to bury his father. It was then that the children of Esau tried to entice him to evil, but Joseph prevailed over him and, capturing Epho from them, brought him to Egypt. After the death of Joseph, Epho fled from Egypt to Africa, to Agnias, king of Carthage, where he was received with great honor and appointed captain of the host. 4. At the same time there lived a man in the land of the Kittim, in the city of Pumanga, named Ui, He was to the Kittim as a vain god. He died and left no son, but only one daughter, named Iania, She was beautiful and very wise, nor was the like of her beauty to be found in all the land. Agnias sought her for his wife, as did Turnus, king of Benevento, ###, but they, the Kittim, said to the latter, we cannot give her to thee, because Agnias, king of Africia, seeks her, we fear lest he wage war against us, and in that case thou couldst not deliver us from his power. 5. The inhabitants of Pumanga, ###, then sent a letter to that effect to Agnias. Thereupon he mustered all his host and came to the island of Sardinia, ###. Palos, his nephew, went out to meet him, and said, when thou askest my father to come to thy assistance, ask him to appoint me the head of the army. Agnias did so, and came into the province of Astyres, ###, in ships. Turnus went out to meet him, and a very severe battle ensued in the valley Campania, in which Palos, his nephew, fell by the sword. Agnias then embalmed him, and having made a golden human image, mask, placed him therein. After that he once more set his men in battle array and captured Turnus, ###, king of Benevento, and having slain him, made a mask, image, of brass, and placed him therein. He then built a tower in the highway in his honor, and another for Palos, his nephew, and called the one the Tower of Palos, and the other the Tower of Turnus, and the latter was separated by a marble pavement, which remains unto this day. They were built between Albano, ###, and Rome. Agnias then took Ionia to wife and returned to his own country. From that day henceforth gondolas, ###, and the armies of the kings of Africa used to ravage the land of the Kittim for spoil and plunder, Epho, ###, always accompanying them. 6. When this Epho, the son of Eliphaz, travelled from Africa, ###, to the Kittim, the inhabitants received him with great honor, and presented him with many gifts so that he became very rich. And the troops of Africa, ###, spread themselves over all the land of the Kittim, and they having assembled, ascended the mountain of Capario, Campo Marzio. ###, on account of the troops of gondolos. 7. One day one of the herd of Epho was missing, and after starting in search of it he heard the lowing of a bull in the neighborhood of the mountain. On going to the bottom of the mountain, he discovered a cave with a great stone placed at its mouth. When he removed the stone he beheld to his surprise a huge animal devouring the bullock. From the middle downwards it presented the likeness of man, while from the middle upwards that of a goat. Epho instantly sprang upon it, and split its head open. The inhabitants of Kittim then said, what shall be done for the man who has slain the beast that continually devoured our cattle? On a festival day they assembled together, and called his name Janus, after the name of the beast. They offered him drink offerings on that clay and brought him meal offerings, and from that time they named the day the Festival of Janus. 8. When the troops of gondolos once more invaded the land of the Kittim for plunder, as heretofore, Janus went out against them, and having smitten them and put them to flight, he delivered the land from their raids. The Kittim then assembled and appointed Epho to the throne of the kingdom. The Kittim then went forth to subdue the children of Tubal and the nations round about. And Janus their king went before them and subdued them. After this Epho was called Saturnus in addition to Janus, Janus after the name of the beast, and Saturnus after the name of the star which they worshipped in those days, i.e. the planet Sharptai Saturnus. 9. He reigned at first in the valley of Campania, in the land of the Kittim, and built an exceedingly large temple there. He then extended his kingdom over the whole of the Kittim, and over all Italy. Janus Saturnus, after a reign of 55 years, died and was buried. 10. His successor was Picos Fornos, ###, who reigned 50 years. He also erected a huge temple in the valley of Campania, and soon after died. His successor was named Latinus, it was he who explained the language and its letters. He likewise built a temple for his dwelling, and many ships. He went to battle with Asdrubal, ###, the son of Agnias, whom Ionia bore him, in order to take his daughter Aspiai, ###, to wife, as Agnias had done to the Kittim when he took Ionia from them in battle. And this woman was very beautiful, so much so that the men of her generation weaved her image upon their clothes in honor of her beauty. A fierce battle ensued between Asdrubal, king of the Carthaginians, and Latinus, king of Kittim, and Latinus captured the fountain of water which Agnias, when he took Ionia, had brought with her to Carthage. 11. For Ionia the queen, when arriving there, was taken ill, and Agnias and his servants were sorely grieved. Agnias said to his wise men, how can I cure Ionia's illness? His servants replied, the air of our land is not like unto that of Kittim, nor our waters like theirs. Therefore the queen is ill through the change of air and water, for in her own land she only drank the water drawn from former, ###, which her ancestors drew upon bridges, aqueducts. Agnias then ordered his ministers, princes, to bring water from Forma in Kittim in a vessel. They weighed these waters against all the waters of Africa and found that only those of Gokar ### corresponded with them. Agnias then ordered his princes to gather together stonemasons by thousands and myriads. So they hewed a vast number of stones for building, and, being in great numbers, they built a bridge, an aqueduct, from the fountain of the water as far as Carthage. All these waters were for the sole use of Iania, who used them for drinking, baking, washing clothes, ordinary washing, and for watering all the seeds which provided her food. They also brought earth from Kittim in many ships, as well as stones and bricks, and they built there with temples. All this they did for the great love they bore her, for through her while she charmed the people, and through her they called themselves blessed, and she was to them as a goddess. 12 Now it happened when Latinus waged war with Asdrubal that he overthrew part of the bridge, so that the troops of Gondolos were exceedingly furious, and fought desperately. Asdrubal being mortally wounded, Latinus by main force captured Yaspiai, ###, his daughter, for his wife. He brought her to Kittim and made her queen. And Latinus reigned 45 years. 13 When Latinus died, Agnias reigned in his stead for 3 years, and, after his death, Ascanius, ###, reigned 38 years. He also built a large temple. After him Celiacos, ###, reigned 29 years, and he built a large temple. After his death Latinus, who reigned for 50 years, succeeded him. This was the king who fought with Almania, ###, and Burgunia, ###, the sons of Eleazar, ###, whom he took as tribute. He built a temple to Aluifa, ###, i.e. in Noga, and closed that of Saturnus, which was the temple of Shabbatai. He passed his priests through the fire on the altar of his temple, dedicated to Aluifa. 14 After the death of Latinus, Agnias Trognos, Tarquinius, reigned in his stead 33 years. He also erected a temple to Saturn. After him Alba reigned 39 years. When he died, Avianos, ###, reigned for 24 years and built a large temple. After him Capus, ###, reigned 28 years and built a temple. After him Carpidos, ###, reigned for 23 years and built a temple. After him Tiberios reigned for 8 years. Agrippa reigned after him for 40 years. Romulus succeeded him and reigned 9 years, during which time he built several temples. After him Abinos reigned for 37 years. This is the king who waged war with the children of Riphath, who dwelt by the Lyra, ###, and with the sons of Turnus, who dwelt in Tauronia, ###, by the river Lyra. It was they who fled from Agnias, king of Africa, ###, and who built Purnus, ###, and Anba, ###. These Abinos brought to submission. After him Procas, ###, reigned 23 years, and after him Emilius reigned for 43 years. 15 After his death Romulus reigned for 38 years. In his days David smote the land of Syria, so that Hadarezer and his sons fled into the land of the Kittim. He there obtained a place on the seashore and a place on the mountain. He there built a city, and called its name Sorrento, ###. 16 At that place there dwelt a young man of a descendant of the family of Hadarezer, who had fled from David. He built the old city Albano, ###, where his posterity dwell unto this day. But within the city of Sorrento, ###, a well of oil sprung up, and after some years the city subsided, and the sea swept over it, i.e., between Napoli, ###, and New Sorrento, yet the well did not cease from flowing, for until this very day the oil bubbles and rises upon the waters of the sea, while the inhabitants are continually collecting it. 17 Romulus was greatly afraid of David. He therefore built a wall higher than any other wall hitherto erected by any king that preceded him, and he surrounded all the mountains and hills round about with this wall. Its length was 45 miles, and he called the name of the city Roma, after the name of Romulus. And they yet continued to be greatly afraid of David. He made the name of the Kittim great, and they called the place Romania, ###, as it is called unto this very day. He built a temple in honor of Jovis, i.e. Edek, and removed that dedicated to Aluifa. And Romulus waged great wars. He also made a covenant with David. 18 After the death of Romulus, Numa Papilios reigned in his stead 41 years. After him Polios, ###, reigned for 32 years. After him Tarquinos, reigned for 37 years. After his death Servios, reigned 34 years. After him Tarquinos reigned. This Tarquinos was he who fell in love with a Roman woman. But as she was already married, he took her by force. The woman was the rat-grieved, and she stabbed herself with a dagger and met her death. Her brothers rose up, and, going to the temple of Jovis, they lay in wait for Tarquinos. When he came to pray, they fell upon him with drawn swords and killed him. 19. On that day the Romans took an oath that no king should henceforth reign in Rome. They then selected 70 Roman councillors and appointed them to rule and to guide the kingdom. The old man and his 7 councillors then ruled over them and subdued all the west. 20. After the lapse of 205 years, battles were fought by sea and land between Babylon and Rome, because the Romans assisted Greece when the Greeks fought with Babylon. At that time, when they rebelled, they caused the Tiber to flow into other channels and made a bottom to the river from one gate of Rome to the other, from its entrance to its exit, a distance of 18 miles, all of which covered with brass, from the gate of Rome where it flows into the sea until the gate where it takes its source, a distance of 18 miles, for 3/4 of the people were on one side of the river and 1/4 on the other side. The river flowed in the midst of the city, and the inhabitants of Rome paved its bed. No ships or boats of the king of Babylon could henceforth enter. The Romans feared and trembled, as they had heard that the king of Babylon had captured Jerusalem. They sent him presents by messengers and made a treaty after that war, so that war ceased between them until the reign of Darius the Mede. Thus far the narrative of Yosippon. After this Yosippon wrote of the kingdom of Darius and Cyrus and the book of the Maccabees and of the kings who lived during the time of the Second Temple until its destruction. I shall, with the help of God, write it all in its proper place just as it is written in the book of Yosippon until the end. 41:1 I also find that during the first temple, in the time of Jotham, king of Judah, 2 brothers, Remus and Romulus, arose who were the first kings of Rome. They reigned 38 years. 2 I also find in Oatob that their mother from the pains of travail died at their birth, and that God appointed a she-wolf to suckle them until they were grown up. Romulus built the city of Roma. He, the first king, then appointed 100 elders as councillors. He also built a temple in Rome and erected the walls of Rome. 3 After him, Huma, Numa, Pompilios, reigned for 41 years. This Huma Pompilios added 2 months to the year, viz. Januarius and Febrius, for the Romans had originally but 10 months to the year. After him Tullus Hostilius, reigned for 32 years. This Tullus, king of Rome, was the first to clothe himself in purple robes. 4 These are the 7 kings that reigned in Rome: 1 Romulus, 2 Numa Pompilius, 3 Tullus Hostilius, 4 Ancus Marcus, 5 Tarquinius Priscus, 6 Servius, is 7 Tarquinus, Their rule over Rome lasted altogether 240 years. After them Rome remained without a king for 464 years until the reign of Julius Caesar. Here finishes the book of genealogies. I now commence the Chronicles of Moses, our teacher. 42:1 From the time that Jacob and his sons came to the land of Goshen, there reigned in it certain shepherds, for the land of Egypt was divided into 3 kingdoms, viz. The land of Ramses, where the Tebei, reigned. This was situated at the extreme end of Egypt. The Israelites built this town, which was afterwards called Ramses on account of the evil, Ra, and the tribute, which were imposed upon the Israelites. The former name of the city was Heroes, Another capital was Moph, that is Memphis, for Apis, king of Egypt, built it, and was made a god because Jovis, the god of Egypt, revealed himself to them in the form of a calf and ram, and therefore they called him Sarapis. On this account shepherds were the abomination of Egypt in the land of Memphis, Nof, Pathros, and Tepanes, for the Egyptians did not eat sheep or rams because they worshipped them as gods. But the land of Goshen was the kingdom of the shepherds in honor of Joseph and Jacob and his sons, all of whom were shepherds. 2 Now, a new king arose in Egypt who did not know Joseph and his good deeds. This was Pharaoh Amenephis, In his days there arose in the air the likeness of an ox. On its right side it had a mark resembling the moon, from which there issued sparks. When it arose in the morning with the sun, it used to fly in the air of the heaven. All the Egyptians worshipped it, and praised it with every kind of song. When it moved they also moved, and when it stood they also stood. The ox used also to sing hymns. This it did once in each year. It became a festival day in Egypt, and they called it the day of Serapis. On account of this, the Israelites afterwards made the calf in the wilderness, as it is said, and he passed through the sea of affliction. 3. Then Pharaoh said to his people, Behold, the people of Israel are becoming mightier and stronger than we, and the Egyptians envy and hate them on account of the multitude of their families, the greatness of their riches, and their mighty strength. Come, let us take counsel lest they multiply, and let us appoint rulers over Israel, and taskmasters over these rulers from among our own people, for the purpose of subjecting them to rigorous servitude, and let us further appoint tax-gatherers over them that they may be reduced to poverty. And they built store cities for Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramses, great cities which stood on the border of Pithom at the extremity of the land of Egypt, and Ramses at the other extremity. And it came to pass when the time of the pregnancy of the women had almost come to an end, they went out in the field and they gave birth to their children, and they left them in the field. The Lord then sent an angel, who washed the children and placed in their hand 2 stones, from one of which they sucked milk, and from the other honey. When the children were weaned they returned to their father's house. When the Egyptians saw the children in the field, they tried to take them away, but the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up. The Egyptians brought their plowshares and plowed the field over them, but could not harm them, for the Lord had saved them. 5. The elders and all the people then gathered together, wept and wailed, saying, It would have been better had our wives been barren, for the fruit of the womb has now been annihilated. Now let no man approach his wife for some time, for it is preferable to die childless than to see our children defiled by the Gentile, until we know what the Lord will do. Now Amram answered and said, Are you willing to destroy by obstinacy or with premeditation the world? But even when misery has reached the bottom of the abyss, the seed of Israel will not be destroyed, for the Lord has sworn to Abraham to afflict his seed for 400 years, and behold, from the time of the covenant between the pieces which God made with Abraham, 350 years have already passed, and 130 years of these we have been slaves in Egypt. Now I shall not abide by your counsel, to fix a time for God's intercession, and to restrain my wife from helping to people the world, for the anger of the Lord will not last forever, nor will he forsake his people forever, nor has he made the covenant with our ancestors in vain, neither has he increased the seed of Israel to no purpose. 6. Now I shall therefore go to my wife according to the commandment of God, and, if it is pleasing to you, do you act likewise, and it shall come to pass when our wives shall conceive, that they shall conceal the fruit of their conception for 3 months, just as Tamar, our mother, did. She did not designedly go astray, for she said, It is better for me to die than to mix with the heathen. She therefore concealed the fruit of her womb for 3 months and then confessed. Now let us do likewise, even we. And when the time of bearing comes to an end, we shall not withhold the fruit of our womb, for perchance the Lord will be zealous and save us from our affliction. 7. The advice of Amram seemed good in the eyes of God, and he said to him, Thy words are pleasing in my sight. Therefore there shall be born to thee a son who shall be my servant forever, who shall perform wonders in the house of Jacob, and signs and miracles among the people. And I shall show him my glory, and make my ways known to him. In him I shall cause my light to burn, and shall teach him my statutes and laws. I shall lead him on the high places of my righteousness and my judgments, and through him shall the light of the world be kindled. Of him have I thought from the beginning when I said, My spirit shall not strive any longer with man, since he is to be in the flesh. His days shall be 120 years. 8. Amram, of the tribe of Levi, went forth and took Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, to wife. All the people likewise took to them wives. And Amram begat a son and daughter, Aaron and Miriam. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Miriam so that she had a dream in the night. She told her father, saying, In the night I saw a man clothed in fine linen. Tell thy father and mother, he said, that whatever is born to thee in the night will be cast upon the waters, and by him the waters shall become dry. And through him shall wonders and miracles be performed, and he shall save my people Israel, and he shall be their leader forever. This dream Miriam told her father and mother. But they did not believe it. 9. Now Jochebed had conceived for 6 months, and in the 7th month she bore a son. They could no longer conceal him, for the Egyptians had made houses by which they knew of the birth of a child. They therefore made a little ark, and placed the child among the bulrushes. The elders then said to Amram, Did we not say to thee, It is better for us to die childless than to see the fruit of our womb cast into the sea? Then said Amram to his daughter Miriam, Where is thy prophecy? So his sister stood a little distance off to know what would become of the child. And Pharaoh's daughter went down to wash. And she took the child and adopted him as a son. 43. The Chronicles of Moses. 1. In the 130th year after the Israelites had gone down to Egypt, Pharaoh dreamt a dream. While he was sitting on the throne of his kingdom, he lifted up his eyes and beheld an old man standing before him. In his hand he held a pair of scales as used by merchants. The old man then took the scales and, holding them up before Pharaoh, he laid hold of all the elders of Egypt and its princes, together with all its great men, and, having bound them together, placed them in one pan of the scales. After that he took a milch goat, and, placing it in the other pan, it outweighed all the others. Pharaoh then awoke, and it was a dream. 2. Rising early next morning, he called all his servants and told them the dream. They were sorely frightened by it, and one of the king's eunuchs said, This is nothing else than the foreboding of a great evil about to fall upon Egypt. On hearing this the king said to the eunuch, What will it be? And the eunuch replied, A child will be born in Israel, who will destroy all the land of Egypt. If it is pleasing to the king, let the royal command go forth in all the land of Egypt that every male born among the Hebrews should be slain, so that this evil be averted from the land of Egypt. 3. The king did so, and accordingly sent for the Hebrew midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah and another Puah, and said to them, When the Hebrew women give birth, and ye see upon the stools that it is a son, ye slay it, but if a daughter, then let it live. But the midwives feared God, and did not act according to the king's word, but let the males live. The king, therefore, summoned the midwives, and said to them, Why have ye done this thing, and kept the males alive? And the midwives answered Pharaoh, saying, The Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are like the free animals of the field which do not require midwives, before the midwives come to them the children are born. 4. When Pharaoh saw that he could not do anything with them, he commanded all his people, saying, Every male that is born ye shall cast into the river, but all the females ye shall keep alive. When the Israelites heard this command of Pharaoh to cast their males into the river, some of the people separated from their wives, while others remained with them. It came to pass, about the time of childbirth, that the women went out into the field, and the Lord, who swore to their ancestors that he would multiply them, sent them an angel, one of his ministers, who was appointed over childbirth, to wash it, and rub it with salt, and the angel bound it in swaddling clothes, and placed in the child's hand 2 smooth stones, from the one of which it sucked milk, and from the other honey. When the Egyptians saw that they, the Israelites, left their sons in the field, and that the wild beasts helped them, and led them in the forests until they had grown to manhood, they said, These have surely reared them in the caverns and vaults of the earth, and each of them brought their plowshare and their plough, and ploughed above them, etc. 44. 1. There was a Levite in the land of Egypt whose name was Amram, the son of Kehath, the son of Levi, the son of Jacob. This man betrothed Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, the sister of his father, and she conceived and bare a daughter, and called her name Miriam, the bitter, because in those days people began to embitter the lives of the Israelites. She conceived again and bare a son, whose name she called Aaron, pregnancy, because during the time of her pregnancy Pharaoh began to shed the blood of their males upon the ground, and to cast them into the river of Egypt. When, however, the word of the king and his decree became known respecting the casting of their males into the river, many of God's people separated from their wives, as did Amram from his wife. 2. After the lapse of 3 years the Spirit of God came upon Miriam, so that she went forth and prophesied in the house, saying, Behold, a son shall be born to my mother and father, and he shall rescue the Israelites from the hands of the Egyptians. When Amram heard his young daughter's prophecy he took back his wife, from whom he had separated in consequence of Pharaoh's decree to destroy all the male line of the house of Jacob. After 3 years of separation he went to her and she conceived. And it came to pass at the end of 6 months from the time of her conception that she bare a son. The whole house was at that moment filled with a great light, as the light of the sun and the moon in their splendor. The woman saw that the child was good and beautiful to behold, so she hid him in an inner room for 3 months. 3. At that time the Egyptian women took secret counsel together to destroy the Hebrew women. They, therefore, went to the land of Goshen, where the Israelites were carrying their little children who could not speak upon their shoulders. The Hebrew women then hid their children from the Egyptians, so that their existence might not become known to them, in order to preserve them from destruction and annihilation. The Egyptian women came thus to Goshen with their children who could not speak, and when one of them came into the house of the Hebrew she made her own child chatter in the child's language, and the hidden child, hearing it, replied in the same manner. The Egyptian women thereupon went to Pharaoh's house to tell him of it, and Pharaoh sent his officers to slay those children. For after that child, Moses, had been hidden now for 3 months, and it thus became known to Pharaoh, the mother took the child and placed it in a little ark of bulrushes, which she daubed with slime and with pitch. 7. After 2 years she brought it to Pharaoh's daughter, who adopted it, and she called its name Moses, for from the waters I drew him. But his father called him Eber, because for his sake he joined his wife again from whom he had separated himself, while his mother called him Yekshel, because I placed my hope in God the Almighty, and he returned him to her. His sister called him Urt, because she went down to the river after him to know what his end would be, while his brother called him Abizanoah, saying, My father separated from my mother, but returned to her on account of this child. Kehath, his grandfather, named him Abijah, because for his sake God closed up the breach of the house of Jacob, so that they no more cast the children into the water. His nurse called him Abi-Isoko, saying that he was hidden in a tent, or box, for 3 months out of fear of the descendants of Ham, and all Israel called him Ben-Nethanel, because in his days God heard their groaning. 8. In the 3rd year of Moses' birth, when Pharaoh was sitting at his meal, with his mistress on his right hand, his daughter on his left, and the child in her lap, and all the princes of the kingdom sitting round the table, it happened that the child stretched out his hand, and, taking the crown from the king's head, placed it upon his own. The king and the princes, on seeing this, were confused and exceedingly astonished. 9. Then Balaam, the enchanter, one of the king's eunuchs, said, Rememberest thou, my lord the king, the dream which thou didst dream and the interpretation thy servant gave it? Now, is this not one of the children of the Hebrews in whom the Spirit of God is? By his wisdom he has done this and has chosen for himself the kingdom of Egypt. Thus did Abraham, who weakened the power of Nimrod, the king of the Chaldeans, and Abimelech, king of Gerar, and inherited the land of the children of Eth and all the kingdoms of Canaan. He also went down to Egypt, and said of his wife, She is my sister, for the purpose of placing a stumbling block in the way of the Egyptians and their king. Isaac did the same in Philistia when he sojourned in Gerar. He grew stronger than all the Philistines. Their king he also wished to lead astray when he said of his wife, She is my sister. Jacob also went stealthily and took away his only brother's birthright and his blessing withal. He then went to Padan Aram, to the house of Laban, his maternal uncle, and by his cunning obtained his daughters, his cattle, and all that he had. He then fled to the land of Canaan. 10. His sons again sold Joseph into Egypt, where he was put in prison for 2 years, until the Pharaoh before thee dreamt dreams. He was then taken from prison and appointed over the princes of Egypt, on account of the interpretation of these dreams. When God brought a famine upon the land, he brought his father and his brothers to Egypt. He maintained them without paying for it, and as he bought for slaves. If, now, it seems good to the king, let us shed the blood of this child, lest, when he grows up, he take the kingdom from thy hands, and Egypt perish. 11. God at that moment sent one of his angels, named Gabriel, who assumed the form of one of them. If it pleaseth the king, said the angel, let onyx stones and live coals be brought and placed before the child, and it shall come to pass, if he stretches forth his hand to the coals, then know that he has not done this by his wisdom, and let him live. This thing being good in the eyes of the king and the princes, they acted according to the word of the angel, and they brought him the onyx and the coals. The angel then placed the child's hand near the coals so that his fingers touched it. He lifted it to his mouth and burnt his lips and his tongue, so that he became heavy of speech. The king and the princes then desisted from killing the child. 12. He lived for 15 years afterwards in the king's palace, clothed in garments of purple, for he was reared together with the king's sons. When he was in his 18th year the lad longed for his parents, and consequently went to them. He went out to his brethren in the field and looked upon their burdens. He there saw an Egyptian smite one of his Hebrew brethren. When the man that was beaten saw Moses, he ran to him for help, for Moses was a greatly honored man in Pharaoh's house. He said to him, O my lord, this Egyptian came into my house in the night, and, binding me with cords, went to my wife in my very presence, and he now seeks my life. When Moses heard this evil deed, he was exceedingly angry, and, turning this way and that to see that nobody was looking, he smote the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. He thus saved the Hebrew from the hand of the Egyptian. 13. Moses then returned to the palace, and the Hebrew to his house. When the man returned to his house, he told his wife that he wished to divorce her, because it was not right for one of the house of Jacob to lie with his wife after she had been defiled. So the woman went out and told her brothers, who thereupon sought to kill him, but he fled into his house and thus escaped. 14 On the next day Moses went out to his brethren, and, seeing that some were quarreling, he said to the wicked one, Why dost thou beat thy neighbor? But one of them retorted, Who made thee to be a prince and judge over us? Wilt thou slay us as thou didst slay the Egyptian? Moses by this perceived that the thing was already known. 15 Pharaoh immediately got to hear of it, and ordered Moses to be slain. But God sent Michael, the captain of his heavenly host, in the likeness of the chief butcher, slayer. He then took his sword and severed the head of the chief butcher, for his face was changed to the exact likeness of Moses. The angel then took hold of Moses' hand, and, bringing him forth from Egypt, placed him outside its border, a distance of 40 days' journey. But Aaron yet remained in Egypt, who prophesied to the Israelites in the midst of the Egyptians, saying, Cast away from you the abominations of the Egyptians, and do not defile yourselves with their idols. But the Israelites rebelled and would not listen. The Lord then said that he would have destroyed them, were it not that he remembered the covenant he had made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the hand of Pharaoh was constantly becoming heavier upon the Israelites, so that he persecuted and oppressed them until God sent forth his word and redeemed them. 45 1 At that time a war broke out between Cush on the one side and the people of Kedem, east, and Syria on the other, for these rebelled against the king of Cush. Chinkanos, king of Cush, then went out to war against the other two nations, and smote Syria and the east. He took many captives and made them submit to Cush. 2 When Chinkanos went out to war against Syria and the people of the east, he left behind Balaam the enchanter, i.e. Laban the Aramean, who came from Kaphtor, together with his two sons, Jannes and Jambres, to guard the city and the poor people. But Balaam counseled the people to rebel against Chinkanos, so that he should not be able to come into the city. The people, listening to him, swore to act accordingly. Him they made king over them, and his two sons they appointed as captains of the host of the people. On two sides of the city they raised very high walls, while on the third side they dug an innumerable number of pits between the city and the river that surrounds the whole land of Cush, and from there the people drew into them the waters of the river. On the fourth side they collected by their wiles and witchcraft an immense number of serpents, so that no one could approach them. 3 When the king and all the captains of the army returned from the war and saw the very high walls of the city, they were greatly astonished, and said, Behold, while we have been detained at war, they have built walls to the city and strengthened themselves to prevent the Canaanitish kings from waging war against them. But when they came near the city and discovered that the gates were closed, they shouted to the keepers, Open the gates for us, that we may enter the city. But they refused to open them, just as Balaam the enchanter had ordered them, and would not allow them to enter the city. They therefore drew up their line of battle opposite the gate, and fought, so that on that day there fell 130 men of Chinkanos' army. On the second day they fought on the side of the river. But when 30 cavalrymen tried to cross, they sank into the pits and were drowned. The king then commanded them to hew some wood, which they were to use as rafts upon which to cross, and they did so. When, however, they came to the walls, the rafts rolled from under them like a mill, and on that day 200 men that had gone upon 10 rafts were sunk in the wells. On the third day they went on that side of the city where the serpents lay, but they dared not approach. After 170 men had been killed by these serpents, they ceased fighting against Cush. They besieged it for 9 years, so that no one went out or entered the city. 4 During this siege Moses, having fled from Egypt, came to the camp of Chinkanos, the king of Cush. He was then but 18 years old. This young man entered their ranks and was much beloved by the king, the princes, and all the army, because he was mighty and beautiful. His height was like the cedar, and his face like the rising sun, and his strength like that of a lion. He was therefore made the king's counselor. It came to pass after 9 years that the Cushite king was seized with an illness by which he died, so that after 7 days Chinkanos departed this life. His servants embalmed him and buried him opposite the gate of the city looking towards Egypt. There they erected a beautiful building and a very high temple, and engraved upon the stones his arms and the record of his mighty deeds. 5 When they had completed the building, they said to each other, What shall we now do? If we try to get into the city and fight, there will be many more of us slain than before. If we give up the siege, then all the Syrian kings and those of the east, having heard of the death of our king, will come upon us suddenly, and none of us will be left. 7 When the young storks had grown up, the king commanded them to starve them for 2 days, and on the third day he said to them, Let each man put on his armor and harness the horses and mules to the chariots, and when each man has taken his stork in his hand, let us rise and war against the city on the side where the serpents are lying. This they did. When they approached the place, the king said, "Let each send forth his young stork." As soon as they did so, the storks flew upon the serpents and devoured them, thus ridding the place of them. 8. When the king and the people saw that the serpents had disappeared, they raised a great shout, fought against the city, and captured it, so that each man went to his own house, to his own wife, and to his goods. On that day 1,100 inhabitants were killed, but of the besiegers not one. When Balaam the enchanter saw that the city was taken, opening the gate, he and his 2 sons fled away upon their horses to Egypt, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt. These were the magicians and the wizards, as it is written in the Sefer HaYashar, book of the Just Bible, that counseled Pharaoh to wipe out the name of Jacob from off the face of the earth. 46:1 And it came to pass when Pharaoh reigned over Egypt that he changed the statutes of the first kings and their laws, and made the yoke heavy upon all the inhabitants of his land, and also upon the house of Jacob he had no pity, through the counsel of Balaam the enchanter and his 2 sons, for they were then the king's counselors. The king then took counsel with his 3 advisers, one of whom was named Royal the Midianite, the second Job, and the third Balaam of Peter, and said, "Behold, the Israelites are becoming more numerous and mightier than we. Come, let us be wise, lest they grow too numerous, and in the event of a war breaking out they will assemble against us and fight us, and go up from the land." 2. Then Royal the Midianite exclaimed, "Long live the king! If it pleases the king, do not stretch forth thy hand against them, because God has selected them of old and taken them from all nations of the earth to be his inheritance. For whoever of all the kings of the earth stretches forth his hand against them, their God will take vengeance upon him." When Abraham went down to Egypt, and Pharaoh ordered his wife Sarah to be brought to him, did not the Lord their God send great plagues upon him and upon his house until he restored Abraham's wife, and only through Abraham's prayer was he healed? Also in the case of Abimelech in Gerar. As a punishment all his house was struck with barrenness, even unto the animals. In a vision Abimelech learned the cause, and that he must restore Abraham's wife whom he had taken. After Isaac prayed for him and his household, and entreated God on their behalf, they were healed. 3. When Isaac was separated from his wife, all their fountains were dried up, and their fruit-bearing trees did not yield their produce, and the breasts of their wives and cows were dried up. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, his pasturage, and Phicol, the captain of his host. They prostrated themselves, and asked him to entreat God for them and pray to him. When he besought God they were healed. Jacob was a simple man dwelling in tents, by his integrity he was delivered from Esau, and Laban the Aramean, and from all the kings of Canaan. Who can stretch forth his hand against them without being punished? Was it not thy father that promoted Joseph over all the princes of Egypt, for through his wisdom he rescued all the inhabitants from famine, and commanded Jacob and his sons to go down to Egypt, that the land of Egypt be saved from further evil through their piety? Now, if it seems good to thee, cease destroying them, and if thou dost not wish to allow them to dwell in Egypt, send them hence, and they will go to the land of Canaan. For Pharaoh was exceedingly angry with Royal, so he left the kingdom and went to Midian. He took Jacob's staff with him. The king then said to Job, "Give thy counsel. What shall be done with these people?" But Job briefly replied, "Are not all the inhabitants of thy country in thy hand? Do thou what is pleasing in thine eyes." Then spake Balaam of Peter to the king, "If thou thinkest to diminish them by fire, has not their God delivered Abraham from the furnace of the Chaldeans? And if thou thinkest to destroy them by the sword, has not Isaac been tested thereby, and a rain been given in his stead? Now, my lord the king, if thou seekest to blot out their name, order their babes to be thrown into the sea, because not one of them has yet been put to this test." 5. This advice pleasing the king, he issued a decree all over Egypt, saying that every male born to the Hebrews should be cast into the water. And it came to pass when the males of the house of Jacob were cast into the river that Moses was one of them. The Lord thereupon sent an angel to deliver them, and thus he also was saved through the daughter of Pharaoh. When Moses grew up in the king's palace, Pharaoh's daughter adopted him as her son, and the whole of Pharaoh's household was afraid of him. 6. One day it was reported to Balaam that the son of Bithyar, Pharaoh's daughter, wished to take his life. Balaam the enchanter and his 2 sons therefore fled for their lives and escaped to the land of Cush. And when Shinkanos waged war with the peoples of the east and Syria, Balaam revolted against him and did not allow him to enter the city. Cush was therefore besieged for 9 years, and during the siege Shinkanos died. The people then crowned Moses the Levite as their king. 7. By his wisdom Moses captured the city, and was placed upon the throne of the kingdom with the crown upon his head. They also gave him to wife the Cushite wife of the late monarch. But Moses, fearing the God of his fathers, did not approach her, for he remembered the oath which Abraham made Eleazar his servant swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan for my sons. Isaac said likewise to Jacob when he fled on account of Esau. Thou shalt not intermarry, said he, with the children of Ham, for remember that Noah said, The children of Ham should be servants to the children of Shem and Japheth. Therefore Moses feared the Lord, and walked before him in truth with all his heart. Nor did he deviate from the path wherein his ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob walked. The kingdom of Cush was firmly established through him, and, going to war with Edom, the east of Palestine, and Syria, he conquered them, and made them submit to Cush. The number of years during which he sat upon the throne was 40, and in all his battles he was successful, because the Lord God of his fathers was with him. 8 In the 40th year of his reign, when he was sitting upon the throne with his queen by his side, the queen said to the princes in the presence of the people, Behold now, during the whole of the 40 years that this king has reigned he has not once approached me, nor has he worshipped the gods of Cush. Now, hearken ye unto me, O sons of Cush, do not allow this man to reign over you any longer, but let my son Mobraz, reign over you, for it is better that you serve the son of your master than a stranger, a servant of the king of Egypt. The people discussed the matter until the evening. They then rose up early next morning and crowned Mobraz, the son of Chinkanos, king over them. But the Cushites feared to lay hands on Moses, for they remembered the oath they took to him. So they gave him valuable gifts and sent him away with great honor. Moses accordingly went forth thence, and his reign over Cush thus came to an end. 9 Moses was 67 years of age when he went out of Cush, for the thing came from God, as the time had arrived which had been fixed from olden times when the Israelites were to be freed from the children of Ham. Moses then went to Midian, for he feared to return to Egypt through fear of Pharaoh, and stayed by a well of water. When the 7 daughters of Royal the Midianite came out to feed the sheep of their father, they came to the well to draw the water for the sheep. But the Midianite shepherds drove them away, and Moses rose up and assisted them in watering the sheep. Returning to their father, they told him what the man had done for them. Royal, i.e., Jethro the Kenite, then invited him into the house to take a meal with him. Moses then related to him that he hailed from Egypt and that he had reigned over Cush, that they had wrested the kingdom from him and had sent him away. When Royal heard this, he said to himself, I shall put this man in prison, by which I shall please the Cushites from whom he fled. Accordingly he put him in prison, where he remained for 10 years. But Zipporah, the daughter of Royal, had pity upon him, and fed him with bread and water. 10 At the end of the 10 years she said to her father, Nobody seeks or inquires after this Hebrew whom thou hast imprisoned these 10 years. Now, if it seemeth good to thee, my father, let us send and see whether he is dead or alive. Her father did not know that she had supplied him with food. Royal then answered and said, Is it possible for a man to be imprisoned 12 years without food and yet live? But Zipporah replied, Hast thou not heard, O my lord, that the God of the Hebrews is great and powerful, and that he works wonders at all times? That he delivered Abraham from the furnace of the Chaldeans, Isaac from the sword, and Jacob from the angel with whom he wrestled by the brook of Jabbok. That even for this man he has done many wonders, that he delivered him from the river of Egypt and from the sword of Pharaoh. He will also be able to deliver him from this place. 11 This word pleased Royal, and Lai acted as she had asked. He therefore sent to the pit to see what had become of him, and found him alive, standing erect, and praying to the God of his ancestors. Having brought him forth from the pit, he shaved him, changed his prison garments, and gave him to eat. The man then went to the garden of Royal at the back of the palace, and prayed to his God, who had done so many wonders for him. While he was praying, he suddenly beheld a staff made of sapphire fixed in the ground in the midst of the garden. When he approached it, he found engraved thereon the name of the Lord of hosts, the ineffable name. He read that name, and pulled up the staff as lightly as a branch is lifted up in a thickly wooded forest, and it was a rod in his hand. 12 Of this was the same staff that was created in the world among the works of God after he created the heavens and the earth and all their hosts, the seas, rivers, and all the fishes thereof. When Adam was driven from the Garden of Eden he took the staff with him and tilled the ground from which he was taken. It then came into the hands of Noah, son of Lamech, who handed it down to Shem and his descendants until it reached Abraham the Hebrew. He then handed over all his possessions to Isaac, including the staff of wonders, which Isaac also inherited. When Jacob fled to Padan Aram he took it with him, and when he came to his father in Beersheba he did not leave it behind. When he went down to Egypt, he handed it over to Joseph as a separate gift above that which he gave to his other sons. After Joseph's death, the princes of Egypt dwelt in his house, and the staff came into the hand of Royal the Midianite, who, when he left Egypt, took it away with him and planted it in his own garden. All the mighty men of King Chinkanos, who wished to wed his daughter Zipporah, tried to uproot it, but without avail, so that it remained there in the garden until Moses, to whom it rightly belonged, came and took it away. When Royal saw the staff in Moses' hand, he was astonished, and knew that he was the Redeemer of Israel. Royal then gave Zipporah his daughter to Moses. 13 Moses was 77 years old when he came out of prison, and took Zipporah the Midianite to wife. And Zipporah went the ways of the women of Israel. She did not even in the smallest thing fall short of the righteousness of Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah, the pinnacles of the world. She conceived and bare a son, whom she called Gershon, for he, Moses, said, I was a wanderer in a strange land, but by the order of Royal his father-in-law the child was not circumcised. After the lapse of 3 years she conceived again and bare another son. After his circumcision Moses called his name Eleazar, because, he said, the God of my father is my help, and he delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. 47:1 At that time Moses used to tend the flocks of Royal the Midianite behind the wilderness of Sin, with his staff in his hand. But the Lord was zealous for his people and his inheritance, and, hearing their cry, said he would rescue them from the descendants of Ham and give them the land of Canaan. He appeared to Moses, his servant, in Horeb in a burning bush, but the fire did not consume the bush. Then God called him from the midst of the bush, and commanded him to go down to Egypt to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to ask him to send away his chosen people as free men. He showed him signs and wonders to perform in Egypt, that they might believe that the Lord had sent him. God gave him confidence by saying, Go, and return to Egypt, for those that sought thy life are now dead, and they have no power to do thee harm. 2 Moses then returned to Midian, and related to his father-in-law all that had happened. Go in peace, said he. So Moses arose and went away with his wife and sons. They lodged at a certain place, and an angel came down and attacked him for his transgression of the covenant which God made with Abraham his servant, in that he did not circumcise his eldest son, and he wanted to slay him. Zipporah then immediately took one of the sharp flint stones which she found there and circumcised her son, and she rescued her husband from the power of the angel. 3 As Aaron the Levite was walking in Egypt by the river, God appeared to him, and said, Go now, and meet thy brother Moses in the wilderness. He accordingly went and met him on the mountain of God, and kissed him. On beholding the woman and her children, he said to Moses, Who are these? These are, said he, my wife and sons whom God gave me in Midian. But Aaron was displeased, and he told him to send the woman and her sons back to her father's house. This Moses did. And Zipporah and her sons remained in the house of Royal, her father, until the Lord visited his people, and delivered them from Egypt from the hand of Pharaoh. 4 Moses and Aaron then went alone to Egypt to the Israelites, whom they told all that the Lord had spoken. Thereat the people exceedingly rejoiced. The next morning they rose up early and went to Pharaoh's house, taking the staff of God with them. 5 When they came to the gate of the king's palace, they saw there 2 young lions bound in iron chains. No one could enter or pass out from within unless the king commanded it. The keepers on seeing them loosened the chains, and by charms set the lions free to pounce upon them, but Moses hastily waved his wand upon them, and Moses and Aaron entered the king's palace, followed by the young lions playing round them as a dog plays on seeing its master coming home from the field. When Pharaoh saw this, he was greatly astonished, and still more confused on account of these men, whose appearance was like that of the children of God. The king then said to them, What do you wish? And Moses said, The Lord God of the Hebrews has sent us to thee, saying, Send out my people, that they may serve me. Pharaoh was greatly afraid of them, and told them to go away and come again tomorrow, which they did. 6 When they were gone, Pharaoh ordered Balaam the enchanter, and Jannes, and Jambres, his sons, the wizards, and all the magicians of Egypt to be summoned before him. He then related to them what these men had spoken. The magicians then asked, How did these men pass the lions that were chained at the gate of the palace? They waved their staves upon the lions, said the king, and they let them loose, and they followed them just as dogs who were pleased to meet them. They are nothing else than wizards like ourselves, said Balaam. Send now after them and let them come, and we shall try them. The king acted accordingly. 7 Taking the staff, they came before the king, and repeated the words which they had spoken at first. "But how can one believe," said Pharaoh, "that you are messengers of God, and that by his word you have come here? Give us a sign, and we shall believe you." Aaron then threw his staff upon the ground, and it was immediately changed into a serpent. The magicians, seeing this, did the same by their incantations, and the staff of each one of them became a serpent, but Aaron's serpent at that moment lifted its head, and, opening its mouth, swallowed up the serpents of Pharaoh's magicians. Balaam the wizard, seeing this, said, "This has been done from time immemorial, that one serpent should swallow up his neighbor just as the fish swallow each other. But change it back to a staff as we shall do, and then if thy staff is able to swallow ours we shall thereby know that the Spirit of the Lord is with thee, but if it cannot swallow them, then thou art a wizard as we are." Aaron then hastily took hold of the serpent by its tail, and it became a stick again. This the magicians likewise did. Then Aaron, as previously, cast his staff upon the ground, and it swallowed up those of the magicians. 8. Pharaoh then ordered the book of Chronicles of the kings of Egypt to be brought to him. Therein were contained the names of all the gods of Egypt. When the list was read over to Pharaoh, he said, "I do not find your God written in this book, nor do I know him." "The Lord God of gods is his name," replied they, Moses and Aaron. "But who is the Lord," added Pharaoh, "that I should listen to his voice and send Israel forth? I do not know him, and shall not allow the Israelites to go. From the days of our forefathers he has been called the God of the Hebrews. Now give us permission to go a journey of 3 days in the wilderness to sacrifice unto the Lord, for ever since we came down to Egypt he has not received from our hands a burnt offering, meal offering, or sacrifice. If, however, thou wilt not let us go forth, the Lord will assuredly wax angry and smite the land of Egypt with pestilence or with the sword." 9. Tell us something of his might and power, said Pharaoh. He created the heavens and all their host, the earth and all it contains, the seas with all their fishes. He it was who formed the light and who created the darkness, who caused the rain to fall upon the earth to irrigate it. He caused the young plants and the grass to spring forth. He created man, animals, the beasts in the forest, the birds in the heavens, and the fish in the seas. Through him they live, through him they die. Did he not create thee in the womb of thy mother, and give thee the spirit of life? Did he not make thee grow up, and place thee on the royal throne of Egypt? He shall also take away thy spirit and thy soul, and return thee to the dust from which thou wast taken. The anger of Pharaoh was kindled, and he said, Who is there among all the gods of the people that can do this? Behold, I it was who created the river, and who created myself. He then drove them out of his presence, and from that day he made the slavery more oppressive than heretofore. 48. 1. The Lord rose in his strength and smote Pharaoh and his people with many great and terrible plagues, and turned all their rivers to blood, so that whenever an Egyptian came to the river to draw water, as soon as he looked into his pitcher, he found it turned to blood. Whether for drinking or for kneading the dough, or for boiling, it always looked like blood. 2. After this all their waters brought forth frogs, so that whenever an Egyptian drank of them, his stomach became full of frogs, which croaked about in his entrails just as they did in the river. Whether they kneaded or whether they boiled, the water was filled with frogs. Even when they lay down upon their beds, their very perspiration was turned into frogs. 3. He then smote their dust so that it became lice 2 cubits high, on their very bodies they lay a handbreadth, as well on the king and queen as on the people. Following this, the Lord sent against them the wild beasts of the field to destroy them, serpents, vipers and scorpions to injure them, mice, weasels, lizards, and noxious reptiles, flies, hornets, and other insects to fly into their eyes and ears, fleas, ants, and every species of winged insect to torture them. They filled the innermost recesses of their houses. When the Egyptians tried to hide themselves in order to shut out and to escape the wild beasts, the Lord ordered the sea monster, octopus, ### to ascend to Egypt. It has arms 10 cubits in length, according to the cubit of man. Rising to the roof, it uncovered the roof and exposed the rafters, and it then slid its arm inside the house. It wrenched off the bolt and lock, and thus forced open the houses of the Egyptians. In this manner the hordes of wild beasts got into the palace of Pharaoh and his servants, and they worried them greatly. 4. And God sent a pestilence among the horses, asses, camels, cattle and sheep. When the Egyptian rose early in the morning and went out to his pasture, he found his animals lying about dead, there remaining alive but 1 in 10. 5. The Lord next sent a plague of fever among the Egyptians, which afterwards broke out into severe boils, which covered them from the sole of the foot to the crown of the head. They broke, and their flesh was running with streams of matter, until they wasted away and rotted. And 6. The hail devastated all their vines and trees, so that not even the bark or the leaves were left. All their produce was dried up, and a burning fiery flame played in the midst of it. Even the men and animals found abroad were slain by the flame, and all the libraries, houses of books, were overthrown. 7. Various kinds of locusts devoured everything left by the hail. What one species left, the other destroyed. The Egyptians, however, were glad to hunt them and sold them for food. The Lord then raised a very strong wind, which carried them all, including the salted ones, into the Red Sea, so that not a solitary one remained in the whole of Egypt. 8. Darkness then covered the earth for 3 days, so that one could not see his own hand before his eyes. During this period of darkness many Hebrews who had rebelled against their Creator rebelled also against Moses and Aaron, saying, "We shall not go forth lest we die in the desolate wilderness by famine." God smote them by a plague, and they were buried during these 3 days, lest the Egyptians should see them and rejoice at their downfall. 9. All the firstborn of the Egyptians were then slain from man to animal, even the likeness of their firstborn engraved on the walls of their houses was effaced and thrown to the ground. The bones of their firstborn that were buried in their houses the dogs of Egypt dragged away, and, breaking them to pieces, devoured them before the very eyes of the people, so that their descendants cried out in anguish. The people of Egypt then hastened to accompany the servants of God, whom they sent away with much riches and many gifts, according to the oath which God sware at the covenant between the pieces. 10. Moses went to Shir, the Nile, and drawing up the coffin of Joseph, took it away with him. The heads of the tribes of Israel also assisted in bringing up each one the coffins of his forefathers. Many of the heathen joined them in their departure from Egypt and in their journey of 3 days in the wilderness. 11. On the 3rd day, however, they said to one another, "Did not Moses and Aaron tell Pharaoh that they wished to go a journey of 3 days in the wilderness in order to sacrifice to the Lord their God? Now let us rise early tomorrow morning and see if they return to Egypt to our Lord. We shall thereby know that they are to be believed, but if not, we shall go to war against them and bring them back by main force." On the 4th day they accordingly rose early, and found Moses and Aaron eating and drinking, and celebrating a festival to their God. The rabble said to them, "Why do you not return to your master?" Moses replied, "Because the Lord has warned us, saying, Ye shall no more return to Egypt, but ye shall go to a land flowing with milk and honey, as I have sworn to your fathers." 12. As soon as the rabble saw that they refused to return, they went to war against the Israelites, but the Israelites prevailed against them, causing great slaughter. The remainder fled to Egypt to inform Pharaoh that the people had fled. And the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was forthwith turned against them, so that they pursued after them to bring them back to their burdens, for the Egyptians repented after they had sent them away. Pursuing them hastily, they at length overtook them while they were encamping by the Red Sea. There the Lord wrought many miracles for the Hebrews through Moses, his chosen servant, who stretched his staff upon the sea, when the waters were immediately divided into 12 rents, for the 12 tribes, through which they all passed over dryshod, just as one passes along the highway. After them came all the Egyptians. But they were all drowned except Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who thereupon offered a thanksgiving offering to the living God, and believed that he was the living God. God then commanded Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel, the heavenly princes, to bring him up from the sea. So they brought him to the land of Nineveh, where he remained for 500 years. 13. The Israelites then journeyed into the wilderness, and Amalek, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, went to war against them. With him there came an innumerable army of wizards and enchanters. But the Lord delivered them into the hand of Moses his servant and Joshua the son of Nun, the Ephrathite, who put them to the edge of the sword. Royal the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, then came out into the wilderness to Moses, where he was encamping by the mountain of God with Zipporah and his sons, and dwelt with them among the Israelites. Moses next fought against Sihon and Og, and captured their land. He then fought against Midian and slew Evi, Rechem, Ur, and Rebe, the 5 kings of Midian. 14. He put Balaam the enchanter and his 2 sons to the edge of the sword. When Balaam the enchanter saw Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, and Phinehas his son, captains of the host of Israel, following him for the purpose of slaying him, by means of witchcraft he flew in the air, just as an eagle is seen to fly heavenward. But, uttering the ineffable, revered name of God, they brought him down to the earth, and, capturing him, slew him with the rest of the princes of Midian. The Canaanites who dwelt in the mountains also descended with the Amalekites to fight against Israel, but the Lord delivered them into the hand of Moses and the Israelites, who smote them utterly. 15 Moses was 80 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Through him the Lord redeemed Israel from Egypt. He reigned over them in the wilderness 40 years, during which time the Lord maintained them by his mercy with the bread of the mighty and the fowl of the heaven, and from the flinty rock he brought forth fountains of water for them. The cloud of the Lord gently guided them by day like children, and a pillar of fire by night, and during the whole time of their travels in the wilderness neither their garments nor their shoes wore out, and no goodness lacked them there. 16 After traveling through the wilderness of Sin, they arrived at Mount Sinai on the 3rd day of the 3rd month after their departure from Egypt. The word of the Lord then came to Moses the Levite, saying, Come up to the mountain, and I will give thee the tablets of stone, the law and the commandments which I have written to teach the Israelites. Moses accordingly told the people to sanctify themselves for 3 days, and on the 3rd day, that is, on the 6th day of the 3rd month, he ascended the mount. The Lord then gave the Israelites through Moses the 613 precepts refined as silver and tried as gold, accompanied by the sound of the trumpet, by thunders and lightnings. They next erected a tabernacle, with its vessels, for ministering to God, and the ark for the 2 tablets and for the scroll of the law. They also prepared burnt offerings, sacrifices, incense, frankincense, oil for the consecration and for anointing therewith the tabernacle with its vessels and the priests of God, viz. Aaron and his sons, who ministered before God and offered sacrifices and incense for the congregation. They also made for them garments of honor, and appointed the sons of Levi to guard the tabernacle of the Lord, to minister to their fellow priests, and to sing hymns during the sacrifice. They also offered frankincense within to avert the anger and punishment of the Lord. 17 In the 40th year of their wanderings, Miriam the prophetess died, on the 10th day of the 1st month, and was buried in the wilderness of En, which is Kadesh. In the same year, on the 1st day of the 5th month, Aaron the priest died, and was buried on Mount Hor, and Eleazar and Ithamar were appointed to minister in the place of their father. The priesthood has remained in that family as an inheritance throughout all generations. 18 In that same year on the 7th day of the 12th month Adar Moses, the servant of the Lord, died, 120 years old, and was buried in the valley at the nethermost part of the Mount of Abiram, and Joshua the son of Nun, the Ephrathite, was appointed leader of the people. The rest of the words of Moses relating to his power, his military deeds, his entreaties and prayers on behalf of his people, are they not written in the Sefer HaYashar, which is the law of our God? Joshua the son of Nun rose up after him. He led the Israelites across the Jordan and divided the land by lots according to the word of God. 49 1 Better is a good name than precious oil. Thus it was with Aaron. God said to Moses, our teacher, the time has arrived for Aaron to quit this world. Do thou go and tell him that his life is nearing the end. Moses then rose and prayed the whole night. He said, Lord of the world, how can I say to Aaron, thy time has arrived to quit this world? And God said to Moses, Give him the message of a great thing and of good tidings, that I will not deliver his soul into the hand of the angel of death. 2 Moses then determined to change the order of things for that day. It was customary for some of the princes to rise early and wait at the door of Eleazar and Ithamar, and for all the elders to wait on Moses, but on that day the order was reversed, for Moses, Eleazar, and all the princes rose early to wait on Aaron. When Aaron came to the door and saw them all standing, with Moses among them, he asked, O my brother, why hast thou changed thy custom today? Because God has bidden me to tell thee something today, said Moses. But canst thou not tell me privately? No, speak, I entreat thee. I cannot, replied Moses, until we depart hence. They then immediately went away. On other occasions Moses, Aaron, and Eleazar used to walk together, Moses in the middle, Aaron at his right, Eleazar at his left, and all the Israelites behind them, but on this day Aaron walked in the middle. When the Israelites perceived this they said to each other, The Holy Spirit has been removed from Moses and has been given to Aaron. They all rejoiced, because they loved Aaron with a greater love than they did Moses, because he loved peace and pursued it. 3 Why, asked Aaron, dost thou confer this great honor upon me today? Because God has commanded me to tell thee something. And what is that which thou hast been commanded to tell me? Do thou wait until we are seated. When they were seated Aaron repeated his question, Now tell me, my brother. Wait until we mount the hill. And he did all this in order not to frighten him too much. The 3 of them, Moses, Aaron, and Eleazar, then ascended the hill, when Moses said, O my brother Aaron, return unto me what God has entrusted thee with. Is it the tent of the congregation with all its vessels which is entrusted to me? Has he handed over a light to thee? Yes, said Aaron, the lamp with its 7 lights has been entrusted to my care. He did not yet understand that Moses referred to his soul, which is compared to a light, as the verse says, the light of God is the soul of man, penetrating the inmost chambers of the heart. Aaron, my brother, why did Abraham, our forefather, die? Was it not because the time had arrived for Isaac's rule? And Isaac, why did he die? Why, do you think? Because of the time having arrived for Jacob's rule, which was then to be transferred to him. Even yet Aaron did not understand the drift of Moses' conversation. O Aaron, my brother, if one were to ask thee to give 20 years, or 10 years, or 1 year, or even 1 day of thy life to that person, when that day should arrive wouldst thou deny his claim? For Aaron then at last understood that the time had come for him to die, and he said to Moses, Moses, the time of my death has arrived. Moses remained silent and did not reply, for he was inwardly weeping. Aaron then, placing his hands upon his head, wept bitterly, saying, What avails me the good name, when I am about to quit this world, in which I have always loved peace and pursued it, and made peace between man and his neighbor, between man and wife? While they were sitting in that place, the ground suddenly opened, showing them the cave of Machpelah. After entering it, Moses said, Aaron, my brother, perhaps this is the cave of Machpelah, that is, the vault of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thou art clothed in their priestly garments, and they will become defiled. If now thou art willing, clothe thy son Eleazar with thine own garments, and array thyself in his, then thou and I will enter this vault. Aaron forthwith stripped himself of his garments and put them upon Eleazar, his son, while he clothed himself in those of Eleazar. When they entered the cave they looked and beheld a burning lamp, a prepared bed, and a table spread. Go up, my brother, said Moses, and lie upon this bed. Stretch out thy legs and close thine eyes and mouth. He did so, and his soul departed. 5. When Moses saw this he coveted such a death, saying, Happy the man that is born to such a death. And God replied, By thy life thou shalt end thy days by such a death. At once Moses went out from the cave, and the mouth of it closed up by itself. 6. Moses and Eleazar then descended the hill. When the Israelites saw Moses and Eleazar without Aaron they said to Moses, Where is thy brother Aaron? His time had arrived to die, and he is no more, answered Moses. Thereupon they sought to stone him, saying, Thou hast slain him, because we loved him more than thee. At this Moses raised his eyes on high and stood in prayer. 7. At that moment God said to the ministering angels, Lift up Aaron's coffin, and suspend it in the air that the Israelites may see it and believe Moses. Thus they did, and the Israelites believed. They mourned for him 30 days. The ministering angels also lamented his death, saying, Wail, ye cypresses, for the cedar has fallen. Even God himself uttered this verse over him, The law of truth was in his mouth, iniquity was never found on his lips, he walked with me in peace and righteousness, and gave many a place of refuge. Concerning his death, it is said, A good name is better than precious oil, and the day of death better than the day of one's birth. End of the death of Aaron. May the Lord deliver us on the last day. With the help of God, I, Eleazar the Levite, add here the account of the death of Moses, our teacher. 51. The Lord said to Moses, Behold, the time draws near when thou shalt die. Abba related that Moses addressed God in the following manner, Through the very word with which I praised thee in the law in the presence of 60 myriads of those who sanctify thy name thou hast sentenced me to death, as it is said, Behold, thy days draw near for thee to die, all thy gifts and punishments are meted out measure for measure, each one meted out in full, how now evil for good. And God replied, Even this word which I told thee is a mark of goodness, as, e.g., Behold, I send before thee an angel. Behold, the righteous man will be rewarded in the land. Behold, I shall send to you Elijah, the prophet, and just as thou hast proclaimed me before 60 myriads, so shall I, in the future, exalt thee in the midst of 55 myriads of perfectly righteous people. Therefore he used the word, behold, ###, the numerical value of ### is 50 and 5, viz. ### equals 5, and ### equals 50. 2. Rabbi said that the death of Moses is referred to 10 times, viz. Behold, the time draws near for thee to die. He died upon the mount. For I am about to die. Thou knowest that after my death, and before his death, he was 120 years old when he died. And Moses, the servant of God, died there. And it came to pass after the death of Moses, the servant of God. Moses my servant is dead. From all these instances we learn that it was 10 times decreed that Moses was not to enter the land of Israel, but this harsh decree was, nevertheless, not sealed until the decision of the great tribunal was revealed to him. 3. For God said to him, A decree has been passed that thou shalt not pass into the land of Israel, as it is said, Thou shalt not pass this Jordan. This decree was, however, lightly felt by Moses, for he said, The Israelites have committed many grievous sins, and whenever I interceded for mercy on their behalf my prayer was accepted, as it is said, Let me alone, that I may destroy them. Yet at the same place it is written, And the Lord repented of the evil. At the same place it is further written, And the Lord said, I have pardoned according to thy word. I, Moses, therefore, who have not sinned from my youth, if I entreat God on my own behalf, how much more will God hear my words? When God saw that the decree was lightly felt by Moses and that he did not turn his mind to prayer, he immediately swore by his great name that he would not enter the land, as it is said, Therefore thou shalt not bring this congregation. Therefore means nothing else than an oath, as it is similarly said, Therefore, I swear to the house of Eli. 4. As soon as Moses became aware that the judgment concerning him was finally decreed, he fasted, and drawing a circle he stood within it and said, I shall not move from this place until that decree has been annulled. Having then clothed himself in sackcloth and scattered ashes upon his head, he prayed and supplicated before God until heaven and earth and the very creation were moved, and said, Perhaps the will of God to renew the world is being accomplished. A divine voice then went forth and said, It is not God's will to renew the world, in his hand is the soul of every man, and the spirit of all flesh. Man is applied to Moses, as it is said, and the man Moses was exceedingly meek. 5. At that moment God made a proclamation at every gate, and in every firmament, and at every door of the great tribunal that they should not accept Moses' prayer. They, therefore, did not allow his prayer to reach God as the decree had already been sealed. The angel appointed to carry out this decree was named Exariel. God forthwith cried out to his ministering angels, Hasten to go down and close all those gates of heaven so long as his prayer continues. For his prayer strove to penetrate the heavens, for like unto a sword it rent and cut, and was not impeded. It drew its strength from the ineffable name, which Moses learnt from Zagzagel, his teacher, who is the scribe of all the heavenly host. To this event refers the verse, Behind me I heard the sound of a great noise, saying, Blessed be the Lord from his abode. The voice was the cry of one supplicating, and the word great can only be applied to Moses, as it is said, The man Moses was very great. 6. What is the true meaning of the expression, Blessed be the glory of the Lord from his abode? The reply is that when the wheels of the chariot and the seraphim of fire perceived that God said, Ye shall not receive Moses' prayer, nor show him favor, nor grant him life, nor allow him to enter the land of Israel, they exclaimed, Blessed be the glory of the Lord from his abode, who is no respecter of persons either small or great. 7. At that time Moses said to God, O Lord of the universe, it is well known to thee what cares and troubles I have undergone for Israel until they became the chosen ones to observe thy law, and how much anxiety I have suffered for them until I established for them the law and the commandments. I said, as I saw their evil, may I also look upon their good, and now that they have reached that state thou sagest to me, Thou shalt not pass over this Jordan, behold thou makest thy law a falsity, for it is said, Thou shalt give him his reward on the day due. Is this the payment for the 40 years' service during which I have toiled, until they, the Israelites, became holy and faithful, as it is said, while Judah was yet rebelling against God, they became a holy and faithful people? 8. The angel Samael, the wicked, was the chief of the Satans. Every hour he used to dilate upon the coming death of Moses, saying, When will the moment arrive at which Moses is to die, so that I may go and take away his soul? Concerning this David said, The wicked are always watching the righteous, seeking to take their life. But of all the Satans Samael was the most wicked, while, on the contrary, there was no man so righteous among the prophets as Moses, as it is said, There has not yet arisen in Israel a prophet like Moses. This may be compared to a man who is preparing for a wedding feast, and who anxiously inquires, When will thy festivity begin, that I may participate in the joy? Thus did the wicked Samael remain on the watch for the soul of Moses, and say, When will Michael commence to weep, and when shall I obtain the consummation of my joy? Michael replied, I shall weep when, or while, thou rejoicest. Some are of opinion that he said, Do not rejoice, mine enemy, although I fall, yet I rise again, for I fall at the death of Moses, but I shall rise again at the prosperity of Joshua, when he conquers 31 kings. I sit in darkness at the destruction of the first temple, but afterwards the Lord shall be my light, the light of the Messiah. In the meantime 1 hour had passed. 9 Moses then said to God, Lord of the universe, if thou wilt not permit me to enter the land of Israel, allow me to live in this world, and not die. But the Lord replied, If I do not kill thee in this world, how can I bring thee to life in the world to come? And, further, thou wouldst by this falsify my law, for it is written in my law, None shall deliver him from my hand. Thus far God forbore. Moses added, Lord of the universe, if I am not allowed to enter the land of Israel, allow me to remain as one of the beasts of the field, which eat the grass and drink the water, but live and see the world. Let my soul be as one of them. God replied, You ask too much. Moses continued, If not, allow me to remain in this world as a bird that fleeth every day to the four corners of the earth, and in the evening returns to its nest. Let me be as one of them. God still said, You ask too much. O Lord of the universe, then place one of my eyes behind the door, and let them shut the door upon it 3 times in each year, that I may live and not die. It is too much. What dost thou mean, O Lord, when thou sayest, It is too much? And God replied, Thou hast spoken too much. 10 When, at length, Moses perceived that there was no creature that could deliver him from death, he immediately exclaimed, The rock, whose work is perfect. Then, taking a scroll, he wrote upon it the ineffable name, and recited his last song, until the moment arrived for him to die. Then spake the Lord to Gabriel, Go thou and bring to me the soul of Moses. But he replied, How can I look upon the death of him who is worth 60 myriads of creatures? And how can I make him angry who uttereth such words as he? Then spake God to Michael, Go and bring me the soul of Moses. And he replied, Lord of the universe, how can I, who was his instructor, look upon the death of him who was my pupil? 11 At length God addressed Samuel, the wicked, saying, Go thou and bring to idol the soul of Moses. Then, clothing himself with anger, girding himself with his sword, and enveloping himself with eagerness, he set out to find Moses. When he saw Moses writing the ineffable name, that his brilliancy was like that of the sun, and that he looked like an angel of the Lord of hosts, Samuel was seized with a great fear for Moses, and said, The angels cannot of a surety take away the soul of Moses. But before Samuel appeared, Moses knew that he was coming. 12 When he again looked on Moses, he was exceedingly terrified, and trembled as a woman in travail, so that he could find no courage to speak to Moses, until Moses himself said, Samuel, there is no peace for the wicked, saith the Lord. What dost thou here? I have come here to take away thy life. But who sent thee? He who formed all creatures, replied Samuel. Thou shalt not take my life, added Moses. But the souls of all living beings are entrusted to me. And I am, said Moses, the son of Amram, who was born circumcised. On the day of my birth I found speech, I walked on my feet, and spoke to my parents, even the milk I did not suck. When I was 3 months old, I prophesied that I would in the future receive the law on this day, from the midst of the flames of fire. When I went abroad I entered the king's palace and took the crown from off the king's head. When I was 80 years old, I performed signs and wonders in Egypt, and brought out then 60 myriads under the very eyes of the Egyptians. I also rent the sea into 12 parts, I made the bitter water sweet, I went up to heaven and trod its path, in the wars of the kings I conquered them, I received the law of fire from the fiery throne, and I was hidden behind a cloud, and I spake face to face to God, and I conquered the host of heaven, and I revealed hidden mysteries to mankind, I received the law from the right hand of God, and taught it to the Israelites, I went to war with Sihon and Og, the 2 mightiest warriors of the world, for even at the time of the flood the waters would not reach their knees on account of their enormous height. I caused the sun and the moon to stand still in the horizon, while I smote those 2 kings with the staff that is in my hand and killed them. Who is there in the world that can do like this? Away hence, thou wicked one. Thou hast not the permission to stay here. Depart from me, for I shall not give thee my soul. 13 Samuel accordingly returned and brought back word to God, who again said, Go forth and bring to me the soul of Moses. Samuel immediately drew his sword from its sheath and thus stood over Moses. But Moses' anger was kindled against him, and he took the staff of God in his hand, on which the ineffable name was engraved, and beat Samuel with all his might until he fled before him. Moses ran after him, took away the horn of his glory from him, and deprived him of his sight. Thus far did Moses' power prevail. The last moment of Moses' life had then drawn near, when a voice, Bath Kol, was heard to say, Thy last moment, the time of thy death, has arrived. But Moses entreated thus, O Lord God of the world, remember the day on which thou didst reveal thyself to me in the bush, when thou didst say, Go forth and I will send thee to Pharaoh. Remember, O Lord, the day when I stood upon Mount Sinai, where I remained 40 days and 40 nights. I entreat thee not to deliver me into the hand of the angel of death. A voice, Bath Kol, then went forth and said, Do not be afraid, for I myself will attend to thy burial. 14. At that moment Moses stood up, and having sanctified himself just as one of the seraphim, the Holy One, blessed be he, descended from the highest heavens together with Michael, Gabriel, and Zagzael. Michael arranged Moses' bed, Gabriel spread a garment of fine linen at his head and Zagzael a rug at his feet. Michael stood on one side and Gabriel on the other. Then spake the Lord to Moses, Close thy eyes one after the other, and gather up thy feet. Then, addressing the soul of Moses from the midst of his body, he said to it, My daughter, after I have placed thee in Moses' body for 120 successive years, the time has now arrived for thee to go forth from it, therefore depart and do not delay. The soul of Moses said, O Lord of the universe, I know that thou art the Lord God of the spirits of all flesh, and that all souls, both of life and death, are delivered into thy hand. Thou it was who createdst me, thou it was who formedst me and didst place me in the body of Moses for 120 years, and no human body has ever been purer than the body of Moses, in which no evil germ was seen, no worm or insect, wherein there never was any overestimation. On account of all this I love him, and do not wish to depart from him. O soul, added God, depart and do not delay. I shall then carry thee up into the highest heavens, and place thee beneath the throne of my glory, with the cherubim, seraphim and gedudim, troops of angels. 15. Once more entreating the Lord, it said, Lord of the universe, from thy divine presence on high there once descended two angels, Azar and Azazel, who in their desire for the daughters of the earth, corrupted their way upon the earth, until thou didst suspend them between heaven and earth. But from the very day on which thou didst reveal thyself in the bush, the son of Amram did not approach his wife, as it is said, and Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses on account of his wife. I entreat thee, O Lord, allow me to remain in the body of Moses. At that moment, by a kiss of God, the soul of Moses was taken from him, and, as if weeping, God exclaimed, Who will now rise up to correct the evildoers? Who will now stand up for the workers of iniquity? The Spirit of God then wept and said, There has never yet arisen in Israel a prophet like Moses. The heavens wept and said, A pious man has perished from the earth. The earth wept, saying, There is no upright man left on the earth. When Joshua had sought for his master and could not find him, he also wept, saying, Save me, O Lord, for the pious one is no more, and the faithful have ceased from among men. The Israelites then wept, saying, He performed the righteousness of God. And the angels of every heaven exclaimed, His judgments are with Israel, the remembrance of the righteous is for a blessing, and his soul returns to everlasting life. 51:1 Now, what was the special merit of Moses, that God himself should attend on his burial? It was for the following reason. When he went down to Egypt and the time for the redemption of Israel had arrived, all the Israelites busied themselves with the silver and gold, while Moses, for 3 days and 3 nights, wearied himself by walking round the city silently searching for Joseph's coffin, since they could not depart from Egypt without Joseph, for he had made them promise him before his death and swear that they would do it, as it is said, and Joseph made the children of Israel swear. 2. When Moses was already exceedingly tired, a woman, Sirah, the daughter of Asher, met him, and, seeing him very faint and weary, she said to him, My lord Moses, why art thou faint? Because, said he, I have been wandering round the city for 3 days and 3 nights in search of Joseph's coffin, but have not yet been able to find it. Come with me, and I will show thee where it is. Leading him to a brook in that place, she then related to him that the magicians and wizards of Pharaoh had made a coffin of lead for Joseph, weighing 500 talents, and cast it into the brook. They thus spoke to Pharaoh, If it please the king, this nation will now not be able to go forth from this place as it cannot discover Joseph's coffin. 3. Standing by the edge of the brook, Moses exclaimed, Joseph, Joseph, thou knowest how thou didst cause Israel to swear, saying, The Lord will surely visit you, now bestow glory upon the God of Israel, and do not prevent their redemption. Beseech, I pray thee, thy Creator, that thou mayest rise from these depths. Immediately after this the coffin ascended from the depths, preceded by a bubbling of the waters, floating as lightly as a reed. Lifting it upon his shoulders, he carried it along, followed by all the Israelites. They carried the silver and the gold which they took from Egypt, whilst Moses carried the coffin. Then said the Lord to Moses, Thou sayest that thou hast in this done a small thing, by thy life, the mercy which thou hast shown is great, since thou didst not think of the silver and the gold. I shall, therefore, show thee the same mercy when thou departest this life. I shall with my glory bestow kindness on thee. For thus, when the time had arrived for Moses to quit this world, and God said to him, Behold, the time approaches for thee to die, he exclaimed, O Lord of the universe, after having received the law, and having suffered such weariness, dost thou tell me, the day of thy death draws near? I shall not die, but will live. Thou canst not, for this is the way of man. Lord of the universe, entreated Moses, I beseech thee before my death to allow me to enter and search all the gates of the heavens and the depths of the earth, that they may see there is none besides thee, as it is said, and thou shalt know this day, and lay it up in thy heart that the Lord is God and no one else. God said, Thou hast written of me, and no one else. I say of thee there has not yet arisen in Israel any one like Moses, who knew the Lord face to face. What is the meaning of the words, Behold, thy day draws near to its end? Simon said, The very day appeared before God, and said, Lord of the universe, I shall not move nor end, so that Moses may continue to live. 5. The sages asked, What did Moses do as soon as he knew the day on which he was to die? Janae said, that on that day he wrote 13 scrolls, 12 for the tribes, and 1 he placed in the ark. In the event of their seeking to falsify a word, they might refer to the one in the ark. Then said Moses, While I have been occupying myself with the Torah which is living, the day has set and the decree is thus annulled. God then forthwith made a sign to the heavens, and the day remained at a standstill, saying, I will not set, so that Moses shall live. Therefore Job uttered, Did not I weep for him that was in trouble, whose day was fixed, that is, the day was hardened, fixed, for him? What is the meaning of the words, Behold, thy day draws near? Just as one man says to his neighbor, Behold, someone has sued thee before the king. 6. He called Joshua, and addressed God thus, Lord of the universe, let Joshua, my servant, be the ruler, and I shall live. God replied, Serve thou him as he did serve thee. Moses then rose up and hastened to the house of Joshua, who was greatly afraid, and said, Moses, my teacher, has come to me. When he went out, Moses walked on Joshua's left side. When they entered the tent of the congregation, the pillar of cloud descended and separated them. As soon as it departed, Moses went up to Joshua, and asked, What did the word say to thee? And Joshua replied, When the word was revealed to thee, I knew what was said to thee. Moses then wept, saying, Better 100 deaths than one jealousy. Solomon explains it thus, that love was as strong as death, and jealousy as Sheol, i.e., the love which Moses bare Joshua, and the jealousy which he showed towards him. When Moses was about to die, God tried to appease him, saying, By thy life, as thou hast guarded my children in this world, so will I in the future world make thee the leader of my children, as it is said, and he will remember the days of old. 7. This is the blessing with which Moses blessed the children of Israel before his death. What is the meaning of the expression, before his death? The sages say that Moses took hold of the angel of death, and compelled him to go before him while he blessed each one of the 12 tribes. Mir says that the angel of death approached Moses and said to him, The Lord has sent me to thee, because thou must depart on this day. Moses said, I seek to praise God, as it is said, I shall not die, but live to tell of the works of God. But why, said the angel, art thou so boastful? For there are others who praise him, the heavens and the earth glorify him every hour, as it is said, the heavens declare the glory of God. But I will silence them, continued Moses, as it is said, Listen, O heavens, while I speak. For the second time the angel of death approached him, but as soon as Moses uttered that Shem Hamaphorash ineffable name, he fled, as it is said, When I call upon the name of the Lord, bring ye greatness to our God. When the angel of death approached him the third time, Moses said, It is now necessary for me to justify the divine judgment upon me, for it is said, The rock, whose work is perfect. 8. Isaac said that the soul of Moses refused to depart from him, so that Moses communed with it, saying, Dost thou aver that the angel of death tried to overcome thee? God will not do this, it replied, for thou hast delivered my soul from death. Has he caused thee to see them crying, and made thee weep with them? No, for thou hast delivered my eye from tears. But did he try to make me fall among them, the people? Thou hast prevented my foot, said it, from slipping. And where wilt thou in the future walk? The soul replied, I shall walk before the Lord in the lands of the living. As soon as Moses heard this, he exclaimed, Return, O my soul, to thy rest. Abin said that as soon as they departed the mortals glorified God, saying, Moses has commanded us a law, an everlasting inheritance to the congregation of Jacob. 52:1 Joshua ben Levi said that when Moses ascended on high to receive the law, a cloud appeared before him in a crouching position, so that he did not know whether to ride upon it or to take hold of it. However, it soon opened, and having entered it, the cloud carried him aloft. Moses then walked along the firmament, just as one walks along the earth, as it is said, and Moses went in the midst of the cloud. Kemuel, the angel appointed over 12,000 other angels of destruction, keeping guard at the gates of heaven, met him. When he saw Moses he rebuked him, saying, Thou comest from a place of defilement, and darest walk in this place of purity. What dost thou, who art born of woman, in this place of fire? I am Moses, the son of Amram, and have come here to receive the law for Israel. 2. Moses walked along the firmament just as a man walks along a pathway, until he came to ha-Daniel. The sages say of ha-Daniel that he stands 60,000 parasangs above his fellow angels, and that every word he utters is accompanied by 12,000 sparks of fire. On seeing Moses, he in his turn rebuked him, saying, What doest thou in this sublime and holy place? But as soon as Moses heard the voice of ha-Daniel, he became frightened, confused, and trembled exceedingly in his presence, and the tears flowed from his eyes. He therefore entreated the cloud to cast him forth. 3. But God's mercy was moved for Moses, and he thus addressed ha-Daniel, From the very day that I created you, you have striven before me. When I wished to create man, all of you became his accusers before me, saying, What is man, that thou shouldst remember him, and the son of man, that thou shouldst visit him? You gave me no rest until I consumed many of your companies, and now, seeing that my desire is to give my law to my children, you stand in the way and will not allow my law to descend to my chosen people Israel. Indeed, were it not for Israel, who are to receive my law, there would be no dwelling in the firmament, either for me or for you, as it is said, If I had not created the day and the night, I would never have decreed the statutes of heaven and earth. 4. When ha-Daniel heard this he rose and prayed and made supplication before God, saying, O Lord of the universe, it is revealed and known before thee that I did not know that Moses came here with thy permission. Now that I know it I shall act as a messenger to him, I shall go before him as a pupil before his teacher. Thus humbling himself, he went before Moses as a pupil before his instructor, until he came to the fire of Saldalphon. 5. And then ha-Daniel said, Moses, do thou proceed, for I am not able to stand before the fire of Saldalphon. I fear lest he consume me with the breath of his mouth. When Moses perceived Saldalphon, he was confused and trembled, and the tears flowed from his eyes. He then desired to be thrown from the cloud, and besought the mercy of God. His prayer was answered, for at that moment the Holy One, blessed be he, himself descended and stood before Moses until he passed the fire of Saldalphon. Concerning this it is said, And the Lord passed before him and he exclaimed, the Lord, the God of mercy and kindness. 6. Of Saldalphon the sages say that he towers above his fellow angels a distance that would take 500 years to walk, and that he stands in front of the curtain weaving crowns for his maker. The ministering angels do not know where God dwells, for it is said, Blessed be the Lord from his abode, and it is not said in, but from his abode. He, Saldalphon, therefore conjures with the ineffable name, and the crown departs to rest by itself on the head of the Almighty. As soon as the crown leaves the hand of Saldalphon, all the heavenly hosts are moved, and the holy creatures, till now silent, roar like lions, and they exclaim with one voice, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, the whole earth is filled with his glory. When the crown reaches the throne of God, all the wheels of his chariot and throne commence rolling, the sockets of fire blaze forth, and all the heavens are seized with terror. When it passes on to the throne, all the heavenly hosts with their own crowns on break forth into glorification of God, saying, Blessed be the glory of the Lord from his abode. Come and see the glory and greatness of God. As soon as the crown reaches his head, he strengthens himself to receive the prayers of his servants. Then all the Hayath, Aphanim, Seraphim, the wheels of his chariot, the throne of his glory, and the hosts above and below exalt, glorify, and break forth in words of praise, honor and glory, and all as with one mouth proclaim his sovereignty, saying, The Lord will reign for ever and ever. 7. As soon as Moses passed away from Saldalphon, he came to Rigion, a river of fire, whose flames burn the angels of fire just as the fire which consumes man. Moses, however, was taken across by God. 8. He then met Eleazar, an angel to whom is attributed the saying that out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth evil and good. Why was his name called Eleazar? Because he reveals the secrets of God. His wings are spread out to receive the fiery breath of the holy creatures, for, were he not to do so, no creature would be able to endure it. Eleazar is appointed for another kind of work. He prophesies that this year shall be a good wheat crop, the barley shall ripen, and the wine shall be cheap. And yet another kind of work, taking a thick covering of iron and spreading it on the river Rigion, he places certain people upon it opposite the angels and princes, so that they may prosper, and that their fear shall fall upon the creatures. God took Moses up and brought him across the river. 9. After this, Moses met a troop of angels of terror that surround the throne of glory, and that are mightier and stronger than all the ministering angels. As soon as they espied Moses, they tried to consume him with the breath of their mouths, saying, What doest thou in this place of glory? But God immediately spread the glory of his throne round about him, as it is said, He closeth in the face of his throne and spreadeth his cloud upon it. Moses, thereby strengthened, returned the following answer, What avails the Torah to you? The exodus from Egypt does not apply to you, nor the worshipping of strange gods, nor the taking of oaths. At this they immediately rendered their thanksgiving to God, as it is said, Our Lord, how mighty is thy name in all the earth! Thou whose majesty extends over the heavens. From that moment every one became Moses' friend, every one handed over to him a secret cure, and even the angel of death revealed to him his secret, as it is said, and he gave the frankincense and atoned for the people. 10. Then, opening the 7 firmaments, God showed him the heavenly temple and the 4 different hues in which the tabernacle was made, as it is said, And thou shalt erect the tabernacle according to the plan which thou sawest on the mount. O Lord of the universe, said Moses, I do not know its form. Then spake God to him, Turn to the right. He did so, and seeing angels clothed in a color like that of the sea, God said, This is blue. Now turn to the left, said God. He did so, and seeing angels clothed in white, God said, This is the fine linen. Then turning in front of him and seeing angels clothed in red, God said, This is scarlet. Now turn behind thee. Turning behind, he saw angels clothed neither in red nor green, and God said, This is purple. 11. The Lord then opened the 7 doors of the 7 heavens, and revealed himself to Israel face to face in his glory and with his crown. As soon as the Israelites heard the words, I am the Lord thy God from God's own mouth, their souls departed forthwith, as it is said, the souls of the Israelites departed when he spoke. The law went forth to Israel and found them all dead. Returning to God, it said, Lord of the universe, to whom hast thou given me, to the living or to the dead? To the living, said he. Hast thou not applied to me the verse, It shall be thy life and the length of thy days? And yet here are they all dead. Then for thy sake I shall restore their souls, and causing that dew to descend which is destined to revive the dead, he thus brought them to life, as it is said, Thou, O God, didst send a plentiful rain, thou didst confirm thine inheritance when it was weary. He then restored their souls, as it is said, The law of God is perfect, refreshing the soul. 12. There then descended, at the command of God, 120 myriads of ministering angels, of whom a pair went to each of the Israelites, one to place his hand upon his heart to prevent his soul from departing, and the other to straighten his neck that he might behold God. But why did God reveal himself to them face to face? Because he said to them, Know that I reveal myself to you in my glory and in my majesty, so that in the event of one of you leading others astray and saying to them, Forsake your God and let us go and serve other gods, you may then say to him, Is there anyone who, after beholding his Creator in his glory and in his majesty and upon the throne of his glory, would go and serve other gods? 13. Then said the Lord to Moses, My angels are afraid of thee because the fire of thy lightnings is stronger than theirs. Let Michael my archangel go before thee, for my great name is engraved upon his heart, as it is said, For my name is within him. The glory of the heights is on thy right hand, and the image of Jacob thy forefather on thy left. Moses was inwardly pleased when he saw the Most High condescending to argue with him. All the inhabitants of the world were confused, the inhabitants of every country were astonished when they saw Moses the son of Amram, who had captured the king's daughter, the law, descending in great exultation, as it is written, Thou didst descend on high, thou didst take captive and receive presents for man. It is further written, A wise man scaleth the city of the mighty, and bringeth down the strength of the confidence thereof. The mountains and hills skipped like rams when they saw the canopy erected, and the daughter of God as a bride decked with precious stones. The daughter of God is the Torah, law, and the precious stones represent the 12 tribes, who said, All that the Lord has spoken we shall do and hearken thereunto. As soon as they exclaimed, We shall do and we shall obey, there descended 120 myriads of ministering angels, who placed 2 crowns upon every one of the Israelites, one because they said, We shall do, and the other because they exclaimed, We shall obey. And the glory of the Lord was revealed from heaven, from the habitation of his holiness. He gave the Torah to the children of Jacob, his chosen one, and gave them righteous judgments, a true law, statutes and commandments for their good, by which to prolong the life, to obliterate the sins, and to sow the seeds of righteousness. 53. 1. The sages say that while the Israelites were traveling in the wilderness they were surrounded by 7 clouds of glory, one in front of them, one behind them, 2 on each side, and one above them to protect them from the sun and the cold. Another cloud went before them, which leveled the high places and raised the lower places that they might not stumble, as it is said, and thy cloud stood above them, and in a pillar of cloud thou wentest before them. This was the one in front of them, and the 7th was that which was placed at the head of the standards, and the light of the divine presence was refulgent in it. But how did it shine there? 2. The rabbis say that there were 4 standards, of which the standard of Judah was in the east, and similar in shape to a lion, as it is said, Judah is a lion's whelp. On the top of the banner was the form of a lion, out of which hooks of gold protruded, which ended in a sword-like pike, and on this there rested one arm of the 7th cloud, on which the 3 letters representing the 3 forefathers were engraved, viz. Aleph, Yod, Yod. Aleph for Abraham, Yod for Isaac, and Yod for Jacob, #### being the mnemonic sign. These letters were illuminated by the Shekinah. 3. In the south the banner of Reuben was placed. It had the appearance of a man similar to mandrakes on account of the passage, and he found mandrakes. On the top of the banner hooks of gold, which ended in a sword-like pike, and upon them rested one arm of the cloud, on which the 3 letters representing the 3 ancestors were engraved, Beth for Abraham, Ad for Isaac, and Ayin for Jacob, ### being the mnemonic sign. These letters also shone from the splendor of the Shekinah. 4. In the west the banner of Ephraim was encamped, being in appearance like a fish, on account of the expression, and they shall increase like the fish abundantly. On the top of the banner were placed hooks of gold ending in a sword-like pike, on which rested one arm of the cloud, with the 3 letters representing the 3 forefathers engraved upon it, viz. Resh for Abraham, Heth for Isaac, and Qof for Jacob, the mnemonic sign being ####. Likewise these letters shone through the splendor of the Shekinah. 5. Lastly, in the north was encamped the banner of Dan, in the form of a serpent, on account of the expression, Dan shall be like a serpent by the way. On the top of the banner were placed hooks of gold ending in a sword-like pike, above which one arm of the cloud rested, with 3 letters representing the 3 ancestors engraved thereon, viz. Mem for Abraham, Qof for Isaac, and Beth for Jacob, the mnemonic letters being ####, which shone through the splendor of the Shekinah. 6. Now, there was one letter remaining, viz. The he of Abraham, which God added to Abram from his own name, which is spelled Yod-H, ####. With this God created the world, as it is said, for with Yah the Lord created the worlds. God placed the pillar of cloud above the ark, which was surrounded by all the banners, as it is said, they encamped round about the tent of the congregation. On this cloud now those sacred letters Yad, H, were fixed, and during the 7 days of each week it went the round of all the camps of Israel, giving light as the sun by day and as the moon by night. They were thus able to distinguish between day and night. 7. When God wished them to remove their camps, the cloud on which the letters Yod, He were engraved moved upwards from the ark of the covenant. The 4 clouds on which were respectively engraved the letters #####, and #### followed after them, and as soon as the priests noticed these clouds following in the wake of the pillar of cloud, with the letters #### on it, they blew their trumpets, and the 4 winds of the earth blew myrrh and frankincense, as it is said, "Who is this coming up from the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense?" 8. These trumpets were used first for assembling the people together, then as the signal to continue their journeying for war, and also for the Sabbaths and festivals. Every trumpet was hollow and emitted a loud sound. It was 1 cubit in length and broad at the mouth, and a thin reed was placed in its mouth to receive the breath, and thus to discourse music in the hearing of the people. When they were used to assemble the people, and to bring the princes together, the sons of Aaron blew on 1 trumpet 1 long even sound, tekiah ####, and not a tremolo, ####. A tekiah, or 1 long even sound, on 2 trumpets meant the assembling of the whole congregation, but the same on only 1 trumpet was the signal for the assembling of the princes. If a tribe required its prince, they blew a tekiah on 1 trumpet, but not a teruah or tremolo. In the same manner the assembling of all the congregation was sounded. 9. As a signal for continuing their journey they used 2 trumpets and sounded the teruah. At the first sound the 3 camps eastward, under the banner of Judah, moved onwards. At the second the 3 camps in the south, under the banner of Reuben. At the third, the 3 camps in the west, under the banner of Ephraim. And at the fourth sound of the teruah, the 3 camps in the north, under the banner of Dan, started on their journey. For all these the teruah sound was blown. In war, however, and on a day of rejoicing, or a festival, or a new moon, the sons of Aaron blew the 2 sounds tekiah and teruah. 10. These 4 banners correspond with the 4 elements of which the world is composed, and the 12 tribes correspond with the 12 stones of the ephod, as it is said, and the stones shall be called after the names of the children of Israel. The banner of Judah in the east corresponds to one of the 4 elements, viz. fire, and of the constellations, to Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, which consist of fire, and to the first row of the stones of the ephod, viz. the sardius, topaz and carbuncle. 11. The standard of Reuben in the south corresponded to earth, the second of the 4 elements, to Taurus, Virgo and Capricornus of the constellations which are of the dust, and to the second row of the stones of the ephod, viz. the emerald, sapphire and diamond. The banner of Ephraim in the west corresponded to water, the third of the 4 elements, to Gemini, Libra and Aquarius of the constellations which consist of water, and to the third row of the stones of the ephod, viz. the jacinth, agate and amethyst. 12. The standard of Dan in the north corresponded to air, the fourth of the 4 elements, to Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces of the constellations which were created of air, and to the 4th row of the stones of the ephod, viz. the beryl, onyx, and the jasper. 13. Judah's constellation is Leo and is stoned the sardius, Issachar's is Aries and is stoned the topaz, Zebulun's Sagittarius and is stoned the carbuncle, i.e., altogether 9 corresponding to fire. Reuben's constellation is Taurus and is stoned the emerald, Simeon's Virgo and is stoned the sapphire, Gad's Capricornus and is stoned the diamond, i.e., altogether 9/6 corresponding to dust. Ephraim's constellation is Gemini and is stoned the jacinth, Manasseh's Libra and is stoned the agate, Benjamin's Aquarius and is stoned the amethyst, which are together 9 corresponding to air. Dan's constellation is Cancer and is stoned the beryl, Asher's Scorpio and is stoned the onyx, Naphtali's Pisces and is stoned the jasper, which are altogether 9 corresponding to water. 14. Each man stood by his standard, together with the ensign of his father's house, thus, Reuben, Mandrakes, Simeon, the city of Shechem, Judah, the lion's whelp, Issachar, a strong ass, Zebulun, a ship, Ephraim, an ox, Manasseh, a buffalo, or reem, Benjamin, a wolf, Dan, a serpent, Naphtali, a hind, Gad, a troop, according to the passage, a troop will overtake him, Asher, an olive, on account of the passage, he dipped his foot in oil. Thus, a sign was given to every banner, according to the deeds and according to the name of the tribe. 15. And these are the 4 camps of the standards. Every man by his standard, according to the house of their fathers, shall encamp round about the tent of the congregation. Between the tabernacle and the camps of the standards there was a very wide space. 3 tribes formed under one banner, that is, in 3 separate camps according to their order, and each camp was like a large city. The camps of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun were placed in the east, Reuben, Simeon and Gad in the south, Ephraim, Benjamin and Manasseh in the west, and Dan, Asher and Naphtali in the north. The Levites encamped between the tabernacle and the camps, on the 4 sides of the tabernacle, at a distance from the camps, but near the tabernacle, and kept guard in the tabernacle of the Lord. Moses and Aaron and his sons encamped in the east of the tabernacle, opposite Judah's standard. The sons of Kehath encamped in the south, opposite Reuben's banner, the children of Gershon in the west, opposite Ephraim's banner, and the children of Merari in the north, opposite Dan's banner. The tent of the congregation stood in the center, surrounded on all sides by the Levites, while the 4 standards of the Israelites surrounded the Levites, and the clouds of glory surrounded the Israelites. That is the meaning of the verse, the angel of the Lord encamps round about those who fear him. The 4 standards, Moses, Aaron and the tabernacle, which are altogether 7, correspond to the 7 planets, viz. Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon, Saturn, Jupiter and Mars, and the 12 tribes to the 12 constellations. 16. Eleazar asked Simeon, when the Israelites went out of Egypt, did they take weavers with them? No, replied Simeon. How, then, did they clothe themselves during the whole of the 40 years? The ministering angels clothed them, as it is said, and I shall clothe thee in fine network. But did not the children grow to men, said he. Learn the reply from the purple snail whose shell grows simultaneously with it. Thus the Israelites fared, nor did they become dirty, for the clouds were cleansing them. Further, they did not emit a malodorous smell from the perspiration of their bodies, although they did not change their clothes. 17. The well caused to grow various kinds of spices and sweet-smelling herbs, upon which they lay, as it is said, He will cause me to lie down in the well-watered pastures, the perfume of which travelled from one end of the world to the other. The well of Miriam was placed at the entrance of the court near Moses' tent, and indicated to all the camps where they were to encamp. It indicated it in this manner: when the curtains of the court were set up, the 12 pillars by the well sang the Shirah, as it is said, they dug the well with songs. And the waters of the well swelled into rivers, one of which surrounded the camp of the Shekinah. From that river there issued 4 other rivers into the 4 corners of the court, each one of which flowed through the 4 corners, such as southeast, etc., to the camp of the Israelites. After passing the camp of the Levites, these rivers flowed together into one channel, encompassing first the whole camp of the Levites, and flowing between each family, and surrounding the camp of the Shekinah, there were seen many small channels. Then this great river encompassed the whole camp of the Israelites from without, forming into smaller rivers running between each tribe. These rivers marked the boundary of each camp, so that one did not encroach upon his neighbor. But do not think that they obtained nothing from the waters, because they produced all kinds of dainties similar to those of the world to come, as it is written, Thou art a fountain of gardens. And all kinds of spices grew for them, as it is said, Thy shoots are a garden of pomegranates. With spikenard and saffron, etc. 18. At the end of each camp on the east, west, north and south, there stretched an area of 4,000 cubits. Moses and Aaron and his sons were encamped in the east, the children of Kehath in the south, the children of Gershon in the west, and the children of Merari in the north. Each one of them occupied 100 cubits within the 4,000. In addition to this there were those 4,000 cubits on each side. Thus the Levites occupied 1/8 of the whole area of the tribes. But where did the animals pasture? The whole encampment extended over an area of 12 square miles, comprising the camp of the Shekinah, that of the Levites, and that of the camp of the Israelites. In the corners on each side their cattle pastured, i.e. opposite, or facing, their own encampment. The rivers surrounded them from within and without, forming channels for them all round, so that the people had permission to walk on the Sabbath from one camp to the other. The cloud being spread over them, divided them from their cattle, as it is said, and the cloud of the Lord rested over them by day. From the splendor of the blue used in the tabernacle the rivers appeared blue as the blue of the morning, and the light of the moon and the sun was reflected in them. When the nations beheld them from afar praising God, they said, Who are these people looking at us from the wilderness? And fear and dread fell upon them all, as it is said, Fear and dread shall fall upon them. 54:1 The sages say that when God brought the plague of the firstborn upon the Egyptians, he started first upon their gods, as it is said, I shall execute judgment on all the gods of Egypt, I am the Lord. And what was this smiting of their gods, since they were but images of stone? They were broken up into small pieces, every idol of wood rotted and became a heap of dust, and all idols of silver, brass, iron and lead were melted to metal sheets on the ground, and when the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea, fire descended upon their gods and consumed them, as it is said, And in the abundance of thy majesty, thou wilt overthrow all those who rise up against thee. 2. The sages further say that before the plague of the firstborn descended upon them, Moses went among the firstborn in Egypt and said to them, Thus saith the Lord, about the time of midnight I shall go forth in the midst of the Egyptians, and all their firstborn shall die. Thereupon all the firstborn went to their fathers and said, All the plagues which Moses foretold have come to pass. He now says that all the firstborn are to die. Go to Pharaoh, replied their fathers, for he is a firstborn. Going to him, they said, Send this people away, for if you do not, all the firstborn will perish. Pharaoh immediately ordered his servants to go and smite them, and he said, I have once declared either my soul shall be taken or those of the Israelites, and now you wish them to be sent away. Each one of them took his sword and slew his father, as it is said, the smiting of the Egyptians by their firstborn. Nevertheless, at midnight, all the firstborn were slain, as it is said, and the Lord smote all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, i.e., his son, who also died. And Pharaoh and his servants arose in the night on that account. 3. If an Egyptian married 5 wives, having had 5 sons, the next day these sons were found dead, because they were all firstborn to their mothers. In the same manner, if a woman had married 5 times and had obtained a son of each husband, all these sons died, because they were all firstborn to their fathers. Thus was fulfilled the statement that all the firstborn of the land of Egypt should die. In the event of a house containing no firstborn, the eldest in the house died. The house wherein the firstborn had died long before, the dead came out again from the grave and died anew within the house, causing great wailing. Therefore it is written, there was no house into which death did not enter. For, as soon as Pharaoh saw that his son, the son of his wife, and the sons of his servants were dead, he meditated within him that Moses had never once yet lied to him, and said to his servants, all the time that he was near me he used to appease, and he prayed before his Creator, and we were then healed of all our plagues. But, a little while ago, I was incensed against Moses, and said to him, Thou shalt not any longer look upon my face. Therefore it is incumbent upon myself to go to seek him. Pharaoh and all his servants accordingly rose from their beds with great weeping, and Pharaoh, going the round of all the streets, inquired, Where is Moses? Where is Moses? Where does he dwell? When the Israelites saw him they laughed, saying to him, Pharaoh, where art thou going, and whom dost thou seek? It is Moses your master that I am searching for. Here he lives, said the children, all the while laughing at him, until he at last said, Arise, go forth from among my people. But the Israelites took no notice of him until he went to Moses' house and said, I entreat thee, O my Lord, pray to God for us. But Moses and Aaron and all the Israelites were at that moment in their several houses, eating their paschal lambs and singing praises to the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he, and sitting at home, and no one went out of his house, because God said to the Israelites, And no man of you shall go out of his house until the morning. 5 So that when Pharaoh came to Moses' door, Moses said to him from within his house, Who art thou calling? I am Pharaoh, said he. Why dost thou thyself come to me? Surely it is not customary for kings to come to men's houses, and, moreover, at night time. I entreat thee, go forth and pray for us, for there is no man left in Egypt that is not dead. But I cannot go forth, for I have heard it from the mouth of God, saying, You shall not go forth. I beseech thee, said Pharaoh, stand at the window and let me behold thy pleasant face. But, added Moses, didst thou not say to me, Thou shalt no more see my face? I said this to thee before the firstborn died, but now they are already dead. Thou hast indeed never lied before me, now, why are they all dead? And Moses said, Dost thou wish them to be brought to life again? Yes, said he. 6 If so, then raise thy voice and say, O children of Israel, behold ye are free men, behold ye are your own masters. Now arise and go forth from the midst of my people. But now ye were the servants of Pharaoh, henceforward ye are the servants of God. These words Pharaoh repeated. Say them again. And Pharaoh did so. Say them a third time. And Pharaoh said them a third time. When Pharaoh raised his voice, it was heard in all the land of Egypt, a distance of 40 days or 400 parasangs. 7 And in that night he called Moses and Aaron and said to them, Arise, go forth from among my people. But why dost thou trouble me the whole night, said Moses. Because, answered Pharaoh, I am a firstborn, and I fear lest I die. Do not fear this, because thou art destined for greatness. And the Egyptians forced Pharaoh, and persuaded him to send the Israelites from among them, as it is said, and the Egyptians strengthened themselves to hasten the people out of their land, for they said, Behold, we shall all of us die. But God answered them, saying, By your life you shall not all of you die here, but I shall destroy you in the sea. When the Egyptians were drowned in the sea, fire descended upon their gods so that they were consumed. 8 Among these Egyptians there were 2 wizards whose names were Jonai and Mamre. As soon as they entered the sea and saw that the waters encompassed them, by means of their whiles they flew into the air as high as the firmament. There was not another nation in the world so much addicted to witchcraft as the Egyptians. Thus our sages have said, 10 measures of witchcraft descended into the world, 9 parts the Egyptians took, and 1 remained for the rest of the world. Jonai and Mamre were the princes of witchcraft, and, from their great knowledge of it, they ascended to the firmament, nor were Michael and Gabriel able to do anything against them. They therefore cried to God in supplication, saying, O Lord of the universe, these wicked men who oppress thy children with hard bondage dare to stand here without fear, and not only this, but they dare to defy even thee. Whence do we know that God himself descended in Egypt? Because it is said, I shall go down with thee to Egypt. Now, if it is thy will, O Lord of the universe, execute punishment for thy children. At this God immediately ordered Metatron, saying, Throw them down and cast them to the ground, but be careful that they only fall into the sea. Metatron accordingly cast them forcibly into the midst of the sea. It was then that the Israelites broke forth with the Shirah, the song, and in the abundance of thy majesty thou hast overthrown those who rise up against thee. 9. The nations heard it and trembled. The sages say that when the Egyptians pursued the Israelites and beheld them, they were seized with great fear and dread, and did not wish to enter into the sea after them. God therefore sent Gabriel to them, and he appeared like a mare entering the sea. Pharaoh's horse immediately followed into the sea after it, and he was followed by all the Egyptians. Then spake God to Moses, saying, Stretch forth thy hand over the sea, and the waters shall return upon the heads of Pharaoh and his chariot and his riders. Moses thus stretched forth his hand upon the sea, which was cleft asunder and rent. When the nations of the world heard the report of the exodus from Egypt and the rending of the Red Sea, they trembled, and in terror fled from their habitations. 55:1 And the children of Israel went up from the sea, and they came to the wilderness. While they were journeying in the wilderness, a quarrel broke out between Korah and Moses. A certain woman had a ewe lamb which she fed from her bread and gave to drink from her own cup, so that it was as a daughter to her. When she one day sheared the wool of her lamb, Aaron the priest came and took the wool away. Going immediately to Korah, she said to him, O my lord, I am exceedingly poor, my whole possession being but one ewe lamb. When I sheared its wool for the purpose of clothing myself, for I am naked, Aaron the priest came up and took it away by force. 2 Korah then went up to Aaron and said to him, Ist thou not sufficient with the tithes and eve offerings of the Israelites, that thou must needs take away the wool of this poor woman, who is esteemed as a dead person? But Aaron retorted, Thou shalt not die in the natural way. I shall not annul, for thy sake, one letter of the law. It is written therein, The first of the shearing of thy flock shall be given to me. In 3 months' time the ewe bore a lamb, and Aaron came and took it away. The woman immediately went again to Korah and complained, O my lord, behold, Aaron has no compassion on me, for but yesterday he took away the wool, and today he has taken the firstborn. And he replied, The law says that every male firstborn of thy cattle and of thy sheep shall be dedicated to the Lord thy God. 3 The woman then went forth and slew the ewe, and Aaron immediately came and took the shoulder, the jaws and the maw. Seeing this, the woman, sorely troubled, cried, saying, Thou hast all the flesh. I take all the flesh, added Aaron, it has now become our portion, as it is said, The flesh of everything that is dedicated belongs to thee. 4 The woman, going to Korah, related all that had happened, and Korah, exceedingly enraged, said to Aaron, What claimest thou upon this poor woman? Thou didst first take the wool, then the firstborn, and now the whole ewe itself. I shall not transgress one letter of the law on account of thy anger, for it is said, All the flesh shall be the priest's. 5 Korah was then filled with wrath, and when God commanded Moses to tell the children of Israel to make for themselves fringes, Korah arose in the night, and weaving 400 garments of blue, put them on 400 men. Then, standing before Moses, he said to him, Do these garments require fringes, as they are now made holy of the ###blue? Moses replied, Korah, does a house full of holy books require a mezuzah? Yes, said Korah. So also do these garments require fringes. 6 Thus the jealousy, envy, between them grew to such an extent that God said to Moses, Take the Levites, and thus thou shalt do to purify them. He then made 4 decrees concerning the Levites, 2 of which they accepted and 2 of which they did not accept. They then said to Moses, Sprinkle upon us the water of the sin offering, and we shall also wash our clothes, but to the heaving and the razor we shall not submit. 7 Moses then forcibly lifted them up from the ground against their will. When it came to the decree of the shaving their bodies, Moses was not able to attend to them alone, so he said to the Israelites, A decree has been issued concerning the Levites to pass the razor over their flesh, and they have refused to submit. Thereupon, all the Israelites stood up, laid hold of the Levites by force, and made them submit. 8 At that time the wife of Korah said to her husband, The king of life makes both you and Moses subservient to him, but now, having passed the razor over your own flesh and over your beards, you will be a reproach and a shame to all. It is surely preferable to die than to live. Concerning this scripture says, The wisdom of woman buildeth her house, but the hands of the foolish one overthrow it. 9 The wisdom of woman buildeth her house. This refers to the wife of On, the son of Peleth, who, when she saw that the quarrel was coming to a head, said to her husband, My lord, hearken to my counsel, whether Korah is the prince and thou art the pupil, or Moses is the prince and thou art the pupil, what avails thee this quarrel? It is surely better to free thy soul from the punishment. But what shall I do now? He answered, since I have already sworn to Korah that I shall abide by his counsel. Thy oath will be fulfilled, she replied, if thou sidest with Moses, since all the Israelites are holy. May I trust thee, said he. She answered, Yes. Thereupon, on the day of visitation, she killed a lamb and gave him to eat and to drink until he was drunk. She then put him to bed, and while he slept she sat at the street door and uncovered her head and combed her hair, and whoever came to call for On, the son of Peleth, saw his wife with uncovered head, and being shamed, turned away until the time passed, and On was thus saved. With reference to this the text says, "Hide thyself for a moment until the anger has passed away. But the foolish woman overthroweth it, her house, with her hands." This alludes to the wife of Korah, who wickedly counseled her husband to quarrel with Moses, and thus he perished from this world and from the next also, as it is said, "And they perished from the midst of the congregation." 10. The sages say that through the deep counsel of Balaam the Israelites were diminished, for the sons of Moab and Midian took counsel together, and, gathering all the beautiful women of their land, they made tents for them and placed them therein close by the camp of the Israelites. And the women dwelling within the tents were decked with all conceivable kinds of ornaments and had every kind of saleable garment. At the door of the tent stood an old woman holding a garment for sale. Whenever any Israelite passed by and asked the old woman the price, she placed a very high value upon it, but said, "Step inside the tent, and there you can choose what you desire at a low price." As soon as he entered, a beautiful maiden would stand up, beautifully decked and sprayed with scent, and, looking at him, say, "I will sell thee these ornaments at a very low price, and if thou desirest, I will give thee these others for nothing." Before her was placed excellent strong wine. She would then say to him, "Drink this cup of wine for my love, and I will present thee with any precious ornament thou mayest wish." At this time the wine of the heathen was not yet a prohibited thing. He therefore would accept the offer and drink the wine, and as soon as he had finished it he would be very drunk. She then would take hold of him and begin kissing him, so that the evil inclination should burn within him, and he would lie with her. For the great love that sprang up between them, she would not leave him until at length she would say to him, "Worship this idol for the love you bear me," and he would worship it. 11. Thus the Israelites sinned through fornication, as it is said, and the people began to commit fornication with the daughters of Moab, who enticed the people to sacrifice to their God, and the people ate of their sacrifices and bowed down to their gods. The Lord was therefore angry with Israel, so that there died by a plague 24,000 men. 12. And all the Israelites, and all the princes, and Eleazar, and Phinehas, seeing the angel of destruction among the people, sat down and wept, and did not know how to act. Phinehas saw Zimri publicly going with a Midianite woman, and, burning with zeal, he snatched the spear from Moses. Some say that, raising his spear, he ran after him from behind, and pierced them both, so that it entered the stomach of the woman. On account of this God gave him and his sons the more of the animals as his reward, and strengthened his arm. He fixed the spear in the ground, and both were found on the top of it, one above the other. Then Phinehas smote the young men of Israel without remorse, and dragged them, scourging them all the while, through the whole camp of Israel, that all should see and fear. Eleazar of Modai relates that Phinehas cast the ban of excommunication upon all Israel by means of the secret of the ineffable name as written upon the tables of the law. The terrestrial and celestial tribunal sanctioned an excommunication prohibiting every man of Israel to drink of the wine of the heathen. 56. 1. When the 10 plagues with which the Egyptians were smitten commenced, Icrops fled from Egypt to the city of Aqts in Greece, which he built as the metropolis. There he established the throne of the kingdom of the Soanides, and became the first king of the Adonisim, Athenians, i.e. the Oanides. After him there reigned 17 kings and 19 princes, until the reign of Cambyses, the son of Cyrus, king of Persia. 2. At the end of the book of Joshua it is written, "So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem." Joseph Ben-Gurion asserts in his book that when the heathen made a covenant, after shedding the blood of the calf and sprinkling it upon the ground, they used to say, "Thus shall the blood of him who breaks this covenant which we have made be shed." Joshua then issued a decree to the Israelites that they should pour water upon the ground instead of blood, to fulfill the command, "Thou shalt not do according to their deeds." 3. In those days, in the time of Joshua, there lived a certain man Erectonios, who was the first to construct a chariot in Greece. And Cadmus, king of Egypt, went from Thebes, and came to Tyre and Sidon, and there reigned. In the land of Greece there also reigned Cadmus Europs Tepanes, and he called the name of the royal city Tepanes. 4. Now, Danius had 50 sons, and they took to them the 50 daughters of Egisates, their brother. But one day one of the brothers arose, and, killing all the others, reigned in their stead. 5. At that time, in the days of Othniel, Cadmus reigned in Thebes, and the city of Biania, was built by Tepanes. He first introduced the letters of the Greek writing. The city of Epirah, now called Corinthus, was also then built by Yosippon. Minos, the son of Euripi, reigned then in Crete. 57:1 Philo, the friend of Joseph, the son of Gorion, has narrated in his book that after the death of Joshua the Israelites did not possess a friend to lead them. So that the Israelites asked the Lord, "Who shall go up before us to fight against the Canaanites as in the olden times?" And the Lord replied, "If the heart of this people is perfect with the Lord, let Judah go up, but if not, nobody shall go up." But whereby shall we know the heart of the people? They asked further. And the Lord said, "Draw lots according to your tribes, and the tribe which the Lord shall take shall assemble according to their families, and ye shall thus know the heart of the people." 2 The people then addressed God, saying, "O Lord, appoint over us a head and a chief to assemble us for casting the lots, that he may take us out and bring us in." And the angel of God replied, "Cast lots in, the tribe of Caleb, and the person selected by lot shall be to you the head and the chief." They did so, and the lot fell upon Kenaz. They therefore made him a prince over Israel. Kenaz then said to the people, "Bring me your tribes and hearken to the voice of the Lord." And they came to him. 3 You know, said he, that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, "Ye shall not depart from the way which I commanded you in the Torah, neither to the right nor to the left. This Joshua has also exhorted you to do." 4 Now, hear and mark my words, for the heart of the people is not with him, and he has commanded us each tribe to approach for the lot to be cast. Let not the anger of the Lord be kindled against us. If I and my house be caught, then burn us with fire. Thou hast spoken well, answered the people. 5 Accordingly, the tribes assembled before him by lot, and of the tribe of Judah 345 men were taken, of Reuben 540, of Simeon 335, of Levi 350, of Issachar 665, of Zebulun 545, of Gad 380, of Asher 665, of Manasseh 480, and of Ephraim 468. 6 Thus, the total number of those that were caught by lot was 6,110, all of whom Kenaz placed in a ward to inquire the word of the Lord concerning them, and said, "Of such did Moses, the servant of the Lord, speak when he said, Lest there be among you a root, a poisonous plant or wormwood, blessed be the Lord, who reveals our sins to us that we may not stumble through them." 7 And Kenaz and Eleazar the priest, and all the elders of the assembly, prayed to the Lord, saying, "Thou, O Lord, hast made known unto us the men who did not believe in thy wonders what thou didst for our forefathers from the time when thou didst bring them forth from the land of Egypt until this very day." 8 And the Lord replied, "Ask these people now to confess their iniquity, and they shall be burnt with fire." And Kenaz addressed them thus, "You know that Achan ben Zabdi sinned by appropriating the devoted spoil, was taken by lot and confessed his sin. Do you also make a confession unto the Lord, that ye may live with those whom the Lord will revive at the resurrection of the dead." 9 And one of them, whose name was Elah, answered, "We shall only die once by this fire. Now ask each tribe separately." Kenaz thereupon commenced with his own tribe, the tribe of Judah. And they said, "Behold, we have chosen to make a calf for ourselves, just as our forefathers did in the wilderness." 10 Corning next to the tribe of Reuben, they said, "We have chosen to sacrifice to the gods of the nations." The children of Levi said, "We desired to try and test if the tabernacle is holy." The children of Issachar replied, "We desired to ask the idols what will become of us." 11 And the children of Zebulun, "We wished to eat the flesh of our sons and our daughters, to know whether the Lord loved them." The children of Dan replied, "We desired to teach our sons what we learned from the Amorites. Behold, their books are hidden and concealed under the Mount Ebarim, where thou wilt find them." And Kenaz sent for them and found them. 12 Coming next to Naphtali, they answered, "We have done all that the Amorites have done, and hidden them in the tent of Elah, who requested thee to ask each tribe separately." And Kenaz sent for them and found them there. 13 Then the sons of Gad said, "We have lain with the wives of our neighbors." And the sons of Asher said, "We found 7 golden idols, which the Amorites called the holy ones of Nineveh, and upon them were many precious stones. We hid them beneath Mount Shechem. Send thither now and thou wilt find them." He acted accordingly and found them. These were the idols which informed the Amorites at certain periods the deeds they should perform. 14 Now, these are the names of the 7 sinners that made them after the flood: Canaan, Phut, Shelah, Nimrod, Elah, Dial, and Shua. Nor was their work like that of ordinary artificers. The precious stones they brought from Havilah, where the bdellium and the onyx are found. These were the stones used by the Amorites for their idols. In the night they shone as the light of day, and when the blind Amorites kissed the idols and touched their eyes they could see. Kenaz then placed them in a ward until he knew what was to become of them. 15. Continuing his questions, Kenaz came to Manasseh, who said, "We have not observed the Sabbath to sanctify it." Ephraim answered, "We have been pleased to pass our sons and our daughters through the fire, according to the custom of the Amorites." And Benjamin said, "We desired to test whether the law of God emanated from God or from Moses." Kenaz thereupon entered all their replies in a book and recited them before the Lord. 16. And the Lord said, "Take these men, and everything that belongs to them, and bring them down to the river Pishon. There shalt thou burn them with fire." "Shall we also burn," asked Kenaz, "the precious stones which are priceless, or shall we dedicate them to thee?" And the Lord answered, "If God would take of the accursed, why then not also man?" 17. Take the books and the precious stones and keep them until I make known to thee what thou shalt do with them and how thou shalt destroy them, because fire will not consume them, but the men shall be consumed with fire. And they shall say to all the people, Thus shall be done to the man who turneth his heart away from the Lord. 18. When they are consumed by the fire, then take the precious stones which fire will not injure, and which iron will not break, and place them on the top of the mountain by the side of the new altar, and there I shall command the thick clouds to cause their dew to fall upon them and thus destroy them, and I shall command my angels to take these stones and cast them into the depths of the sea, so that they shall no more be seen, and to bring up to me instead of them 12 stones more precious than those. These thou shalt place in the ephod and in the breastplate, and sanctify them to me. 19. Accordingly Kenaz, fetching everything found upon these sinners, said to the people, Ye have seen the miracles and the wonders which the Lord has shown us until this very day, and how he has made known unto us these sinning men so that they have been requited according to their deeds. 20. Now, cursed be the man who acts in the same manner in Israel. And the people answered, Amen. Thus those men perished in the flames. After this, Kenaz wished to test the stones in the fire, but the fire was extinguished. He then took the iron and tried to crush them in pieces, but the iron slipped away from them. 21. Even the books he placed in water, in order to destroy them, but the water became dry upon them. Kenaz then burst forth in praise of God, saying, Blessed be the Lord, for this day he has wrought miracles and wonders with the sons of man, when they sinned and did not deny their guilt. He then took the stones and the books of the law, and placed them on the mount by the new altar, just as God had commanded him, and upon the altar he offered sacrifices of peace offerings, and all the people ate there together. 22. On that night the Lord did with those stones and books just as he had spoken, and in the morning Kenaz found 12 precious stones, upon which were engraved the names of the sons of Israel. And the Lord said, Take these stones and place them in the ark together with the tables of the law, until Solomon shall have built a temple dedicated to my name, and shall place them on 2 cherubim, and it shall be to me as a memorial of the children of Israel. 23. And it shall come to pass, when the sin of the children of man shall have been completed by defiling my temple which they will have made, that I shall take these stones, together with the tables of the law, and shall put them in the place whence they were taken of old, and there shall they remain until the end of the world, when I shall visit the inhabitants of the earth, and then I shall take them up, and they shall be as an everlasting light to those who love me and keep my commandments. The moon shall be confounded and the sun ashamed before that light, for it shall be 7 times more powerful than either of them. 24. Then Kenaz said, Behold the innumerable good actions which God has done for man, and of which they have been deprived through their sins. Now I know that man's work is nothing and his life vanity. 25. When he took the stones from the place where they were put, they illumined the whole earth just as the sun at noonday. He put them in the ark of the testimony, together with the tables of the covenant, just as the Lord had commanded, and there they remain until this very day. 26. Having chosen 300,000 armed men of war, on the 2nd day he waged war with their enemies and slew of them 5,000. On the 3rd day the people spoke against Kenaz, saying, Behold, Kenaz stays in his house with his wives and his concubines, whilst we arm ourselves for battle and destroy our enemies. 27. The servants of Kenaz, hearing of this, told their master. And he commanded them to summon before him the captains of 50s, and ordered them to place those 37 men in prison who had spoken evilly against him, and they acted accordingly. 28. He then said, When the Lord shall work salvation for his people, will I order the death of these men. He commanded the captains of the 50s, saying, Go and choose 300 of my servants and 300 horses. Let it not become known that we are going to battle, and let them be ready to march with me tonight. 29. Sending spies to view the position of the Amorites' encampment, they saw at once that the Amorites were too mighty for the Israelites to fight against. The spies, therefore, returned and reported to Kenaz. 30. He rose up in the middle of the night, holding a shofar in his hand, and taking with him 300 men. When he approached the camp, he said to his servants, "Stay here while I alone go and look at the camp of the Amorites, but as soon as you hear the sound of the shofar, come to me, but if you do not hear it, then return home." 31. Kenaz thus went down to the camp alone, and he prayed to God, saying, "O Lord God of our fathers, thou hast shown thy servants all the great wonders which thou hast performed. Do thou now likewise work thy miracles with thy servant, and I will go to battle against thine enemy, that all the nations may know that thy hand is not too short to send salvation either by means of a multitude or by a few, for thou, O Lord, art mighty in war." 32. And Kenaz continued, "Let this be the sign of the salvation which thou wilt show me this day. If when I draw my sword from its sheath and brandish it so that it glitters in the camp of the Amorites, the latter know that I am Kenaz, I shall then know that thou wilt deliver them into my hand, and if not, then I shall know that thou hast not heard my prayer, but hast delivered me into the hand of the enemy for my sins." 33. After this Kenaz overheard the Amorites say, "Let us arise and fight against the Israelites, for our holy gods Ninfa, ###, are in their possession, and they will deliver them into our hands." At that moment the Spirit of God rested upon Kenaz, so that he rose up, and brandished his sword against the Amorites, and when they saw it they exclaimed, "Behold, this is the sword of Kenaz, to afflict us with wounds and gashes, but we know that our gods which are with them will deliver them into our hands. Now arise and give them battle." 34. When Kenaz heard their words, he went down to the camp of the Amorites and smote them, and the Lord sent the angel Gabriel to afflict the Amorites with blindness, so that they killed each other. And Kenaz slew of them 45,000. 35. Now, when Kenaz had finished the slaughter, it happened that his sword clave to his hand, and, noticing an Amorite fleeing from the camp, he said to him, "Behold, thou knowest what I have done to the Amorites, now tell me, pray, by what means I can separate my sword from my hand." And the Amorite answered, "Slay a Hebrew and pour his warm blood over thy hand, and it will be separated." Kenaz then slew that Amorite, and pouring his blood upon his hand, separated it from his sword. Then returning to his army, he found them all asleep, for a deep sleep had fallen upon them, so that they did not know what Kenaz had done in the night. When they awoke from their sleep and saw the whole plain full of dead men, they expressed great astonishment, at which Kenaz said, "Are the ways of God like the ways of man? The Lord hath sent salvation through me to his people, now arise and return to your tents." 36. As soon as all the Israelites heard of the salvation which the Lord had wrought through the hand of Kenaz, they went forth to meet him, saying, "Blessed be the Lord, who appointed thee to be the captain of his people, for now we know that the Lord has chosen his people." And Kenaz replied, "Ask the men who were with me of the work I have done." On asking them, they replied, "As the Lord liveth, we do not know, for we found the plain full of dead bodies." 37. After this Kenaz ordered the captains of the 50s to bring forth the prisoners, that they might obtain a hearing. When they were brought before him he said to them, "Now, what is the complaint you have against me?" And they replied, "Why dost thou ask us, seeing that the Lord has delivered us into thy hands, and commanded that we should be burnt, not for our complaint, but in connection with those former men who confessed their iniquity? We were not found out among the people when we had joined the sinners. It was for this that the Lord has delivered us into your hands." Kenaz then said, "Since you thus testify against yourselves, why should I withhold you from your punishment?" They were, therefore, ordered to be burnt to death in the flames. 38. Now, the days of the life of Kenaz were drawing to a close, and he called the two prophets Phinehas and Jabin, and also Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and said to them, "I know the heart of this people, for they will turn from following the Lord. I therefore testify against them." And Phinehas said, "Just as Moses and Joshua testified, so do I testify against them, for they prophesied concerning the vineyard, the beautiful plantation of God, which did not know its planter, and did not recognize its worker, so that the vineyard was destroyed and did not give forth its fruit. These are the words which my father commanded me to tell this people." Kenaz then lifted up his voice and wept aloud, as did all the elders and the people until the evening, when they said, "Is it for the iniquity of the sheep that the shepherd must perish? May the Lord have compassion upon his inheritance, that they may not work in vain." 39. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Kenaz, so that he prophesied, saying, "I have seen what I had not hoped for, and have looked upon what I had not imagined. 40 Behold, I saw a flame which did not burn, and I heard in my dream the noise of the rushing of waters which had no source and no way upon the mountains and no base in the air, but they appeared according to their form. They had no fixed place, and since the eye does not know what to see, how can the heart understand it? 41 From this flame which was not burning I saw a spark fly out and remain in the air as a shield, as a spider's web in a beam. Then I saw that this was the base, and its source vomited hot foam, and became changed to the foundation of the deep, and ways, paths, were between the upper and lower bases, there shone the hidden light, and beings, in the form of men, were walking about. And then I heard a voice saying, Between these foundations, bases, shall the sons of man dwell 7,000 years, when the lower foundation shall be destroyed, and the upper one which is like hot foam shall be the foundation, and the light which is between them and illumines the path of man is Jerusalem, and there the men will dwell. But when the sons of man shall sin against me, and the time of their sinning shall have been completed, then shall the spark be extinguished, and the fountain dry up, and everything pass away. 42 When Kenaz had thus finished prophesying, the spirit of his soul returned to him, and he no longer knew what he had uttered in his prophecy. He then said to the people, If such be the rest which the righteous obtain after their death, it would be preferable for them to die at their birth in this world and not sin. And Kenaz died, and Othniel his son arose in his stead. 58 1 Yosippon says that the incident of Micah and the concubine of Gibeah occurred between the time of the death of Joshua and Othniel, between the times to which the following verses refer, viz. And Judah captured Azar and its boundary, and Ekron and Askelon and the other, and the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Canaanites. Then the children of Dan built Laish and the mountain. For the purpose of enabling us to calculate the days of the judges, this portion was placed at the end of the book of Judges. 2 After Othniel came Ehud. At that time, in the days of Ehud, the city Cinnereth in Libya, was built, and many ships were built by Tritalamus, for carrying wheat, for merchandise. Dionysius built the city of Nisa, in Media, Troy, was built about the same time in Dardania. There a dog killed Perishus, and attempted to slay Tisias, and Heraclone saved him. In the 69th year of Ehud the city Irene, in Libya was built. 3 Shamgar succeeded him, and was followed by Deborah and Barak, who fought with Sisera. And the Lord confounded Sisera and all his charioteers and his whole camp with a fierce tempest, and he overwhelmed them all with hail, and blinding rain and lightnings and thunders, so that they could no longer stand, but fell by the sword. 4 Sisera then fled on foot to the tent of Jael, who went out to meet him and embraced him. Then, covering him well, he fell into a deep sleep. And Jael prayed to God, saying, I pray thee, O Lord, strengthen thy handmaid against thy enemy, and by this I shall know that thou wilt deliver him into my hand, viz. If I bring him down from his bed onto the ground, and he does not awake. She did accordingly. Then, taking a nail of the tent and a hammer, she knocked the nail into his temple, according to Deborah's prophecy. And Barak captured Aor and slew its king, and all its inhabitants. 5 Now, when Sisera went out to fight against Israel his mother, Tamar, with her maidens and princesses, by means of their enchantments prophesied, saying that Sisera would bring a spoil one or more of the women of Israel with their colored garments, for she saw in her charms that he would lie upon the bed of Jael, the wife of Heber, and be covered with a colored garment of needlework. Therefore she said, a damsel, 2 damsels to every man. 6 At that time the kings of Argos, who had reigned for 544 years, were destroyed and exterminated, and their kingdom passed into the hands of Mezanes, In the 39th year of Deborah's reign the city of Melidus was built. Gideon succeeded Barak and Deborah. He asked a sign of the Lord from the fleece of wool. 7 I find that Gideon asked for yet another sign, for he said, Give me a sign that God has chosen me to deliver Israel just as he gave to Moses, who delivered the Israelites from Egypt. And the angel replied, Run and fetch me some water from that pool and pour it upon this rock. I shall then give thee a sign. Having done as he was requested, the angel said, Tell me, shall this water be turned into blood or fire? And Gideon answered, Let part of it be turned into fire and part into blood. And thus it was, the blood neither quenching the fire, nor the fire drying up the blood. 8 At that time, during the reign of Gideon, Macarius, discovered certain islands called Sirens, in Ashkenaz they are called Nikes, Nix, ###. The inhabitants were like beautiful women, their lower parts resembling fishes, and the inhabitants of the forests of the islands were half men and the other half wild animals and horses. The wise man Daedalus, by means of his cunning, made images and idols and birds of gold and brass, and having breathed into them, the idols spoke and the images prophesied while the birds flew about, for he was exceedingly clever in this art. The city of Tyre was built 240 years before the temple at Jerusalem. 9. After Gideon, Abimelech, the son of his concubine, succeeded him, and at that time the measure of the core, and the art of playing upon the timbrel were discovered in Greece. Tola, the son of Phua, succeeded Abimelech. During his reign Hercules, conquered Antiochus, in Libya, in the water, and destroyed the city of Elios, when Priamus reigned in Troy. 10. Uriah the Gileadite rose up after him. He made an altar unto Baal, and all the Israelites turned after it and worshipped Baal, except 7 righteous men, who did not worship it. These were their names, Daal, Abi Yezreel, Gushal, Shalom, Ashka, Jonadab, and Shimei. These said to Leah, We remember what Moses commanded Israel, saying, Take care lest ye turn aside from following the Lord to worship Baal. Uriah then commanded his servants to burn those men with fire, because they spoke against Baal. Then, taking the men they cast them into the fire, but the fire swerved from them and burned instead the servants of Leah who cast them therein, together with all his household. And these 7 men escaped from the fire and went on their way, for the men round about them were struck with blindness so that they could not see them, and the fire reached the house of Uriah, who heard the voice of the Lord, saying, I have promoted thee to be a judge over Israel, but thou hast corrupted the people and caused them to turn aside from following the Lord and to worship Baal, and those who remained steadfast to me thou hast burned with fire. But they shall live, and thou shalt die by being consumed in the flames which shall never be extinguished. Thus the Lord consumed Leah and all his house, and Baal with 10,000 of his followers, and Leah was buried in Canaan. 11. At that time Theseus captured Helena, but Castor and Pollux, the brothers of Theseus and his mother, were captured. The city of Carthage, Qa-Alani, was then built. Nisba, invented the Latin alphabet. 59. 1. Uriah was succeeded by Jephthah the Gileadite, who delivered the Israelites from the hands of the Ammonites. And Jephthah and all Israel prayed to God in Mizpah, saying, We pray thee, O Lord, save us, and do not deliver thy inheritance to the slaughter, and thy vineyard to be a spoil. Remember, we beseech thee, the vine which thou hast planted and which thou hast brought up from Egypt. Jephthah then sent messengers to Gideon, king of the Ammonites, saying, What dost thou want, since thou hast come to me, etc. 2. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he went out to wage war against the Ammonites, and he made a vow unto the Lord, saying, If thou wilt deliver the Ammonites into my hand, then that which cometh forth from my house to meet me on my peaceful return from the Ammonites shall be the Lord's, and I shall offer it to God as a burnt offering. And Jephthah smote the Ammonites so that they were humbled before the Israelites. When Jephthah returned to Mizpah, behold, all the virgins and women came forth with timbrels and dances to meet him, and his daughter, the only child he had, went in front of the others and was the first to greet him. 3. When, however, he saw her, he rent his garments, saying, Alas! My daughter, thou hast sorely grieved and troubled me. Who will put my heart and my flesh in one pan of the scale to see it go down? For thou hast grieved me sorely at the feast in honor of my victories in battle, for I have opened my mouth unto the Lord, and now I am not able to retract. 4. Then said his daughter Selah, Why dost thou grieve for my death, since the Lord hath wrought vengeance for thee upon thine enemies? Remember our forefathers, one of whom offered up his son as a burnt offering, and the offerer and the offered were both accepted by God. Therefore, my father, do unto me as thou hast spoken. But before I die I will ask thee a favor. Grant me 2 months' liberty, that I may during that time pray unto him to whom I return my soul. I shall go upon the mountains and sojourn among the hills, I shall tread the clefts of the rock and lament my virginity, I and my companions, there I shall shed my tears and thus soften the grief of my youth. The trees of the field shall weep for me, and the wild beasts of the field shall mourn for me, but I do not grieve for my death, nor do I grieve that I must give up my soul on account of the vow which my father made to sacrifice me as a holocaust to God. The one thing I fear, however, is that the offering of my soul may not be accepted, that my death shall have been for nothing. 5. Her father having granted her request, she went forth with her maidens and told the sages of her people, but they answered not a word. She then went up to the Mount Tlag, and the Lord remembered her in the night, saying, Behold, I have closed the mouth of the sages of my people, so that they answered not the daughter of Jephthah. Now her soul shall be accepted at her request, and her death shall be very precious in my sight, for the wisdom of the sage belongs to her. 6. Selah, the daughter of Jephthah, then fell upon her mother's bosom, and went on the mountain of Tlag weeping, and bewailed her fate in these words, Hearken, O ye mountains, to the lamentation of my grief. Mark, O ye hills, the tears of mine eyes, and ye clefts of the rocks, testify to the weeping of my soul. Alas! How has my soul been delivered to death? But not in vain, my words will be atoned for in heaven, and my tears shall be written on the firmament, for the father who has vowed to sacrifice his daughter did not have compassion on her. He did not listen to his princes, but said that he would confirm his vow by offering his only daughter. I have not beheld my bridal canopy, nor has the crown of my betrothal been completed. I have not been decked with the lovely ornaments of the bride who sits in her virginity, nor have I been perfumed with the myrrh and the sweet-smelling, odoriferous, aloe. 7. I have not been anointed with the oil of anointment that was prepared for me. Alas! O my mother, it was in vain that thou didst give me birth. Behold, thine only one is destined for the bridal chamber of the grave. Thou hast wearied thyself for me to no purpose. The oil with which I was anointed will be wasted, and the white garments with which I was clothed the moths will eat. The garlands of my crown with which thou hast exalted me will wither and dry up, and my garments of fine needlework in blue and purple the worm shall destroy. And now my friends will lament all the days of my mourning, the trees shall incline their branches and their shoots and weep for my youth. The beasts of the forest shall come together and trample upon my virginity, for my years are cut off and the days of my life grow old in darkness. 8. It came to pass, at the end of 2 months, that she returned to her father. He then fulfilled the vow he had made, and the virgins of Israel buried her, and mourned for her, and from time immemorial the daughters of Israel have adhered to the custom of devoting 4 days in the year to Jephthah's daughter. At the time of the death of Jephthah's daughter Ochiels committed suicide by throwing himself in the fire, and was consumed by the flames. 9. Eban, of Bethlehem, succeeded Jephthah, and was followed by Elon the Zebulonite. About this time Alexander captured Helena, for his wife. 10. After Elon came Abdon, the son of Hillel the Parathonite. During his reign the royal city of Troy was captured, and 406 years after its capture began the Olympiad, for after the victory of the Greeks they began to calculate their Olympiad, which consisted of 4 years, just as we calculate the date from the destruction of the temple. Then Menelaus and Helena came to Egypt, and in the 3rd year after the capture of Troy Agnios reigned over Italy, where Janus, Saturnus, Phicus, and Faunus reigned. 3 years after the capture of Troy, some say 8 years, Annius ruled the empire, and during his reign there arose the city of Rome, i.e., the Latini, so called because the inhabitants spoke the Latin language. In the reign of Ahaz, king of Judah, 2 twin brothers were born, Remus and Romulus, who founded the great city. They were the first kings of Rome, and reigned in Rome 38 years. 11. In the Shosher Tob, I have found it narrated that at the birth of these twins their mother died from the pangs of travail, and that God prepared a young she-wolf to suckle them until they were grown up. Romulus it was who built the city of Rome. At the end of the reign of Hezekiah, king of Judah, Huma Pompilius, succeeded Romulus and reigned 41 years. He added 2 months to the calendar year, viz. Januarius and Februarius, which were not included in the Roman year, which originally consisted of 10 months. At the end of the reign of Manasseh, king of Judah, Tullus Astilius succeeded Numa and reigned for 32 years. This Tullus, king of Rome, was the first person to clothe himself in purple robes. 12. We now return to the Judges. Many people say that in the days of Abdon, the son of Hillel the Parathonite, occurred the incidents of Gibeah and Micah. Micah acted just as his mother bade him. He made for himself 3 images of man, and 3 of calves, and the likeness of an eagle, lion, and serpent. Whoever desired to obtain sons had to pray to the images of man, whoever desired riches had to entreat the eagle, whoever wished for strength had to entreat the lion, whoever desired sons and daughters had to beseech the calves, whoever desired long life had to entreat the serpent, and whoever desired something of everything had to entreat the dove. Thus all the Israelites went astray, forsook the Lord, and worshipped these idols, so that the Lord sold them to the nations of the earth, but when they at intervals repented the Lord visited them. 13. It came to pass, when the Israelites, on account of the concubine who was found dead in Gibeah, waged war against the tribe of Dan, that they were smitten by the Danites, so that on that day 22,000 men of them were destroyed. The Israelites, then going up, wept before the Lord until the evening, and said, Let us ask of the Lord, saying, What is this iniquity through which we have stumbled? Thus they asked the Lord, saying, Shall we still continue to wage war against Benjamin our brother? And the Lord replied, Go up, and I shall afterwards make known to you whereby ye have stumbled. On the second day they accordingly went forth again to battle with Benjamin, and there fell of the Israelites 18,000 more men. The Israelites then went up to Bethel, for there the ark of the Lord was placed, and on that day they wept and fasted until the evening, and they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings unto the Lord. 14. Then Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, prayed unto God, saying, O Lord God, if what we have done was considered right in thine eyes, why hast thou caused us to fall into the hands of our brother? And if it was evil in thy sight what these have done, why have we fallen before them? I pray thee, tell thy servant in whom this iniquity rests, and we shall set it right, for, behold, I remember what I have done. In my jealousy I pierced Zimri with the sword, and thou didst deliver me from his people, and didst slay of them 24,000 men. Now thou didst say to the tribes of Israel, Go up and fight with Benjamin. 15. The Lord heard the entreaty of Phinehas, and said, The Israelites showed their zeal for me in this wickedness which was committed in Gibeah, but they do not show it against Micah and his idols, who caused all the Israelites to go astray after them. Therefore I was jealous and wreaked my vengeance on them, for they were astounded at the one sin of the concubine and wanted to root it out, but they did not root out the worshippers of Micah's idols. Now, let the Israelites go up once more against Benjamin, and tomorrow I shall deliver him into their hands. 16. Thus the Lord smote Benjamin before the Israelites, so that there fell 18,000 men. The total number of the Benjaminites that were slain was 25,000, 600 of them fled to the cleft of Rimmon and escaped. The Israelites then had pity upon their brother Benjamin, and made peace with those that remained, restoring them to their inheritance, where they built cities and dwelt therein, and the Israelites went each one to his tribe and his inheritance. 17. Now, the days of Phinehas drew nigh to die, and the Lord said to him, Today thou art 120 years old, which are the years of a man's life. Now arise and get thee to my mountain, where thou shalt remain many days. I shall command the ravens and the eagles to feed thee, but do not go down until the end has arrived. Then thou shalt close the heavens, and at thy command they shall again be opened. And then thou shalt be lifted up to the divine place, where thy fathers have been before thee, and there thou shalt remain until I remember the world. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, did as God had commanded him. 61. From the time our ancestors were brought out of Egypt until the destruction of the first temple they were exiled 8 times. This happened on the following occasions: 4 times Sennacherib banished them, and 4 times Nebuchadnezzar. The first time Sennacherib, king of Assyria, going up to Jerusalem, sent the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh into exile, and captured the golden calf which Jeroboam had placed in Dan, and the children of Gad and Reuben had brought it up from Dan, and made a holy temple, sanctuary for it. For this they were exiled from the land of their possession to another land until this very day. When Sennacherib banished them, he made them dwell in Lala, Habah, the river Gozan, and the cities of Media. At that time Pekah, the son of Remaliahu, reigned over Israel. When Hosea, the son of Elah, perceived that the armies of Pekah were considerably diminished, he went out to war against him and killed him. He reigned over Israel in Samaria 5 years. This was the first exile. 2. When Sennacherib heard of this, he went up against Hosea, the son of Elah, and fought against him, and Hosea, the son of Elah, going to Sennacherib, gave him a present of silver and gold and brought him the golden calf, which Jeroboam had placed in Bethel. After this Sennacherib, exiled the tribes of Asher, Zebulun, Naphtali, and Issachar, because they refused to allow Hosea, the son of Elah, to reign over them. He then appointed Hosea, the son of Elah, over Samaria, and thus fulfilled the scriptural passage, Thus saith the Lord, just as the shepherd delivers 2 legs, or the tip of the ear, from the clutches of the lion, so shall the Israelites be rescued, that sit in Samaria, in the corner of a couch, and in Damascus on a bed. And Hosea, the son of Elah, reigned over Israel, and Ahaz over Judah. This was the second exile. 3. When this king died, Hezekiah reigned over the whole of Judah, and at the beginning of the 4th year of Hezekiah's reign Sennacherib went up against Samaria, and besieged it for 3 years. In the 3rd year of Hezekiah's reign, and he exiled the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh from Samaria. This was the 3rd exile. For after an interval of 5 years he mustered together the Babylonians, Cuthim, Avim, the Beni-Amath, and the Sepharvaim, and then going against Judah, besieged all the fortified cities in Judah, among the 150 places in which were the tribes of Judah and Simeon. He besieged them and took them captive, and sought to bring them to Lala and Haba, to the other tribes. Hearing that Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, whose land was near Egypt, had rebelled against him, he took with him the tribes of Judah and Simeon, and ascended the mountains of Ethiopia to wage war with the Ethiopian king, and to test the strength of the tribes of Judah and Simeon. He then took these tribes and concealed them behind the mountains of darkness on the other side of the rivers of Ethiopia. Concerning them the prophetess Athrai, the daughter of Pusai, prophesied, "They shall bring my offering." This was the fourth captivity brought about by Sennacherib, king of Assyria. 5. There remained in Jerusalem of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin 130,000, over whom the righteous Hezekiah reigned. Sennacherib, king of Assyria, now once more became proud, and setting his face towards the holy city of Jerusalem, he assembled all his host, to the number of 40,000 and 2,590,000 warriors, and went up to besiege Jerusalem. When Hezekiah saw the great multitude he was greatly afraid, and, praying to the Lord, he called upon the people of Judah and Benjamin to proclaim a fast. Then, covering themselves with sackcloth, they went into the house of the Lord, and, repenting with all their heart, they cried unto the Lord, and he heard the prayer of the righteous Hezekiah, and sent his angel who smote the Assyrian camp, slaying 185,000 men, together with the kings and princes. Not one of the kings and princes of his army remained except Sennacherib and Nebuchadnezzar. Thus Isaiah's prophecy was fulfilled, who said, "On that day the Lord shall shave with a razor that is hired, the parts beyond the river of Ethiopia, even the king of Assyria, the head, and the hair of the feet, and it shall also consume the beard." The head represents the kings, the hair of the feet represents the armies, and the beard the wicked Sennacherib, whose 2 sons slew him. From the fall of Sennacherib to the time of Nebuchadnezzar passed 107 years. 6. In the 4th year of the reign of Jehoiakim the decree was sealed on account of the sins of the Israelites and the remnant of those who were delivered from the mouth of the lion and the mouth of the bear, the remnant of Judah and Benjamin, and the rest of the people that remained of the tribes were banished by Nebuchadnezzar during his first captivity. Of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin 3,023, and of the remaining tribes 7,000. All these were warriors skilled in the art of battle, but their sin lay heavy upon them, and he exiled them to Babylon. This was the first captivity brought about by Nebuchadnezzar. 7. After an interval of 7 years he went up to Jerusalem for the second time, and besieging it, he captured it, and exiled of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin 4,600 men, and of the remaining tribes 10,000, together with the free and the imprisoned, i.e. the kings and queens. Others explain the words #### and ### to refer to the pupils of the sages who study the Torah, and thus open and shut the books. In the time of David these people were called Kerethi and Pelethi. Yet another explanation makes the words refer to the mighty men of Judah and their children. All these were banished through Jeconiah and his sons. This constituted the second captivity of Nebuchadnezzar. 8. He made Zedekiah king of Judah, over which and Jerusalem he reigned 11 years. In the 19th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, while he was yet seated on the throne of his kingdom, he sent Nebuzaradan, his captain of the guard, against Jerusalem. Having besieged it, he caught Zedekiah, and bringing him to Riblah, to the king of Babylon, he executed his judgment upon him. He then took the pillars, the sea of brass, and all the vessels of the house of the Lord, and the bases which Solomon had made, and the treasures found in Jerusalem, and carried them to Babylon. In Jerusalem he slew 940,002 men, besides those he slew in avenging the blood of Zechariah. 9. He also besieged 60 cities of the Levites, the sons of Moses, in which there were 600,000 men, as we know from the verses, and the sons of Moses were Gershom and Eleazar, and of the sons of Eleazar the eldest was Rehabiah, and it is said, and the children of Rehabiah continually increased, i.e. increased beyond the number of 600,000 men. The total number of those exiled from Jerusalem was 802,000, all of whom consisted of the youths of Judah and Benjamin. Concerning them the prophet says, "And he exiled the flower of Judah, so that there only remained in Jerusalem the poverty of the people, as it is said, the people of the land which Nebuzaradan left were vile, etc." He made the son of Ikam king over them, and giving the land over to him, the exiles were carried to Babylon, which constituted the third exile. 10. When Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, of the royal seed, heard that Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, was appointed over the remnant of the people, he came in stealth and slew him and all his men. The Israelites were exceedingly afraid of this and fled to Egypt in the 27th year of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, when he besieged Tyre, and capturing it, killed all its inhabitants and sent its king into captivity. On his return he went to Egypt, captured it, and reduced it to desolation, thus fulfilling the prophecy of Scripture, Egypt shall be a desolation. He then slew all the Jews found in Ammon and Moab, and in the surrounding parts of Egypt. There in Egypt he discovered the prophet Jeremiah and Baruch, the son of Neriah, and carried them to Babylon. When the Israelites dwelling in Egypt heard that Nebuchadnezzar had announced his intention to come there, in fear and trembling they fled to Ammon, a little fortified city in Egypt, near the Salt Sea. This was the fourth captivity through Nebuchadnezzar. 11. When Jeremiah saw that scarcely any of the Israelites were left, he lifted up his heart in prayer to God, saying, Why dost thou cause me to see grief and iniquity? Why hast thou caused the flock of thy chosen people to fall into the hands of their enemy? I am sorely grieved, and my soul is crushed within me, and mine eye sheddeth tears, and saith not, For the destruction of the daughter of my people am I hurt. Mine eye weepeth with my soul, and for this do I weep day and night. Therefore do I pour forth my supplication before thee that thou wilt take my soul from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. A voice was forthwith heard to say, By thy life wait, and behold the downfall of Babylon. Afterwards I shall preserve thee until I build the everlasting building. Immediately upon these words, God hid him. 61. The children of Moses. 1. The banishment brought about by Titus, Vespasianus, and Hadrian, occurred on the eve of the 9th of Ab, on the outgoing of the Sabbath and the sabbatical year. The Levites were then occupied with their ministrations, and, with their harps in their hands, were singing their hymns. But Scripture saith, He hath brought upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own evil. The words he shall cut them off were not yet fully uttered ere their enemies came upon them, slaughtered many of them, and sent the rest into exile. Thus, also, when Nebuchadnezzar the wicked sent them into exile, it fell upon the eve of the 9th of Ab, the outgoing of the sabbatical year and the Sabbath, when the Levites were standing on their Dukan, being 60 myriads in number, who were, moreover, of the seed of Moses our instructor. While the harps were in their hands, the verse, He hath brought upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own evil, was not yet fully uttered, ere the enemy came and exiled them to Babylon. When they arrived in Babylon, their enemies and captors said to them, Sing us a song of Zion. And they replied, How can we sing a song of Zion upon strange ground? 2. Now, retorted their captors, Ye shall sing by force. But they at once cut off their fingers with their teeth, and cast them before them. And they replied, How can those fingers which struck the strings of the harps in the temple strike them here in a strange land? And God exclaimed, If I forget Jerusalem, my right hand shall be forgotten. 3. A cloud then descended, and lifting all the children of Moses, with their sheep and cattle, brought them to the east of Havilah. In the night they were let down, and on that same night they heard a great noise surrounding them, like that of a river, without seeing a drop of water descending, but heard only the rolling of stones and sand, where there had never been a river. This river then rolled great stones, and the sand, without any water, made a noise as of a great earthquake, so that if anyone came near that river, he was dashed to pieces. This continued until the Sabbath. The river they called Sabbachion or Sabbationus. In some part the river is less than 60 cubits in width, there the people stand and speak with those of the other side. On the Sabbath it ceases to flow, and on the eve of Sabbath a cloud descends full of smoke. No one is able to approach them, neither do they approach us. There are no wild beasts, no unclean animals, nor any reptiles or creeping things, nothing except their flocks and herds. For they reap and sow, and they asked the others, and thus they learned of the destruction of the second temple. Behind the sons of Moses we do not know who may be dwelling, but Naphtali, Gad, and Asher came to Dan after the destruction of the second temple, for Issachar, who lived at the mountains of the deep, quarrelled with them and called them the sons of the handmaids. At length, being afraid lest they be coming to battle, those 3 tribes went away until they came to Dan, and these 4 tribes were thus living in one place. 62. The 10 banishments of the Sanhedrin. 1. The Levites, the sons of Moses, made 10 journeys and encamped on the other side of the river Sabbachion. Our sages say that when the Israelites were exiled to Babylon and came to the Euphrates, as it is said, We sat by the waters of Babylon, etc., they said to them, O Levites, stand up before our gods, and sing a song just as you sang in the temple. But they replied, O ye fools, if we had sung a song of thanksgiving for every miracle which God wrought for us, we should not have been exiled from our land, but would, on the contrary, have added honor upon honor, and shall we now sing a song to your idols? Being angered at this reply, they immediately rose up and slew the Jews in heaps, and although the slaughter was so great, yet their joy had ceased, because the Jews did not worship idols. Therefore it is said, their joy was turned into wailing. The remaining Levites then cut off their fingers that they might avoid playing on their harps, so that when they were told to play and sing on their harps, just as they had done in the temple, they showed them their mutilated fingers. 2. When night came on, a cloud covered them, together with their wives, and sons, and daughters, and the Lord gave them light by a pillar of fire, which showed them the way the whole night until the dawn of day, and brought them to the seashore. When the sun rose, the cloud departed as well as the pillar of fire. And the Lord extended the length of the river Sabbationus, so that it surrounded them completely. It hems them in so that no one can cross over to them, and he extended it all round to a distance of 9 months' journey. The river surrounds them from 3 sides, and on the 4th is the sea. The depth of the river is 200 cubits, and it is full of sand and stones. The noise is that of an earthquake, and reaches the distance of half a day's journey, and causes the sand and stones to roll all the 6 days of the week. 3. But on the Sabbath it rests, and immediately a fire bursts forth from the western side, which lasts from the eve of Sabbath until the end. Its flames shoot out in every direction, so that one cannot approach nearer the river than a distance of 34 miles, and this fire burns all round and consumes everything. There is not seen among them any unclean animal or bird, and no creeping thing, but only their flocks and herds. There are 6 fountains, which gather together, and form one pool. From these they water the land and obtain in abundance all kinds of clean fishes, and all kinds of birds and fruits. They sow one seed and reap 100-fold. They are men of faith, students of the law, the scripture, Mishnah and Aggadah. They are pious and pure and never swear falsely. They attain the ripe old age of 120 years, nor does a son or daughter die in the lifetime of their father. 4. They see 3 successive generations and build for themselves houses, they sow and plough themselves, because they have no manservants or maidservants. They do not close their houses in the night time, and a young child walks fearlessly with the cattle for many a day, without having any fear either of robbers or of any possible injury, because they are holy and remained in the holiness of Moses our teacher. Therefore God gave them all this and chose them. They do not see any man, nor does any of the sons of men see them, except the 4 tribes, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, all of whom dwell on the other side of the rivers of Cush, with the Septuagint between them, and there they will remain until the end of the world. Concerning them it is said, to say to the captives, Go out, viz. Referring to those behind the river Septuagint. 5. There the tribes of Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher were enclosed. The question as to how they arrived at that place our sages have thus answered: when Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, sinned, and caused Israel to sin, and the house of David became separated from the 10 tribes of Israel, he said to the people, Go ye forth and fight with Rehoboam and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. But they said, Wherefore should we go to war against our brethren, against the house of our master, David, king of Israel and Judah? And the elders of Israel said to him, In all the land of Israel there do not exist such mighty warriors and men so trained to battle as those of the tribe of Dan. Then, commanding them forthwith to wage war with Judah, they said, By the life of Dan, our forefather, we shall never go to battle with our brethren, and we shall not shed their blood without any cause. And immediately afterwards the sons of Dan, taking up their swords and spears and bows, determined to fight unto death with Jeroboam, but God saved them from the crime of shedding the blood of their brethren. 6. They spread the news then throughout the whole tribe of Dan, and the sons of Dan took counsel together to depart from Canaan and to go down to Egypt to destroy it and kill all its inhabitants. But their princes asked, Why will you go to Egypt? Is it not written in the Torah, Ye shall never again behold them? At this they gave way, but again took counsel concerning Edom, Moab, and the Ammonites. When, however, they heard that God had withheld Israel from fighting them, they again gave up their intentions, until the Lord advised them better what to do. So they went to the brook of Pishon, and journeyed on their camels until they arrived at the other side of the river Pishon. There they discovered that the country was fruitful and extensive, containing fruitful fields and gardens. The sons of Dan therefore determined to dwell there, and made a covenant with the inhabitants, the sons of Cush, who paid them tribute, and also dwelt among them until they increased and multiplied exceedingly. 7. On the death of Sennacherib, the 3 tribes of Gad, Asher, and Naphtali left the country and traveled until they arrived near the border of that tribe, when they slaughtered the Cushites, a distance of 4 days' journey. They war with 6 Cushite kings, which every tribe continues to do for 3 months in the year until this very day, each tribe separately, but the descendants of Simeon go with those of Dan. 8. The Levites journeyed and encamped in Havilah, which abounds in gold, that is as common as stones, also in sheep, cattle, camels, asses, and horses. There they sow and reap, and dwell in tents made of skin. They journey from one border to another, a distance of 4 days each way, and where they encamp there no man dares enter, and they only stay in the fields and vineyards, and punish in accordance with the different kinds of capital punishments meted out by the Jewish law. Concerning them it is said, those on the other side of the mountains of Cush, etc. 9. The tribe of Issachar dwell on the mountains of the great deep in the nethermost parts of Media and Persia, and there they fulfill the commandment, the book of the Torah shall not depart from their mouth, nor do they take upon themselves the yoke of any earthly kingdom, but only the yoke of heaven and the yoke of the law. They have many captains of the army, but never fight with man, but discuss the Torah. They dwell in peace and tranquility, and no rebellious thought or evil of any kind enters their minds. They possess a country whose area covers land of 10 days' journey, and they have an abundance of cattle, camels, and servants, but do not breed horses, nor do they possess any warlike instruments, except knives for preparing food, and to kill the animals for that purpose. They are men of great faith, hating oppression or robbery. If even their servant finds money by the way, they will not stretch forth their hand to take it. 10. But their wicked neighbors worship fire, and take their mothers and their sisters to wives. They neither till the ground, nor reap, nor gather in the harvest, but they purchase it for money. They have a judge and a chief who metes out the 4 capital punishments. They speak the Hebrew and Persian languages, and that of Kedar. 11. The children of Zebulun encamp on the mountains of Paran, and pitch tents made of the hair of Armenia, ####, and stretch as far as the Euphrates. The tribe of Reuben dwells opposite them behind the mountains of Paran, and between them there is love, unity, and peace. They infest the roads leading to Meketh, ###, and the way to Babylon. All their spoil they divide equally between them, and food is so cheap that 2 camel loads can be bought for 2 drachmas. They speak among themselves the language of Kedar, and possess the Bible, Mishnah, Talmud, and Agadoth. But every Sabbath a lecture is given in Hebrew, and interpreted in the language of Kedar. 12. The tribe of Ephraim and half the tribe of Manasseh dwells opposite the city of Mauka, ###. They have to toil for their living by the sweat of their brow, and are hard-hearted. They are riders of horses, infesting the roads, and having pity on no man. They possess no money, but only the spoil they acquire from their enemies. They are a distance of 6 months' march from the temple, and their numbers are incalculable and without number. They exact tribute from 25 kingdoms, as well as from a portion of Ishmael, but the tribes of Judah and Benjamin are scattered over the whole world. May the Rock of Israel gather together our dispersed brethren. Amen. 63. Elchanan the merchant. 1. The story of Elchanan. Elchanan, the son of Joseph, was a large export merchant, and owned many vessels. He hailed from the province of the tribe of Dan, and was exceedingly wise and pious. He passed the day in praying, maintaining the poor, and giving a helping hand to orphan boys and girls. By means of his great skill he made a ship containing 60 chambers, of which each one of his servants made one for himself and his goods. In the center of the vessel he constructed a tower which enabled him to see all his servants and their chambers. All the rooms were placed far away from his, and his servants could also not easily enter their neighbor's compartment, nor make any designs upon his property. 2. Elchanan himself was a mighty man of valor, as were also his sons, being altogether 4 in the tower. The ship was loaded with 10,000 talents worth of pepper, 10,000 talents worth of frankincense, 10,000 of calamus and cinnamon, 1,000 liters of matchik, ###, which they call saffron, ###, and every other kind of spice, filling the whole vessel from top to bottom. Some of the servants appointed to guard the merchandise were Jews and others Ishmaelites. Besides these, there were, of course, the sailors. He had with him also 10,000 talents of silver to buy beautiful garments in various parts of the world. 3. He acted as captain himself. His intention was to travel to a large kingdom, but was overtaken by a severe storm, which resulted in his ship drifting onto the sand in the Sea of Havilah. 4. Elchanan came across a certain people who spoke Hebrew. "Who are ye?" said he. "We are descendants of Dan," answered they. And they forthwith invited him among them, and did very great honor to him, for Elchanan was beautiful and majestic in appearance. He then told them all his trouble and everything that befell him, and asked them many questions how they came to that place. Thereupon they related to him all their adventures. At the time when Jeroboam resigned, he said to the Israelites, Go ye and wage war with Rehoboam, the son of David. And then the elders told him, Among all the tribes of Israel there is not one containing such mighty men of war and men so trained to battle as the tribe of Dan, and that they should therefore go to battle with Rehoboam and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thereupon Jeroboam said to them, Arise, ye sons of Dan, and fight the men of Judah. But they replied, By the life of our father, Dan, we shall never go against our brothers the house of David and against the king of Judah, and why should we shed innocent blood? If that is so, said he, then depart from this land of Canaan. For Jeroboam had made 2 calves of gold, by which he caused Israel to sin, so that the kingdom of the house of David was divided from that time. 5. They then took counsel against the Egyptians to destroy their land and kill its inhabitants. But their chief said to them, Is it not written in the Torah, Ye shall no more see them? How can we therefore go down to Egypt? They then had designs, counseled, against Edom, Ammon and Moab, but found it stated in the Torah that God had forbidden Israel to inherit their borderland. But God gave them good advice, and they left the land and marched until they reached the brook of Pishon, a journey of 7 years from Canaan. Then, journeying upon camels, they came to Rush, i.e. Havilah, a land both rich and fertile, abounding in fields, vineyards, gardens and palaces. There they dwelt by the sea, where there were Ethiopians without number. 6. The news of their advent having reached the ears of the king, they gathered themselves together as one man, and said, It is better for us to die all on one day than little by the hand of this strange nation. The Cushite kings, numbering 65, encamped on the one side of the brook of Pishon, facing the others, the town being between the 2 hosts. The descendants of Dan, consisting of 200,000 foot, took their bows in their hands and crossed the brook, and a battle took place by the water, in which 25 Ethiopian kings were slain. Each one of these kings possessed 1,000 horsemen and 80,000 infantry. 7. Soon after this, the descendants of Dan, while they were in their camp, heard a great shouting and a loud noise of trumpets. Almost immediately they set up a great shouting themselves, for about 300,000 men of the tribes of Naphtali, as well as of Gad and Asher, had come to their assistance on their horses, and said, Brethren, ye must be weary now, rest until the morrow, and we shall join you. Accordingly, on the morrow they slew all the kings of Cush, and, taking all the spoil, divided it by lot, the silver and gold being as plentiful as stones. The land of Havilah measured a distance of a square, one side of which would take 4 months to travel, each of the 4 tribes occupying one side. There they dwell now securely. Concerning them it is written, How good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together. A king is appointed over them, and they have an abundance of sheep and oxen, silver and gold, horses, camels and asses, and they sow and gather in the harvest. The king and the judges appointed by themselves give battle every day to the kings of Rush and to strange kingdoms. 8. These are the names of the kingdoms: Zakla the first, or the eastern, Batua, Kalala, Arira, Adira, Zerida, Zariona, Latuska, Tirach, Tikuna, Koma, Kalma, Ahala, Aholaba, Rifta, Sakva, Kardva, Kadova, and Horiah. They converse with each of these peoples in their own language, and, having made a covenant with them, they dwell by the rivers of Cush called Zahabtub, which is on the border of the land of Havilah. 9. These 4 tribes having given battle to these strange kings, they, the kings, brought them presents. Concerning this it is written, Othri, the daughter of Pui, shall bring them gifts. They possess vineyards and large fields, and dwell in tents made of hair, and no stranger can enter the land of Havilah. Therein also dwells their king, Abil, the son of Shaphat, and also the captain of the host, Abiel, the son of Shaphat, both of them of the tribe of Dan. When the trumpeter sounds the trumpet, the captain of the host comes forth with the armies, consisting of 173 banners, under each one serving 1,500 men of each tribe, and just as they go out, so they return. 10. Then the second tribe comes forth, each of the 4 tribes serving 3 months. Each tribe keeps its own spoil, and they converse with each other in Hebrew, and in the language of Kedar, and they are all of them pious men. I dwelt among them for 12 months. 11. They inflict the 4 capital punishments in accordance with the decisions of the Beth Din. The tribe of Moses is also among them, as it is said, and all the children of Levi gathered unto him. They encamp by the brook of Kedron, together with scattered remnants of the exiles. The brook is called Sambachin, ###, which encompasses them with a radius of 2 months' walk. They sleep in houses built like towers, nor is any unclean bird or animal found among them, not even flies, or gnats, or vermin, but only their flocks and herds, which breed twice every year. Nor is there any scorpion or serpent. They reap 100-fold for every measure of corn they sow, and they possess all kinds of fruits, herbs, spelt, leeks, melons, onions and garlic. They are living together as one nation, and possess many wells, from the waters of which all the lands are irrigated. They also possess all kinds of spices, and round about them there fly about all manner of clean birds. The river, the sand and stones continue in a whirl during the 6 days of the week, but on the Sabbath they rest. On the eve of every Sabbath a flaming fire ascends from one side of the river, so that no one can approach it until the Sabbath has come to an end. No man has ever seen these flames of the river Sambachin except the descendants of Dan, Asher, Gad and Naphtali. They alone commune with them, and with reference to them it is said, to say to those that are bound, go forth, etc. 12. They have an abundance of silver and gold, they sow and reap, and grow the worms that make the crimson color, and they make unto themselves beautiful garments and robes, and they are more numerous than they were when they left Egypt. Concerning these 4 tribes it is written, the land of the rustling of wings which is beyond the rivers of Cush. The river Sambachin is 4 cubits wide, as far as a bowshot reaches. The noise it makes is exceedingly loud, like the billows of the sea and like a mighty tempest, and in the night time the sound is heard at a distance of half a day's journey. If sand from that river is placed in a flask, it whirls about during the 6 days of the week, but on the Sabbath it rests. 13. The 4 tribes, together with their cattle, go near the river Sambachin to shear their flock, for the land is plain and smooth, where neither thorns nor herbs grow. When the descendants of Moses see them, they assemble at the side of the brook, and, raising their voices, say, O children of Dan, show us a camel, or ass, or dog. And they exclaim, How long is this camel? And see the length of its neck. How short its ears. It is very ugly. These men are pious and charitable, besides being well versed in the Torah, Mishnah, and Talmud. When they study they used to say, We have received this by tradition from Joshua and Moses, our teachers, and from God. They do not know the other sages, and their traditions are written down in the language in which our teacher Moses delivered them to them. The laws of the killing of animals are according to the words of the sages. They never swore by the name of God. 14. But the children of Dan did so, and the children of Levi said to them, Why do ye take the name of God in vain? For has he not given thee bread to eat and water to drink? Why do ye therefore do this thing? Know now that your sons and your daughters shall die in their youth on account of your iniquities, but as for us, no son or daughter shall die in the lifetime of their father, but shall live to the ripe age of 120. These people do not possess any manservants or maidservants, since they are themselves skilled workmen and merchants. They have shutters with which to close their shops, but never do so because there are no thieves. It is usual for a child to go a distance of several days with the cattle, without any fear of wild beasts, evil spirits, demons or injurious beings, since they are pure and still sanctified with the holiness of Moses our teacher, as it is said, For they shall eat the fruit of their actions. 15. The children of Issachar are as numerous as the sand of the sea, without number. They dwell on the mountains of the deep, behind the land of the Medes and Persians, and a distance of 4 months' journey from those who dwell by the brook of Pishon. The law does not depart from their mouth, thus fulfilling the command, The Torah shall not depart from thy mouth, thou shalt meditate upon it day and night. They accepted no earthly yoke, but only the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, and do not fight with their fellow men, but discuss the Talmud and the Torah. They live in peace and tranquility, with no injurious thought or evil of any kind to tempt them, and dwell on an area of 13 days' journey in each direction. Silver and gold, servants, camels, flocks and herds, they have in plenty, but they breed none. The only warlike instruments they use are knives for killing the sheep, oxen and birds. They receive a tribute from the heathen kingdoms, of all produce, a fourth, and of the oxen and sheep a fifth every year. From this tribute they accumulate immense riches. They have judges and they inflict the 4 capital punishments according to the decisions of the Beth Din. They converse in the Hebrew language and in that of Kedar. 16. I dwelt among them for a period of 2 months, and then, taking my departure on board ship, I fell in among the tribe of Zebulun, who dwell on the mountains of Paran, in tents of hair, in the land of Lud and Pool. Entering their land, I found them to be farmers, tilling the ground and reaping the harvest. They possess all kinds of dainties and are men of valor. For 4 months they go out to plunder, fighting and robbing people of their riches. They possess the Torah, the Talmud and Mishnah, and are men of great faith, who observe all the commandments. They are also good riders, having innumerable servants, horses, sheep and oxen, as well as camels and asses. They dwell in peace and tranquility, where no man can intrude. 17 Thence, after 6 days' journey, I came to the tribe of Reuben, opposite them, between Paran and Bethel, where they dwell without war. Concerning them it is written, And I shall cause the wild beast to cease from the land, and no sword shall pass over their land. In the midst of the mountains of darkness they possess a fertile and fruitful land, the stones of which are iron, and from the mountains of which brass is hewn. It is a land in which one could eat his bread without any danger, for no man passes among them. They watch the roads and capture spoil without end. They dwell safely in tents of hair, and speak the Hebrew language and another strange one, ####. 18 Thence I came to an extensive land by way of Shinar, through Elam. It was the kingdom of Mumat, ####, on the border of Mardia, a distance of 4 months' journey from the city of Medinat. I saw the river Gozan, ####, and a part of the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh, who were harsh and hard-hearted. They also are good riders, watching the roads, and having pity on no man. All their possessions were plunder. They are men of valor and skilled in war, one of them alone could smite 1,000 men. Among themselves a large amount of food could be obtained for 2 pieces of silver, and grapes could be obtained in the same way. Concerning them it is said, 5 of you shall pursue 100, and 100 of you 10,000. 19 A half of the tribe of Simeon lives together with the tribe of Judah in the land of the Chusdim, near Jerusalem, a distance of 4 months' journey. They are countless and innumerable, and their faces are like lions' faces. They are all of them proficient riders, archers, spearsmen, and swordsmen, and dwell in tents made of hair, in a wilderness the extent of which is a journey of 2 months each way. They receive tribute from 25 kings, all of whom are white, some belonging to the Ishmaelites and others to the descendants of Keturah. They wage war with heathen kingdoms, always seeking battle. They journey the way of Mathil, ####, and the way of Babylon, until the city of the madmen, ####. In all directions they journey with their cattle from border to border, and nobody ever dares speak to them. Among themselves they speak Hebrew and Greek, and are men of faith, skilled in the Torah, Talmud, Mishnah, and Agadah, and also spoke the language of Togarmah. 20 I dwelt among the sons of Judah and Simeon for 3 years, until merchants from the land of the Danites came to buy the spoil of which they had great quantities, and also spices captured from merchants on the way, and which they had acquired for nothing. I travelled with them on board ship until we came to Elam, after a journey of 4 months. After the lapse of 10 years from the day I departed from the Danites I returned. Those heathen whose land I passed through, and among whom the tribes dwell, were some of them worshippers of the earth, while some worshipped fire, and others worshipped a white horse and were cannibals. End of the words of Elchanan the Danite. I have heard that this Elchanan was simple and upright, eschewing evil and fearing God. He came from the land of India. 7. 64 The Midrash of Ahab ben Kaliah and Zedekiah ben Maaseiah. 1 Thus saith the Lord of Ahab ben Kaliah and of Zedekiah ben Maaseiah, which prophesy falsely in my name, Behold, I will deliver them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall slay them before your very eyes. From them a curse shall be taken up by all the captivity of Judah and Israel in Babylon, saying, May the Lord make thee like Zedekiah and Ahab, whom the king of Babylon roasted in the fire. It is not said, they were burnt, but roasted. Yohanan, in the name of Simeon ben Yohai, said, We learn from the above that he made them like parched ears of corn. Because they committed abomination in Israel, they committed adultery with the wives of their neighbors and spoke falsely in my name that which I had not commanded them, even I who know and testify against them, saith the Lord. 2 Ahab went to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, and said to her, The Lord said, Hearken to Zedekiah, and there shall come forth from thee kings and prophets who will prophesy against Israel. Hearing this, Zedekiah also went to her, and said, In the same manner as Ahab has said about me, so also listen to him, and there shall come forth from thee kings and prophets who will prophesy against Israel. When she heard this, she immediately went to her father, and told him all that had happened, saying, Thus and thus did Ahab and Zedekiah say unto me. And her father replied, The God of these men hearteth lewdness. As soon as they come to thee a second time again send them to me. When they came, she accordingly said to them, I cannot do anything without my father's knowledge, therefore, go ye to my father, and, placing your request before him, listen to his reply. 3. Going to Nebuchadnezzar, they repeated what they had told his daughter. And he replied, What is the cause of it that your God did not tell this prophecy to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah? Are they not prophets? And they said, He did not command Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah to do anything, but it was us he commanded to do this thing. At this Nebuchadnezzar retorted, I asked Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, saying, Is this thing which you asked my daughter prohibited or permitted? It is prohibited, said they. But we are prophets, answered Zedekiah and Ahab, as they. He did not command them but us to do this thing. For I desire, then, to test you as I tested Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, viz. in the fiery furnace. But they were 3, and we are only 2, added they. Then choose ye one whomsoever ye wish to be tried with you. And they said, We desire Joshua the son of Jehozadak, the high priest. They knew that his merit was so great that he would protect them also. Accordingly the 3 of them were brought and cast into the fiery furnace. Ahab and Zedekiah were consumed by the fire, but Joshua, the high priest, was not touched by it, his garments merely smelt of fire, as it is said, He showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to tempt him. It is further written, And the Lord said unto Satan, The Lord rebuke thee, O Satan, the Lord who chose Jerusalem shall rebuke thee. Is this not a brand plucked out of the fire? 5 I know now, said Nebuchadnezzar, that thou art very righteous, but how is it that thy garments were touched a little by the fire, while in the case of Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah the fire did not touch them at all? Because, said Joshua, they were 3 and I was alone. But, said he, Abraham was also alone. True, but there were no wicked people in his company, and the Lord therefore did not allow the fire to touch him, but with me there were 2 wicked men, and on this account the Lord allowed the fire to touch me a little. This is the parable of the 2 dry torches and the 1 moist, where the 2 dry ones burn the moist. 65. The history of Susanna. 1. There dwelt a man in Babylon named Jehoiakim, and he took a wife whose name was Susanna, one that feared the Lord. She was the daughter of righteous and good parents, who brought her up in the ways of the Lord, according to the precepts of the law of Moses. Now, this man Jehoiakim was greater and more respected than any of his generation. To him all the Jews resorted daily, for no one like him was found among God's people. He had a beautiful garden adjoining his house, where his wife Susanna used to retire for bathing. 2. At this time 2 judges were appointed over the people, who came in the early morning and evening to Jehoiakim's house to deliver judgment to the people. But when they beheld the beautiful Susanna, their lust was inflamed towards her. They renounced their hope in heavenly reward, and, whilst separating themselves from the righteous, yet neither one revealed to the other the evil thought of his heart. But when the crowd had dispersed to their homes, they spoke to each other, and then, confessing their lust to each other, they took counsel together in which way they might lead her astray, and, watching diligently every day to defile her, they neither stopped nor rested from their sin. 3. One day when all the people had departed to their homes they remained behind according to custom, nor did they remove the evil of their heart, but lay in wait to commit the evil. When Susanna entered the garden accompanied by her maids to wash herself on account of the heat, she sent them to bring her some oil wherewith to anoint herself, at the same time telling them to close the door behind them. When they went out they accordingly bolted the doors after them, but the old men were concealed in the beautiful garden, and when she stripped to wash they ran out of their hiding place, and, taking hold of her, said, Lie with us, for if thou wilt not consent we shall bear witness against thee that a young man has lain with thee. In fear and trembling she then said, What am I to do? I cannot escape these men. It is better for me to resign myself to the Lord, the righteous, the good, the great, the mighty, and the awe-inspiring God, the deliverer, Saviour, and mighty Redeemer, whose name is the Lord of hosts. For then, raising her voice on high, she cried, Save me, O Lord my God, from the hands of the wicked who rebel against thee. But they also cried aloud, and bore false witness against her. At their cry the men of her house came forth, and, entering the garden, beheld the elders bearing this testimony against her, and they and all their kindred were astonished, since they knew that the like of this was not seen or heard of her. 5 On the morrow all the people gathered together to the house of Jehoiakim according to their custom, and with them the elders who rose up and testified that they had seen this woman enter the garden with her 2 maids, and that a young man came and lay with her. We then took hold of the young man, but he slipped from our hands. The people believed their words, for the elders were held to be good and God-fearing men. 6. Then, sending for the woman, they brought her, and there came with her her relatives, friends, and acquaintances, but she was very feeble, and came there with her face covered. But the elders cried angrily from their evil desires, removed the veil from her face, that they might satisfy the wickedness of their eyes, and, condemning her to death, they led her forth. Then, raising her eyes on high, she said, O truthful and righteous judge, O faithful witness, behold me and save me from a death through false witnesses, let me not be found a sinner in the sight of all these people, and let not the words of these wicked men be fulfilled against me. 7. And the Lord heard her cry and sent a helper, for the Lord aroused the spirit of Daniel, who raised his voice, and said, Lord God, clear us of the death of this righteous woman. Hearing this, the people asked, Who art thou that speaketh? And they replied, The voice is that of Daniel. He was then a young man in the king's household and a chamberlain in his palace. But why dost thou speak in this manner? And he said, Will ye condemn to death one in Israel without investigation? Will ye slay the innocent and the righteous in a manner contrary to the law? Return to me, that I may investigate the matter. 8. The woman and all the people then returned, and the elders who bore witness against her said to him, Why does my lord say, She is not to die, since she has done such and such a thing? And Daniel said to the people, Be ye seated, and they sat down. Now separate these elders one from the other. Then, interrogating one of them, he said, O sinful old man, thou art surely condemned to death, and the angel stands over thee to cut thee in two. Under what tree didst thou find her? Under the terebinth, ####. And Daniel said to the people, Behold, this man shall die, for there is no such tree in the garden. 9. He was accordingly taken away, and the second one brought. And he said to him, O thou of the seed of Canaan, who art not of Judah. Thus did ye act in our land. Ye enticed beautiful maidens by your false testimony, so that we became a curse and a reproach, we were led captive and became a spoil. Behold, thou art destined to be slain, and no soul is to be left within thee. Tell me, before the people, under what tree didst thou find her? Under a trellis of the vine, ####. Then said Daniel, Behold, the angel stands over thee with a drawn sword in his hand to saw thy loins asunder, for there is no such tree in the garden. 10. They went and found that it was the truth. Then Daniel appeared to the people in all his wisdom, and it was done to those judges just as they devised against their sister. From that day Daniel was exalted in the sight of the people of Judah, and they gave thanks and praises to the Lord God of their fathers, as did Shealtiel, the father of Susanna, and her mother, as well as all her relatives and acquaintances, and her husband Jehoiakim. 66. 1. Nebuchadnezzar was not very much changed in his being from other men, but only in his appearance, in his mind, and in his language. He appeared to men like an ox as far as his navel, or stomach, and from his navel to his feet like a lion. He ate the herbs at first which other men eat, to show that he chewed his food like an ox, and became at last like a lion, in that he killed all the wicked. Many people went out to see him, but Daniel did not, because, during the time of his change, he was praying for him, so that the 7 years became 7 months. For 40 days he roamed about among the wild beasts, and for the next 40 days his heart became like that of any other man, and he wept on account of his sins. Again, for 40 days he wandered about in caves, and for yet another 40 days he roamed among the wild beasts until the 7 months were completed. 2. When, however, the Lord restored him to his former position, he no longer reigned alone, but appointed 7 judges, one for each year, until the expiration of the 7 years. And during this time, while he was repenting for his sins, he neither ate meat nor bread, nor drank any wine, but his food consisted of herbs and seed, according to Daniel's counsel. When, after the 7 years of his punishment, he sat once more on the throne of his kingdom, he wished to make Daniel an heir among his sons, but Daniel said, Far be it from me to leave the inheritance of my fathers for that of the uncircumcised. 3. On the death of Nebuchadnezzar the Great, his son of the same name succeeded him. He built a temple to Bel in Babylon, and completed the city of Babylon. He surrounded it with the river, so that the enemy could not prevail against it. He increased the city and the temple of Bel tenfold, and added glory and honor, and in 15 days, 4, the building was complete. 4. The king then, having placed a huge stone upon a mountain, planted a garden upon it, which was raised to a great height so as to enable his wife to gaze upon Media, the land of her birth, for she longed to behold it. This was the king who besieged Tyre for 3 years and 10 months. When Nebuchadnezzar, the son of Nebuchadnezzar the Great, died, evil Merodach reigned in his stead. 5. Now, in the 37th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, on the 27th day of the 12th month, Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the first year of his reign, rescued Jehoiakim, king of Judah, from prison, and raised his throne above that of any other king in Babylon, and, changing his prison garments, he maintained him as long as he lived. He did this because Nebuchadnezzar the Great did not keep his faith with him, for Evil-Merodach was really his eldest son, but he made Nebuchadnezzar the younger king, because he had humbled the wicked. They slandered him to his father, who placed him, Evil-Merodach, in prison together with Jehoiakim, where they remained together until the death of Nebuchadnezzar, his brother, after whom he reigned. 6. I fear my father Nebuchadnezzar, he said, lest he rise from his grave, for just as he was changed back from an animal to a man, so in the same manner he may rise up from death to life. But Jehoiakim advised him to take the corpse out of the grave, and, cutting it into 300 pieces, to give it to 300 vultures, and he said to him, Thy father will not rise up until these vultures have brought back the flesh of thy father, which they have eaten. Evil-Merodach had 3 sons, whose names were Regosar, Lebuzadak, and Nabar, who was Belshazzar, with whom the Chaldean kingdom came to an end. 67. Here commences the book of Joseph ben-Gurion, with the exception of the first 2 pages, which contain an enumeration of the families and ancient kings, which I have written above in its proper place in the book of the generations. 1. When God had visited upon Babylon all that he spake to his servants Isaiah and Jeremiah, the prophets, on behalf of Jerusalem, he raised up against them 2 mighty kings, Darius, king of Media, and Cyrus, king of Persia. And Cyrus entered into close friendship with Darius by taking his daughter to wife, so that they jointly rebelled against Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans. This was the commencement of many fierce battles. At the outset the Chaldeans were victorious, but many fell on either side, and the Chaldeans fleeing, Cyrus and Darius pursued them until a distance of 1 day's journey from Babylon, and smote them and cut them to pieces. There Cyrus and Darius encamped with all their armies, and when the king Belshazzar saw them he sent out all the host of his mighty men, 1,000 princes and the troops that were in the temple, a numerous and powerful band. At twilight all these marched out of Babylon, continuing their march during the whole night. But at the break of morn they began to attack the camp of Darius and Cyrus, which at the onset became bewildered, and the camp of Media fled in confusion, but Cyrus and his men braced themselves up to fight against the Chaldeans and prevented them from following the Median camp. In the night, when the battle had ceased, the slain of the Medes and Persians were found to be very numerous. 2. On that same day, as the princes of Belshazzar saw that they had gained a victory, they came before King Belshazzar full of victory and strength. The king made a great feast for them, and many presents of silver and gold were given to them, and the king rejoiced with his 1,000 princes, and sat down to eat and drink with them. They prolonged the banquet until night. Now, Belshazzar had drunk too much, and while he was in a state of intoxication he ordered the golden vessels which had been in the temple of our God at Jerusalem to be brought to him, viz. those holy vessels which Nebuchadnezzar had seized when he exiled the Jews from Jerusalem to Babylon. He then defiled the holy vessels by drinking wine out of them, together with his 1,000 princes, his wives, and his concubines. 3. But when our God beheld this profanation, he was angry and zealous for his vessels, so he sent from his throne a scribe to write a severe rebuke for the king, and to acquaint him with the judgment which our God had decreed concerning his life and his kingdom. The scribe accordingly wrote upon the wall in red ink by the lamp of the king the following: he thought, he weighed, he separated. The letters were written in Hebrew characters, but the writing was Aramaic. When the king saw the fingers writing, the other parts of the body he did not see, for the fingers were terrible and beautiful, he became bewildered and very much afraid, so that every limb of his body, his heart, and his very bones trembled. 68. 1. Daniel was then brought before the king to read and interpret the writing, and he said to the king, Thou hast acted very foolishly, in that thou hast defiled the vessels of the temple of our God. Therefore our God, being zealous for his children and for his sanctuary, sent an angel to write these words. And these are the words which he has written: Shekel, i.e., the enemy of the Lord, has been weighed in the balance and been found wanting. He will therefore rend the kingdom from his enemy, and will give it to Darius and Cyrus, who have given thee battle. Between them the kingdom shall be divided. 2. And the princes of the king heard this explanation from Daniel, and that he reproved the king, saying, Hearken to me, I pray thee, King Belshazzar, and mark and understand my words. Didst thou not know that the Lord God of the heavens made thy father great, and raised him over all the kingdoms of the earth, that he caused him to rule, in his greatness, over the holy land, over the kingdom of priests and the holy nation, and that he, Nebuchadnezzar, treated them with great cruelty, that he shed their blood as water, burnt the holy temple with fire, and sent the whole of God's inheritance into captivity to Babylon? That then his heart waxed mighty and his spirit proud, so that he said, My hand is exalted, and my power has stood by me, that he did not remember that the God of the world, who exalteth and maketh humble, had delivered all these things into his hands, nor did he think of this until the Lord humbled him by making him wander among the wild beasts of the field and the birds of the heavens, and not until he believed that the Lord God of heaven is he who slayeth and bringeth to life was he restored again to his palace. And thou, Belshazzar, hast received thy father's kingdom by the will of the God of heaven, and reignest over all the land in the same manner as thy father. 3. When thy two vassals, Darius and Cyrus, rebelled and made a conspiracy against thee, and went to battle against thy mighty army, thou didst send forth thy warriors to subdue them, and they returned to thee exceedingly elated with strength and glory, but thou didst not give thanks to thy Creator, who gave thee the very breath of thy life, but to thy idols of silver and gold, of iron and brass, of clay and earthenware, which cannot rescue nor save, which can do neither evil nor good. And thou didst burn bright the lamp for thy 1,000 warriors and princes. Then didst thou send for the holy vessels which were sanctified to the God of heaven, who breathed into thee the breath of life, and in whose hand is thy spirit, to slay or to keep alive. And thou didst defile his vessels by drinking out of them, together with all thy servants, princes, wives, and concubines, and didst sing praises to thy idols. For this the Lord's anger was kindled against thee and thy people, since thou hast foolishly done this. He therefore sent his scribe to write down upon the wall of thy house thy end, and the end of thy kingdom. Behold, the writing is written in Hebrew characters, but the language is Aramaic. The words are mean, tekel, parson, which means that God has numbered the years of thy kingdom, which have been found completed, the 70 years of the captivity, having come to an end. Thou hast been awayed, and been found wanting. Therefore thy kingdom shall be taken away from thee, and given to the Medes and Persians. For when the king, the princes and the dignitaries of the kingdom heard this interpretation from Daniel, they were all greatly afraid, every one of them, their heart beat violently, and they were alarmed and trembled, and the king, being seized with dreadful pains through Daniel's words, fell upon his bed, sad and troubled, and mourning bitterly, while the rest of the princes returned to their houses in fear. When they went out through the gate they were in their excitement crushed and trampled on, and the king remained alone with his messengers and his household, and, being in great excitement and bewildered, he fell into a deep sleep, and slumbered like one of the dead through his fright and trembling. 5. Now there was in the bedroom of the king a doorkeeper, one of the old servants of Nebuchadnezzar, who was much honored and respected. Meditating in his heart, he said, Did not Daniel interpret all Nebuchadnezzar's dreams? And did not all his words come true, so that nothing he prophesied failed to be realized? Now he has told the king what is decreed concerning him, for the Spirit of God is with him, and he does not lie. Why, therefore, should I not go, and, severing Belshazzar's head, run with it to Cyrus and Darius, the kings of Media and Persia, and thereby find favor in their eyes? And as he thought, so he did. Rising hastily in the twilight, he drew the sword from beneath the king's pillows, and with it smote Belshazzar, severing his head. He wandered all through the night until daybreak, and then went to the two kings with the head of Belshazzar in his hand. 6. But when they saw it, both they and all the men trembled and gazed in fear at each other, as well as all the army. On asking the man for an explanation, he related all that Daniel had told Belshazzar, how he had defiled the holy vessels of the temple, and thus kindled the anger of the God of the heavens, who sent a messenger to write upon the wall in red ink opposite the candlestick. When I heard Daniel tell these things, I knew that it was all true and that nothing would fail to come to pass. On account of this I planned and hastened to perform this deed which now your eyes behold. 7. When the two kings heard the words of the servant they feared the wrath of the God of heaven, and consequently humbled, prostrated and bowed themselves before the Lord of all things, saying, We know that thou alone art God over all the hosts of heaven and over all the kingdoms of the earth, who removest and establishest kings, and who doest whatever thou desirest. Thou knowest that this Belshazzar, the wicked grandson of the wicked Nebuchadnezzar, acted wickedly, and thou hast therefore visited him to destroy him in the wrath of thy anger, in that he defiled the vessels of thy holy sanctuary. Thou didst hand him over to be slaughtered by this chamberlain, that his head may be brought before us. We now give thanks unto thee, O God of the heavens, for the wonders which thou hast wrought. If thou wilt deliver his land into our possession and the valiant, mighty men thereof, we shall wreak vengeance upon them to satisfy the wrath of thine anger. Then thou wilt help us to free thy servants from their captivity, to build thy holy temple in Jerusalem, and to gather together the outcasts of thy people, that they may once again worship thee alone. Having said this, they made a feast and rejoiced for 3 days. 8. Then, marching into Babylon, they captured it, and, overthrowing the fortresses, slew the warriors at the edge of the sword, ripped up their women with child, slaughtered their old men in the streets, strangled their young men with ropes and dragged them with their horses along the streets, their virgins they trampled to death, and their young children they dashed against the rocks. 9. Thus God avenged the blood of his servants that was shed by the Babylonians and Chaldeans, and took vengeance for his city and his temple. These 2 kings overran all the streets with their mighty army, and, overthrowing all their palaces, burnt their most precious things, and, blowing upon their trumpets, raised a loud cry so that the earth was cleft asunder at their noise, and they said, Where are ye, ye mighty men of Babylon, and ye valiant men, ye sinners of the whole earth? The battle is no longer yours. They then set fire to everything that came before them until they rendered the whole of Babylon a waste land, like Sodom and Gomorrah, according to the word which God spake to his servants the prophets. 10. After this the 2 kings divided the whole kingdom of the Chaldeans by lot, so that Darius took for his portion Babylon, with all its inhabitants, and the great temple of the palace which Nebuchadnezzar had built, and Darius sat upon the throne of Belshazzar. Thus, while the great Babylon, with all its inhabitants, together with the land of Media, fell to the lot of Darius, the land of the Chaldeans, Assyria and Persia fell to the lot of Cyrus. 69. 1. Now it came to pass, when Darius was firmly seated upon the throne of his kingdom in Babylon, that he ordered Daniel to be brought before him, and, placing for him a throne, he sat before Darius. Then said the king, Art thou Daniel? I am, said he. Then give me counsel what to do, for the Spirit of the God of heaven is with thee. Do not withhold it from me, for I am old now and wanting in strength. My active life wearies me, and continual wars make me faint, and now that my old age has begun, I am no longer able to bear the burden of my people, to judge between man and man, to reward the righteous and punish the wicked, for the thing is too heavy for me. 2. And Daniel replied, Let my lord the king appoint 3 officers, men of valor and truth, to take upon themselves part of the responsibility, and let them judge between man and man in order to relieve thee of the heaviness of the burden, and let the king rest in his palace. Then every matter that is too weighty for the judges shall be brought before the king, who shall decide. Thus the king and his throne shall be pure. He did as he was advised, for he appointed 2 princes of his host, with Daniel in authority over them, to judge the people, while he himself remained peaceably in his palace. 3. Darius issued a decree throughout all his kingdom, saying, The God of the heavens hath given me all these kingdoms of the earth, and the burden is too great for me to bear, for my soul is weary through old age. I have therefore taken advice of Daniel, who has given me true counsel, and I have hearkened unto him. I shall now rest in my palace so that the heaviness of the burden will be taken off my shoulders. Now give honor to the God of Daniel and believe in him. Rise up early and seek him, for he is the great God over all other gods. Let it be known to you that by the advice of Daniel have I done this. I have appointed over all my kingdom 2 princes of the host, to whose decisions all the people shall listen in all cases of trouble, so that the burden is made lighter for me, and Daniel have I appointed as overseer to these 2 princes, who are to obey him and to listen to all that he teaches them, and not to change his words, but to perform everything he commands them, for I have appointed him as a vicegerent, with the 2 princes of the army under him, and whoever violates this decree of the king shall forfeit his life. All the people obeyed this decree, and the princes, governors, commanders and rulers of the provinces bestowed honor upon Daniel, for the Holy Spirit was with him. 71. Soon after this, however, the princes of the army, as well as the other chiefs, governors and dignitaries of the kingdom envied Daniel, and, meeting in council, they sought for some pretext by which they might overthrow Daniel. So they resolved to make a decree and a covenant that every man, old or young, belonging to the rulers or the princes, who shall during the next 30 days entreat any god, or ask a request from any being, except from the king alone, shall be given as food to lions, nor shall he be rescued by the hand of the king, or redeemed by his great wealth to annul the decree. Daniel was ignorant of their machinations, for they cunningly kept their secret from him, saying, If we do not trap him in a religious matter we shall not be able to overthrow him. But they did not know that, as Daniel was faithful to his God, so would his God prove faithful to him. 2. The men, having then written down what they had resolved to do, they each one of them signed it and sealed it with his seal, in order to give it great authority. They then waited upon the king with their writing, who took it and read it innocently without suspecting that it was a secret plot cunningly devised against Daniel. Therefore he confirmed the decree by sealing it with the king's seal and giving it to his scribes to guard for the appointed time. 3. One day the men went to Daniel's house to spy, and, finding a girl playing about opposite the entrance of his house, they asked, "Where is Daniel, and what is he doing?" And she replied, "Behold, he is in the upper chamber of his house, praying near the window which looks towards the holy temple at Jerusalem, and uttering praises and words of thanksgiving to his God." Believing her, they went to the upper chamber, and found him on his knees with his hands spread towards heaven, for Daniel supplicated to God 3 times during the day. 4. When these men came into Daniel's chamber he was not frightened, nor did he tremble at the noise of their voice, and he finished his prayer, when they all immediately seized him and brought him to the king. But when the king saw Daniel in the hands of the princes he trembled very greatly, and was astounded, for he then knew that it was against Daniel they had made and established such a decree. Then said the king to the princes, "What have ye done to Daniel, and what have ye to do with him?" 5. And they replied, "Have we not written down and sealed the decree in accordance with the law of Media and Persia, which cannot be changed or frustrated, that whoever prostrates himself to any being for the whole of this month other than to the king shall be consigned as food for the lions? Behold, Daniel was found in his house praying to his God, and thus this decree of the king of Media and Persia was violated, which cannot be. Now, since Daniel has mocked us in trying to set our laws at naught, give him into our hands, and we shall cast him into the den of lions, that no other person may attempt such a thing again in opposition to the laws of Media and Persia." And the king answered the princes, saying, "Ye have devised this plan against Daniel to attack him for your envy. Now, cease pursuing him, for he is a Jew, and his God is revered, glorious and mighty, who may visit you with his anger, and destroy you." But the princes seized Daniel with their hands, ready to destroy him by casting him into the den of lions. The king, therefore, exerted all his strength to rescue him, but not one of them helped the king to save Daniel, for they were all eager for his downfall, and refused, therefore, to release him. But the king would not listen to the princes, and they strove with each other, the princes and the king, until sunset. 6. When, however, they saw that the king was with him, they said with one accord, "O king, know and mark well, if thou wilt not deliver him into our hands, we shall know that thou annullest the laws of Media and Persia." As soon as the king saw that they were all of them bent on conspiring against him on account of Daniel, he let him go, delivering him into their power, and saying to them, "Tell me, if God delivers him from the mouth of the lions, how will you hide your reproach and your shame, for ye shall surely be cast to the lions as food?" And they all replied, "So it shall be." The king, having striven with the princes until it was late, said to Daniel, "Behold, the princes have determined to cast thee into the den of lions, but the Lord God of the heavens, who hath given thee his Holy Spirit, shall close their mouths and prevent them injuring thee, but I am innocent before thy God, for I sought to rescue thee, but could not." Then, drawing Daniel forth, they cast him into the den in which 10 lions were enclosed. Their daily fare consisted of 10 sheep and 10 human bodies. But they starved them, depriving them of their food, giving them nothing to eat, so that they should hasten to devour Daniel. When Daniel had, however, descended to the den of lions, they showed him a kind face, licked him, wagged their tails, and were as rejoiced to meet him as dogs are to see their master arrive home from the field. The princes rolled a great stone over the mouth of the pit, which the king sealed with his ring as well as with that of the princes, and they each went their way. 7. Daniel, in the meantime, praised the name of his God all the night until the next morning with the voice of song and thanksgiving, while the lions crouched round about him, eager to hearken unto his song. But the king went to his house grieved and bitterly sad, eating no food, and drinking neither wine nor water. He forbade the musical instruments to be played before him, and did not remove his garments, for he was grieved at heart for Daniel. His sleep also left him, for he was saddened at the prince's plot against Daniel. Then, turning over on his side and sighing, he said, "Would that it were morning, to see what has become of Daniel." 8. On that same day, and at the same time as Daniel was cast into the den, behold, the prophet Habakkuk, in the land of Judah, returned that evening from harvesting, and prepared a large dish to feed the reapers. While he was carrying his burden in his hand to supply the reapers with food, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, "Go thou with this food to my servant Daniel in the land of the Chaldeans, to the den of lions, where he is cast." "But, O Lord God, who will lead me there," said he, "at this time, since the distance is so great for me?" And forthwith an angel of God lifted him by the lock of his hair, together with his food, and placed him in the midst of Daniel's den, where he put down the food. The angel then brought him forth thence, and restored him to his native place, whence he was taken before the reapers had had their meal. And Daniel uttered thanksgiving and praises to his God, in whose salvation he trusted, for whoever supplicates to his God communes with him as well as one who studies his law, and he need not despair of his kindness. 9. On the following morning at daybreak the king arose and hastily went to the den, and when he heard Daniel's voice singing and the beauty of his praises, he was not able to speak to him, for his voice was stifled through his sobbing. But, strengthening himself, he called out, Daniel, Daniel, has God withheld thee from the mouth of the lions, and art thou not torn to pieces? And Daniel replied, Indeed, God hath withheld me from the mouth of the lions, and hath closed their mouths, and prevented them from injuring me. They, on the contrary, rejoiced to meet me, just as my own household would rejoice, for thus my God, in whom I trust, has commanded, and yesterday food was even given to me through Habakkuk, through the Spirit of my God, but, my lord the king, I have not sinned against thee, nor will any iniquity be found in me. 10. The king then sending for the princes, Daniel's enemies, they came to him as he was standing by the den. No, said he, and behold the seals of your rings, are they as ye sealed them, and has there been any mischief? And examining the seals, they said, They are untouched and just as we have sealed them. Then, commanding the stone to be rolled away from the mouth of the pit, Daniel they brought forth, sound and perfect, without any blemish or hurt. The bystanders, being struck with wonder at the miracles of the God of Daniel, with a loud voice shouted, The God of Daniel is greater than all other gods. The king then ordered his servants to lay hold of those princes, Daniel's enemies, together with their wives and children, and to cast them into the den of lions, and before they reached the floor of the den, the lions, who had not eaten any food since yesterday, roared at them, and, tearing them, crushed their bones and ground them to dust. They then continued roaring from their den so that the noise could be heard far off, and all the people trembled, and said, The lions have escaped from their den. 71:1 The king then returned to his palace with Daniel, and the Lord showered upon Daniel honor and greatness, and he found favor and kindness in the eyes of the king. A command was then issued in the kingdom, saying, In all the land there is no God like the God of Daniel who performs miracles and wonders. May his God be with all the people of his inheritance, and cause them to prosper, and let the great temple of God be built in Judah, and I shall give silver and gold of my treasures for the building until it is completed. 2. He then issued orders to all the cities in the land of his rule, by means of runners and horsemen, to permit the Jews to go up to Jerusalem to build the temple of God. This happened in the first year of Cyrus's reign over the Chaldeans. Letters of the king were also sent to all the princes on the other side of the river, and to the governors, to be in readiness to assist the Jews by attending to all their wants in the matter of the building, such as the supply of wood, stones, wheat, oil, and wine, until the building was completed, and rams and lambs for their sacrifices. 3. The Jews then rose, all whose hearts were willing, to go up to the house of God. They numbered about 4 myriads, with Ezra the priest and scribe at their head, as well as Eliakim the priest, Jeshua, Mordecai, and the rest of the chiefs of the fathers belonging to Judah and Benjamin, and, journeying, they came to the other side of the river, and arrived at Jerusalem, where they commenced to lay the foundation of the house of God. When this was finished, the work prospered. There then arose certain wicked men, enemies of the Jews, from the remnant of the nations, e.g., Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian, all of whom wrote evil against the Jews. They sent a letter to the kings of Media and Persia, saying, Be it known to you that if ye build the city of Jerusalem it will be to you a snare, a great evil, and there will arise a great conspiracy against you, for in days of yore the Jews who dealt therein were strong and very hard, and destroyed the whole country. It was for this reason that Nebuchadnezzar, their enemy, exiled them to Babylon. Then the kings had rest, and each dwelt peacefully in his own place. Therefore we send to inform you of it, as we are faithful, for we have eaten at the table of the king, and far be it from us to allow the downfall of the kingdom. As soon as the letter reached the king of Persia, the work was discontinued until the 2nd year of the reign of Darius. 72:1 Now, when Darius was seated on the throne of his kingdom, he sent for Daniel, the servant of God, to test his wisdom and to obtain his counsel. Having come before him, he tried him and proved him, and found him 7-fold wiser than report had told of him. He was therefore very pleased with him, and loved him, and appointed him to be his counselor, as Darius had done before him. 2. One day Darius held a feast in honor of Bel, the god of Babylon, and the king accordingly prepared an offering to be brought before Bel, the god of Babylon. The daily order of the offering consisted of 1 bullock, 10 rams, 10 sheep, 100 doves, 70 loaves of bread, and 10 barrels of wine, for the table of the god. On the day in question they arranged the table before Bel, and the king said to Daniel, Would that thou didst believe in the glory of our god Bel, who consumes what is laid upon this table. 3. And Daniel replied, Let not the heart of the king be deceived and be led astray, for it is vanity. There is no breath in it, but it is simply the work of the craftsman. How can it therefore eat or drink anything? It is the priests of Bel who eat the contents of this table, as well as the meal offering and burnt offering. Now, if thou wilt hearken unto me, and deliver these priests into my hand, I will show thee the deceit they practice upon thee and thy people, which causes you to prostrate yourselves to vanity and emptiness. Let it be as thou hast spoken, said the king. Daniel then commanded the porters of Bel to lock the temple and all its gates, except the one which the king and Daniel entered. 4. Then said the king, Bring me some ashes. When they were brought, he scattered them upon the floor of the house, and the priests were kept in ignorance of Daniel's advice. As soon as they had done this, the king and Daniel went out with their young men by the same gate, and, locking the door, the king sealed it with his own seal and with that of Daniel, and then both of them went back to the palace and retired for the night. 5. On the following morning the king sent for Daniel, to let him see and know what Bel had done. Coming to the gate of the temple, they found the seals just as they had been left, and the king said, Has there been any tampering with these seals? And Daniel said no, and commanded the seals to be removed. They then opened the gate, and saw that the contents of the table which they had arranged, from the bread even to the meat and wine, had all been consumed. 6. As soon as the king saw this, he fell prostrate before Bel, and exclaimed, O Bel, great is thy name in the world, and who is like unto thee in might among all the other gods? But Daniel answered, Let not the king say that, for Bel is but clay, earthenware, and brass, and cannot eat or drink. Look but upon the ashes which we have spread on the floor, and round about the temple and the table, and see whose footprints are these, for they are the traces of the consumers of Bel's table. The king looked, and beheld the footprints of men, women, and children. 7. And sending forthwith for these 70 priests and ministers of Bel, he swore to them, saying, If ye will not tell me the truth, ye shall surely die. They then showed him the secret entrances through which they came in and went out in the night, to eat the contents of the table. Here one leaf of the maize is missing. 73. 1. The dragon felt the smell of the ashes and of the sacrifice, and he rejoiced to go out and see the offering, and it opened its mouth, according to custom, and they cast it therein. After swallowing it, it raised itself on high, and turned to enter the cave again, when the princes said to the king, Is Daniel also able to destroy this God, which is a living God, just as he destroyed Bel and his priests and his altar, thus putting an end to his worship? Why does he not strive with this God? For, if he does, then we shall be avenged for the destruction of Bel and his temple. 2. Then said the king to Daniel, Hearken to me, pray, and give ear to what I say. Canst thou lift up thy thoughts also against this great and mighty serpent God, and subdue him as thou didst Bel, in which there was no life? This, however, is mighty and strong, and who would dare rise up against it to do it evil? But Daniel replied, Let not the king err also in this, for it is but a beast, and can be subdued by the hand of man. It hath no spirit, and now, if my lord the king will permit me to go against this dragon, I shall slay it without either sword or stick or any warlike instrument, for it is but a reptile that crawls upon the earth, and the Lord set the fear of man in every beast, insect, and reptile, for in the image of God did he make man. I shall therefore destroy it just as I destroyed one of the graven images, but do not give power unto thy princes to do me evil. Go thou and do what thou canst, replied the king. The princes were, however, greatly rejoiced when the king told Daniel to strive with the dragon, for they said, Now will Daniel surely perish, for it is impossible for him to make a stand against the dragon. 3. Daniel then went from the king, and making iron instruments like wool combs, he joined them together back to back, with the points outward, forming a circle of hard and sharp points. This he rolled in all manner of poisonous fat and grease and other fatty substances, and beneath it he placed pitch and brimstone, until the points of the brass and the other piercing metals were concealed. Then, making it in the shape of an oblation, Daniel cast it into the dragon's mouth. The dragon hastily and greedily swallowed it, and seemed to enjoy it. But when it entered its mouth, and passed on to the entrails of its belly, the fat melted from off the iron prongs, so the sharp spikes pierced its entrails, and gave it such agony that it died on the morrow. For it came to pass, 3 days after its death, that the Chaldeans and Babylonians came, as was their daily custom, to propitiate the dragon with an oblation, but it was not visible, only a horrible stench issued from the cave. When they searched the cave they found that their god was slain, swollen up, and decaying. They became very grieved and full of wrath against Daniel, and they said, Behold, what is this Daniel has done to the two gods? For he has destroyed Bel and smitten the dragon. Now if the king deliver him into our hands, he shall surely be slain, and if not, it must be made known to the king that he also shall surely not live. When it reached the ears of the king that the people had made a conspiracy against him, a command was issued to smite the leaders and princes as well as those that rose up against Daniel with the edge of the sword. 74:1 Daniel, having now grown old in years, came one day to the king, and prostrating himself before him, said, O my lord the king, behold, old age has crept upon me, and I have now no more strength to stand and go to and fro. Behold, the lawless men of thy people have humbled me through their enmity, and have cast me twice into the den of lions, but God, in whom I put my trust, has delivered me. They meditated to take my soul, to deprive me of my life, through their zeal on behalf of their gods, but my God withheld me from their destruction. My 3 friends also they cast into the fiery furnace to be burnt, and yet after all this we have not forsaken our God. Now, my lord the king, I pray thee allow me to go back to my native city and to my house, to worship the God of my fathers for the remainder of my days, for I am old and have no longer the power to restrain, the multitude of thy host. And the king answered Daniel, saying, How can I listen to thy request to send thee away, seeing thou art a man of the God of heaven? If thou leavest me and departest from my side, how can my kingdom remain in its integrity? I am indeed aware that thou art an old man, and that thou hast no longer that strength for active life which the rulers of the kingdom ought to have. Therefore, if thou wilt give me from among thy people a man of wisdom and understanding, and withal filled with the Spirit of thy God as thou art, to remain with me in thy stead, then will I send thee away in peace to rest in thine own house, although my soul knoweth there is none esteemed thy equal among the sons of thy people. 2 Daniel then went forth from the presence of the king to the assembly of the exiles, and, finding there Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, the son of Jeconiah, king of Judah, he selected him from among the people, and taking him by the hand, led him to the king, and said, Behold before thee the man who is to take my place. He is esteemed my equal, and is descended from Judah and from the chiefs of the royal seed. He is withal a man of valor, filled with the Spirit of God, with knowledge and wisdom as myself, falling short of nothing that is in me, and he will be, as I have been, a faithful counselor to thee. And now, do thou give me permission to depart from my native place for the short time I have to live. The king, being confident of the truth of everything Daniel told him, gave him permission to depart. Daniel then made his obeisance, and the king embraced and kissed him, and having ordered many gifts to be presented to him, he sent him away. 3 Thus did Zerubbabel take the place of Daniel, who gave all that the king presented him with to the suffering exiles, and then left for Shushan, his native place, in the land of Elam. There he worshipped the Lord among his brother exiles until the day of his death. 4 Now Zerubbabel was a man of valor, young and prosperous, understanding and wise, filled with the spirit of wisdom, for Daniel had put his hand upon him. He found favor in the eyes of the king, who loved him and appointed him chief of all the princes and overseer of the 2 captains of thy host and guardians of the king. 5 One day, according to custom, all the princes assembled before the king, and the king said to them, Have ye seen in the whole of this land a man as wise and as full of understanding, in whom is the spirit of Daniel, as this man Zerubbabel? And they answered, The king hath spoken the truth. 6 Now, about the time of noon, after they had all eaten, the king, as usual, lay upon his bed and slept. The 2 princes and guardians of the king then arose, as was customary, and Zerubbabel with them, and stood round the king's bedside until he awoke. On this occasion the king slept heavily, for he was drunk with wine, and the 3 young men, being weary of standing, proposed to test each other's wisdom by means of riddles, each one according to his wit, and they said, Let us write them down in a book, and place the book under the head of the king until he awake from his sleep, when he would see the book, and understand its meaning. 7 Then it shall be that the man whose words appear wiser than his 2 colleagues, and whose riddles are superior to those of his brethren, should be made vicegerent, and should also sit on the royal throne and in the royal chariot, that he should have free access to the presence of the king, that the vessels of his table should be of silver, and the reins of his horse of gold. That the crown of the vicegerent be placed upon his head, that he receive the portion of the vicegerent from the hand of the king, that every request be granted him, and that he be a friend of the king. To this they all agreed, and, making a covenant in accordance therewith, they established it according to the laws of Media and Persia, which can never be altered. 8 Then, bringing the pen and the scroll, they cast lots as to who should be the first to inscribe. The first wrote, On the earth there is no one so powerful as a king. The second wrote, Wine is the strongest thing on earth. And Zerubbabel, who was the third, wrote, There is nothing on the earth so powerful as woman. When they had finished writing their words of wisdom, they placed the scroll under the king's pillow, but the king was awake, for though his eyes were closed yet he heard their whisperings, and when they placed the scroll under his pillow the king arose as if he had just woke from his sleep, and, rubbing his eyes with his 2 hands, he looked under his pillow and saw the scroll which the 3 young men had written. Then opening it, he read it, and was perplexed about it, until all the princes, pashas, chiefs, governors, and heads of the provinces came to him. Then calling the 3 young men, he said, Bring me each one of you his writing, and let me listen to the interpretation of your riddles, then will I fulfill for the wisest of you 3 everything that is stated in the scroll to honor and exalt him. 9. The first one then approached to read what he had written, and said, Hearken, O king and princes, to my words. There is nobody on earth so powerful as a king. The second, drawing near, the king, said, There is nothing on earth so powerful as wine. And the third, viz. Zerubbabel, exclaimed, There is nothing on earth so powerful as woman. At this the king and the princes said, We have hearkened to your hidden sayings, now tell us the explanation, and we shall listen. 75. 1. And the first answered and said, O my lord the king, princes and mighty men, do ye not know the power of the king and the strength of his dominion over all the earth, over the sea, the isles, and over all languages? To slay or to keep alive? If he commands an army to march forth, they march forth armed, they turn not their heads, though they may stand face to face with death. If he command them to overthrow cities, they overthrow them, if to hew down mountains, or to pull down walls, they obey. If he command them to plough for him, they plough, they sow and reap his produce, for they fear the wrath of the king, who is mighty and Lord over all, and no one dares frustrate his word, therefore believe ye my words that there is no one on earth so powerful as a king. All the bystanders were astonished at his speech. 2. The second now replied, saying, Though ye know the power of a king and the strength of his might, for he has dominion and rules over the land, yet wine is stronger than a king. It is true he has great power, but as soon as he drinks freely of wine, it overpowers him and inclines his heart to other things. He sings, plays and dances, for his heart is turned by the wine, so that he repulses his kin, approaches strangers, slays his friends, and confers honor upon strangers, and respects neither his father nor mother. 3. Do ye not know that such is the power of wine? When a man is drunk he cannot learn, but is rather prone to singing, he whispers to his neighbor and reveals secrets, and hidden things drop out of his mouth. Men full of sorrow the wine makes glad, and even if mourners and those whose hearts are grieved drink thereof, they rejoice and are merry. The drunken one draws his sword against his neighbor, and he gets fierce, and bashful men it makes bold. But when the wine has disappeared from them, they have forgotten all, and say, We have not done this thing. Is thus wine not stronger than a king? As it rules over him, it makes man walk crookedly, he cannot see straight, and he continues babbling things which he has not learned. Do ye not think that wine is therefore more powerful than a king, for such it does? Thereat the men were greatly surprised. 4. After that the king summoned Zerubbabel, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy riddle and its interpretation, as thy friends have done. And he answered and said, Give ear and hearken unto me, O king and princes, governors and rulers, and all ye who stand here. Indeed, the king is stronger and greater than all. It is true that wine weakens the king through its strength. As my friends have said. Thus the power of both the king and wine cannot be denied, but woman is yet more powerful than either king or wine or any other strong drink. For why should she not be more powerful than the king? Did she not give birth to him, suckle him, sustain him, rear him, clothe him, wash him, and sometimes chastise him? Did she not rule over him as a mother does the child of her womb? When she was angry with him, did he not fear her rebuke? Did she not sometimes beat him and at other times censure him? If she lifted the rod to him, did he not run away from her in fear of her? Moreover, when he grows up to be a young man, he cannot forget his instructress, nor will rebel against her call. He always respects her as a son honors her who conceived him. 5. Then looking about him, he beholds a woman fair to look upon, and desires her beauty to sport with. His heart inclines towards her, and he will not change his love for her for all the riches. It is then that he leaves his father and mother, forsaking them for her love and her beauty, and many are they that have been led astray through the love of woman, many are they that have acted foolishly, and become mad for her sake, and many that have met their death for the sake of woman, and have fallen for her pride down into hell. Wise men also have been caught in her net, and much hatred has the frivolous one caused among brothers. Do ye not know and understand that if a man sees a comely woman, and he carries in his hands goodly things, will not his eyes gaze upon her, for his heart inclines towards her? If she answers him when he speaks to her on account of her beauty, will he not leave everything that he keeps in his hands to speak to her? For his heart is drawn near to her. 6. Who is there that will not believe this and confess the truth of this power of woman? Tell me, for whom do ye steal, for whom do ye rob, and for whom do ye gird yourselves? Is it not for woman? Is it not for her that ye buy all the precious ornaments? Is not the myrrh and the aloe for her? Are not all the spices, perfumed oils, and frankincense for her? If a man break into a house, if he keeps the high roads, goes on the sea, on dry land, on the mountains, if he fight, commit murder, rob, plunder, and shed blood, to whom will he bring his spoil, if not to woman? Have I not seen the concubine of the king Apameah, the daughter of Abiosh, of Makden, take the crown of honor from off the king's head and place it on her own head, while he was seated on the throne beside her, and the king was pleased with her? But when she became angry, did not the king then hasten to appease her, and to reconcile her, and remove her anger? 7. Who, then, is there that will not believe that woman's power is stronger than everything? She subdued Samson, enticed David, and inclined the heart of Solomon towards her. Many are her captives, and innumerable are those that are slain through her, and their number increases. And even if there be one man who rules the whole world, and before whose wrath all people tremble and shake, since he would be supreme, and although man is appointed to be the prince, ruler, and king over her, and to her is given the desire of him, yet not even he would be able to conquer her and to rule over her. Even Adam, the father of all mankind, was induced by his wife to transgress the word of God, by which she destined him and his offspring to death. Also, in the days of Noah, the heavenly angels were led astray and took to them women. Who does not believe that this is known from the very beginning of the world, and will last to the end unaltered? This is the truth that I utter. 8. Now, finally, let it be known to the king and to all my hearers that all is vanity here, the king who rules the earth, the wine that rules the king, and woman with her iniquity, who rules the three, but truth reigns supreme in heaven and on earth, in the seas and in the depths truth prevails before God and man, for where truth dwells there wickedness cannot abide, for the heavens and the earth are founded upon truth, and the Lord our God is true forever. 9. After this all the people assembled there before the king exclaimed, It is true. Then said the king to Zerubbabel, Come near to me. When he approached, the king kissed him and embraced him in the presence of all the people, and said, Blessed be the Lord God of Zerubbabel, who hath given him the spirit of truth, for there is nothing like God's truth, everything else is vanity. And the princes also exclaimed, Indeed, truth is greater than all things, nor can one stand up against it, since it dwells in the heaven and in the earth, and upon it is everything based. True is the God of Zerubbabel, who hath given him the spirit of truth to praise and to glorify truth before God and man. 76. 1. The king then commanded all the honors written in the scroll to be carried out for Zerubbabel, for he had found great favor in the eyes of the king and the two princes, his colleagues. And the king further said to Zerubbabel, Ask, in addition to what is written in the scroll, whatever thy soul desires, and I will grant it, even to half the kingdom. And Zerubbabel answered and said, Remember, my lord the king, the vow which thou and King Cyrus made to the God of heaven, viz. to build his house and to restore his holy vessels, and to allow his captive people to worship him in the temple that is called by his name, that they may pray to the great God of heaven for the welfare of thy reign, for thou must not delay the vow which thou madest to the heavenly God. 2. The king thereupon commanded the scribes to hasten and write down Zerubbabel's request to rebuild the ruins of Jerusalem. He then sent a message to Cyrus, king of Persia, to join hands with him in this work, and thus to fulfill their vow by establishing the house of God in Jerusalem. And Cyrus issued a proclamation throughout his kingdom, saying, Every one of God's people whose heart prompts him to go up to Jerusalem to lay the foundation of the temple and to build it, let him go, and I shall give every one the pay of his labor from my treasures until the building is completed. 3. The king's scribes thereupon wrote down this proclamation on behalf of Darius, king of Media, and Cyrus, king of Persia, to the princes, governors, and rulers on the other side of the river, and to the Arameans, Tyrians, Samaritans, and to Asaph, governor of the Garden of Lebanon, Be it known to you that it is our pleasure to send back to God's holy city the captives of his people, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, sent into exile, to restore the vessels of the great and holy temple which is called by the name of the God of heaven, to build his altar, and to sacrifice thereon every day, to build the temple and the Holy of Holies, to establish the palace according to its old form, and to restore the walls of Jerusalem. For when this edict reaches you, exert yourselves to assist them by supplying all their wants in silver and gold, brass, wood, and stones for the builders and hewers until the building is finished, and to give them whatever they ask for, wheat, barley, oil, or wine, and whatever they want for the buildings. For re-establishing the sacrifices upon the altar ye shall give them oxen, calves, rams, sheep, he-goats, doves, flour, oil, salt, to enable them to re-establish the altar, and to finish the whole work. 5. The Edomites were also commanded by these two kings to contribute their share in the service of the house of the Lord, because they had helped the Chaldeans to overthrow it. They were to give a yearly tribute of 5 talents of gold for strengthening the breach of the house, to rebuild the temple and the holy city. The Sidonians, Tyrians, and Edomites, as well as the servants of the king in the Lebanon, under the command of Asaph, keeper of the garden, were ordered to hew the wood from the Lebanon, and to drag it to the sea from the Lebanon and thence to the sea of Joppa, to complete the work of the house of God. No man was to hinder them until everything was completed. Having written down all these details as the two kings commanded, the scribes sealed it, and handed it over to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and to Nehemiah, the son of ha-Levi. 77:1 About this time Darius, king of Media, was taken very ill, and, being about to die, he called Cyrus, king of Persia, his son-in-law, his daughter's husband, and made him king in his stead, so that the kingdoms of Media and Persia were united into one. And when Darius the Mede was gathered to his people, Cyrus reigned over Media and Persia and the remainder of the country. He then issued a proclamation in all his kingdom, saying, Whoever of you among the people of the Lord God of heaven is willing to go up to Jerusalem to the footstool of the great and mighty God, to build his house and his temple which the wicked Nebuchadnezzar, who was more wicked than all his predecessors, overthrew, let him go up and assist in the building, and may his God be with every one whose heart prompts him to do so. And I, Cyrus, servant of the living God, who set me upon this throne, shall provide from my riches and my treasury all the wants of the house of this mighty God who made me king of Media and Persia, and who assisted me to destroy the kingdom of the Chaldeans. 2. Thus all the elders of the captivity, Ezra the scribe, Nehemiah the son of ha-Levi, with the other chiefs of the captivity and the priests, went up to Jerusalem and built the temple of God and his altar, and arranged the wood and placed the flesh of sacrifice upon the altar. 3. Then they lifted up their voices and wept, while Ezra and Nehemiah, with the other chiefs of the captivity, prayed to God, and said, O Lord of the whole universe, thou hast put it into the heart of the king of Persia to do honor to thy house, and to send thy servants and priests to make sacrifices to thee and to offer thy burnt offerings as thy servants, our pious forefathers, did before thee. Behold, we, also thy servants, have come to this place, and have rebuilt thy altar after the same pattern, and we offer sacrifices to thee, and arrange the wood beneath the burnt offering. But how can it be pleasing to thee, O God, seeing that we offer strange fire, for the holy fire is no more, since it has been hidden by Jeremiah the prophet, thy servant, and the other chiefs of the captivity whom Nebuchadnezzar sent into exile? What shall we do, O God of heaven? Give us counsel and help, for to thee belongs dominion, to help us and to strengthen our hands. For now, it happened while they were praying to the Lord in this wise, a very old man about 100 years of age, belonging to those priests who were exiled in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, was heard calling. Being rather deaf through old age, he summoned his 6 sons before him, and said, O my sons, if I have found favor in your eyes, carry me near the altar, and place me opposite it that I may inhale the sweet-smelling frankincense of the altar, for I have not been deemed worthy of that pleasure for many years now. Let your kindness be extended to me that ye may hearken to me this once, that I may be enabled to smell it once more before I die. Ye shall be rewarded by the holy God, for I have been a great burden to you. 5. His sons forthwith carried him into the midst of the assembled priests opposite the altar. When he heard the noise of the multitude and the priests crying to God for the holy fire, the old man said to his sons, What ails the people that they cry? And they replied, The priests are seeking the holy fire which is no longer to be found, as it has been hidden from them. Carry me, then, near the priests and the heads of the fathers, and I shall tell them where it is, and where Jeremiah the prophet and the other priests who went into exile had concealed it. 6. His sons carried him in the midst of the chiefs of the fathers, who asked him about it, and he told them where it was. Then, carrying the old man, and crossing the brook of Kedron and the valley of Hinnom, they ascended Mount Olives, and during their descent, when they faced the valley and the plain, the old man showed them a large stone sunk in the earth. Digging up the dust round about the stone, they rolled the stone away, and removing the lime beneath it, they opened the pit. 7. Then said he to the young priests, Descend thither, and take the fire, for there it was placed. He repeated his command, whereupon they descended, and found there at the bottom of the pit something like the lees of oil, and like mud and honey. When they related this to Ezra and the priests, they replied, Bring up whatever ye find, and no stranger touch you until ye come to the altar. Then place what ye have carried away upon the altar, upon the burnt offering, and upon the wood. They went down and did as they were commanded. 8. And as soon as they did this, a great fire suddenly burnt upon the altar, and grew into such huge flames that the priests and the people fled from before it, for they could not endure it. It licked the burnt offering, and, traveling round the temple, cleansed it, after which it got considerably smaller, so that it remained only on the altar, as usual. From that day thenceforward a continual fire burnt upon the altar, as they placed the wood regularly upon it until the second captivity. 9. But the ark was not there, because Jeremiah took the ark with all the curtains which Moses, the servant of God, made in the wilderness, and he carried them up to Mount Nebo and placed them in a cave. The priests of that time pursued him to find out the place of the ark, and of the tablets, of the curtains of the tabernacle, and of the tent of the congregation. When Jeremiah looked behind him and saw the priests, he became angry with them, and swore to them, "You shall never discover the place you desired to know until I and Elijah appear. Then we shall restore the tabernacle and the tent of the congregation to its original place, as well as the ark of the testimony and the 2 tables of stone which it contains. Then we shall enter the Holy of Holies." 10. From that day our ancestors offered their sacrifices and burnt offerings and continual offerings every day, for the kings of Persia had assisted them with gold and silver, with wheat, oil and wine, with oxen, sheep and rams, everything that they desired, year after year, for the kings of Persia loved the temple of our God, and its sanctuary they greatly honored. 78. 1. And Cyrus reigned over all the kingdoms of the earth, for our God strengthened his right hand so that he subdued many nations. He, God, opened before him the gates of iron and broke the doors of brass, and revealed to him hidden treasures, just as he had told through Isaiah the prophet to his people, the servants of Jacob and Israel whom he had chosen. And the hand of Cyrus was strengthened, and, going to battle, he captured all the land, all the fords of India, as well as those in the south, the whole land of Ethiopia, all the nations dwelling in the lands of the south, Arabia, and in the west as far as Sepharad, and in the north, the land of Mokadon, and all the land of Kaphtor and Ararat, the whole of Alan, ###, Alasar, ###, and the mountains of Elaph, ###, i.e. the mountains of darkness, as far as the snow mountains, which are impassable. The rest of his mighty deeds and his battles, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Media and Persia, and in the book of Joseph ben-Gurion, the anointed priest of battle, who was exiled from Jerusalem in the reign of Vespasianus, and in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Borne? 2. Cyrus the king ended his days in battle, and died in the land of the Shittim, but this need not cause surprise, for we know that Saul, the anointed of the Lord, also died in battle, as well as King Josiah, the beloved of God. 3. When Cyrus went to the land of Shittim, he smote their king at the edge of the sword, together with his warriors, because they raised their hands against the king, i.e. himself. And when they fell, the Shittites fled with their queen, Tamirah, ###, and her son until they came to their fortresses, and there they shut themselves in. As soon as Cyrus saw that they had shut themselves in their castles and that no one went out or in, he enticed them out by a ruse, for he departed with all his camp as if seeking to find an escape, whereupon the Shittites, with Tamirah's son, came out of their castles to pursue them. When they had come out into the plain, Cyrus suddenly turned upon them, and smote 300,000 of their warriors, and among the slain was found the son of their queen Tamirah. Cyrus then took all the Shittites prisoners, except those who had escaped to the mountains with the warriors. When Tamirah saw that her son had been slain with the other soldiers, she was exceedingly grieved, and went wandering about the mountains and valleys of the Shittites, lying in ambush. When Cyrus left the land of the Shittites, he being confident of his victory, never thought of any possible ambush, therefore his army passed on before him, and, being left behind with a few followers, he encamped between 2 mountains and lay there down to sleep. For on the same night he was attacked by the woman, who was like a wild beast, like a lioness bereaved of her cubs, and like a bereaved bear. She smote the whole camp of Cyrus, numbering 200,000 mighty men of Persia, together with their king. Then, strengthening herself, she went to the dead body of Cyrus, and, cutting off his head and placing it in a leather bottle, which she filled with the blood of the slain, she said, "Drink and satisfy thyself with the blood which thou hast been so fond of shedding these 30 years without tiring." 5. Cyrus being thus gathered to his people, Cambyses, his son, reigned in his stead. As soon as he was enthroned he went to Shittim and destroyed the remainder of its inhabitants, together with their queen, Tamirah, and all her offspring. After him, Ahasuerus arose and abolished all the work of the temple, for the enemies of the Jews had increased, and had written accusations at the beginning of Ahasuerus' reign. Thus the service of the temple was stopped until the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. 79. 1. But our ancestors served the kings of Media and Persia with great loyalty, for they neither did them harm nor oppressed them. It was only in the time of Ahasuerus that the memory of Judah was nearly destroyed through the enmity of Haman the Amalekite, because Mordecai, a descendant of Saul, who smote the Amalekites from Havilah to Shur, a distance of several days, would not rise before him. He slew more than 500,000 Amalekites, and put to the sword their men, women, and children, to the number of thousands of thousands. It was for this reason that Haman, who was descended from them, cherished that hatred against the people of Judah, and especially against the tribe of Benjamin. 2. Now, in the days of Ahasuerus, when Mordecai was sitting at the gate of the king, he discovered a secret plot of 2 Persian princes, Bigthan and Teresh, whom he heard whispering and plotting to sever the head of the king while he lay in his bed, in order to carry it to the Macedonian king, for at that time the Macedonian Empire was warring against the Persian kingdom. This plot Mordecai revealed to Esther, and she in her turn to the king, who commanded this act of loyalty on the part of Mordecai to be noted down in the book of Chronicles, as well as the reward due to him. When, however, these 2 chamberlains were hanged, it incurred the wrath of Haman, for they were his counselors, and he, therefore, sought to blot out the name of Judah from under the heavens. But Mordecai discovered this plan of his and remembered the dream he had in the 2nd year of the reign of Ahasuerus. 3. It was the following: there was a great earthquake, accompanied by a noise and the sound of wailing in the land, so that fear and terror fell upon all the inhabitants, and 2 immense dragons with terrible noise went against each other in battle, whereupon all the inhabitants ran towards the spot. Living among them was a small nation, and all the nations round about it rose up to destroy their memory from the face of the earth. On that day everywhere it was thick darkness, and the small nation, being much oppressed, cried unto the Lord. The dragons continued to fight furiously, and nobody could separate them, when 2. Mordecai saw a small brook of water passing between the 2 dragons, which separated them, for the brook soon grew into an overflowing river, like the overflowing of the great sea, so that it flooded the whole earth. The sun then shone upon the earth, and the small nation was raised to exaltation, while the proud ones were humbled, and peace and truth were restored in the world. For Mordecai from that day always nursed that dream in his heart, and when Haman oppressed him, he said to Esther, Remember the dream I narrated to thee in the days of thy youth. Now arise, and, beseeching the Lord for mercy, go into the presence of Ahasuerus, stand before him in all thy beauty, and plead the cause of thy people and thy kindred. And Mordecai supplicated to God, saying, It is well known and revealed to the throne of thy glory, O Lord of the universe, that it was not from pride or haughtiness I refused to bow down to this Amalekite, but on account of the reverence I have for thee I opposed him, refusing to bow down, for I fear thee alone, O Lord of the universe, and would not, therefore, give thine honor to flesh and blood, therefore, I would prostrate myself to no being except thy holy presence. And who am I that would not bow down to Haman? Yet for Israel's salvation I would lick the shoe upon his foot, and the dust upon which he walks. 5. O Lord, deliver them from his hand, that he may fall into the pit which he has dug for us, and be caught in the net which he has spread, hidden under the feet of thy pious men, that they may thereby know that thou hast not forgotten the oath thou didst swear, for thou didst not deliver us into captivity because thou wert not able to save us, but because of our sins and our iniquities, for we have sinned against thee. But thou, our God, art mighty in salvation, therefore save us, O Lord, from his hand. In our distress we call upon thee to protect us, and to stand up in our midst to fight those who rise up against us. Remember, we beseech thee, that we are thy portion, for of old, when thou didst give the nations their inheritance, and when thou didst separate the sons of men, we were thy portion, the lot which thou didst cast fell upon us to be chosen for thy name. 6. Why, O God, should our enemies say we have no God? Why should they open wide their mouth to swallow up thy portion and praise their idols and vanities? We beseech thee, O Lord, send salvation unto us, let them be ashamed of their idols and vanities, and let them place their hand upon their mouth and see thy salvation, O Lord. Have mercy upon thy people and upon thine inheritance. Do not close the mouths of those who praise thee and proclaim thy unity evening and morning continually. Turn our sorrow to joy and gladness, that we may live and give thee thanks for the blessed salvation by which thou wilt save us. And all Israel cried unto the Lord for the trouble and sorrow which had come upon them. 80. The beating of the grave. 1. And Esther fled to the Lord, for she feared the evil which was growing, and, stripping herself of her royal garments and the ornaments of her majesty, she clothed herself in sackcloth, and disheveling the hair of her head, she put dust and ashes upon it. Then, afflicting her soul with fasting, she fell upon her face in prayer, saying, O Lord God of Israel, who art the King of kings, who art to be feared, who createdst the world, and who rulest over us, help thine handmaid in her desolation, for she has no Saviour except thee. Behold, I dwell in the king's palace alone, without father or mother. Like an afflicted orphan begging charity from house to house, so do I beg for thy mercy, from one window to the other in the palace of King Ahasuerus, and have done so from the time I was brought here until this present day. 2. O Lord, if it is pleasing to thee, take my soul from my own hand, and if not, then deliver, I beseech thee, the flock of thy pasture from those lions who have risen up against them. For my father taught me that thou didst redeem our forefathers from Egypt, and didst slay all the firstborn of the Egyptians. Thou didst bring thy people forth thence with a strong hand and an outstretched arm, and didst cause them to pass over the sea like a horse on dry land. Thou didst give them food from heaven, water from the cleft of the rock, and meat in plenty. Thou didst smite great and mighty kings before them, and cause them to inherit the goodly land. But when our ancestors sinned against thy great name, then didst thou deliver them into captivity, and here we are in exile to this day. My father further told me that, through Moses thy servant, thou didst say, when also they shall be in the land of their enemies, I will never forsake them. 3. Now, O Lord, Father of the fatherless, stand at the right hand of this orphan, who trusts in thee, and grant me mercy when I am in the presence of King Ahasuerus, for I fear him as a kid fears the lion. Make lowly all his counselors, that he may be humbled and subdued before the grace and beauty thou hast given me. O my God, cause his heart to hate our enemies and to love thy servants, for the heart of kings is in thy hand. O thou mighty, revered, and exalted God, deliver me from the fear and trembling which have taken hold of me, that I may go into his presence in thy name, and come out in peace. 4. On the third day Esther accordingly clothed herself in royal garments, and came before the king, who was sitting upon the throne, accompanied by her 2 handmaidens. Upon one of them she placed her right hand, and leaned upon her, according to the royal custom, while the other maiden followed behind her to hold up her train, that the gold and precious stones should not touch the ground. Before him were seated all the potentates of the kingdom, who said one to the other, This woman is sure to be killed, since she has entered here without an appointed time. One said, I will then take her royal garments, another, I shall take the ornaments on her feet, and another, I will take the ornaments on her hands. When Esther heard these remarks, she kept her face serene, and concealed the grief of her soul. 5. The king, then raising his eyes to her, was much enraged that she had transgressed the law by coming into his presence without being called. When Esther noticed the king's anger and fury, she trembled, and, feeling faint, placed her head upon the maid at her right. But our Lord saw the oppression of his people, and had pity upon Israel and upon the trouble of the orphan who trusted in him, and he made her find favor in the eyes of the king, for the Lord added beauty to her beauty and majesty to her majesty. And the king, rising in haste from his throne, ran towards Esther, and embraced and kissed her, and, taking her in his arms, said to her, What is this fear, O Queen Esther? For this decree of ours does not apply to thee, since thou art the queen, my friend and companion. And, taking up the golden scepter, he placed it into her hand, and added, Why dost thou not speak to me? And Esther replied, When I saw thee, O Lord, my soul trembled before thine honor, and on account of the greatness of thy glory. 6. She then leaned her head once more upon her handmaid, for she was faint from fasting and from trouble. The king, however, was now very much alarmed at this, and wept before his wife, while all his ministers entreated her to speak to the king, in order to appease his soul. And the Lord brought about that great salvation through Queen Esther and Mordecai. Haman and his sons were hanged upon the gallows, and all those who devised evil against Israel were slain at the edge of the sword, and Mordecai from that day forth was honored in the king's palace. 81. This is the letter which Haman sent to the nations, for the purpose of causing the house of Jacob to perish. 1. I, Haman, who am great before the king, and second to him, who am the chief of the potentates, and seventh among the princes, and who am the most favored in the kingdom, I, Haman, do write with the consent of all the prefects, eparchs, governors, rulers, and of all the kings of the east who lend their aid, and with the consent of all the royal princes. We all with one consent, with one mouth, with one speech, and in one language, write down, with the permission of King Ahasuerus, and seal it with his ring, so that it cannot be retracted, concerning the great eagle, whose wings were spread over the whole world, so that no bird, beast, or animal was able to stand before it, until the great Mede arose and smote it with one great blow, by which its wings were broken, its feathers plucked out, and its legs cut off, thereby giving the whole world rest, peace, and tranquility, from the time it wandered from its nest until this very day. We now see that it wishes to grow and to increase its feathers and to spread out its wings again to cover us and the whole world, and to rend us in pieces in the same manner as it rent our forefathers who preceded us. 2. On this account all the great men of Media and Persia have here assembled, and with the permission of the king we all of us with one counsel write to you to spread out nets to catch this eagle, whose strength again increases, and bring her back to her nest, to pluck out her feathers and to break her wings, to give her flesh to the birds of the heaven, to destroy her seed, to crush her young, and to root out her memory from the world. Our counsel is not like Pharaoh's, who decreed only concerning the males, leaving the females, nor as Esau's, who said, Now that the days of my father's mourning draw nigh, I will kill my brother Jacob, and make his sons my servants, nor like Amalek's, who pursued Israel, and slew the weak, but let the strong remain, nor like Nebuchadnezzar's, who exiled them, and, giving them rest, promoted some to the throne of the kingdom, nor like Sennacherib's, who brought them to a land like their own. 3. But with a united wish, we have decided to destroy and to blot out all the Jews, young and old, women and children, and all on one day, so that there be no seed left in the world, that their children act not as they did to our ancestors, to our fathers, and our great men, for those who did good to them they rewarded with evil. We would be justified even if we took only revenge for Pharaoh, who did many good deeds for them, for he made Joseph, a servant, king over them and over all Egypt, and when his father and brothers came to him, he gave them the very best part of the land to dwell in, and maintained them during the years of famine, so that his people increased and multiplied in the land, and a prophet arose among them, Moses by name, the son of Amram. He was a wizard and brought upon Pharaoh, upon his household, and upon his land, great plagues, awful and extraordinary. The people then rose up in the middle of the night like thieves, and, after robbing their neighbors, went out of the land. But Pharaoh, with his army, pursued them for their property, and they entered the sea through the enchantments of the Israelites, but they did not know by what means they had entered, and they were all drowned in the sea, thus returning evil for good. For when they arrived in the wilderness, a certain old man, a descendant of Esau, offered them a feast in honor of their ancestor Jacob, and after they had eaten and drunk and enjoyed his feast, Joshua their wizard did not cease with his enchantments, but they spread their hands and whispered with their lips, until our ancestors became weak through him, as it is said, and Joshua weakened them, nor was this alone sufficient for them, but they made a decree that our name should be blotted out. As it is said, Thou shalt destroy the memory of Amalek. They did likewise to the kings of Midian who dwelt there, for they spoiled and slew the Midianite kings, their prophets and their priests they slew at the edge of the sword, and had no mercy upon them, as it is said, and Balaam, the son of Beor, they slew with the sword, also Sihon and Og, the 2 Amorite kings. Also the 31 kings and 70 elders. Then arose their king, Saul, who destroyed all the seed of Amalek, and had not our ancestor Agag been preserved, there would not have been one single survivor. They strengthened themselves against our kingdom, and destroyed us, not by means of the spear or the sword, but, having built a large house, they entered therein, and when they came out, they caused the nations to fall down before their words by means of their wiles. 5. When the nations of the world read this writing, they sent back word to Haman, saying, Whatever thou hast written we know, but we fear lest they do the same to us as they did to our forefathers and our ancestors, for we shall perish at their hands. Cease, therefore, from them, for whoever touches them touches the apple of God's eye, for they are called the people near to him, as it is said, and the children of Israel are the people near to him, they are his beloved, his treasure, and his inheritance. Now, Haman, what wilt thou do? For see what happens to those who pursue them, see how the mighty men of the world have fallen beneath them. We therefore do not wish to lay hand upon them, for their God has called them the stone of foundation, and whenever it is moved he shall replace it. 6. Haman once more wrote to them, saying that their God, whom you fear so much, does not fight their battles, nor does he avenge their wrongs, he only did so in his youth, but now he is become weak, and has no more power to wreak vengeance, for if he had, why did he not deliver them from Nebuchadnezzar, who destroyed his house, burnt his temple, and slew his young men, and before whom he had no power, for the remnant was then exiled to his land, Babylon. And now though they are prisoners in our hands, we wish to intermarry with them, but they do not wish it. They, on the contrary, despise us, and account us as reptiles and creeping things. If a fly happens to fall into one of their cups, he throws it out and drinks the wine, and if one of us happens to touch the cup of one of them, he throws it on the ground and breaks it. If we ask them for anything, although we desire to return them double, in order to unite them to us, they do not wish it, but despise us and our kingdom. It is therefore our desire, with the king's consent, as well as the consent of the princes, rulers, governors, and pashas, to destroy them utterly from the world, both young and old, women and children, in one day, as it is said, Come, and let us destroy them. 7. As soon as the surrounding nations heard this, with one accord they consented to destroy the Israelites, as it is said, those kings counseled together, etc. One day when Haman was walking along, with the princes of the kingdom following him, Mordecai, while walking in front of them, met 3 children just coming from school, and said to them, "Tell me each of you what lesson you have learnt today." The first one replied, "Do not be hastily terrified." The second replied, "Take counsel together, and it shall be brought to naught," and the third said, "Until old age I am he." On hearing these replies, Mordecai rejoiced, and gave thanks to God. When Haman met him, he said, "What did these children tell thee?" And he replied, "They told me good tidings." At this Haman's anger was kindled, and he commanded the children to be captured, saying, "I will stretch forth my hand first against these children." End of the letter. 82:1 Isaac Napper said Haman worked cunningly against Israel, for it is written, "And when these days were fulfilled, the king made a feast unto all the people." The people here referred to is Israel. Haman said to Ahasuerus, "The God of these people hates lewdness, for it is written in the Torah, Thou shalt not commit adultery." He, therefore, brought together lewd women, and making the banquet for them, decreed that they should comply with any man's wish, so as not to give the accused the excuse of saying that they had been forced to do such a thing by a decree of the king. As soon, however, as Mordecai perceived this, he said to the people, "Do not go to this banquet, that you may not be led into temptation." But the Jews disregarded Mordecai's advice and went. 2 Levi said that 18,560 men went to this banquet, and ate and drank until they were intoxicated with the wine. Our sages say that while they were at the table of this wicked man, Satan appeared before God, and accused Israel in these words, "O Lord of the universe, how long wilt thou cleave to this nation, who turn their hearts from thee, who forsake thee, and separate themselves from thee? Moreover, they do not turn to thee in repentance, although the verse has been fulfilled in which it is written, I shall scatter you among the heathen. Therefore, if it is thy will, let them perish from the world." But God asked, "What will become of my law?" And he replied, "Let it remain for the higher beings." Then said the Holy One, "Blessed be he, my mind is satisfied to destroy Israel." 3 At that moment he wished to blot Israel out of the world, as it is said, I shall cease to remember man. "What is this nation to me, said the Lord, for whom my sorrow increases every day?" And God said to Satan, "Go, and bring me a scroll, that I may write thereon their destruction." When Satan went out to fetch the scroll, he came face to face with the law, which came forth to meet him in widow's garments groaning and weeping, and at the voice of her weeping the ministering angels cried, saying, If the Israelites are to be destroyed, what is the use of us? And they wept aloud, as it is said, the cried abroad, and the angels of peace wept bitterly. As soon as the sun, moon, stars, and planets heard it, they clothed themselves with sackcloth, and lifted up their voice in lamentation, as it is said, the heavens and the earth clothed themselves in blackness, and girded themselves with sackcloth, as it is said, I will clothe the heavens with blackness, and make sackcloth their garment. Then they all exclaimed, O Lord of the universe, shall Israel be destroyed, who go from door to door wishing to study the law, observe the Sabbath, circumcision, and the commandments, and for whose sakes we were created? As it is said, if not for my covenant, the day and the night and the ordinances of heaven and earth would not have been founded, and now shall they perish from the world. 4 At that moment Elijah went to beseech the righteous men of yore, the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and said to them, O patriarchs, do ye right know that the heavens and the earth and all the heavenly host weep in the day, and cry in the night, and that the whole world is now like a travailing woman, while ye remain silent? But why is this, said they? Because Israel has been handed over to the slaughterer like sheep, to be blotted out from the face of the earth, and their name is to perish, as it is said, Come, and let us destroy them. Then said Moses to Elijah, Is there a righteous man in this generation? And he replied, Yes, there is one, and his name is Mordecai, the son of Joai. Then go, and tell him to supplicate continually for mercy, and I shall do likewise. But, said Elijah, Moses, O faithful shepherd, against thy flock the decree has already been written down, and now they desire to put the seal on it. 5 Notice, then said Moses to Elijah, Whether it has been sealed with clay, for then our prayers may still be heard, but if it is sealed with blood, then what has been decreed will happen. After this conversation Elijah, of blessed memory, forthwith went to Mordecai, as it is said, and Mordecai knew all that had happened, and when he heard this, he rent his clothes, as it is said, and Mordecai rent his clothes. Then said Mordecai before God, O Lord of the universe, thou hast sworn to our forefathers to make their seed as numerous as the stars of the heavens, and now we are accounted for as sheep to be slaughtered. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants. 6. Then, gathering all the children of the school together, he afflicted them by depriving them of bread and water, and, clothing them in sackcloth, he placed them on ashes, so that they cried day and night, while the wicked Haman went to his house rejoicing, as it is written, and on that day Haman went home rejoicing, and with a merry heart, and calling his friends, said, Thus and thus has Queen Esther done. And he told them of his greatness, adding, But all this is not enough for me. And Zeresh, his wife, said to him to erect gallows for Mordecai, and it pleased him, and he erected a gallows. Cutting down a cedar from his garden, 50 cubits high and 15 cubits wide, he brought it out, and fixed it near his door, all the while singing praises and songs, and thinking in his heart that at the time of the reading of the Shema he would hang Mordecai thereon. On the same day that he fixed it, it fell upon him, but Gabriel replaced it in its position, saying to him, To thee belongs this beautiful tree, and for thee was it established from the creation. 7. Haman then went out to seek Mordecai, and found him sitting at the head of the children, while they sat upon ashes girded with sackcloth, lamenting and crying. Having beaten them with chains of iron, he appointed keepers over them, saying, First shall these be slain, and afterwards I will hang Mordecai the Jew. Their mothers then brought them bread and water, saying to them, Eat and drink, my children, before you die. But they refused, and, swearing by the life of Mordecai, they placed their hands upon their books, and said, We shall not eat anything at all, but shall die in our fast. 8. After rolling up his scroll, each one of them placed it at his heart, and when the hours of the night passed by, their lamentation was heard on high, and the supplications of the patriarchs. The Holy One said, I hear the voices of kids and goats, at which Moses replied, O Lord God of the universe, Father of the fatherless, and Judge of the widows, these are not kids and goats, but the young of thy people of the house of Israel, who sit fasting now for 3 days and 3 nights, bound in chains of iron, but tomorrow they are to be slaughtered like kids and goats, while the heart of the enemy rejoiceth. The mercy of God was then moved for them, so that he broke the seals, rent the decree, and frustrated the counsel of Haman and his plans, causing the salvation of Israel and Mordecai to spring forth, thus fulfilling what is written, I shall cut off the horns of the wicked, but the horns of the righteous shall be raised on high. 83:1 It is written, On that same night the sleep of the king was disturbed. God at that time said to the patriarchs, They have been condemned to destruction. They replied, O Lord of the universe, for what reason? Because in the time of Nebuchadnezzar they did not sanctify my name, and made me to be one who hath no power to deliver. Whereupon they replied, Now, O Lord, do unto them what seems good to thee. But as soon as God saw that they bowed to justice, he arose from his throne of justice, and sat upon the throne of mercy. Then did the heavenly host address God, saying, Didst thou not create the whole world for the sake of the Torah, which thou gavest to Israel? Do not all things exist for their sake? As it is said, If not for my covenant I would not have created day and night. Therefore, if thou destroyest this nation, what shall become of us? But God replied, My children have not done well. O Lord of the world, added they, it is revealed and known to thee that they did this from fear. 2. The Lord was then filled with mercy for Israel, and, calling to the trees of the creation, he said, Who of you will be willing to serve as gallows for the wicked? And the fig tree replied, I am ready to be the gallows to hang that wicked man, for from me the Israelites brought the first ripe fruits into the temple, and not only this, but they were compared to me, as it is said, I saw your fathers as the first ripe fruit on the fig tree in its bud. The vine also said, I will offer myself, for from me they obtained the drink offering for the temple, and, moreover, to me they were compared, as it is said, Israel is a budding vine. 3. Then said the pomegranate, I will offer myself, for the Israelites were compared to me, as it is said, Like the heart of a pomegranate is thy temple. And the walnut said, I will offer myself, for the Israelites were compared to me, as it is said, I descended to the garden of nuts. The citron also exclaimed, I will offer myself, for the Israelites praised God through me, as it is said, And ye shall take you the fruit of goodly trees. The willows of the brook said, They were compared to me, as it is said, And they shall spring up among the grass, as willows by the watercourses. The olive said, I will offer myself, for from me they kindled the lights in the temple, as it is said, And they shall take unto me pure olive oil. They were, moreover, compared to me, as it is said, His majesty is like the olive, and, further, the green olive whose fruit is beautiful to look at. 4. The apple also said, I will offer myself, for the Israelites were compared to me, as it is said, And the sweet smell of thy breath is like apples. The cedar said, I will offer myself, for from me the holy temple was built, besides which the Israelites were compared to me, as it is said, He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. The thorn next said, I will serve as gallows, for the wicked were compared to me, as it is said, But the ungodly shall be all as thorns to be thrust away. 5. As soon as the thorn had offered itself, the Lord silenced all the trees of the creation, saying, Since thou offerest thyself, this wicked man, who desires to destroy my children, shall be hanged upon thee. And at that moment that wicked man, summoning his wise men, said unto them, I will erect a tree, to hang Mordecai thereon, 50 cubits high, that all the surrounding countries may see him hanging. But there is no tree as high as that, except in thine own house. This wicked man then destroyed the whole of his own house in order to obtain the materials required for the gallows, and taking the beam of thorn from his house, he fixed it, but it fell upon him, and thereby took his measurement. Then exclaimed Gabriel, This tree has been prepared for thee from the creation. 6. The sages say that Michael came to the bedside of Ahasuerus in the night, and disturbed his sleep, for he knocked him on the ground 366 times. When he arose in great anger, he saw 3 companies before him, one of butchers, one of bakers, and the third of butlers, and said to them, Ye have given me poison, and you seek to kill me and to blot me out from the world. But they answered, The same bread that Queen Esther and Haman ate thou atest, and the wine they drank thou also drankest. Let us see Esther and Haman, and if they are as thou art, then thou doest rightly, but if not, then why should we be killed? 7. When they found that Esther and Haman had suffered no harm, the king ordered the book of Chronicles to be brought before him. On that same night Gabriel appeared in his dream before Ahasuerus in the likeness of Haman, with a drawn sword in his hand, seeking to kill him. Rising confusedly from his sleep he exclaimed, Who is in the court? And the young chamberlains of the king replied, Haman is in the court. Then he thought, and said, The dream I have dreamt is true, and he has come here for no other reason than to slay me. Then, commanding Haman to come into his presence, he said, I know that thou art a man of thought, and whoever follows thy counsel never fails. What shall be done to the man whom the king delights to honor? Revolving this in his mind, Haman thought, Whom can the king desire to honor more than me? 8. He therefore said to the king, Let the man whom the king desires to honor be clothed in the royal garments, and let one of the greatest men of the kingdom walk in front of him and proclaim aloud these words, Whoever will not bend himself or bow down before him shall be slain, and in addition, let the king's daughter be given him. Then said the king to Haman, Go and do likewise to Mordecai the Jew who sits in the gate of the king. But there are many Mordecais who sit in the king's gate, and is not a small province sufficient for him? Asked Haman. The king said, Let no word fail from all that thou hast said. End of the letter of Haman. This is a midrash, and is not to be found in the book of Yosippon. 84. The throne of Solomon, king of Israel. 1. In those days, when Ahasuerus sat upon the throne. The word ### can only be understood as meaning sitting on a throne, as it is said, when Ahasuerus sat upon the throne of his kingdom, but with reference to Solomon, it is said, and Solomon sat upon the throne of the Lord as king over Israel. It is related that the assembly of Israel said unto God, O Lord of the universe, this wicked man sits in the same place where Solomon has been sitting, do not make abominable the throne of thy glory. In the 3rd year of his reign, for he busied himself with this throne for 3 years, he sent for workmen to make a throne like unto that of Solomon, but they were unable to do so. 2. And what was the throne of Solomon? The sages say that Solomon mounted his throne by 6 different ways, each way having steps. On each step there were 2 lions, one on the right and the other on the left, who did not remain quiet, but were active. And what did they do? When Solomon went up on the first step, the lions on the right stretched out their paws upon which a writing was engraved. He could not place his foot on the second step until he had read what was written on the lion's paws. It was, Ye shall not respect persons in judgment. Turning now to the left, he read what the other lions had written on their paws, Thou shalt not accept any bribe. 3. Thus at every step he had to read some portion of the law of judgment. All the steps were set with precious stones and pearls, red, white and green. Kinds of trees and species of the palm trees were fixed on both sides of each step, and upon their branches there nestled all kinds of eagles, peacocks and birds. On the highest step were 2 huge pillars of ivory on the heads of the lions, and 2 golden hollow vines fragrant with every kind of perfume, which they exhaled whenever Solomon ascended the throne. The throne itself was made of ivory, overlaid with the gold of Ophir, and surrounded with precious stones and pearls. On either side of the throne a golden seat of honor was placed, one for Gad the seer, and the other for Nathan the prophet. 4 and 70 other seats of gold for the 70 judges of the Sanhedrin formed a circle round the central throne. In front of it was a lamp of gold, with its snuffers and censers and other appurtenances, and on one side of this lamp were seen in sculptured work the 7 patriarchs of the world, viz. Adam, Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob and Job, while on the other side were the 7 pious men of the world, viz. Kehath, Amram, Moses, Aaron, Eldad, Medad and Ur, and on the top the form of a priest was seen kindling the light. 5 On the steps approaching the throne were placed as many unclean animals as clean, all facing each other. On the first step the ox was placed opposite the lion, on the second, the goat opposite the wolf, on the third missing, on the fourth, the bear opposite the hart, on the fifth, the eagle opposite the dove, and on the sixth, the hawk opposite the turtle dove. The ascent to the throne was made between these animals. As soon as Solomon placed his foot on the first step he turned round, and the lion immediately stretched out its paw on the right and the eagle its talon on the left. Upon these he leaned, and was spared the trouble of ascending himself because the same thing was done by the different animals and birds on each until he arrived at the top. 6 Then all the birds of every species began to chirp and sing, and the peacocks to shriek, and all the trees emitted their fragrant perfumes. A serpent of gold then encircled him, and, having seated him upon his throne, crept down beneath his feet. The eagles, nestling on the vines after wafting breezes of perfume with their wings, placed the crown upon his head, and, this done, all the beasts and birds with one accord exclaimed, Long may the kingdom of the house of David be established. 7 After this a dove of gold opposite the throne brought a scroll of the law and placed it upon his knees. Then, laying it upon a golden reading desk just by the throne, he read it to fulfill what is written, and it shall remain with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life. Every step on the throne contained some verse in praise of the law. On the first was written, The law of the Lord is perfect, refreshing the soul. On the second, The testimony of the Lord is faithful, making the foolish, simple, wise. On the third, The precepts of the Lord are just, rejoicing the heart. On the fourth, The commandment of the Lord he created as an enlightenment to the eyes. On the fifth, The fear of the Lord is pure, lasting forever. On the sixth, The judgments of the Lord are true and are righteous, all of them. 8 When the people approached Solomon for judgment, the wheels of his throne turned, the oxen lowed, the lions roared, the bears howled, the lambs bleated, the eagles cried, the peacocks shrieked, the cocks crowed, the hawks screamed, and all the birds chirped, to terrify the plaintiffs and the witnesses, so that they did not plead wrong cases and the witnesses were not testifying falsely. On account of all this, it is said, the like of it will never be made in any kingdom. When Ahasuerus was king, he tried for 3 years to have a throne made like that of Solomon, but in vain. End of the throne of Solomon. 85 The Book of the Maccabee 1 In the first year of his reign, Cyrus tried to build the temple, but when Ahasuerus arose he prohibited it, and attempted to uproot the vineyard of the Lord, but God exterminated him and the wicked Haman from the world, and he died. His son succeeded him. These are the kings mentioned, Darius, Cyrus, and Artaxerxes. Then the people believed the prophets and were prosperous. In the second year of his reign he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem to erect the holy temple and repair Jerusalem without let or hindrance. This was, indeed, a complete redemption. Then did Ezra, Zerubbabel, and his company for the second time go up to Jerusalem with another generation of the captivity, and they rebuilt Jerusalem and its walls. The towers they erected were very high and strong, and the temple contained more than did the first one, so that the first temple was deemed insignificant in comparison to it. The people on this account served Cyrus loyally for 34 years. 2 After the rebuilding of the temple, Zerubbabel returned to Babylon and there died. His son, Meshullam, succeeded him, and in his days, in the 52nd year of the kingdom of the Medes and Persians, the kingdom was formed. The last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, died at that time, and from that day prophecy ceased to exist in Israel, and the echo of the heavenly voice, Bath Kol, took its place, and after that they had to consult the sages, until the Messiah will come and show us the right way. 34 years after the rebuilding of the temple, Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, reigned, until Alexander the Macedonian, and first king of Greece, rose up against him in battle, and having killed him, took his kingdom. He reigned over Israel 2 years and captured every kingdom. He made the whole world subservient to him, for at that time, 34 years after the rebuilding of the temple, Alexander the Great was crowned, the son of Philippus, king of Macedon, for he made the name of the Macedonian nation great, and smote the whole country. When he waged war against Darius he smote the land of Egypt, and slew in Alexandria double as many Jews as went out of Egypt. After conquering Edom, he marched along the seashore until he came to Acco, which he conquered, as well as Ashkelon and Gaza. He then turned to go up to Jerusalem to smite it, because the Jews had made a covenant with Darius. After journeying with all his camp some distance, he arrived at a lodge, where he and his army encamped. For on the same night, while he was lying in his bed in his tent, he opened his eyes and beheld a man standing over him, clothed in white linen, and with a drawn sword in his hand. The appearance of the sword was like lightning on a rainy day. When he lifted the sword over the head of the king, he was greatly afraid, and said, "Why will my lord smite his servant?" And the man replied, "God hath sent me to conquer kings and many nations before thee, and I will go before thee to render thee assistance, but know now that thou shalt surely be slain, because thy heart is bent upon going to Jerusalem in order to injure God's priests and God's people. I beseech thee, O Lord," replied the king, "pardon the sin of thy servant, and if it is evil in thine eyes, I will return to my home." "Do not be afraid," said the man, "go thy way to Jerusalem, and when thou comest before the gate of the city and seest a man clothed in white like me, having an appearance and form like mine, do thou immediately make thy obeisance to him and bow thyself to the ground before him, do whatever he bids thee and do not transgress his word, for the very day that thou rebellest against his word thou shalt be slain." 5. The king accordingly arose and went on his way to Jerusalem. When the high priest heard that the king was coming against Jerusalem in great anger, he was exceedingly afraid, as were all the people, and he with the people went out at the gate of the city, and he stood before them clothed in white linen. As soon as Alexander beheld the priest, quickly dismounting from his chariot, he fell upon his face and bowed down to him. But the generals of Alexander became very angry at this, and said, "Why dost thou bow down to a man who has no strength for battle?" And the king replied, "Because the man that goeth in front of me to subdue all the nations before me is in appearance and form like this man. I therefore bow down to him." 6. Then, going into our holy temple, he said to the priest, "I will have my statue erected here, and will give much gold to the workmen, that it may be a remembrance of me. And they shall erect it between the Holy of Holies and the temple, so that my image be a remembrance in this great house of God." But the priest replied, "Present the gold for the maintenance of God's priests and the poor of his people, and I shall cause thee to be remembered for good, as thou wishest. All the children of the priests that are born this year shall be called by thy name, Alexander, and thou shalt be remembered when they worship in this house, but it is not permitted to place a graven image or any likeness in the house of our God." The king then gave the gold according to the priest's request. 7. He asked him to inquire of God on his behalf whether he should go to war with Darius, or abandon the plan. And the priest replied, "He will surely be delivered into thy hand." Then, bringing the book of Daniel, he showed him the passage concerning the ram that gores on all sides, and the young of the goats which runs up to him and tramples upon him. "Thou," added he, "art the young of the goats, and Darius is the ram. Thou shalt therefore trample upon him and seize his kingdom." Thereupon Alexander went to battle, and having slain Darius, captured all his kingdom, so that the Persian kingdom ceased to exist. Alexandria in Egypt was made the royal city. 8. He ruled over all the nations just as a shepherd rules over his flock. He soon went over to India, traveling right across the country to its extremity, and extended his dominion, as we learn from the Talmud. Hosea said, "For 6 years he reigned in Elam, and afterwards spread his kingdom over the whole world." He reigned altogether 12 years, and when he was on his way home to his house he died. Before his death, he divided his kingdom among his 4 chieftains. He made Ptolemy, the son of Lagi, king of Egypt, Philippos his brother king of Macedon, and Seleucus and Nicanor kings of Syria and Babylon respectively. Lastly, he made Antiochus, the great enemy of the Jews, king of Asia, Daniel prophesied this event when he said that the goat would gore the rain and break down his kingdom, which would be given to the 4 winds of the heaven. 86. 1. When Seleucus reigned over Macedonia, a very wicked, rebellious man of our own people, Simeon of the tribe of Benjamin, went to Seleucus, and, slandering the Jews, informed him of the riches contained in the temple at Jerusalem, saying that the treasures were heaped up in the treasury in endless quantities and an abundance of gold and precious stones, and that it would be preferable to have it all placed in the treasury of Seleucus. The king thereupon sent for Heliodorus, the captain of his host, and bade him go to Jerusalem with his armies. On his arrival, Oniah the priest said to him, "Why has my lord come to his servants?" "Because of the vast amount of gold and precious stones which, the king has been informed, is contained in the treasury of your temple." "The only gold in the treasury," said the priest, "is that which King Seleucus and other kings presented to us, for the maintenance of orphans, widows and the poor. For this, we pray to God to grant long life to the king and his sons." 2. Eleazar, however, would not listen to the priest, but placed guards round the temple until the following day, when the city was in great uproar through the lamentation and cries of the people. The priests also called upon their God, and the old men and women and princes covered themselves with ashes and afflicted their souls with fasting. They withheld food from even the young, and milk from the sucklings. They cried to God to guard the treasury and the riches deposited therein. Even the young virgins spread out their hands through the windows of their houses and besought the Lord for protection. And as to Honiah the priest, he afflicted his soul by fasting, and having stripped himself of his garments of honor, clothed himself in sackcloth and ashes, for he was grief-stricken, and, from his appearance, one could imagine the sorrow that was in his heart. 3. On the next day the enemy came with all his hosts and went into the temple shouting, but the Lord caused a strong and mighty sound of thunder to be heard, together with an earthquake, and a tempest that overthrew mountains and shattered rocks. On hearing this, all his troops took to flight, and hid themselves wherever they could, so that he, Eleazar, remained alone, and, lifting up his eyes, he saw an awe-inspiring man clothed in gold, decked with precious stones and girt with implements of war. He was riding a splendid horse, that was plunging and rearing, trotting and galloping in the temple. Eleazar immediately ran away, but the horse felled him to the ground, standing over him. The man then commanded his 2 young servants, clothed in white linen, with staves in their hands, to smite Eleazar very severely, and the 2 young men at his bidding stood one on each side of him, and beat him mercilessly until he became insensible and hovered between life and death. 4 young priests came then, and lifting him on their shoulders, carried him into his tent and placed him in his bed, where he lay motionless and dumb. He could neither speak nor partake of any food. When the elders of Macedon saw him in this state, they came to Honiah the priest, and, crying, entreated him in the following manner, O my lord, we beseech thee, pray for thy servant Eleazar and all his servants who have come with him, that we may live and not die, for we know that there is no other God except yours, since all the gods of the nations are vanity and emptiness, whilst yours is the God that created the world, and in whose hand is the soul of every living being. 5. The priest, then praying to God, offered up burnt offerings and sacrifices, and the 2 young men that smote Eleazar by the temple appeared to him and said, Arise, go to Honiah the priest, and bow down to his feet, since for his sake the Lord has had mercy upon thee. Eleazar accordingly arose, and, going to the priest, prostrated himself, and blessing the Lord and the priest, gave much gold and silver to the treasury of the house of the Lord. Then hastening to Macedonia, he went to Seleucus the king, who asked, What of Jerusalem? And Eleazar replied, If thou hast any enemies that seek thy life, send them at once to Jerusalem, and let them go into the temple, where they will surely be killed, for the great God reigns in that place, and destroys all the enemies of Jerusalem and Judah. He then told the king all that he had witnessed. And Seleucus no more sent his army to Jerusalem to do evil, but, on the contrary, every year until his death he sent a present to the temple, and the kings of the land loved to send their offerings to honor the temple at Jerusalem. 87:1 Now, Ptolemy the Macedonian, who was made king of Egypt, was a wise and clever king, who delighted much in books. He, therefore, commanded his 2 officers to collect very many of them. The names of these princes were Aristeos and Andreos. Having collected together many Median and Persian books, besides others in all kinds of languages, the king said to them, How many books have you obtained? 950, they replied. Ptolemy laughed at this, and said, Go and add another 50 to make 1,000. 2 But Aristeos and Andreos replied, O my lord, it is in vain that we weary ourselves to obtain these books, since they are useless. Now, if it please the king, let him write to the priest at Jerusalem, and he will send thee some wise men of that place, conversant with the Greek language, who will explain to thee their law, which is the holy writing, but the books we have copied are of no use. 3 Acting upon their advice, the king made such a request of the priest who was in those days, and the high priest sent him 70 priests with Eleazar as their chief, the same Eleazar who was afterwards tried during the reign of Antiochus, and who died a martyr's death for his God. 4 When Eleazar and these 70 priestly interpreters came to Egypt, Ptolemy, having put them in 70 different houses, one distinct from the other, provided each one with a scribe, and the priests interpreted the whole 24 books of the law, which these 70 elders then translated from Hebrew into Greek. As soon as it was finished, Eleazar brought the various copies to the king, who, after reading each one of them, found that they were all of one mind, and that the interpretations of all were identical. 5 The king was much rejoiced at this, and, presenting Eleazar and the 70 elders with much money, sent them back to Jerusalem. He further gave 150,000 men of Judah their freedom, besides presenting them each with 50 drachmas of gold and a table of pure gold weighing 1,000 talents for the temple. Upon it he engraved the land of Egypt and the course of the river Nile in Egypt, by which the country is watered, and inlaid it with precious stones, so that the like of it had never been seen in all the land. This the king Ptolemy sent as a present to the temple of the great and awe-inspiring God of the whole world. 6. A long time after this, Antiochus was made king of Macedonia, while Ptolemy, king of Egypt, was gathered to his people, and another Ptolemy succeeded him. But Antiochus rose up against him, and having slain him, captured the whole land of Egypt, over which he reigned. 7. In those days fierce battles began to be fought against the people of Judah, for after Antiochus had smitten Egypt he became very proud, and issued a proclamation to every people, commanding them to bow down to the image of the king. And all the nations obeyed. But the godless men of our people, Menelaus, Simeon, Alcamos, and others, incited Antiochus to do evil to the Israelites. At this time a great miracle was seen in Jerusalem. There were seen 40 men riding between heaven and earth on what seemed like horses of fire. The riders carried in their hands partly golden implements of war, with which they fought one against the other for 40 days. At this the wicked men of our people went to King Antiochus, and said, Behold, we have seen a miracle in Jerusalem, and the people say that Antiochus the king is dead, and are rejoicing at the downfall of our Lord. 8. The king was greatly angered at this, and immediately went to Jerusalem and smote them with the edge of the sword, so that there was a great slaughter in the city. A great multitude were sent into exile, and the assembly of the Hasidim scattered. They fled to the forest, and fed upon the grass as animals, and hid themselves in the forest like wild beasts, for Antiochus was not satisfied with slaying many, but he sent many more into captivity, and when he left the land of Judah, he left his officers to afflict the people, and he left Philippos the Pelusian. They are Phrygians, ###, and so are also the Trojans, ###, of whom the Romans are descended. Philippos belonged to that race. The king left him there to oppress the Israelites, commanding him thus, Whoever is willing to bow down to the image I set up, and to eat of the flesh of the swine, shall live, but all who refuse shall be slain without mercy. Prohibit also this people from observing the Sabbath, and from circumcising their children. 88. 1. The king then returned to Macedonia, and, having left Philippos in the land of Judah, he, Philip, acted according to the word of the king, and prohibited the people of Judah from studying the Torah and from performing the service of their God. He supported the wicked and the rebellious of our people, and slew many of the congregation of the Hasidim. 2. At that time 2 women were discovered who had circumcised their children. They hanged them by their breasts, and hurled them with their children from the top of a tower. They burst open and died. 3. After this Eleazar, the chief of the priests, of whom we have spoken as having gone to Egypt in the days of Ptolemy, was captured and brought to Philip. And Philip said to him, Eleazar, thou art a wise man and a man of understanding, now do not transgress the command of the king, but eat of the flesh of his sacrifice. But Eleazar replied, Far be it from me to set aside the command of my God for the performance of the command of the king. Then did Philip call him aside and say, Thou knowest that I have loved thee now for many years, therefore I have pity for thy soul and for thy old age. Now let a portion of the flesh of your own sacrifices which you are allowed to eat be brought to thee, and eat it before the people, so that they will say thou eatest of the flesh of the king's sacrifice. By this means thou canst save thy life and not die. For when Eleazar heard this, he thought of the greatness of his honor and of the sanctity of his glory, and said to Philip, I am now 90 years old, and have never yet served my God with deceit, nor is it meet for me now to do so and to deceive man, for then the young men will say, Since Eleazar, although 90 years of age, has frustrated the law of his God, we can also do so, and they will thus bring destruction upon themselves. Now, far be it from me to defile my holiness, to taint the purity of my old age, and to cause these young men with me to waver, and give them the pretext for saying, Eleazar, although 90 years of age, has sinned against his God, and has chosen to serve the vanities of the nations, let us do likewise. For even if I escape from your hands today, I cannot escape God, for no man can, either living or dead, since his dominion extends over the living to bring death upon them, and over the dead to quicken them to life. I shall therefore die true to my faith, and shall leave my power behind to my people and my young men, so that when they see me give up my life so readily, they will desire to follow my example, and thus keep their Torah precious, and will choose a worthy death. 5. As soon, however, as Philippos heard these words, he turned exceedingly cruel, and commanded his men to bind the pious old man and to beat him. They thereupon smote him with all manner of weapons without pity, and he groaned, saying, O Lord my God, who hast caused me to reach this old age, thou knowest that I was able to deliver my soul from such a death, but did not wish to do so on account of my love for thee. Now they smite so cruelly and fiercely that I would not be able to bear it were it not for my fear of thee, which renders them as nothing in my eyes, and I suffer them willingly. While he was still speaking these words his life closed, and he left might to his people and power to his young men. 89:1 7 brothers with their mother were then seized and sent to the king, for the king had not yet departed from Jerusalem, and because the swine's flesh was abhorred by the Jews and stank and was despised by them, therefore the cruelties against them were increased, and he tore their flesh as that of an ox. 2 When the first son was brought before the king, he said, Why waste words to teach us, for we have already been taught by our forefathers. We are prepared to suffer death for the Lord and his law. The king was furious at this, and ordering a pan of brass to be brought, placed it on the fire. Then, ordering his tongue to be cut out, his hands and legs and the skin of his head to be cut off, he placed them all in the frying pan in the sight of his brothers, the rest of his body they cast in a large brass pot placed upon the hot coals. When he was near death the king commanded the fire to be removed from under the pot so that he should not die too quickly, so as to terrify his brothers and his mother. But they, on the contrary, encouraged each other and fortified each other when they saw that their brother gave up his life for the Lord and his Torah, and said to each other, See what Moses, the servant of the Lord, said in his song, He shall be comforted in his servants. Even now the Lord is comforted in us for all the evil which he has purposed to do to his people, and he will have compassion upon them. 3 As soon as the first died, the second brother was brought. They said to him, Listen to the command of the king. Why die in great torture as thy brother? And he replied, Make haste with the sword and with the fire, and do not do one whit less to me than ye did to my brother, for I do not fall short of my brother in piety and the fear of God. Every limb was then commanded to be cut off and placed in the frying pan on the fire. He then said, Hear me, thou cruel king, art thou able to bind up these our souls which thou robbest us of? Behold, they shall walk to God, who has given them to us, to the light that is with the Lord. We shall yet live a life that has no limit or end when he awakeneth the dead of his people and the slain of his servants. 4 Thus died the second brother. When the third was brought, he looked at the king, and, stretching out his right hand towards the king, said, What business of thine is it to destroy us, O thou enemy and foe? All this comes from heaven, and we receive it with love, but thy tortures are despicable in our eyes, as nothing before us, since we expect honor and favor from heaven. He will grant us the reward of our actions. The king and all his princes were astonished at the bravery of the youth. 5 After his death the fourth brother was brought. What, said he, have I to do with thee, O thou wicked man? We die for the Lord, and he will again bring us back to life, but thou shalt never rise again. 6 When the fifth was brought, he said, Do not imagine that God has forsaken us, for on account of his great love has he brought us to this honor. Thou reviler and blasphemer, the Lord hates thee and stirs thee up to do unto us whatever thou wilt, but a great vengeance will be taken upon thee and thy seed, and his anger will be kindled against thee and all thy household. 7 After his death the sixth brother was brought before the king, and he said, We know our wickedness, for we have sinned against the Lord, and now our souls are given over to death as an atonement for our people, but now because thy heart prompts thee to do this thing to the servants of our God and to fight against God, behold, he shall fight against thee and uproot thee from the face of the earth. 8 The seventh and last brother was but a young lad, yet the mother, who had seen her seventh son slain on one day, neither feared nor trembled, but, standing upright by the corpses of her sons, she lifted up her voice and cried, saying, O my son! O my son! I do not know how you were formed in my womb, nor did I give you the breath and soul which you had, nor bring you out of my womb, nor raise you, nor make you grow, or your flesh which is now offered as a sacrifice, God formed it. He wove the sinews and covered it with skin, and caused hair to grow upon it. He then breathed in your nostrils the breath of life. And since you give up all this for his sake, he will restore them to you, and will renew your body. He will give you the reward of your actions, and happy are ye, my sons, for all this. 9 At this the king was very much taken aback, in that the woman had subdued him. Bring me the seventh one, said he, and perhaps, as he is but a young lad, I may be able to entice him with soft words to do our will, but do not let this woman boast of me, saying, I have conquered King Antiochus in exhorting my sons to die for our God. 10 According to the king's command, the seventh lad was brought, and the king implored him, and took an oath to enrich him with silver and gold, with cattle and many servants, to make him vice-regent, and to let him rule over the whole kingdom. But when the lad despised the words of the king summoned the mother to him, and said, O good woman, have pity upon this child, and be merciful to the fruit of thy womb, induce him to perform my will and to escape. And the woman answered, Give him to me, and I shall entice him with kind words. This being done, she led him aside, and having kissed him, and rejoiced at the king's shame and confusion, said, O my son, thou whom I carried in my womb for 9 months, and whom I suckled for 3 years, after which I sustained thee with food until this very day, give up all this proffered honor, and fear the God of whom I taught thee. 11 Now, O my son, look toward the heaven, and behold the land, the sea, the waters, and the fire, which by the word of the Lord were created. But man is merely flesh and blood, and is nothing before him. Do not fear this cruel man, but give up thy life for the sake of the Lord. Go the same way as thy brothers. Would that I could now see where thy brothers are, and the greatness of their glory before the Lord. My son, cleave to thy brothers, and thy lot shall be cast in their glory. I shall go there with you, and rejoice with you as on the days of your marriage. I shall be with you in your righteousness. 12 While she was yet speaking, the lad answered, and said, Why do you delay me, and will not leave me to go and join my holy brothers? I will not listen to the king, but to the law of our God, which he has given through the hand of Moses to the people of Israel, which this cruel enemy of God has put to shame and reviled. Woe unto thee, woe unto thee! Whither wilt thou go? Whither wilt thou flee? Whither wilt thou run? And where wilt thou hide thyself from our God, O enemy, foe, and wicked man, for he still keeps us alive, and is glorified and exalted us over all nations? But thou who art insolent enough to stretch forth thy hand against his servants, it were better thou hadst not been born. Thou wicked fool Antiochus, who wast begotten of tainted folly, hast committed evil against thyself, but thou hast done good unto us, and if we endure and bear these tortures in this world, we shall be taken to the life and light of the world where there is no darkness, but eternal life without death. 13 But thou wilt be the abomination of all creatures, and wilt be abhorred of our God when he takes vengeance upon thee. Thou shalt die an unnatural death, plagued with dreadful plagues. Thou shalt descend to the bottom of hell. Thou shalt be drawn into darkness, where there is no life or light, but darkness and shades, where there is no repose or rest, but trouble, sorrow, brimstone, and fire. This will be thy portion of the Lord and thy lot from our God, O man of blood and wicked man. But God will have mercy upon his people. Until now his wrath has rested upon us, but he will henceforth be angry no longer with his people, but will repent of what he has done to us at the beginning, although he did so in truth and in righteousness, for we acted wickedly. He will return and have mercy upon us, and will grant us eternal life. King Antiochus now became exceedingly angry because he would not perform his will, and therefore increased the tortures, and acted much more cruelly to him than he had done to the others. Thus died the 7th. 14 The mother then stood by the corpses of her sons, and, spreading out her hands, she said, O exalted and awe-inspiring God, O God of the universe, now will I come, now will I die with my sons in the place which thou hast prepared for them. While she was yet speaking, she finished her days upon earth, falling upon the dead bodies of her sons, her spirit went forth, and she died with them. 91 The king then went on his way to Macedon, and commanded Philip and the captains whom he had left in the land of Judah, saying, Blot out the very memory of Judah from the face of the earth, and let him who but mentions the name Jude be slain, but let all those live who are willing to be assimilated with our people, and be called Jovan. 2 Accordingly Philip and the captains with him destroyed all whom he discovered observing the Torah, with the exception of those who fled with Mattathiah, the son of Jochanan, to Modaith. For Mattathiah would not bear the reproach of the uncircumcised, but was zealous for his God, and, weeping, he said, Woe unto me, O my mother, that thou didst give me birth to behold the breach of my people. 3 Then he sent his son Judah secretly to say to the Jews, Whoever of you are on the side of the Lord, come to me. There gathered unto him a large assembly of Hasidim, and Mattathiah addressed them in the following words, Why multiply words? The only thing that remains for us to do is to pray and to fight. Let us strengthen ourselves and die in battle, but not as sheep led to slaughter. When they heard these words, they all of them took courage, braced themselves up, and said each one to his neighbor, To thy tent, O Judah. Rule again over thine own land. It is enough, King Antiochus. Now sharpen thy sword, O people of Judah, and beware of thy life, O nation of Macedon. From that day the Macedonian yoke was broken asunder from the shoulders of Judah. For when Philip and the chiefs of the king heard these words, they went against them with a large army. When they were going against them, they found on the way men, women, and children of Judah in a cave, all observing the Sabbath. Coming to the entrance of the cave, they said to them, "Come out and profane the Sabbath, and perform the command of the king and live, and do not allow yourselves to die." But they said, "We shall not come out, nor shall we profane the Sabbath day. Let the heavens and the earth be witness that we die in our integrity." Philip then commanded fire to be brought and placed at the mouth of the cave. Then, placing some wood upon it, he filled the cave with smoke, so that they were all suffocated. 5. The chiefs of the king then marched upon Mattathiah to the mount of Modath, and found him, his sons, his brothers, and a few of his people of the assembly of the Hasidim fully armed for war, for they had brought their wives and children to that mountain. The chiefs of the king approached Mattathiah with words of peace, saying, "O honored among thy people, perform the command of the king and live and do not die." 6. But Mattathiah answered very proudly, saying, "I obey the command of my king, do you obey the command of yours?" At this the chiefs were confused, and, being silent, did not say another word, for they wondered at Mattathiah, and were thinking how they could capture and slay him as they had slain the other pious men. 7. But suddenly one of the renegade Jews among the chiefs of the king said, "I am astonished at the chiefs of the king and his army. How long will ye hold your peace and not perform the command of the king by rising up against Mattathiah, who was insolent enough to refuse to obey the king's command?" And after he had spoken thus he unsheathed his sword, and, cutting off the head of a swine, he took it in his hand and carried it to the altar which they had built to sacrifice to the king's vanities. Then, placing the head of the swine upon the altar, he offered it with frankincense to the idols of Antiochus. 8. When Mattathiah beheld this he was exceedingly wroth, and his fury burnt within him. Then, drawing his sword, he leaped upon the sacrificing Jew, and, severing his head from his body, he held it up on high before the chief of the king who approached Mattathiah, while the body fell down from the altar upon which he stood. He also killed the king's chief, and put the rest of them to flight, leveling to the ground a number of the crowd. Then, sounding the shofar, he gave the signal for war. 9. He was the first one to raise his hand against the Macedonian kingdom. He also commanded us to fight on the Sabbath, and he will stand by us to defend us in this matter. It is written in the book of Joseph ben-Gurion the priest. 10. Mattathiah with his sons and brothers then marched forth, and with them a large band of the Hasidim. They pursued those who had hidden themselves, and smote and discomfited them, until there did not remain one in the whole land of Judah. They then circumcised their sons. Thus, great salvation was brought about by the Lord through Mattathiah. 91:1 Now, the days of Mattathiah were drawing to a close, so, calling his 5 sons to his bedside, he encouraged them and exhorted them, saying, "I know that now fierce battles will be waged in the land of Judah, since we have been stirred up to fight for our people. Now, my sons, be zealous for your God, for his sanctuary, and for his people. Fight, and do not be afraid of death. If you die in battle, you will be received among your brethren, and their portion shall be shared with you, for to all our ancestors who have been zealous for God, God has given honor and favor. Did not our ancestor Phinehas receive the everlasting covenant, and did not our other ancestors who were zealous for the Lord receive their reward from the Lord?" 2. Then, addressing Simeon his son, he said, "I know the wisdom that God has put in thy heart. Withhold not, then, thy counsel from this people, and be to thy brethren as a father, and they shall hearken to thee and to all thy counsels, since our God has given thee might and wisdom." 3. Next Mattathiah called his son Judah, who came and stood before him, and he said, "O my son Judah, who art called Maccabee, on account of thy power, I know, my son, that thou art a man of war, and that God has given thee strength and might, and a heart like a lion's that flees from nothing. Now, my son, honor the Lord with all the strength the Lord hath granted thee, fight his battles without stopping, do not be reluctant to travel the 4 corners of the land, east, west, south and north, to capture the country from the power of the uncircumcised, be to them the captain of their host and the anointed of battle." Then, bringing out a horn of oil, he poured it upon his head, and thus anointed him for battle, while all the people raised a shout, and, blowing upon their trumpets, exclaimed, "Long live the anointed!" For when he had finished his exhortation to his sons, he died and was gathered to his people, and Judah his son, surnamed Maccabee, arose in his place. He had the assistance of his brothers, his father's household, and all the assembly of the Hasidim. And Judah was glad to fight the battles of Israel. Having clothed himself in a coat of mail as a warrior, and equipped himself with the implements of war, he looked like one of the sons of Anak. He protected the camp of Israel with his sword, and, pursuing the enemy, he crushed out their life. He burnt the sinners with the fire of his mouth, confounded the wicked with terror, and confused all the evildoers through fear of him, for he appeared to them just as a roaring lion seeking prey appears to cattle. Jacob rejoiced at his deeds and was glad at his actions, for he confounded great kings, so that his name rang from one end of the world to the other, and people continually spoke of the wars he waged. Blessed be his name among the people of Israel, peace and repose be upon his righteous couch, and blessing on his holy bed, for he has not withheld his soul from death to defend Israel, God's people, and has slain all the wicked of the people of Judah who led the Israelites astray. 92:1 When Apollonius, the captain of the Macedonian host, heard these things, he said, Who is it that dared to rebel against our lord the king? And he gathered unto him a large and strong multitude of Macedonian warriors, and marched forwards to fight against Israel. Judah went out to meet him, and a very fierce battle ensued between the Macedonians and the assembly of the Yosippon. During the battle Judah saw Apollonius standing in the midst of the Macedonian company, and ran towards him in the fury of his anger into the valley, and, smiting right and left and in front of him, he cut down the mighty men of Greece just as the reaper cuts down the sheaves and the corn of his harvest. Then, approaching Apollonius, he smote him with the edge of the sword and felled him to the ground. Then, putting the Greeks and Macedonians to flight, they fled in haste, and Judah and the assembly of the Yosippon pursued them and smote them with a very great slaughter, and, having taken their spoil, Judah seized Apollonius's sword and fought with it all his life. 2 When Siren, the captain of the host of Syria, heard this he said, I will go and fight against Judah, and thus make a name for myself. Then, summoning all his people, he went to Beth-horon. Judah, becoming aware of this, said to his men, There is no time for delay, let us go out to them, although our brethren the Yosippon have gone away from us, for if we wait until they return, our enemies will say we are afraid of them. Therefore Judah marched all the night long. At daybreak, when the people suddenly beheld in the distance a strong and mighty army, they said to Judah, How can we who are so few go to war against this great multitude? But Judah replied, Cry unto heaven, and ye shall be saved, for the battle is in the hands of the Lord to deliver the many into the hands of the few. It is in his power to save either with a multitude or with a few. 3 Judah then went sideways near the enemy's camp, and suddenly leaping upon them, he struck terror into them, and thereby Siren with all his men were put in confusion. Judah pursued him, and, overtaking him, smote him. On that day as many as 800 corpses of the Syrians were found piled up in heaps on the field. Those that remained fled into the land of the Philistines, and the fear of Judah fell upon all the nations. For now, as soon as Antiochus heard these things, he was very much vexed, and gathering together all his people and all the nations under his rule, mustered a strong and mighty army, and divided it into 2 portions. With one half he went to Persia, for the Persians had revolted from the Macedonian rule when they saw that the people of Judah had rebelled. The other half he handed over to Lysias, of his own kin, and of royal Macedonian descent, saying to him, Thou knowest all that Judah, the son of Mattathiah, has done to my 2 chiefs, Apollonius and Siren, and to all their host. Therefore, go now and smite all the inhabitants of Judah, and my son Iepater, will go with thee. I myself will go to Persia and uproot the nation that rebelled against me. 5 Accordingly, Antiochus the king went to Persia, and left Lysias in command to wage war against Judah, and look after his son. Lysias chose for himself Ptolemaeus, who is Ptolemy, Nicanor, and Gorgias, men of valor, sending with them 40,000 young warriors on foot and 7,000 horsemen, and the entire armies of both Syria and Philistia joined them in marching against Judah to destroy it. When Judah and all the elders of Israel heard this, they proclaimed a fast, and clothed themselves in sackcloth, and placing dust upon their heads, cried unto the Lord. 6 After the fast Judah numbered his people, and appointed over them captains of thousands, captains of hundreds, captains of 50s, and captains of 10s. Then marching into the field, he issued an order in the camp, saying, Whoever has planted a vineyard or built a house, and whoever is betrothed or faint-hearted, let him return home, and many of them returned. There thus remained 7,000 valiant men, chosen warriors, of whom one would not have run away before 100 enemies. 7 Judah then marched on to meet Nicanor, who had brought many merchants with him, for he intended to sell to them the young men and the young women whom he would capture and carry into captivity from Judah. He went into the valley to meet Judah. Judah, coming out of the assembly of the Yosippon who were with him, called upon the Lord, saying, O exalted God, who hast ruled from the creation until this time, who causeth battles to cease, and in whose hands is power and might to exalt or to humble, subdue and humble this nation before the lowly of thy people, for thou wilt subdue nations under us and peoples under our feet. After his prayer, the priests blew their holy trumpets, and all the people raised a shout. Then did Judah leap into battle, and smote the camp of Nicanor with heavy slaughter, so that they fled before him. Pursuing them with his army, he continued to slay them in their flight. The number of the slain was 9,000. They then returned and took their spoil, and the gold which the merchants had brought with them to purchase the Israelitish youths. This they distributed among the poor, and then rested in that place, for the battle was fought on the 6th day. 93:1 Departing thence, Judah went to Bachis, and Timotheos, and a severe battle ensued between them, in which he himself killed on that day 20 Macedonian warriors. Bachis and Timotheos took to flight, and Judah pursued them, but did not overtake them, for they went to Ashtaroth-Karnaim. But he captured Philippio, the man who had done so much evil in Judah. When Judah approached him, he turned from the way he was going into a house in the vicinity. Judah then ordered his men to overthrow the house upon him, and to burn him to death in that place. He thus avenged the death of Eleazar and the blood of those pious men which Philippio had shed. They then returned to strip the slain, and they sent the spoil to Jerusalem. 2 Nicanor fled thence and escaped, for he had stripped himself of his purple coat, and dressed himself in a poor man's coat, so that he could not be recognized. In this way he came to Macedon and related to Lysias all that had happened. 3 At that time King Antiochus returned from Persia, ashamed in that the Persians had made him flee the country of Ecbatana, and when he was informed of all Judah had done to his chiefs, and how he had smitten them, he was filled with wrath and fury. He reviled and blasphemed, and said, I will go to Jerusalem, and make it a burial ground, and will fill it with the carcasses of the slain. He then summoned together all his people, his charioteers and horsemen, a large and mighty multitude. 4 But the Lord had a jealous care for his people, for his city, and his temple, and remembering all the evil Antiochus did to his people, he required the blood of those pious men from Antiochus, and therefore plagued him with boils and with an internal disease. Yet he was not humbled through this, but said, Press on, ye charioteers, press on, ye horsemen, press on, ye soldiers. I will go to Jerusalem, and will carry out my intention, for who can stand before me? Is not the sea and the dry land mine, to change their being according to my will? Can I not transform the earth into sea and the sea into earth? When he had finished speaking thus, he mounted his chariot, and went with his huge army in the direction of Jerusalem. With him were many elephants, and his camp was enormous. 5 Now, while on the journey, his chariot happened to pass in front of one of the elephants, and it trumpeted. At this the horses took fright, and slipping down, overturned the chariot, and threw Antiochus out of it. As a result of the fall, his bones were broken, for he was a stout and very heavy man. The Lord, however, heaped up plagues upon him, and his flesh stank. The stench of his body was like that of a dead man cast upon the field in the height of the summer. As soon as his servants lifted him upon their shoulders, they had to cast him back again to the ground and run away, for they could not possibly approach him or carry him on account of the dreadful stench of the flesh of that reviler and blasphemer, and enemy of God. 6 Now, when his army became weary, and he also became sick unto death of the stench arising from his body, he knew then that the hand of the Lord had touched him, and being humbled and made lowly, he exclaimed, The Lord is righteous, who humbleth the proud and humiliates the wicked like me, for I have done all this wickedness to his people and to his pious men. It is for this that all these evils have overtaken me. He then made a vow, saying, If the Lord will heal me from this disease, I will go to Jerusalem and fill it with silver and gold, I will spread carpets of purple in all the streets, and will give all my treasury to the temple of the great God. I will circumcise my foreskin, and will go about the whole land exclaiming in a loud voice, There is no God in the whole world like the God of Israel. 7 But the Lord did not hearken to his prayer, nor did he give ear to him, for all the way Antiochus the cruel was traveling, his flesh fell off from his bones, until finally his very bowels fell out upon the ground. Thus his life came to an end. He died in shame and disgrace and in a strange land. Eopater, his son, succeeded him. 94:1 Judah, the son of Mattathias, and with him the assembly of the Hasidim, now went up to Jerusalem, and overthrowing the altars which the uncircumcised had built, they cleansed the temple of the abominations of the nations, and building a new altar, they placed upon it the flesh of the sacrifice, and arranged the wood, but the holy fire they could not find. Then calling in prayer upon the Lord, fire came forth from a stone upon the altar, and they placed the wood upon it. This fire remained with them until the time of the third captivity. On the 25th of Kislev they dedicated the altar, and placing the showbread in its place and kindling the lights, they praised the name of the Lord by reading the Hallel Psalms for 8 days. 2. After this dedication, Judah marched to the land of Edom, and Gorgias came to meet him with a huge multitude of men, but Judah smote Gorgias and his camp, and put them all to flight. Pursuing them, Judah's men left upon the field 20,000 of the enemy slain. Gorgias then fled to Arabia to Timotheos. And Timotheos, marching out with 120,000 men of the Macedonian and Arabian armies, went into the land of Gad and Gilead, and slew many of the Jews, so that they sent a letter to Judah, saying, Come up and save us, for the sword of Timotheos is consuming us. Again another letter arrived, saying, The sword of Tyre and Sidon is destroying us, and the men of Macedonia who dwell there. 3. As soon as Judah heard these words, he cried to the Lord in fasting and prayer, and selecting all the valiant men and the Yosippon, he made haste to pass the Jordan. Simeon also took with him 3,000 men of Judah, and hastening to Galilee, engaged in a fierce battle, in which he slew 8,000 men, and thus delivered his brethren in Galilee. Then, taking the spoil of the slain, he returned to Jerusalem. 4. Judah the anointed one of battle, having passed the Jordan, arrived at Gilead, where they found Timotheos attacking the city on Mount Gilead, and, having girded himself for the fray, a fierce battle ensued. The two armies stood opposite each other, that of Timotheos being mighty and strong, while Judah's army was few in number. And in the midst of the fight Judah cried unto the Lord, when he suddenly beheld 5 young horsemen, clothed in gold. 2 of them stood in front of Judah, and then, placing themselves one on each side of him, protected him with their shields, while the other 3 fought against the camp of Timotheos. As soon as Judah saw them, he at once knew that they were sent from heaven to assist the pious, and, encouraging his men, he pressed hard upon Timotheos's army and smote 20,500 of his men. Timotheos himself and his army fled thence towards the Jordan, but Judah was after him, making havoc among them all the time until they came to Azar. 5. Here Timotheos recruited his men and prepared again for battle, for the whole army of Philistia had now joined his ranks. When Judah arrived at that place he leaped upon them as a lion upon a flock of sheep. Timotheos took to flight, and his whole army was scattered in confusion. The Hasmoneans pursued them and cut them to pieces until there were none left. Timotheos fled to Azar, and there took refuge within the closed gates of the city, from the high walls of which he still gave battle. For 5 days Judah and his men besieged it. 6. On the 5th day the men of Timotheos, ascending the high tower, cursed and defied the anointed one of battle, and taunted them all with words of insolence. At length 20 Hasmoneans, becoming heated through passion on account of the reproaches, took their shields in their left hands and their swords in their right hands, and, running towards the wall, scaled it one after another by means of a ladder. Then, smiting those upon the wall, they made room for their fellows, all of whom likewise scaled the wall. The 20 men then went into the marketplace of the city, shouting and killing many of the enemy. Then, going towards the gate, they attacked it within, while the whole army of the Hasmoneans approached it from without, and set fire to it, whereupon the gate fell to the ground. In this manner was the city of Azar captured. Then, seizing the men who defied the anointed one of battle, they burnt them to death, and put the inhabitants to the edge of the sword. For 2 whole days they did not cease from their deadly work of slaughter. 7. Timotheos, fleeing, hid himself in one of the pits and could not be found. But they discovered his brothers, Birion, ###, and Apollopanis, ###, and brought them to Judah, who ordered their heads to be cut off. The spoil of the city they carried to Jerusalem with songs, praises and thanksgivings, and sang the psalms of David, king of Israel, to the Lord, whose mercy endureth forever. 95. 1. Now, when it came to the ear of Antiochus Epiphanes, son of Antiochus called Epiphanes, who had wrought such evil in Jerusalem, who slew the pious men, and who ultimately died from the severe plagues inflicted upon him, as we have stated above. 2. This Antiochus Epiphanes sent Lysias, his cousin, with an army of 80,000 horsemen and 80 elephants, a mighty army. They came to Judah and Jerusalem and gave battle at Bethtur, ###, building a ditch round about the city. He began to attack the city with a battering ram and with stones, while Judah and the whole army of the Hasmoneans dwelt in the forests and on the mountains away from the Greek army. Judah said to his men, Come, let us approach the Lord our God in fasting and in supplication, and then let us march against the Greek army of Jovan, who are attacking Bethtur. 3. After the fast he blew the shofar, and then gave the signal for battle, and he and all his men went to assist their brethren in Bethtur. When they came to Jerusalem they entered the temple, offered peace offerings, sacrificed burnt offerings, and cried to the Lord. Then, departing from Jerusalem to go to Bethter to the Macedonian camp, Judah said to his men, Be strong and of good cheer, for the people of the Lord and for our brethren, let us rather perish together in the fight than see any evil fall upon our people. For when he had finished speaking, he lifted up his eyes and beheld between heaven and earth a man, well dressed, riding upon a horse like a flame of fire, and in his hand a spear. His back was turned towards the Hasmoneans and his face to the camp of the Greeks, with his hand stretched out ready to smite it. Judah then exclaimed, Blessed be he who has sent his messenger to save his people and smite the camp of his enemies. Hastening thence, they went to Bethter, and, springing upon the Macedonian camp, they put them into confusion, and slaughtered 11,000 foot and 1,600 horsemen. Lysias and his men fled for their lives in shame and disorder, and Lysias then, knowing that God was fighting against the enemies of Israel, made a covenant with Judah. 5. The following is the letter which Lysias sent to the people of Judah. Lysias, chief of the king's army and vicegerent of Antiochus, to Judah the anointed of battle and to all his people be their greeting. Be it known to you that I have received letters you sent through your messengers, Johanan and Absalom, and that I have carried out whatever they told me. I read the letter with good feeling and have fulfilled everything contained therein. I have told the king the message on your behalf, and have given answer to Johanan and Absalom. I have further charged the messengers I sent to you with words of peace. 6. This is the contents of the letter which the king sent to Lysias, his cousin, King Antiochus, to Lysias my brother greeting. Be it known to thee that we have received the letter thou didst send us concerning the Jews, and that we have read it with every good feeling. My father has gone the way of all flesh, he has ceased to be with men and has been taken with angels, but I seek for the welfare of all my kingdom, to stop wars, and to establish peace. I have heard that the Jews refused to listen to my father to violate their law, and that they have therefore conquered by the sword and slain the chief men and the most honored of my father's kingdom. Now give them thy right hand, and make a covenant with them that they may know it to be my will and my hearty desire that they live in peace and observe their law according to their own wish. 7. And this is the contents of the letter which the king sent to Judah, King Antiochus Epata, to Judah the anointed one of battle, and to the rest of the people greeting. Be it known to you that I have issued a decree throughout all my cities and to all the peoples subjected to my rule, that they should not oppress the Jews, but leave them to keep and to observe your law. Pardon whatever actions my father erringly did, and if we have also erred, we send you Menelaus to speak to you words of peace. 96. 1. In those days the Lord began to render the fourth kingdom more powerful than the third, that is the kingdom of Rome, which was stirred up against the kingdom of Greece. The name of the Roman was exalted over all the empires of the world. That was the fourth animal which Daniel, that greatly beloved man, saw in a vision. Just as that animal devoured, crushed and trampled upon everything, so did this nation of Romans devour and crush all the other nations. It was they who fought with Antiochus, king of Greece, his 120 elephants and a strong and powerful army of infantry and cavalry, whom they conquered in the battle and compelled to pay the Romans tribute. 2. They also humbled the pride of Annibal, king of Africa, who reigned over the city whose name was Carthagene. Annibal entered the field with an army as mighty and as numerous as the sand upon the seashore. With him were all the armies of Ethiopia, Phut and Lud, and other mighty nations. Having crossed the narrow sea between Africa and Sepharad, he humbled the pride of the nation of the Goths. Journeying thence, he arrived in the land of Germania by the Sea Oceanus. Thence he came to Italy and engaged in battle with the Romans, who went out to meet him. It was a long and fierce contest in which the Romans were utterly routed. 3. The Romans, however, continued to fight, and in 10 years no less than 18 battles were fought with Annibal, but they could make no stand before him. At length, they again mustered all their warriors, at the head of whom were two valiant men, Emilius and Varros. Having arranged their men in line of battle by the river Eopeiros, the battle was fought at Canusi, a large city. Here a fierce and desperate battle was fought, in which 90,000 Romans met their death. 4. Among them was Emilius, one of the Roman commanders. Varros, however, managed to escape to Venetia, a city situated between the mountains and the plain. Of Annibal's men, 40,000 were killed in that battle. Having pursued the Romans up to the gates of the city, he besieged the city for 8 days, and building turrets in front of the city, fought against it. 5. Then the Roman councillors said to each other, Let us open the gate and come and make a covenant with Annibal, that we may live and not be put to death. This they determined to do when a young man, whose name was Scipios, arose and said to the 320 counselors of the city, "Far be it from us to subject ourselves to Hannibal. But what can we do?" answered they, "since we have not been able to make a stand before Hannibal for the last 18 years. Then, said Scipio, "Come, let us take counsel. Give me about 5 legions of men, and I will go to the land of Africa and attack and destroy his land. As soon as Hannibal hears this, he will hasten away from Rome to deliver his own land from my hands, and thus will ye obtain rest." 6. Having consented to his proposal, he took with him 30,000 Romans, and marching to Africa, the country of Hannibal, he engaged in battle, in which Asdrubal, Hannibal's brother, was slain. Scipio cut off his head and brought it to Rome, and, mounting the wall, he cried out to Hannibal, "Why art thou so eager for our land, and dost not go to deliver thy own land from my hands, which I am destroying?" He then sent Hannibal his brother's head. When he recognized it, he braced himself up, and hardening his heart, swore not to leave the city until he had taken it, and he besieged it for several days more. 7. Scipio then returned to Africa and entirely destroyed it. Thence he went to Carthagene and besieged it. And the men of Carthagene sent Hannibal a letter to Rome, saying, "Why dost thou desire a strange land, when thine own land is taken from thee? If thou wilt not hasten here and deliver us from the hand of Scipio, we shall open the gate and give the city of Carthagene with thy palace into his hands." 8. When he read this letter he wept, and immediately raised the siege, and going to Epirus, where lay his ships, he slew their Romans without number, men, women and children who were taken prisoners. He then went to Africa with all his army. 9. But Scipio went out to meet him, and a fierce war ensued between them, in which Hannibal was conquered and about 50,000 of his men slain. He was likewise conquered in 3 pitched battles with Scipio. After that Hannibal fled to Egypt, but Scipio followed him, and Ptolemy the king delivered him into Scipio's hands. He was brought to Africa in great honor, and there he drank poison and died and was buried. Scipio then captured the whole land of Africa, and the place that abounds in gold and silver. Thus Rome was exalted above all the other nations. 97. 1. The following is the contents of the letter which the Romans sent to Judah, the son of Mattathiah, Cinius Minios, Scipio and Menelaus, princes of Rome, to Judah the anointed one of battle, and to the elders of Judah, greeting to you. For we have heard of your power and of your battles, and are glad also of what Antiochus and Lysias have given you, and of what they wrote concerning the Jews. Now we also write to ask you whether you will become our associates and friends, but not the friends of the Greeks, who have afflicted you. We are now going to war against Antiochia, therefore hasten to let us know who are your enemies and who your friends. 2. The following is the text of the covenant made between the Romans and the Jews, whether on the sea or on land. Whenever war is declared against the Romans, the Jews are to assist them with all their power. They are not to supply Rome's enemies with either implements of war, with wheat or any other food, according to the decree of the consul and the 320 counselors. And if, on the other hand, war be declared against the Jews, the Romans in their turn are to assist the Jews with all their power, and are not to provide the enemies of the Jews with either implements of war, or wheat or food of any kind. They should themselves not take any food from them unless in trouble. Further, neither party is to add or to diminish what had been decreed by the consul and the 320 counselors. After that the land had rest for about 8 months. At that time Judah began to judge his people, and to weed out the wicked from his people. 3. At that time the Jews lived in all the cities on the seacoast, extending from Azza until Acco, but the Macedonian nation and the people of Joppa and Jabneh brought about great evil, for they induced the Jews living among them to board their ships, together with their wives and children, to go and have sports on the sea. The Jews, trusting them, consented to go with them, but when they arrived in mid-ocean they were thrown into the water and drowned, to the number of 200 souls. 4. When Judah was informed of it he wept and proclaimed a fast. Then, hastening to Joppa, he besieged it, and God delivered it into his hands. After separating the Jews, he smote the city with the edge of the sword, man, woman, child and suckling, and burnt the city to the ground. The same he did to Jabneh, besides burning the ships of both cities. The burning and conflagration could be seen as far as Jerusalem, a distance of 240 stadia. He thus avenged the blood of the women and children that were drowned in the sea. Journeying thence, he went to the Arabian desert, and having smitten many Arabs, imposed a tribute upon them. 5. He then returned to the land of. And during the journey had to pass a certain city by name Caspin, ###. It was very strongly fortified, 4 nations of all kinds dwelt therein. Relying upon their strongholds, they cursed Judah and uttered countless slanders about Judah's people. At this Judah exclaimed, O Almighty God, at the sound of the trumpet thou didst deliver the city of Jericho by the hands of thy servant Joshua, now deliver this city into our hands, that I may avenge the reproach they have cast upon the people of God. 6. Then, taking his shield in his left hand and unsheathing his sword, he marched bravely onwards, followed by the Hasmoneans, at a very quick pace until they reached the gate of the city. After besmearing it with pitch, and placing bushes and thorns of the desert upon it, they set fire to it and it fell to the ground. God delivered the city into his hands, and he effected a slaughter such as has never yet been known, for the pool of blood which flowed from the city as a pool of water was 2 stadia in length and 2 in breadth. 7. Journeying from that place, he travelled a distance of 750 stadia. And Timotheus came out to meet him with 120,000 foot and 1,000 horse. After offering up his supplication to God, Judah marched out against Timotheus with about 10,000 chosen men. A very fierce battle ensued, in which Judah slaughtered 30,000 of Timotheus's army. Timotheus forthwith tried to escape, but Dositheus, the captain of Judah's army, and Sosipater, a gallant warrior of Israel, pursued him and brought him back to Judah, who ordered his head to be cut off. But Timotheus wept bitterly and implored him, saying, O my lord Judah, do not kill me, for there are many Jews dwelling in my land, and I swear that I will do good to them all the days of my life. And he took an oath. Judah had pity upon him and did not kill him, but allowed him to go his way, and Timotheus did no more evil to the Jews all the days of his life, for he kept the oath he had taken. 8. Journeying thence, Judah marched in the direction of the wilderness, and, meeting the army of the king that had come into Arabia, he smote them, and, pursuing them further, slew 25,000 of their men. He next journeyed to Ephron, a large city, and besieged it, and the Lord delivered it into his hands. He slew 20,000 in the contest. 9. Marching onwards a journey of 600 stadia, he came to a city the name of which was Cytarpolis, and the inhabitants of Cytarpolis being sorely afraid of them, came out to meet them with entreaties and tears, saying, O Lord, the anointed one of battle, do thou, I pray thee, ask the Jews who dwell in our midst whether we have treated them kindly or not. Moreover, in the time of the cruel Antiochus many Jews made their escape to us and we maintained them. To the truth of this the Jews among them testified. As soon as Judah heard this he blessed them, and desisted from attacking them, and he returned to Jerusalem, arriving there 3 days before the festival of Pentecost. 98. 1. When the festival was at an end he marched out to Gorgios, the captain of the army of Edom, with 3,000 foot and 4,000 horse. A fierce battle took place between their two armies, in which some Hasmoneans were slain, and among them was Dostios, the captain of the host, who was sorely wounded on the shoulders. Some of the Hasmonean warriors were nearly thrown back. When Judah realized what had happened, he then prayed to the Lord, and, encouraging his men, leaped forward into the camp of Gorgios and slaughtered many of his men. He then shouted out at thee, Gorgios, and stretched out his right hand to smite him, but Gorgios stepped back and thus escaped the blow, and throwing down his weapons, fled and made his escape, nor has he ever since been seen or recognized alive or dead. Some hold the opinion that he fled to the desert of Meshar, in the wilderness of Edom, and there died. 2. Judah now returned to Edom, and, after destroying all their cities, took all the inhabitants prisoners. At this time graven images of the nations were discovered under the clothes of those Hasmoneans that were slain in battle. Judah then knew that they had fallen through their iniquity, and said, Blessed be the Lord, who discovers that which is hidden, and who revealed these secrets. He then exhorted the people to serve the Lord in holiness and purity, and returned to Jerusalem. 3. Now, when Antiochus Epiphanes heard of all the battles Judah had waged and of the cities he had captured, he broke the covenant he had made with Judah, and marched out against him with an army as numerous as the sand upon the seashore, together with Lysias, his cousin, who also marched out at the head of a huge army. Having arrived in the land of Judah, he laid siege to Beth-tur. 4. Seeing this, Judah and all the elders of Israel called upon the Lord in fasting, tears, and in supplication. They also sacrificed burnt offerings and offered peace offerings. On that night Judah mustered all his chosen men of the Hasmoneans, and, dividing them round the camp of the king, he slew 4,000 men and the largest elephant. In the morning the king arranged his men in line of battle opposite Judah, and a very fierce engagement took place. 5. Judah suddenly noticed an elephant coated with armor of gold, and as it was greater than all the other elephants, he thought the king must be riding it, and shouted out to his men, Who of you are with me? And forthwith Eleazar, one of the young Hasmoneans, sprang forward and faced the elephant, felling to the ground all who came in his way, and, striking out right and left, the slain fell on either side of him. Then, rushing in the thick of the fight, and placing himself between the elephant's legs, he pierced its belly with his sword, and it fell upon him, so that he died, having sacrificed his life for the Lord and for his people, and left a name after him, and courage to all who heard it. It was a day of mourning to his people. There fell in battle on that day 800 of the king's nobles, besides the other people that were slain among them. 6. The king then ceased fighting, and returned to his tent. Soon after his return, he was informed that Philip had revolted against him, and that Demetrius, the son of Seleucus the king, was coming from Rome with a large army, in order to wrest the kingdom from his hands. Being sorely frightened, the king made peace, and made a covenant with Judah, embracing and kissing him, and ratified it by an oath, in which Lysias joined, saying, "We shall never as long as we live go to war against Jerusalem." The king then brought out much gold from his treasury, and gave it as a present to the house of God in Jerusalem. 7. He took Menelaus, a Judean, prisoner, who brought Antiochus to Jerusalem, and caused him to do evil, and also Iepater. The king, being very wroth with him, ordered him to be carried to a lofty tower, 50 cubits in height, and near it there was dust and ashes in immense quantities. Then, commanding him to be bound hand and foot, they cast him into the ashes, and buried him beneath them, so that he died in torment, through his iniquity, for he had committed many abominations before the altar of the Lord with the sacred dust and ashes. Thus this wicked man died, suffocated with the very ashes with which he committed abominations. Just as the Lord, who requites man according to his deeds and the fruit of his actions. Xcix 1. After this the king went his way to Macedon and Judah, judged his people, and did righteousness and justice. At that time Demetrius, the son of Seleucus the king, with a Roman army, engaged in battle with Antiochus Iepater, in which Antiochus and Lysias were slain, and he held the reins of government in Antiochia in Macedon. 2. Now, Alcemos the priest, a worthless man, who ate swine's flesh during the reign of Antiochus, came to Demetrius, and said, "Long live King Demetrius! How long wilt thou remain inactive on behalf of thy servants in the land of Judah, who have fallen by the sword of Judah, the son of Mattathias, and his people the Jews, who are called Hasidim? He slays us because we refuse to comply with many precepts of their law." 3. Demetrius, stirred to anger by this, sent Nicanor, the captain of his army, with a strong army, and chariots, horsemen, elephants, and footmen without number. Arriving at Jerusalem, he sent word professing his friendship, and said, "Come and let us see each other, and consult in a friendly manner." Judah, fearing no treachery, went to meet him. When Nicanor met him, he embraced him, and asked after his welfare. Then, placing seats for both of them, they sat down and conversed. Judah, however, had commanded his young Hasmoneans to remain armed ready for battle, lest the enemy suddenly attack them. Accordingly, his men stood near him, ready at any moment for the fray, as Judah had ordered. Judah and Nicanor at length rose from their seats, and went into their respective tents, and they dwelt both in Jerusalem, there being no war between them. On the contrary, Nicanor was very fond of Judah, and said to him, "Would it not be meet for a man like thee to take a wife and beget children?" Judah married, and begat children. For when Alcemos recognized the love Judah and Nicanor bore each other, he again went to the king, and informed him what had taken place. The king thereupon sent a letter to Nicanor, saying, "If thou wilt not send me Judah, son of Mattathiah, bound in chains, know that thou wilt surely be slain." Judah soon became aware of this, and, leaving the city by night, he sounded the trumpet call and gave the battle signal, and when all the valiant Hasidim and Hasmoneans had mustered in full force, he went to Samaria, and remained there. 5. In the meantime Nicanor went to the temple of the Lord, and said to the priests, "Bring ye out the man who fled from me, that I may send him to the king bound in chains." But the priests swore unto him, saying, "He has not been here, nor have we seen him since the day before yesterday." At this reply, Nicanor spoke blasphemously of the temple, and, spitting upon it, stretched out his right hand, and, bearing his arm for slaughter, he said, "I will overthrow this temple, and will not leave one single stone in its place, and I shall dig up and overturn all its foundations." With this, he departed in anger, and the priests went about crying between the porch and the altar, and said, "O God, whose dwelling place has of old been in this temple, now continue to rest here, for here is thy throne, and here is thy footstool, and all thy service." The heart of Nicanor was filled with blasphemy towards thy house and towards thy habitation. He acted treacherously against the temple of thy glory, and has committed abomination, therefore let him die as an abomination. 6. Nicanor searched all the houses of Jerusalem for Judah and sent 500 troops to the house of Daxios, the elder of Yosippon, who was tested in Antiochus's reign and found perfect, for he had suffered many tortures and was called a father of the Jews and judge in Jerusalem. 7. And as Nicanor was trying to show his bitter hatred of the Jews, he sent a messenger to fetch the old man, while his men surrounded the house to catch him, but the old man, unsheathing his sword and piercing his bowels, ran upon the wall, and threw himself upon Nicanor's troops, who made room for him, and he fell to the ground. But he soon rose up again, and went towards the troops. He stood on a large stone, and from the great loss of blood which was rapidly flowing from him, he became distracted, and took part of his entrails and threw it at the troops. Then, calling upon the Lord in prayer, he died, and was gathered to his people. 8. When Judah heard these things, he waxed furious, and sent a message to Nicanor, saying, Why dost thou delay? Come into the field, and I will show thee the man thou hast been seeking in the chamber. Behold, he is here waiting for thee in the valley and in the plain. Nicanor then gathered all his forces, and went to meet the Jews on a Sabbath. The Jews that were with him said, O my Lord, we beseech thee, do not act presumptuously, grant him honor who gave the Sabbath. And who, indeed, gave the Sabbath? Asked Nicanor. The God whose dwelling is in heaven, answered they, and whose dominion extends over the whole world. Nicanor then spoke such words of blasphemy as are not fit to be written down. 9. Judah heard of this, and said to his men, How long will we be indolent, and refuse to give battle to this reviler and blasphemer? For who is this dead dog and outcast that defies the strength and glory of Israel? 10. He then marched in great anger and zeal to attack Nicanor, who came to meet him with a huge and powerful army. And Judah cried to the Lord, saying, O Lord my God, thou didst send a messenger into the camp of Sennacherib, whose men stood up outside the city and blasphemed thee, and thou didst smite his multitude by slaying 175,000 men, the slain we counted, but the slayer we did not see. Now, how much more deserving of death is this man, who has stood up against thy temple, and has blasphemed thy might and thy glory? 11. On that day a very fierce and bloody battle was fought. When Judah saw Nicanor with drawn sword, he cried out, At thee, Nicanor, and then ran against him in the fury of his anger. And Nicanor turned his back to flee, but Judah laid hold of him, and, cutting him in two, cast him to the ground. There fell on that day 30,000 men of the Macedonian army. The remainder fled, but were pursued by Judah's men, who all the while were sounding the shofar. All the cities of Judah turned out to meet the enemy, and smote them, cutting them to pieces, so that not one of them remained alive. Then, proceeding to strip the slain, they found abundance of gold, precious stones, and purple garments. They cut off the head of Nicanor and the arm that he had stretched out against God's temple, and hung them up before the gate, which has henceforth until this very day been called the Gate of Nicanor. The people then rejoiced exceedingly, and sang the psalms of David, king of Israel, concluding, For he is good, and his mercy endureth forever. 12. Ever since that time the Jews celebrate this day as a feast and a holiday, on which wine is drunk, viz. the 13th day of Adar, 1 day before Purim. And Judah judged all his people, and did justice and righteousness in the land. C1. At the end of the year, the days of Judah drew to a close, and the Lord ordained that Judah end his days, and be gathered to his people the Yosippon. At this time Bacchidos, suddenly came upon Judah with 30,000 men of the Macedonian army, while he was in Laish, Leshem. The 3,000 men that were with him fled as one man, and the only ones that remained were himself, his brothers, and 800 chosen men of Israel, who did not stir from their places. All these men were Judah's associates, tried veterans in all the wars that Judah had waged with the nations. 2. Bacchidos then brought forward 15,000 men, and arranged them in line of battle on the right of Judah, while on his left he placed another army to the number of 15,000. There was a great shouting, both on the right and left of Judah, but when he saw that the battle was very fierce, and that Bacchidos stood on his right, for all the warriors of Bacchidos remained on the right, and that the right wing was with him, he shouted and leaped forward followed by his brothers and the few Hasmoneans. 3. He ran in the direction of Bacchidos, and a fierce and terrible battle ensued, at the beginning of which heaps of Macedonians were slain. As soon as Judah saw Bacchidos standing in the midst of the people, he ran towards him in the strength of his anger, and smote many of his warriors. He struck out right and left at all who came in his way, slaying enemies without number, until he had no place to walk except upon the slain. Upon these he made his way. 4. He then came face to face with Bacchidos, with sword unsheathed and steeped in blood. As soon as Bacchides beheld Judah's face, it appeared to him like that of a lion robbed of its prey, and fear and trembling seized him. Turning his back, he attempted to flee in the direction of Ashdod, but Judah pursued him, and put all his men, 15,000, to the edge of the sword. 5. Bacchides succeeded in effecting his escape to Ashdod, and his army, which was behind him, finding Judah faint and weary, fell upon him. Bacchides came out from the city, and war was waged on every side, and many more were slain, Judah being among the number, falling upon those he had slain. His brothers Simeon and Jonathan took him and buried him on Mount Moderith, and all Israel mourned for him many days. The number of years during which Judah, surnamed Maccabee, ministered unto Israel was 6 years, and the Lord caused him to prosper all the days of his life. End of the Book of the Maccabee.